Chapter 1 Traversing Cyberpunk World. In the dead of night, Lewis ingressed in a game, embodying themist formidable mercenary, v. In Night City, Ash unleashed Oriental's assault on Atom Smasher. Hey, Atom Smasher, tell Johnny Silverhanded it him proud. Bang! With a sound off and fire, the legendary Atom Smasher fell to the ground, engulfed in flames. Het trembled Dave times, and with another shot, his bow delay still, lifeless. Having vanquished Atom Smasher, the screen displayed a quest prompt. Following its guidance, Lily played through the night. Only to glance at the time it was 5:30 a.m. Hesta full dayan, it's so late. At that moment, the screen revealed the final Xenia Coast. The existence seeth so killer me out the only own soul in this body. Ultimately, Lilico Cito Besto is soul upon Johnny, plunging himself in water. Silently, his soul entered the divine chariot, and as shedvinced, the distant light grew increasingly blinding. Feeling drowsy, Leela gradually succumbed to sleep, restinguishedonthitable. The cacophony of voices joltedly lie awake. He groaned, plasmicking galthet noise? Ashes lolio pinidhizes, the scene before him left Thyman stunned disbelief. Towering skyscrapers, thun mistake obey est Hedikoff Night City, hovering fickless traversing Thesky, and colossal, riska holographic projections. Isn't this Night City from Cyberpunk? Ivy crossadover? In his astonishment, Lee Linetisidad group off tugs nearby, mercilessly beating. You filthy war, do you know how much we paid? What's the deal? We pay dandy out in deliver. Enough! Lee shouted, immediate liar gretting burst. Damn it, I'm just an ordinary person, and these guy Sari outfitted with cybernetic climbs. Am I looking for trouble? Thethug sternet high retention to him, twoofed him sportin' garm cybernetics, there is glowing gominous liard, resembling Vortex gangsatter. Damn, we're in deep trouble. Woe the hell is this skid, during to medley in Vortex gangs affairs? Looking tragedy ourself killed. Huh? One off Vortex gang leader saunter dover, his twa companion scasting mockingland sees it Lily. You'd will keep an eye inherent simdone with this skid, they'll deal with her. With that, the Vortex gang a letter charged at him, moving with alarming speed, clear lie equipped with leg enhancements. Thysis bad. Lee Lipinicked, turning to flee, but oh his astonishment, have found himself at a crossroads in an instant. He was taken aback, glancing Gathishens in disbelief. How am I so fast? Hishin swerry entire limchinical, leaving him in shock. Cyborgs. Kid runs pretty fast, but this is Wittens. The Vortex gang leader Leopedin taught the air, delivering a punch aimed at Lila's head. Ina flash, Liliterned, grasped the leader's arm, and execute the shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground. Damned the Vortex leader see that Withridge, attempting to rise, on the forly Lido Yankus arm, tearing off the mechanical embamid dash shower of sparks, causing the leader to writhe in agony. Ah, it thirsts like hell. Boss, that will thugs rushed of her, momentarily stunned be their leader's predicament. Kid, you're risking for it. That with thugs charged at Lily. Heswift lied stepped, kicking Theonant he left away, then Z eyes the right thug's neck, twistinged with a swift motion, resulting in a zigning crack. The remaining thuglinged to thim again, but Lee lit a shed forward, moving so swift Lil left hand after image, landing a punch that sent the thug flying. He thinly ped high into the air, driving both fists down into the tug's abdomen. Bang! Ah! The thug crashed heavily to the ground. Just as Lee prepared to continue his assault, Egan should trang out from behind him. Bang! A bullet grised the back of Lee's head, merriless sparking glimmer. Damn! This kid hasher de Nedskin. What hellery are you? Leelerme Nedsolent, harboring gan outlandish notion. Herazetish and it can emerged from his arm, firing a projectile theto obliterated for texthagento aphanamist. The Vortex leader, taken aback, charged furiously, die, die, die. Bang, 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 bullets rained down as Lee advanced slowly, stepping forward, leaving behind a blue afterimage as she activated his powers. Time slowed around high mash positioned himself behind Vortex leader, aiming is gonna the leader stem pleened pulling the trigger. Bang, time resumed, and the Vortex leader collapsed, agapingoline his temple, lifeless. Before Lee Cole processed the scene, words floated before his eyes detecting cyborgstis. Notama jet detected. Loading driver programs. Loading successful, all systems activated. Lila could scarcely believe what that just transpired. Hayden Tored twirled off Cyberpunk, and wastefully augmented. So, dost hat me an IMV? Winley Lai check at his account, appage popped up please entry or name. Not V? Then I'll go with K. Hain Poot can click it confirm. The next minute, his bank account balance appeared, displaying an infinitesimal boleus fund swear limitless. Damn, did I forget Talagao ta Fongling Wang? Asha turned around, Hespot Thuman Hohud been assaulted earlier, bruised and battered, leaning Gagains Thualasi Prochetham. Yuckled Mimbersoft Vortex Ganjanid, Taliva quickly. If the findy you, you're done for. Imnatoried about Vortex Gang. But you, Arius Uriorial right? Doyanid Mato take ye out at the hospital? Seeing Fuman's facet twisted in pain, Hain insisted. Go to the hospital? You don't seem like he decent persony, ourself? You saved me in Libby Causio Warying kidneys, right? Damn you. Lee Liar retorted, exasperated. Lady, your bon serial misa ligand. Aria jure you don tuan togo to the hospital? Heh, how a booty u just give me some cashto elpnjatama norinjura treatment membership? Lee lismerked, doi u just staskover yon formony? The woman awkwardly replied, forget it. Let's pretend I didn't say anything. Lee Liar replied, I can javaemoni. Beauty a must guide im new tonight city and unfamiliar with mina places. Thewo man retorted, what he firefuse? Lee Lai braindished his scananather, then I'll send ye out of hell. Damn. Ling gritted her teeth. Fine. I'll accept this deal. Lee Lear attracted Diskin. By Thewe, what's your name? I don't hand monotone amulis individuals. Thuman replied, Smith, Ling. Lee inquired, account? Ling provided her account details, and Lee lip prompt litrans furred 5,000 to her. Suddenly, Ling see med tona to see something and quickly recognized the designer clothing Lee Lai was wearing. Hirias wouldn't das he felt the fabrican logo, dispelly fetched in her face. This is theory aldeal? Such a brand off clothing must cost several million at the very least. Damn. Wick powerful family sonus these? Ling, incredulous, stammered. You dot wick companissen licenario? Not dot kudit bierazakaraksuan, damn. You're mistaken. That's numb. Ah? So, Arial Sanoft Heckermanoff Canto Corporation, or an illegitimate techold? Ling pondered, glancing at Lee's Asian features. Enough with the nonsense said do you know where I can buy a housey around her? Alright, it's Sover there. Lingad, Yukul for a car. Can you drive? If not, I will. Well. Leela thought for a moment the recalled having a collection of hickles in the gemeend wondered if Hestil Hayden in this world. However, when he accessed the garage apasia through his neural interface, it showed nothing. Damn, what hell. With neuther option, Leeli had lingual fim cala Delamain taxi. Welcomedo Delamain Travel Services, choose Delamain, and Leveo your worry sat the door. Leela mused internally, is this Delamain taxi service? Heffelt this iathu assign it ways and dequitek comfortable. No wonder Delamain managed to assign taxi companies. Delamain announced, before your journey, in need to confirm the passenger's information. Please connect the slot. Both Leeli and Link complied, and the next minute, Delamain displayed a puzzled expression I didn't understand. What your account shown 119 in a trillion euros? Could you explain? Leeli replied, I work for Rack Confidential Department. Understood, Delamain resumed normal operations. Please select the destination. Corporate Plaza. Lee lit up the screen facial Delamain. What the heck, it's no to touch screen? Delamain replied, please refrain from physical contact. Wow, it's quite intelligent. Seeing Lee's astonished expression, Ling was subtly bewildered. Is the current Trixcan generation sole protecteth that they've never ridden Nina Delamain taxi? If it were not for the fact that the attire Shadan Ned was soon deniably expensive, Schwoodnavir have a belly evid, that Lila assassin of wealth. Ahem. Ling cleared her throat, prompting Lee to draw easing cultivates. Damn it, how would her embarrassing Heffel humiliated right down to Night City. Lelia him, actually, I said to travel behind floating pickles. I believe ya. Not, Ling scoffed. Before long, the Delamain taxi arrived at their destination. On the way, Ling inquired, by the way, Ario truly from Night City? Lily didn't I just mention it? Mindio your own business, ori wouldn't the cite tetozalency you. Ling come in, I was Maria skingu toff boredom. Lili it's no wonder that group from Vortex gang wantetot taki we our mouth, true lion vitus trouble. It's not wise a toin discriminate lie prien to theirs backgrounds. Shortly thereafter, the Delaman arrived at their destination, and that woe stepped out o giziate the towering buildings. As they walked, Ling elaborated, the price for this property sare around 500,000 thatoni over the rice over million, and the own beyond this price it starting at 5 million. Lili I hope height sufficient like quiet. I dislike sexes of innoise. Ling how much money do you have left? I can help you find something within your budget. Money is no to concern. Ling alright then, how about hat building, to beauty floor? It will cost you what least 5 million. With that, Ling goldly light awards the building. Chapter 2 The Super Rich Second Generation. Li Lion Linger arrived at the reception of Temos Dekbensave building. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Hello, I wish to purchase this entire building. Could you please inform me of the necessary procedures? Their reception robot and Ling were momentarily taken aback, and she stammered, I'm sorry I didn't quite catch that. You mean y'all wish to buy the whole building? Yes, that's correct. Ling gazed at Li Lion disbelief how much money must they entail? The robot weighs a talash for words and replied, please hold on a moment, this matter I saw of great significance, and I must consult my super. Soon, the Anglade I reported the situation. At that moment, John Ilos, a senior executive at Theory Estate, a giant night group, weighs in Grosset and Paperk. Suddenly, Afwana Kalkamin. Ela Skybernetisiglum mirrored bluest thimi jeeft hair receptionist appeared before him. What's the matter? Boss, we have a buy clientele claims they went to purchase the most Dekbensve building in the company's plaza. Ila paused, then Sko fed coldly, is this some sort of joke? Why's this person? Is Sheth a foolish son of the Kongtea family? Noti it verified. Then weary elbowthering me with these? I suspect our brain nismal functioning into should be replaced. What o your port of a trivial matter tome? You haven't even confirmed if hepazes a shuckweelth. I think you should be dismissed. Yes, me apologies, boss. I will verify right away. Isla shung up, visibly displeased. The notion of Simeon wanting to buy an entire building some a dutter Lilatristone. After all, just stone floor costs around 10 million, and through hall a building would be at least 100 million. How could possibly come up with such an amount in short notice, aside from the Hearsoft conglomerates like Kung Tao? The idea of these individual wanting to purchase an entire building was nothing short of a farce. At the reception desk. Sir, I apologize, but we need to verify your funds first. Could you kindly inform me of your account balance? Lili hesitate he wasn't way apprehensive at hath they my tongue cover an infinity amount in his account. After all, how could they known possess limitless wealth? They might suspect them of being a top-tier hacker and end up sending him to hail. However, since Hein tended to buy the building, Lili decided to javida shot. Asheri cited account details, the robot was left speechless upon kecking. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion, 100 billion, trillion. The robotic assistant was utterly flabbergasted. A trillion? Is this even real? She rubbed her eyes, yet Thessina before her compelled her to accept the reality. In truth, their verification system couldn't detect up to that amount of reality. It was limitless. The robot assistant trigged her composure after a brief moment and respectfully stated, I sincerely apologize, esteemed guest, for making you wait. Please proceed upstairs tourist for a high I believe our company's owner would be delighted to meet you. The robotic assistant escortedly lit a TVI peria, an exclusive section with transparent whilst hatravite to wolf tea outside. The decker ways exceedingly lavish, with some mere twerks displayed thatly recognized many were on see housed in museums during the 21st century. These indicate a the extraordinary stature of the owner behind the scenes. It is worth noting that her 2077 many items became exceedingly rare and precious, and the artworks were undoubtedly Catriers. Receiving an ethercal illustrationac, Henavir anticipated that the individual sasset swoop de trillion. These ways at least equivalent to the combined assets of several subsidiaries of night group. Elos was momentarily stunned. Could it be Thetan executive Efromanoft a subsidiary Swasherito purchased the building? Ilos you understand. Heen dead the call, arranged force assistant to hand with ensuing matters, and Matahis wait a lobby, taking the elevator to the IP floor. As the elevator doors opened, Ilos approached, Yethu was taken aback upon seeing, youthfully, an Asian? Could Trilibius in your figure from night group? Perhaps thy legitimate Kyle Doftekkerman? Elos sensed that thighs was nordinary situation possessing, such wheel that such a young gay Giza guessed dem might have a multiply counts. Themrathotoff fifth is medilla somewhat anxious. Ilos haha sir madam, please aviciate. Lilicital down and stated, I wish to purchase this building. Yes, I am aware, sir, but have you considered it thoroughly? Acquiring the entire building would require at least 100 million. You should be aware of my asset should. He's a tatty over such a trifling sum? Elos was taken aback and forced asmile, understood. Heritrivid thepurchase sigariment and handy de tolili, then glanced at Ling in homithis. You should know better than to squats left tunist. Very well, I shall refrain from further inquiries. After signing the contract, Lili proceeded to transfer the funds, causing Elos to break out Tina coldly upon receiving the payment. In his mind, Hehadel really confirmed that these individual was, likely the legitimate Kyle de official. With such wealth, in the entirety of Night City, aside from the likes of Arasaka, only Night Group in the trauma team had such influence. As for Kong Tao, impossible their total value was merely 52.5 billion euros, and the Lothar factions were predominantly Caucasian or African, Makingaton likely. Ilis Hukli Lishandai wishio a pleasant stay. With that, Elas departed, harboring suspicion that Lila was perhaps maintaining a mistress while trying to keep it under wraps by purchasing the entire building. As for the higher-ups, Elo had no authority over they, there was a cleverman who understood the importance of discretion, knowing when tottering a blind eye. Li Ligno read Haran turned to Ling, saying, You malevino. Ling prompt lighter Ned to depart, Gerdo escape, fearing that this man might to eliminate Heritan a moment. Lili entered the elevator, where the robotic assistant respectfully inquired, Master, wick floor wudio electagodo? Lili any floor wildo I wish to rest for a while. Oh, by the way, haven't purchased a Dani furniture yet. I don't want to with it you handly purchase a form, selecting the most expensive items, and I'll send you out funds. The levator assistant replied, Master, we have a specialized concierge robots available for purchases. After spending some time in his room, Lili Wasa Prochedbia but le robotalong with viral robot bodyguards. Master, Lili what's your account balance? I'll send us some funds for furniture purchases. Certainly. Lila prompt light transferred 50 billion. Up and receiving thanks, the butler immediately stopped Tomik purchases. Shortly thereafter, Theroum was furnished, and Lila couldn't help you text claim that I was for the veripany. Although he was soon aware of how the butler operated, it was intriguing how it seemed Medto, anticipate Lila's preference cessant habits, arrange in Galth the furniture accordingly. Butler Woldio like hemio master? Lilira bedizes to match who is indeed feeling a bithingery. Butler Themiel will serve it shortly. The butler clapetitions, and the elevator arrived, bringing in a team of weight staffarian from Chinese, some Western, and Devon Australian lobster. Lilito kafi bites, relishing the texturian flavor. These was soon doubtedly not synthetic meat thighs was pure, natural meat. It's worth noting that by 2077, most animal shad becoming extinct, with only a few mechanical replicas remain in Javin meats are typically synthetic. Pure, natural meat regardless of anything else, these would be virtually non-existent in the market today. After a short while, Lili finished his meal. Fool. Lili we pet his mouth, and the butler clapped hissions, instructing through its staffido take of leftover food for disposal. Butler master, is theory an ethingel so can assist you with? Oh, I also need to be viavical. Chapter 3. An unexpected encounter downstairs, the butler remarked, Esteemed master, why not allow me to procure a hovercar online? It is beneath your dignity to travel by taxi, and no need. I prefer the simplicity of basic transportation, replied Li Li, leaving the butler feeling rather flustered. His master was indeed an enigma, utterly distinct from the other denizens of Night City. Li instructed his butler to summon a Delamon taxi, which soon came to a halt at the curb. Both Li Li and the butler climbed in. Welcome to Delamon's travel services. Choose Delamon, and leave your worries at the door. Before we commence your journey, may I first verify your identity? All right, I understand. Following the same procedure as last time, Delamon posed the same inquiry, which Lili adeptly resolved I am affiliated with the confidential department. Understood. Please confirm your destination. Delamon Company headquarters die in no time. The Delamon taxi arrived at its destination. Lili entered the Delamon headquarters, his butler in tow, Many curious eyes were upon them. Clearly, the butler served as a symbol of status. "Esteemed sir, how may I assist you?" A female robot inquired. "I seek Delamon. I wish to have a vehicle custom-made for me. Money is not an issue." "Very well, distinguished client, please follow me." Passers-by exchanged glances and whispered amongst themselves. "Good heavens, who is this young man?" That individual beside him must be a butler. He must have purchased a property in the corporate plaza, undoubtedly high-end, costing at least 50 million to afford such luxury. Who is this fellow? When did Night City acquire such a figure? Could it be he is connected to Arasaka? Upon arriving at the VIP section, Lily waited a moment until a large screen on the wall flickered to life, revealing Delamon's visage. "Esteemed sir, Delamon is at your service. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed?" "Just call me K. Very well, Mr. K. However, should you require a customized vehicle, we must first confirm your true identity. Are you willing to proceed? Doesn't matter. Then please connect the data line beside you to your terminal." Lily complied, and a moment later, Delamon stated, "Your identity has been retrieved, but there appears to be no record of employment or registration. How is it that you possess $1 trillion in savings? Can you elucidate?" "I belong to the confidential department. Does that suffice?" Delamon fell silent for a moment before responding, "Understood. Now, please specify your customization requirements. I need to equip it with a laser cannon and an ammunition launcher, along with machine guns. Defense is equally crucial. Money is no object, so construct it from the toughest materials available." "Understood. The total estimated cost will amount to 10 million euros. Can you accept this?" "I can accept." "Excellent. Kindly provide an address, and we will deliver the vehicle within a week." After finalizing the arrangements, Lily exited to find a remarkably luxurious Delamon taxi waiting for him on the street. As he entered the vehicle, it began to move. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from nearby, as a group of people was thrown into the air, crashing onto the road. Shouts of anger could be heard. "Fing punk, you're dead today. Is that so? Then do shut your mouth while I send you to the afterlife." Bang! The sound of a shotgun rang out, and the gang members were obliterated. The ensuing chaos created a traffic jam. "Sir, we are about to initiate flight mode. Please secure yourself." "No need. Just looked." "Understood." Lily gazed towards the commotion and was taken aback to see a young man in a leather jacket emerge. The familiar visage and cybernetic limbs struck him with surprise. Was that not V? By the heavens, I've encountered V from this world. V brandished a double-barreled shotgun and unleashed a barrage upon the approaching gang members. Amidst a series of explosions, those men fell to the ground, while the remaining few still fought back valiantly. At times, Lily questioned the intellect of these individuals, whether in the game or now. Even after witnessing the death of so many comrades, they remained undeterred. Did they not realize V was a harbinger of death? Bang! A female gang member collapsed, her right arm blown off. V strode over, aiming his weapon at her head. Boom! Her skull exploded. As V stepped forward, time seemed to slow. He unleashed his mantis blades, swiftly darting past the remaining foes. Screams filled the air as they fell, victims of the nightmare that was Night City's living demon. Terrifying. Invincible. Run for your lives. Numerous onlookers fled in panic. The cyber psychopath is here. Quick, escape. Lily pondered. Is he not concerned about drawing the attention of the anti-terror task force? Well, perhaps he is unbothered. If he is the V who unlocked the wind spirit, what could the task force possibly do? V activated his Sionway stand and sprinted towards Lily at breakneck speed. Observing this, Lily opened the car door and activated his own Sionway stand to pursue. Surprised to see someone chasing him, V felt a twinge of astonishment. It was his first time someone actively sought to confront him during his reign as Night City's living demon. V halted abruptly and swung a punch at Lily. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as a shockwave erupted. Yet Lily caught the punch with a single hand. What? V gasped in disbelief. His expression growing serious, he swiftly retaliated, launching a barrage of attacks at Lily, who merely smiled in response. Just as I wished. Let me witness the prowess of Night City's living demon. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, demolishing vehicles and shattering buildings in their wake. Under the influence of Sionway Stan, ordinary spectators could hardly perceive their skirmish. Lily raised his hand, and with a mechanical click, an artillery barrel emerged from his arm. Boom. A laser shot forth, incinerating everything in its path. Damn, V cursed, narrowly evading as the blast severed an entire building in two. As the structure collapsed, Lily activated Sion Wasteland once more, racing inside and rescuing the trapped residents. Once outside, he launched a projectile at the falling edifice. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, creating a massive crater in its core. "Kid, you're no ordinary individual," V remarked. Lily crossed his arms. "Impressive abilities. You truly deserve the title of Night City's living demon." "Do you know who I am?" "Why do I not recall you?" V inquired. "That is inconsequential. V, you need only know that your strength has earned my respect. In light of that, I propose a collaboration." "Collaboration?" V replied incredulously. "You want to fight before discussing terms?" "I must ascertain that you are worth my time." "Fine. Are you satisfied now?" Lily chuckled. "Indeed. Your strength is formidable, as expected of V. By the way, you were the one behind the incident with the little flat top, weren't you, little flat top?" "What are you talking about?" Realizing V's perplexed expression signified that the plot had yet to unfold, Lily approached. "Let us exchange contact information. Imk, a middleman in Night City." "All right, yet another merciless businessman. Haha, fear not. I am a good person. Rest assured, my offers will not be inferior to those of other middlemen." "Oh? Then why not show me some funds first? I'll give you 10,000 as a token of our meeting." With that, Lily transferred the sum to V, who was momentarily taken aback. "This kid a big shot. He just hands out 10 grand like it's nothing. Perhaps I should work for him instead." "He is generous." V couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for Lily. "All right, if you encounter any unsolvable problems, seek me out. Enough talk. Let us go. The NCPD will be here shortly." "Very well. May fate reunite us." With that, V seized a motorcycle and sped off, while Lily smirked and disabled the nearby surveillance with Blackwell before using Sion Wasteland to make his escape. Back in the taxi, Lily instructed his butler, "Acquire a plane, and also prepare to scatter 100,000 euros at the site of my earlier skirmish as compensation for the residents." "But, master, what a peculiar interest you have. Are you dissatisfied with your wealth?" The butler questioned but wasted no time in executing the order. Not long after, the NCPD arrived at the battleground, stunned to find the rescued residents not in tears, but rather smiling. "Am I seeing things?" They lost their homes yet still managed to smile. One officer approached to investigate, noticing many counting stacks of cash in their hands. "Damn it, this kid is generous. He just handed out 200,000. My rent was barely 1,000. If I had known, I wish this kid would return often. With this money, I could take a prolonged leave from work, officer." Chapter 4. Ready for action. Apologies? NCPD'd. The police officer stepped forward, brandishing his identification. Upon witnessing this, the residents hurriedly concealed the money they had found. The officer's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded the stacks of crisp euros. "Please explain what has transpired here," he inquired. "Officer, there is nothing amiss. We merely experienced a routine demolition," one resident replied. Indeed, officer." Another chimed in. "The houses here have fallen into disrepair, and a demolition crew arrived to dismantle them. They even compensated us quite generously." "Yes, officer," echoed a third. A tall, muscular African-American officer named Ward extinguished a cigarette as he approached the police car. He pushed past the officer and, with a cold gaze directed at the residents, stated, "Please cooperate. We need to discuss this demolition, gentlemen." A slight, blonde-haired man protested, "Is it really necessary to investigate such matters, officer? This is merely our private affair." "Yes, surely this does not warrant the involvement of the NCPD." Another added. Ward let out a derisive chuckle. "You do realize that if you lie, I can have you all arrested, correct?" At this, the residents exchanged glances, reluctantly conceding, "All right, we understand." Noticing their dejection, Ward remarked, "Though that fellow offered you some money, it does not grant him immunity from the law. The NCPD is precisely tasked with addressing such issues." A gaunt, skeletal man interjected, "Not long ago, a fight broke out here. That individual was incredibly swift and possessed advanced military cybernetics, capable of firing laser cannons from his hands. Yes, and when he clenched his fist, the surrounding devices emitted a dark light before exploding. It must be some sort of cybernetic implant designed to disrupt circuitry. Though we are unsure of the specifics," another added. "Thank you for your cooperation," said the officers, who proceeded to ask a few more questions. Subsequently, Ward wandered around, scrutinizing the surveillance equipment, which was now flickering with sparks. Having been damaged, entering a convenience store, he produced his badge. "Apologies, I would like to review your surveillance footage. Certainly, sir, the clerk replied, as he accessed the footage. Ward observed two figures swiftly darting past, followed by a series of loud crashes, culminating in the collapse of the building. Although the individuals moved rapidly, the brief moment of stillness allowed Ward to catch a glimpse of them, though their faces were entirely obscured. That moment. Officer Han, an Asian officer, entered. Ward, have you found anything? Take a look, Ward replied. After a moment of silence, Officer Han remarked, that individual possesses top-tier cybernetics. If I'm not mistaken, their remarkable speed suggests they are equipped with ST Ambistech enhancements. Given their velocity, it seems to be military-grade. That technology is of military caliber. Acquiring such equipment is no simple task, Han noted. So what? With such high-end gear, their background must be significant. For now, let us continue our investigation. Ward replied. These two are quite formidable. They won't be easy to crack, Han added. Before Han could elaborate further, Ward patted his shoulder and exited. Enough of that. We will proceed as instructed by headquarters. Ward, you've made progress? Han remarked. After securing the scene, Ward and his team departed, while at that moment, Li Lijing was lying in bed. Rising to shower, he removed his clothing and paused before the mirror, momentarily entranced by his reflection. His features were strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a character enhanced by mod, adorned with various cybernetic implants across his body, leaving only a few areas unenhanced. I felt that the quantity of his implants was only slightly less than that of Atom Smasher. Yet he experienced no adverse effects, as if he were a natural prodigy suited for cybernetic augmentation. Not lingering on these thoughts, he finished his shower and emerged, summoning his butler. I wish to purchase a helicopter and a hovercar. Of course, young master. I shall accompany you, the butler replied. First, they arrived at the Air Force Base via helicopter mid-flight. A fighter jet approached. Excuse me, sir, please identify yourself, the pilot requested. The butler replied, I wish to speak with Mr. Hargrove. The pilot frowned slightly. Please clarify your identity. The base does not welcome unidentified individuals. Listen, we have a substantial business proposition to discuss with him. It would be wise for you to comply, the butler asserted, prompting the pilot's silence. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to allow them passage. After landing on the helipad, Lee was escorted to meet Hargrove, who was dressed in military attire. Hargrove turned to Lee and asked, Is it you who wishes to discuss business with me? He lit a cigar, taking a puff before instructing the surrounding soldiers to leave. Hargrove scrutinized Lee and his butler. Young man, the fact that you can afford a smart butler suggests you hold a significant status. Very well, let us discuss what you seek. He continued that I require a weaponized helicopter. Naturally, I desire the finest, laser cannons, rocket launchers, and formidable defenses akin to those of a steel behemoth. You have quite the appetite. Hargrove chuckled. However, you are aware that our nation does not sell such advanced military equipment. Eli clapped his hands, prompting his butler to open a case filled with euros. Hargrove maintained a calm demeanor. Youngster, this sum will not procure anything of quality. These are merely a token of goodwill for Mr. Hargrove, Lee stated. Oh? Hargrove's eyes narrowed slightly. Then I must see your funds. I offer 100 million. How does that sound? You must be out of your mind, Hargrove exclaimed, his expression stern as he scrutinized Eli. Do you take me for a fool? 100 million for a helicopter? I am not jesting. You may verify my funds. Lee replied. Hilarious, young man. However, if you truly dare to present me with 100 million, rest assured I will provide you with the finest goods that will undoubtedly satisfy you. Very well, I shall deliver the funds within a week. 2 weeks. Once I receive the money, the goods will be delivered to you. Agreed. With that, Lee turned to leave, while Hargrove took a deep drag from his cigar. This lad is no ordinary individual. To casually produce 100 million suggests he is far from an average rich heir. Even Arasaka Raiden would hesitate to squander wealth so recklessly. Could he be the illegitimate son of Arasaka Saburo? Contemplating this, Hargrove chuckled softly, considering the improbability of such an occurrence given the elder's age. What new schemes could Arasaka be concocting? A week later, trucks began entering and exiting the military base. In the basement, Hargrove stood in stunned silence before the mountain of cash before him, a madman. He truly brought 100 million to purchase a helicopter? Utterly insane. Though he had earned far more than that in his years of dealing, he had never witnessed anyone spend such an exorbitant amount for a helicopter. At that moment, Lee's butler approached him. Sir, my young master wishes to acquire additional military cybernetics and weaponry. He is willing to offer another 100 million. Hargrove paused, contemplating. After a moment of silence, he replied, No need. Inform your young master that I, Hargrove, wish to befriend him. I shall gift him these items. Understood. As the butler departed, Hargrove resumed puffing on his cigar, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Interesting. Chapter 5. The Notorious Philanthropist of Night City. Hey? Did you hear? Night City has a big benefactor. Someone lost 2 million in Watson District the other day. Of course, everyone knows. It even made the headlines. Goodness, I wonder if that guy is still looking for underlings. I've been with the Vortex gang for years and barely saved up 10,000. That guy casually loses 2 million. He has got to be loaded. As long as the pay is good, I'd do anything for him. Come on, you seriously think he'd want someone like you? Not necessarily. I've heard the wealthy have unique tastes. Good morning, Night City. Yesterday's death lottery concluded with a total of 30 casualties. Thanks to the endless gang wars, 10 fell in Haywood alone. However, one police officer also perished, and I expect all of you will be losing money since the NCPD won't take this lightly. Santo Domingo has once again experienced a blackout, the power grid sabotaged by hackers. Meanwhile, the trauma team in Westbrook is busy retrieving the bodies of cyberpsychosis victims from the sidewalk. And in Pacifica, well, it's still the same old Pacifica. I'm your buddy Stan, and together, let us embark on another day in Dream City. Now, let us report on the renowned philanthropist of Night City. While we are yet to uncover the true identity of this benefactor, it promises to be a monumental act, a sign of progress in our times. Many viewers engaged in discussion as they watched the screen. How wonderful it would be if that money fell into my hands. Just a fraction would suffice to resolve my rent issues. The Night City philanthropist? Ha! That name suits him well. It's as if he is swimming in cash. Raining money from the heavens. Goodness, I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Honestly, I'd love to be his underling. With that much money, a little gift would be splendid. In the company square, within Lily's abode. Lily was engrossed in the latest broadcast. Butler, step outside for a moment. I wish to purchase a vehicle. Yes, you wish, young master. The butler accompanied Lily once again, this time to a car dealership. Summon your manager at once. Who the hell are you, punk? The arrogant receptionist with yellow hair retorted. I said, bring your manager out. Are you out of your mind? Do you know whose territory this is? This is the domain of the Vortex gang, you understand? If you don't want your brains splattered, you better get lost. Lily swiftly drew the truth gun and aimed it at his forehead. The yellow-haired thug was momentarily stunned, then furiously exclaimed, You're asking for death. With that, he quickly dodged and drew his own gun. Firing at Lily, stasis activated. Time slowed down as Lily fired their own weapon at each of their heads in quick succession. Time resumed. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of gunfire, the members of the Vortex gang lay sprawled on the ground. What the hell? A madman. How dare he invade our territory and slay our men? He shall pay dearly today. Yes. Let us send him to meet his maker. Observing the surveillance feeds, the Vortex gang members swiftly armed themselves and rushed out. Lee, unwilling to engage in further banter, clenched his hand, activating the black wall pulse, accompanied by a chorus of agonizing screams. The Vortex gang members were engulfed in flames, meeting their demise on the ground. The leader of the dealership, preoccupied with business, was momentarily stunned by the commotion outside. He hastily retrieved a shotgun from the cabinet and cautiously approached the door, aiming it outward. Lee approached the entrance and, with a powerful kick, sent the door flying off its hinges, inadvertently knocking the leader to the ground. Struggling to rise, why apologies. Lee pulled the door off the fallen leader and, gazing down at him, stated, I wish to purchase a vehicle. The leader gritted his teeth, glaring at Lily, and quickly raised his shotgun to fire. However, Lily stood unfazed, absorbing the shot with ease. Bang! The bullet struck Lily, producing sparks that scattered but inflicted no harm whatsoever. The leader stared at Lily as if he were a monster. Lily delivered a punch that knocked out a tooth. The leader cried out in pain. Lily inquired, Now, can we discuss this properly? Why, yes, of course. Trembling, the leader stood and took a seat, still casting fearful glances at Lily, who had already been mentally categorized as a monster in his mind. It was known that even the most advanced cybernetic skin available on the market could not withstand close-range shotgun blasts, and yet this man was unscathed, making it evident that he was no ordinary individual. Especially upon noticing the butler entering, which further confirmed Li Li's extraordinary status. I require Excalibur, customized and forged from the most resilient materials. The leader thought to himself, how does he know about the Excalibur? Our company hasn't even released that information yet. Could it be? The leader, realizing Li Li's significance, assumed he must be someone of high status within the Arasaka Corporation and refrained from further questioning. Simply stating, very well, but it will cost 5 million euros. A minor issue. After a brief wait, trucks arrived, delivering the money, which was then securely stored in the basement. You may collect your item in a week. Upon returning home, Li was about to ascend the stairs when a sleek Delamon taxi approached, clearly crafted from the most durable materials. As Li approached, the car's AI spoke, greetings, I am your designated driver. Kevin.Li ran his hand over the vehicle's roof, appreciating its substantial feel. He entered the vehicle and accessed the virtual screen to review its many features, confirming that all his requested weaponry was equipped. Satisfied, he exited the car, only to hear the sound of a helicopter. In the next moment, the helicopter landed on the rooftop helipad. Many residents nearby were astonished by the sight. Afford a military helicopter speaks volumes of one's wealth. Whispers filled the air. Good heavens, it's a helicopter. Who is that guy? Li arrived on the rooftop, where Hargroves descended, greeting him, Mr. K, long time no see, indeed. Care to try out this custom helicopter? It has been tailored precisely to your specifications. Butler, please take the controls as you wish, young master. Once aboard the helicopter, the engine roared to life, and the blades began to spin rapidly as the helicopter ascended, soaring forward under the butler's guidance, rapidly gaining speed. Cool. Observing Night City from the helicopter provided a unique perspective to in the offices of the Night Group subsidiary. John Irose placed documents on the desk, intending to enjoy the view. As the walls became transparent. Irose sipped his wine, relishing the elevated experience. From this vantage point, it felt as though he reigned over all of Night City. Suddenly, a helicopter flew by, and Irose froze upon recognizing Li inside. A wave of complex emotions washed over him. This fellow is too arrogant. Doesn't he fear his identity being exposed? I hope this doesn't come back to haunt me. Li opened his arms, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of freedom at such heights. Hargroves inquired, Mr. K, how does it feel? Are you pleased with the helicopter? Very much so. Haha. Hargroves chuckled, then continued, Mr. K, to be frank, you will be even more delighted when you check the helicopter's armaments. Oh? Li approached the panel and was taken aback upon seeing the antimatter energy cannon. An antimatter energy cannon. What a powerful name. Hargroves patted Li on the shoulder, saying, K, this helicopter will surely provide you with a profound sense of security. Thank you. After a brief and casual conversation with Hargroves, he departed, leaving Li to inquire about the antimatter energy cannon with the butler. This energy cannon truly formidable. With a mass of 0.03, it can obliterate an entire city. Hearing this, Li was astounded. Could it be more powerful than a nuclear explosion? That is simply terrifying. Chapter 6. Being a middleman in the dead of night. A large, rotund man sat in a car smoking, his bodyguard positioned in front to ensure his safety. This hefty figure was none other than Dexter Deshawn, a well-known intermediary in Night City. Deshawn took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled when a knock came at the window. The visitor was a young-looking man with white hair, most of his visible features being cybernetic. It was Li. Deshawn rolled down the window. Hey kid, if you're looking for trouble, you've got the wrong guy. I am not mistaken. I'm precisely seeking you, Dexter Deshawn. Upon hearing his name spoken directly, Deshawn was taken aback. Who are you? In the next moment, Li drew his gun, aiming it at Deshawn's forehead. The bodyguard, witnessing this, contemplated intervening but hesitated upon seeing Deshawn's predicament. Deshawn said, Hey, young man, don't be impulsive. If you pull that trigger, I assure you won't leave here alive. Is that so? Why don't you scan my body for the percentage of cybernetic enhancement and see who won't make it out alive? Deshawn activated his ocular implant to scan Li, his expression shifting to one of terror. The percentage of cybernetic modification was a staggering 98%. This was nothing short of monstrous, more terrifying than Atom Smasher. Let us have a proper discussion. Deshawn, trembling, opened the door for Li, fearing that a single misstep could result in his demise. Speak, what do you want? I can provide anything I possess. I've heard you recently took on a job for a delivery. Deshaun was momentarily stunned. Few were privy to this information. Anger surged within him as he suspected betrayal, but knowing that the truth was currently in someone else's grasp, he had to swallow his frustration. What do you intend to do? Blackmail me? If I wanted to blackmail you, you would have been dead by now. I want you to hand over this deal to me. In a way. Deshaun immediately rejected the notion without a second thought. Lily pulled back the gun's slide. You'd best reconsider your words. Deshaun swallowed hard, gritting his teeth. Damn it. Fine. I'll hand this over to you. But you must tell me your name, Lily smirked. Just call me Cade, but don't even think about causing me trouble afterward. You know my cybernetic enhancement is at 98%. Atom Smasher wouldn't stand a chance against me. If you dare send someone after me, I'll put a hole in your head. Deshaun gritted his teeth. All right, Kay. The deal is yours. As Lily exited the vehicle, Deshaun was left seething in silence. Shortly thereafter, Lily took a hovering vehicle to the vicinity of the Lizzie's bar. Searching for a parking spot. Parking spot not found. Please land in a random location. The hovering vehicle descended onto a basketball court where several players, annoyed, approached him. What the hell, are you blind? You nearly crushed me just now. As Lily disembarked, the tallest among them attempted to shove him aside, but the butler swiftly seized his wrist, forcefully tossing him aside. The towering figure clutched his arm in pain, cursing loudly. Lily, I apologize. But I could not locate a landing spot. The hovercar will be departing shortly. Damn it, kid. Don't think that just because you have a formidable robot by your side, you can intimidate us. We are three, and a single robot might not be able to handle us. With that said, the trio was about to make a move. Lily disregarded them. Yet the butler charged forward, displaying exceptional combat skills that allowed him to swiftly subdue them, leaving them writhing on the ground in agony. My hand. Ah, it's broken. As Lily approached the entrance, he encountered two women guarding the door. The woman on the left brandished a baseball bat and remarked, It seems someone is in trouble. I came here to drink, he replied. Enjoy yourself. The two women opened the door, permitting Lily to enter. He made his way to the bar and took a seat. The flamboyant bartender approached, demonstrating his flair for mixology. What would you two like to drink? Oh, my apologies, I forgot. Your companion here is a robot and cannot partake. That's quite the cold joke, Lily retorted. Sometimes a cold joke is still a joke. Isn't it? Lily inquired. I'm looking for someone. Do you know V and Jackwells? The bartender's expression shifted to one of caution. What do you want with them? I am an intermediary, and I have a significant job that requires their assistance. Well, you've come to the right place. You're likely to encounter them here. I'll wait a moment, and could you bring me a glass of whiskey? Please? Whiskey? Oh my, that's quite an old drink. The bartender prepared a glass, and Lily took a nonchalant sip. After a brief wait, Jackwells and V entered, visibly in high spirits, laughing and patting each other on the back as they approached the bar. Hey, buddy, the usual, let us book a private room. The bartender replied, Jack, this fellow is looking for you. Looking for me? Jack scrutinized Lily, while V recognized him immediately. What are you doing here? Hey, friend, take it easy. We just met last time. No need to be so aggressive. Seeing V's wariness, Jack was taken aback. This kid is even more outrageous than V? Assessing the cybernetic enhancements on Lily, Jack concluded that the latter possessed a strength comparable to V's. Let us go to the private room and talk. Also, bring us every drink you have. I'll treat them. With that, Lily transferred the funds, even adding an extra 10,000 to the bartender. My God, that's a lot of money. Buddy, you don't need to spend so much, Lily replied. The extra is for your tip. Oh, thank you. God, you're a generous man. The group moved towards the private room, and Jack asked, How much did you give him? I saw his eyes widen. You must be loaded. Not much, just 10,000. You just gave that away so casually? He'll be nursing that loss for a while. That's incredibly wasteful. You shouldn't have given so much for a tip. It's fine. I'm happy to do it. All right, let us pretend I didn't say anything. They settled into the private room, and soon drinks arrived. Jack said, I want tea, hold back then. With that, he began to drink, wearing a satisfied expression as he patted Lee and V on the shoulders. From now on, you're both my brothers. Kid, what's your name? You're quite generous. My name is K.K. Another name with a single letter like V. All right, check. V looked at Lee and asked, What exactly are your intentions, V? Don't be tense. I can tell he's not a bad person. V shrugged off Jack's hand and stated, Jack, you're too easily deceived. In Night City, you can't trust anyone. Are you implying that I can't trust you? You read the exception. The exception? Then this fine gentleman can also be an exception. I can see he's a good person and quite generous. V was momentarily speechless, and Lily added, drink up. If you want something to eat, I'll send my butler to fetch it. My God. Your robot must be expensive, Jack remarked, glancing at the mechanical butler. Well, you could say that. When I have the money, I want to buy one as well. Haha. Go get some food, will you? The butler stood and left, returning shortly with a variety of snacks. Jack was thoroughly satisfied, while V inquired, all right, what do you want from us? Lily replied, I have a business deal that requires your assistance, and of course, the payment will be generous. I'm offering each of you 10,000. Jack nearly spat out his drink. What? 10,000? You gave that bartender 10,000 just for standing around? You fine. Then how about 20,000 for a more reasonable offer? Though Jack was somewhat incredulous, he asked, what is the task? Tell me about it. Lily handed a material chip to Jack, who glanced at it and nodded. It's a decent plan. Military-grade tech, is it? The client has already made the payment, but the Vortex gang has undergone a leadership change, resulting in the client not receiving the goods. That's why we need to step in? Lily nodded. The client is a well-known intermediary in Night City. Sean, do you know how much Sean is offering you? 1180 euros. Damn, I'd give 5,000 to a beggar. The two exchanged glances, and Jack said, speaking of Sean, you don't mean Dexter Deshawn, do you? Lily nodded, and Jack buried his face in his hands. Everyone in the underworld says he's got the big scores, draped in gold chains. I thought he'd offer a higher price. Lily remarked, those intermediaries usually offer around 1,000 or so. Right? Jack sighed and then said, from now on, V and I will roll with you. If you have any big scores, be sure to come to you. Lily nodded. Of course, let us discuss this task. Your mission is to retrieve the military tech, of course. I will ensure your safety. I have purchased a batch of Arasaka combat robots for your USE. My God. You're wealthy, aren't you? Jack exclaimed in astonishment. Arasaka combat robots. Those are incredibly expensive, each costing over 5,000. There's one more thing I need to discuss with you. Military Tech S. Meredith Stout is also quite interested in this matter. That woman is fierce. To acquire the military tech, V, you may need to make contact with her first. What role will I play in that? V questioned, a chill running down her spine at Lily's grin. Of course, while I accepted Sean's commission, I do not intend for you to hand over the military tech to him afterward. What do you intend to do? I plan to eliminate him. I will personally take care of it. Jack was taken aback. Good God. Won't he that tarnish your reputation? You're a middleman now. Lily chuckled. To be honest, I'm merely playing at being a middleman. I find Sean insufferable and intend to eliminate him. Dio, you want us to help? V asked. Yes, Sean must have some formidable bodyguards. Can you handle it alone? Jack queried. Lily looked at V. He knows my strength. There's no need to worry about me. Just focus on securing the military tech. All right. The group departed, and the following morning, Jack arrived on his motorcycle near the underground factory, while V drove in as well. As V stepped out of the car, Jack asked, so, what's your plan? V replied, we don't know how many Vortex gang members are inside. I think it would be wise to follow KS' suggestion and meet with Stout first. Sounds good. I'll see you in the afternoon. Chapter 7. Mission accomplished. A phone call came through. V answered to see a woman in her 30s on the line. It was Stout. Though her face bore wrinkles, her fierce demeanor rendered her strikingly beautiful. V, I hear you've taken on a significant job to retrieve a military-grade robot from the Vortex gang. Stout? Listen, that military tech is mine. If you don't want to end up dead, you should abandon this deal. Sounds like someone is about to blow a gasket. However, I'm afraid we mercenaries adhere to our word. Having accepted this task, I must see it through. Is that so? Then prepare for trouble when we come looking for you. Oh? If you come, let us see whose gun is faster. You're asking for death. Stout fumed before hanging up, as her car came to a stop. Stout exited with several burly men. Kid, you're dead, she proclaimed, drawing her weapon. ASV activated her Sandevistan. Time around her slowed, allowing her to dash forward and draw her handgun, shooting each of the thugs in succession. Bang, bang, bang. The time dilation ended, and the thugs collapsed to the ground, leaving Stout momentarily stunned, with a handgun pressed against her temple. Now, who's taking whose life? Stout glared at V, gritting her teeth. Damn it, today must be my unlucky day. I intended to have a civil conversation, but you seem disinclined. Alas, I shall refrain from meddling in your affairs. You may retain your buzz cut, but I have one stipulation. You must engage in transactions using the chip I provide. V, on what grounds should I trade with you? Stott, because I am affiliated with military technology. Even if you were to kill me today, those in military tech would not let you off the hook. I have recorded everything. Should you take my life, the footage will be uploaded to the company, and you will face relentless pursuit. Damn it, V. How can you guarantee that once I comply, you won't pull any tricks? Ha, I'll trust you this once. V holstered the pistol, accepted the chip, and drove away. Stott dialed Sean's number. Hey, how's it going? Have you dealt with V? Damn it, the intel you provided is completely inaccurate. This guy is equipped with San Weinstein gear. How could I possibly eliminate him? What? Sean was taken aback, then replied. Fine, I didn't anticipate this. I thought he was just a minor player. Damn it, Sean. Just wait. We won't let this go unpunished. What does this have to do with me? How was I to know he was equipped with San Weinstein gear? That's not my concern. Quit your whining. Just wait for me to find you. You? Stott hung up and drove away on the roadside. Sean nervously said, Hurry up, that damn lunatic is coming. The bodyguard accelerated, but soon noticed a car pursuing them. It was Stott's vehicle. Damn, step on it. The bodyguard increased speed, but Stott was relentless in his chase. Accompanied by several military tech vehicles, and even drones were deployed. Die, you fat bastard. Stott shouted as military tech personnel rolled down their windows and opened fire. Bang, bang. Sean ducked in fear inside the car. Overwhelmed by the ferocity of the opposing firepower, too terrified to retaliate. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and the bodyguard was hit, sending the vehicle crashing into the roadside barrier with a deafening crash. Military tech personnel approached, roughly yanking Sean from the car. Damn. I'm innocent, Sean protested. Stott aimed the gun at his forehead. Today is your day of reckoning. No, 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 Stott. We can still talk. Talk my ass. Suddenly, time slowed. A blue afterimage flashed by, and a youth clad in mechanical prosthetics sprinted over, whisking Sean away. Time resumed, leaving Stott momentarily stunned. Who? Stott glanced to the side, where a military tech employee exclaimed in astonishment. Sir, what is that? Stott turned to see a horde of Arasaka battle robots advancing toward them. Damn, it's Arasaka's people. We need to leave. Bystanders, witnessing the scene, hurriedly fled. Run, bang, bang. The battle robots opened fire first, their overwhelming firepower instantly claiming the lives of several military tech personnel. Take cover. The military tech personnel scrambled for shelter. But the opposing firepower was too fierce. Numerous vehicles exploded, flames shooting into the sky, while some military tech members were blasted away, engulfed in flames and burned alive. Damn, Stott roared. Counterattack, sir, we should retreat. The enemy's firepower is too intense. Yes, there are too many of those robots. We stand no chance. Damn it. Didn't you hear what I said? Counterattack. Stott, filled with pent-up rage, unleashed it all. Her military tech personnel were being decimated by Arasaka, and she couldn't bear the humiliation. However, the bullets merely sparked against the robots, having no effect whatsoever. In truth, Stott was mistaken. These robots were not sent by Arasaka, but by Li. The battle robots continued their assault, their relentless gunfire leaving the military tech personnel no opportunity to retaliate. Those attempting to draw their weapons were turned into Swiss cheese before they could even fire. Whoosh, whoosh. A few rocket-propelled grenades soared through the air. Boom. A massive fireball erupted, sending a group of military tech personnel flying. Run! Some military tech members, disregarding Stott's orders, were so terrified that they jumped into the river to escape. After wreaking havoc, the battle robots departed. As the gunfire ceased, Stott resurfaced, surrounded by a sea of blood. The bodies of military tech members floating nearby. 3 surviving members also clawed their way to the surface. Stott, damn Arasaka, just you wait. Stott led the remaining members toward the riverbank. Meanwhile, V had arrived at the food engineering facility. Jack said, All right, let's figure out how to get in. V approached the entrance and spoke into the intercom. I heard you recently acquired a military tech buzz cut. What does that have to do with you? A coarse voice replied from the intercom. V, hey, listen, I'm just looking to talk. After a moment of silence, the intercom responded, "Don't pull any tricks." The iron gate opened, and a member of the Vortex gang gestured, "Follow me." V followed him to the elevator, and Jack surveyed the grim surroundings. It's pitch black, just like this group styled, "Don't chatter." "Do you want me to tear your mouth apart?" the Vortex gang member threatened, causing Jack to bristle. "Oh really? Then come and try it." "Who do you think you are?" The Vortex gang member pulled out a gun and aimed it at Jack's chin. Just as Jack was about to explode, V interjected, "Jack, let's stay calm. This is business. Cool down." "Ha?" Jack glanced at V. "These people are no good. There's no favorable outcome in negotiating with them." "What did you just say?" the Vortex gang member retorted. V, "All right, Jack, let's handle matters after we've concluded business." "Ha?" Jack remained silent, eyeing the situation. "That's more like it." The Vortex gang member said, "Behave, and you won't lose your life." He led them to a negotiation room and instructed, "Sit down." The Vortex gang member insisted that V take a seat, but Jack showed no intention of complying. The Vortex gang member grew irritated. "I said sit. Sit down now." Jack was about to lose his temper when V reassured, "Jack, keep calm. Let's hear them out first." Jack reluctantly sat down. "You'll regret this, V. We're at a disadvantage now. They can threaten us with guns. Care for a smoke?" The Vortex gang member offered V a cigarette, which V declined. The Vortex gang member chuckled. "Still a good boy. Wait here." The Vortex gang member exited, and shortly after, another member entered with a box, placing it on the table. "This is what you wanted. Pay up. V. The client has already paid." "What did you say?" a booming voice erupted as a burly man emerged, clad in a leather jacket with a scruffy beard, pulling out a gun and aiming it at V's chin. "What the hell did you say?" "The client has already paid." "Ha, where's the money then?" This man was Royce, the leader of this Vortex gang stronghold at V. "You don't expect us to pay again, do you, Royce? What do you think? Listen, either pay up or get the hell out." "You have two choices, Jack. So you're planning to squeeze us for more cash, are you?" V. "Jack, stay calm." Jack. "V, are you really going to pay again?" V. "If I must, then so be it. The money is in here." V produced a chip and handed it to Royce, who remarked, "If you had done this sooner, we wouldn't be in this situation." Royce took the chip but suddenly realized something. "Listen, you'd better not pull any tricks. Otherwise, you won't leave this place." Royce handed the chip to a nearby subordinate for verification. Jack looked at V, sensing that things were not so simple, and indeed, they soon heard, "Damn, the chip is infected with a virus." ZZZZT. The food factory circuits began to malfunction, and Royce stormed over, furious. "You're seeking death." Jack quickly drew his gun and shot, instantly killing two men, while V swiftly retaliated, taking down more Vortex gang members before reaching Royce's side, pressing the gun against his chin. "Let's see how you like being on the receiving end of a gun." Just as Royce was about to counter, a gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing his skull, and he collapsed, motionless. Vortex gang members rushed toward them, and Jack and V began searching for an escape route. They climbed the stairs to a narrow corridor, moving forward as steam billowed up. "Damn, smells like meat." Jack waved his hand, his expression grim. V. "Aren't you the one who enjoys meat?" Jack. "Can we take another route?" The two climbed another flight of stairs, encountering a Vortex gang member ahead. Jack swiftly shot him in the head, and V rifled through the body, continuing down the adjacent passage. Descending the stairs, they entered a spacious factory where numerous Vortex gang members turned to look over there. "Eliminate them." Bang, 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 bullets rained down, and the two hurriedly sought cover. "Jack, there are too many. This is going to be difficult. V. Didn't you say he had battle robots? Let's call for them." "All right." Upon granting access, a call was immediately made to the robotic battalions, and soon a resounding explosion echoed, as if a colossal door had been blasted open. What a ruckus! What kind of formidable robots did K purchase? Surely, that couldn't be a rocket. At that moment, a member of the Vortex gang approached the stairwell, and V swiftly fired, striking him in the head, sparks erupting as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of machine gun fire resonated, signaling a significant commotion. A large contingent of robots soon emerged from the passageway where Jack and the others had come. Jack exclaimed, "Let us engage in a grand battle." Armed, Jack clashed with the Vortex gang members, and with the assistance of the robots, the gang suffered heavy casualties. By heavens, it was an Arasaka combat robot. And not just one. Who on earth are they? Ah, let us fight to the end. The air was filled with anguished cries. Despite the ongoing fatalities, the Vortex gang members showed no signs of retreat, relentlessly attacking. Amidst the fierce exchange of fire, the Vortex gang was gradually decimated. Just as V and the others were about to advance, they discovered a hacker infiltrating their system. Damn it, they have a hacker. From within a glass enclosure, I caught sight of him. Jack hurriedly approached the glass room and fired 2 shots, failing to shatter the glass. Jack, get down, V shouted, and Jack quickly ducked in the next instant. A rocket soared past, boom. A thunderous blast shattered the glass, and the hacker was engulfed in flames, perishing in the explosion. Jack and the others pressed onward, soon emerging outside, where they beheld hundreds of combat robots. Jack remarked, "Good heavens, how wealthy is K to possess so many robots? At the very least, that must cost 500,000, V replied. That guy has always been quite affluent. At this moment, Lily's call came through. Hey, V. Is the mission complete? Yes, both the small flat op and the controller have been secured. All right, the payment has been transferred to you. V glanced at his device. 25,000, not a penny less, and an additional 5,000. Jack chimed in, "Hey, buddy, you're incredibly generous. I like it," Lily chuckled. Ha ha ha, we're all friends. V inquired. Where should I send the robots? Lily replied, bring them to Lazy Bar, but you might have to wait a bit. I have a few matters to attend to. Jack patted V on the shoulder, saying, all right, we'll wait for you. Meanwhile, in a derelict factory, the hefty Sean was bound to an iron chair. Sean protested, K, is this how you treat your clients? Lily retorted, Sean, tell me, would you prefer a quick death or a slow demise, one bullet at a time? You're a damn devil. If you kill me, you can forget about being a middleman in the future. Listen, I'm recording this. If I die, this footage will be uploaded to the mercenaries I work with. You won't have it easy either. Do you really think I came unprepared? Lily smirked. The entire factory is rigged with electromagnetic disruptors. Your messages cannot be sent. Once I kill you, I'll destroy the chip in your brain. Hearing this, Sean said in terror, damn, what do you want from me? I bear you no grudge. Why harm me? How does killing me benefit you? Listen, spare me, and I'll share any mercenary resources or client leads with you in the future. Just don't kill me. I don't have to die, do I? Lily replied. You make a compelling argument. Very well, send me the client list and contact details. Include the mercenaries as well. You need to release me first? Release you? Ha ha ha, what authority do you have to negotiate with me now? Aren't you afraid I'll send you a fake list? You need to release me first. Then we can discuss. Lily raised his gun and aimed at Sean's left thigh. I'm giving you a chance. Bang! The gun fired, and Sean let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, fearfully gazing at Lily. I understand. I'll send it to you now. Spare me. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Sean transmitted the information to Lily, who replied coldly, I've received it. Now can you let me go? Sean, trembling in fear, protested. You can't do this. Bang. Another shot rang out, striking Sean in the right leg, eliciting another agonizing scream. Damn it, you are not keeping your word, Lily retorted. Has anyone told you that in Night City, you shouldn't trust anyone? Bang. Another shot hit Sean's left hand, prompting yet another scream. He stared at Lily in terror. You're truly a devil. Please, don't kill me. I'm sorry, but no. Bang. Another shot shattered Sean's left thumb, causing him to scream once more. Finally, Lily aimed the gun at his forehead. Farewell. Sean, bang. The gun fired, leaving a gaping hole in Sean's forehead as his head drooped, lifeless. Shortly thereafter, Lily turned and departed. Jack patted the sofa. Hey, Kay, over here, Lily replied. It's too conspicuous to bring him out. True, Jack nodded, raising a drink. Come, let us toast. Surely, we need some words of tribute, V said. Lily raised his glass. Let us toast to the success of this operation. Let us toast to that, V agreed. Jack added, damn it, V, to whom are we toasting? You can toast to your mother, or to the lovely lady you met at the bar, but to this? Who the hell is this? Ha ha ha, that's just V. V remarked, surely we need some words of tribute. The three downed their drinks, and V set his glass down. Lily said, let us take a look at the small flat top. Lily opened the case to reveal a military-grade flat top. Not bad, Jack exclaimed. You have no idea the effort we expended to obtain this. That bastard Royce wanted us to pay again, But V dealt with him, V replied. I didn't he appreciate his tone when speaking to me. So I sent him off to meet his mother in the afterlife. Ha, Lily chuckled, then said, all right then. Jack inquired, by the way, Kay, what about Sean? You didn't he actually kill him, did you? Lily nodded, yeah, I put a hole in his head. Jack grimaced, damn, that is nauseating. Jack glanced at the drinks on the table, suddenly losing his enthusiasm. Lily remarked, enough of that. Do you know why I wanted the flat top? Chapter 8, Acquiring Land. V inquired. So, there's more to this? Lily nodded, producing a chip and handing it to V, who examined the data before passing it to Jack. Take a look. Jack perused the mission details and couldn't help but exclaim. Damn it, Kay. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Arasaka S. Raishian, this is no trivial matter. It could very well cost us our lives. V declared. I don't want to take this mission. Lily responded. I fully understand your concerns, but I have one question for you. Would you rather live your life bedridden, relying on a catheter, or live to 30 but become a legend? Night City does not remember the nameless, V stated. I'm not one to shy away from danger, Jack added. I'm not some coward either. This mission is perilous, but I've taken precautions, Lily asserted. Jack questioned, it's not those Arasaka robots, is it? Those were purchased from Arasaka. I can't guarantee they won't turn on us, Lily explained. That's why you need to meet someone first. Evelyn Parker, our client. Have you spoken with her? Lily replied. She commissioned me to find someone, but I suspect she'll seek you out privately as well. Jack laughed. She is trying to get a better deal. Lily assured, but rest easy. My offer will certainly be more equitable than hers. For this job, I'll pay each of you 50,000. What do you say? Damn right. Why wouldn't we? Jack exclaimed. Excitement evident. V added. All right, what do we need to discuss with her? She has a good friend named Judy. I need you to get in touch with her. I'll have Judy modify the Arasaka combat robots for us. This way, even if we clash with Arasaka, we'll be safe. Additionally, I've arranged for an extraction. Once you obtain the chip, a military helicopter will come to retrieve you. Jack remarked, damn, that's a big toy. Lily nodded. After finalizing the details, V and the others set out on their mission, while Lily headed to a private taxi and contacted his butler. Young master, what can I do for you? I wish to purchase a plot of land, close to Night City but also somewhat discreet. The butler replied, you may need to visit the new American Land Management Department. You know the location? Correct? Please fly a helicopter to pick me up. Certainly, young master. Shortly thereafter, a helicopter descended, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Lily boarded, and the aircraft descended, swiftly vanishing from sight. After a brief flight, they arrived at the Land Bureau, where several men in black piloted the helicopter over. Who goes there? Identify yourself, Lily responded, a person engaged in significant business. Follow us. Lily's helicopter descended gracefully, following their lead, and soon a group of individuals clad in black approached. Cautiously eyeing Lily, without delay, they began to search him, their hands gliding over his military-grade augmentations, leaving them momentarily stunned. Why do you possess so many augmentations? One of them inquired. Sir, is it against the new American regulations to have augmentations? After a brief silence, the man in black replied, follow us. As they walked, he added, listen, do not entertain thoughts of trickery. The entire building is equipped with electronic jammers, rendering your augmentations useless. Upon reaching the reception, a blond man with a beard asked, Sir, state your business. Lily responded. I require a plot of land to establish a company for research purposes. The bearded man replied, that's acceptable, but first, I need to see your identification. He instructed Lily to connect to a data line, and his information appeared on the screen. The bearded man exclaimed, an unknown entity in Night City, with assets amounting to what? 100 billion. He gazed at Lily in disbelief. How is this possible? You have no registered companies under your name. How could you possibly possess such wealth? Sir, I must ask you to explain the origins of this unaccounted fortune. At this statement, the surrounding men in suits drew their firearms, aiming them at Lily, who remained unfazed. Surely you are aware that no one in Night City can crack the security of Swiss banking systems. Am I correct? The bearded man furrowed his brow. Indeed, they had access only to the data of new American citizens, with no information on individuals from other nations. It was also true that no one had ever breached the security of Swiss banks. Otherwise, Night City would not be rife with poverty. Even the world's most elite hackers had failed to do so. Thus, Li Li's wealth was undoubtedly legitimate. He truly possessed assets in the hundreds of billions. This individual must surely belong to a prestigious aristocratic lineage. The bearded man conceded, "Very well, sir. It seems you hail from a noble family from another country." He gestured, and the men in suits holstered their weapons. "However, sir, you must understand that without a new American green card, purchasing land is impossible. What if I were to offer you 100 million? The bearded man paused, his eyes narrowing. "Then I would be more than willing to assist you. I require a substantial plot of land, at least half the size of Night City, and it must be in close proximity to it." The bearded man replied, "That can be arranged, but it may require a bit more financial commitment on your part." "How much more?" Lili inquired. "50 trillion euros. He stated, "I will personally provide you with 1 billion euros, and then procure the remaining 50 trillion to facilitate the transaction. It would be my pleasure to serve someone of your stature." Days later, thousands of trucks laden with cash made their way to the site. The personnel from the Land Bureau stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that so many vehicles contained nothing but currency. It was only by nightfall that all the money was deposited. The bearded man surveyed the warehouse filled with cash with satisfaction. How delightful it is to have wealth. A few days later, Lili arrived at the top floor of a hotel he had purchased. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory, members of the Arasaka group surrounded a man. The female leader of Arasaka addressed him, "Shelson, who gave you the audacity to sell company intelligence to military technology firms?" Shelson pleaded, "I realize my mistake. I will hand over the data immediately. Please spare my life." Observing Shelson's fearful demeanor, the female leader scoffed, "Ha, Shelson, you should have anticipated this outcome when you undertook such actions. You must understand that the company will show no mercy." With a swift motion, she signaled her associates to draw their weapons. Suddenly, a swarm of combat robots emerged from the shadows, causing the female leader to pause. And everyone turned to look. "What do you intend to do? Are you initiating a corporate war?" At that moment, one of the robots stepped forward, producing a projection device. A masked youth appeared on the screen. It was Lili, Romanville, a high-ranking official within the company with numerous contacts. "Who are you? What do you want?" the female leader demanded. Lili replied, "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to discuss a business proposition. In Night City, who does not live for the sake of money? Arasaka has offered you 50,000 per month. Does that not seem rather insufficient?" The female leader furrowed her brow before responding. "You expect me to betray my company? Absolutely not. Furthermore, your vague threats do little to instill trust," Lili countered. "Then perhaps you should consider the safety of your family." As he spoke, the image switched to a spacious room where her family was surrounded by a horde of robots. The female leader gasped, You monster. Do not harm them," Lili coolly retorted. "Then we shall see how you choose to proceed. Is the company more important, or is your family?" The female leader clenched her teeth. Remaining silent as her associates murmured, "Boss, you wouldn't actually consider betraying the company, would you?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, boss. The company's interests are paramount. Betrayal is unacceptable." Lili interjected, "You make valid points. Therefore, Roman, as a show of loyalty, kindly eliminate them. If you refuse to act, I will instruct the robots to dismember your family." "You fiend." Lili chuckled. "Of course, if you abandon Arasaka to work for me, I assure you that my offer will be far more generous. And your family will remain unharmed. Why should I trust you?" Upon hearing this, her associates began to panic. Lili asserted, "Because your family is in my possession. You have no grounds to negotiate. I will count to 3. 1, 2. The female leader bit her lip, glancing at her colleagues. "Boss, you wouldn't genuinely kill us, would you? Act first. Eliminate this traitor." A group of employees drew their weapons, leaving the female leader with no choice. She, too, drew her firearm and fired. Bang, bang, bang. With the assistance of the robots, the traitorous employees were swiftly neutralized. The female leader turned to Lili. "I hope you uphold your promise," Lili replied. "Be courteous before me, subordinate." Gritting her teeth, she relented. "Yes, boss," Lili instructed. "Mobilize all the contacts at your disposal. My company requires a plethora of talent." After concluding the call, Lili made several others before taking a hovercar to his territory. Towering skyscrapers rose majestically, exuding an air of prosperity, while at the center stood a technologically advanced cityscape. Due to its vastness, many areas remained under construction, with industrial robots bustling about. Soon after, thousands of vehicles arrived, unloading personnel from various companies. They approached, addressing him. Boss, Lily announced, from now on, this city will serve as our headquarters. Our company is named Tianchao Technology. The onlookers regarded the youthful figure before them, each harboring their thoughts. They all held some leverage over Lily, rendering them hesitant to voice any objections. One employee finally spoke up. Boss, do the previous terms still stand? Lily affirmed, of course, your salaries here will be double that of your former companies. Upon hearing this, many exchanged glances, excitement bubbling within them. Indeed, who wouldn't he relish a higher paycheck? He added. Before we commence work, I will select a manager. Roman, a woman stepped forward. Boss, you will be responsible for overseeing everyone here. Roman glared at her new subordinates, many of whom appeared displeased. They hailed from various companies, including Kanto, Military Tech, and even the NCPD, and were reluctant to accept an Arasaka employee's authority over them. Boss, why her? What qualifications does she possess to lead us? Indeed, boss, echoed another. Li remained silent, merely observing Roman. She swiftly adopted a fierce demeanor. Do any of you possess my credentials? Are you aware that I previously held a position in Arasaka's counterintelligence department? You all know the caliber of skill required to attain such a position. If you disagree, demonstrate your superiority to me. Is being in counterintelligence so impressive? A former military tech employee scoffed. This is no longer your Arasaka. With Li's presence, the employees refrained from further dissent, recognizing his authority. Boss, I have no objections. Neither do I. Li nodded. Since there are no objections, let us proceed. A large batch of robots will be arriving shortly. Please assist in enhancing them. I intend to utilize them against Arasaka and wish to avoid any complications. With that, he departed. Not long after, a substantial number of combat robots were delivered, prompting the employees to spring into action. Though the sheer quantity proved overwhelming. One male employee entered the office. Boss, there are too many. We lack sufficient manpower. Roman, take a trip to Night City and recruit some more people. The boss has mentioned that we can offer higher salaries. Let's set the technicians' pay at 20,000 euros a month and the regular workers at 7,000. Upon hearing this, the male employee, with a complex expression, remarked, Isn't that a bit excessive? Perhaps we could lower it a tad? Roman replied, It's not your money, so why do you care? The male employee awkwardly laughed and said, My apologies, I was just trying to help the company save a bit. All right, I understand. I'll make the arrangements right away. The male employee departed, showcasing the instincts of someone well-versed in corporate culture, naturally inclined to think about cost-saving measures for the company. Inside the tunnel, a group of individuals was maneuvering a cart to transport a robot. An employee instructed, push it a bit further, to the maintenance warehouse. The robot was placed in the warehouse, where a group of technicians was busily engaged in their tasks. Chapter 9. The task continues. Li was en route to the Lazy Bar when a phone call interrupted him. It was V. Where are you? Just arrived, Li replied, taking a casual sip of red wine. V remarked, Damn, still leisurely sipping wine? Hurry up. It's been 4 days. What have you been doing? Evelyn Park wants to see you. She said if you don't show up soon, she'll hand the job to someone else. Understood. I'll be right there. The floating vehicle soon came to a halt, and Li arrived at the Lazy Bar. A girl at the entrance greeted him. You again? That guy from last time had quite a few words for you. The one with the yellow hair who plays basketball? Indeed. Your robot left him hospitalized. Haha, well, I'm here to discuss business today that I know. Evelyn has been waiting for you for quite a while. Upon entering, Lily approached the familiar bar where V and Jack were drinking. Damn, Kay, you finally made it. Jack said, clapping Lily on the shoulder. What are you having? Lily replied. Let's hold off on drinks for now. Where's Evelyn? Is this the famous Kay? A female voice chimed in as Evelyn Park approached, clad in a seductive blue-purple sweater. Pleasure to meet you, Evelyn, Lily said. Evelyn ignored him and addressed Jack and V. Let's not waste time. You two head to the usual spot and wait for me. Jack nodded and walked away, casting a glance at Lily that seemed to say, Bro, it's all on you now. Lily asked. What about me? Evelyn replied. I've already vetted Kay and Jack. I can trust them. However, Kay, before we proceed, please wait for me in the private room. I have some matters to discuss with you. All right, Lily entered an unoccupied private room, where a holographic dancer was performing. Wow, this is incredible. Is this really 2077? After a brief wait, Evelyn knocked on the door. Come in, Lily called out. Evelyn entered and sat beside him, feigning a smile. Would you like a drink? Lily raised his glass. Of course. As Evelyn poured a drink, She accidentally spilled some, dampening Lily's clothes. Oh, I'm so sorry. I poured too much. Your clothes are wet. Let me help you dry them. Yes, she reached to wipe his clothing. Lily quickly interjected. Oh, no need, madam, it will dry on its own. Ha ha. Evelyn laughed softly, gazing at Lily. This deal is crucial for me, and I'm willing to pay any price. Any price that that moment, Evelyn appeared incredibly alluring. Her seductive smile captivating. Lily responded, Evelyn, there's no need for such measures. I am merely the intermediary, and you are my client. You have already provided the necessary compensation. No further offerings are required. Evelyn countered. Are you worried I might disclose our dealings to V and the others? Rest assured, I won't. Lily smirked. Really, there's no need. Evelyn smiled. Rising to her feet, it seems, Kay, that you are a trustworthy individual. Follow me. Evelyn led Lily through several concealed doors down to the basement. Lily remarked, quite secretive, isn't it? Is this your hidden base? Evelyn replied, some matters require a sufficient level of security. Upon reaching the bottommost room, they found Jack reclining in a chair while a punk-styled woman, Judy, glanced over. Well, Kay, seeing you in person is quite something, she said. Lily awkwardly chuckled, while V found it amusing. So, Kay, what do you think of Evelyn? Damn, V, enough of that. Jack chuckled. All right, Kay, this is your well-deserved trial after dragging things out for so long. Lily responded. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Evelyn instructed. Judy, go ahead and start the coding. Sure. Lily examined the device, asking, is this a super dream device? Evelyn replied, haven't you tried it? Jack mentioned you're quite wealthy. Surely, the elite indulge in the real thing. Lily mused. Perhaps, sometimes one's own creations surpass reality? Jack exclaimed, damn, Kay, that's repulsive. I think I'm going to throw up from the drinks I had today. V added, I feel like I'm about to regurgitate yesterday's meal. Judy smirked, it's all set. Who wants to give it a try? V approached the cybernetic chair, and Judy asked, have you ever interacted with a super dream before? Damn, I'm an old hand at it. Judy began adjusting the settings. The neural coding is ready. We can start compiling, V inquired. Will I need to code again next time? No, I've pre-configured it for you. All right, it's linked. As a burst of white light enveloped V. The scenery morphed into a large iron gate, facing a masked punk, while V transformed into a hefty, rotund figure. Listen, in a moment, you'll be going in with a gun. Those sickos love this sort of thing. The more thrilling, the better. When you're done, we'll sell it as a super dream. Okay. Once I'm ready, let's get to it. The punk handed the hefty figure a handgun, who chambered around and entered a supermarket. Everyone down. This is a robbery. Hands on your heads, down on the ground. The terrified clerk hurriedly placed cash on the counter, and as the hefty figure grabbed the money and turned to leave, a gunshot rang out, plunging the scene into darkness, and V felt an excruciating pain. V cried out in agony. Hey V, how are you feeling? What did you experience? V replied, damn, I felt that guy's emotions. Fear, thrill, hope, and some other things mixed in. Judy remarked, that's normal. He might have been on drugs. Can you hold on? V replied, I think I need a break. Evelyn urged, oh dear, V, pull yourself together. That chip is crucial for me. Just hang in there, all right? Damn it. Let's go, V said, lying back in the cybernetic chair. Now, let T-Bug in. Judy hesitated and said, wait, who? V. T-Bug. She's our team's hacker. With her on board, I believe I can grasp what we need. Judy expressed her discontent. I'm afraid I can't allow that. Just as Evelyn was about to speak, Judy interrupted, this isn't what we agreed upon, Evelyn. Evelyn stood up to comfort her. Let us trust V. I believe we can. Jack chimed in. We've collaborated with T-Bug for quite some time. She's trustworthy. V added. Trust me, she's not an outsider. Lily interjected. V, you know T-Bug is Sean's associate, right? V replied. No, she. Lily continued. V, you can work with her. Sean is already dead. Evelyn gasped. Oh my God, did you kill him? He was a scumbag, so I put a bullet in him. Evelyn looked at Lily with a mix of surprise and growing doubt. Damn, V, you never mentioned this before. Kay cannot be trusted. He killed Sean. Who knows if he might turn on me as well? Judy added. I told you to find someone reliable. These people are untrustworthy. Before I show them the super dream, let them leave, she urged. Sean intended to give only 30%, around 10,000. He treated my brother this way, so I had to kill him. Also, Did you know that before he spoke with you? He contacted the cleaners to sell you out. If I hadn't killed him, it would have been you. Evelyn questioned, why should I trust you? After a moment of contemplation, she clenched her fists. Fine, I believe you. However, as you said, T-Bug is Sean's associate, and I cannot involve her in this. Lee reassured her. You can trust her. She has no choice. The people in our circle believe she killed Sean, and the forces behind Sean won't let her off. If she wants to survive, her only option is to collaborate with us. Evelyn remained silent for a moment before conceding. All right, let her in, Judy cautioned. This isn't a good idea. As she spoke, Judy allowed T-Bug access, and when V dialed the number, T-Bug answered, sounding quite displeased. All right, V, what do you need? It seems you are rather occupied, my friend. I owe my gratitude to your acquaintance known as K. Thanks to him, the forces behind Sean are convinced that I was responsible for his demise. And now they are relentlessly pursuing me. Each day, I find myself living in a state of trepidation. I must express my apologies on behalf of K, but it must be noted that Sean was at fault initially, and I sincerely hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Moreover, could you assist me at this juncture? The chaos in my life is solely attributable to him. He has tarnished my reputation, and I shall not let this go unchallenged. Lee. V, please connect me with T-Bug. I wish to discuss matters with her. V. Do refrain from provoking her. Lee. Rest assured, I shall exercise caution. Once the call connects, T-Bug, in a fit of anger, declares, K, thanks to you, everything has unraveled. My life is in disarray. Lee. Hey, calm down. Bug, I can only say this is a misunderstanding. I never anticipated that the underworld would suspect you of his murder. T-Bug, do not feign ignorance with me. Do you think I am oblivious to your machinations that have sullied my name? Lee, I assure you, I am not to blame for this. But I can offer you a sense of security. Why not come to my base and work with me? I can provide you with $50,000 a month, which is far superior to your current servitude under Sean. Seeing Bug silent, Lee continues. Opportunities are fleeting, my friend. You surely do not wish to squander your chance at wealth. As for Sean's situation, I will ensure it is resolved. You shall be unscathed. In fact, I can dispatch combat drones to protect you immediately. T-Bug remained silent for a moment before responding. Then send the drones now. Certainly, but first, I would appreciate your assistance with V. Lee transfers the call to V. All set, the connection is established. After a brief exchange, T-Bug remarks. Judy presses a button, and the dream machine activates, enveloping V in a brilliant light as his consciousness successfully enters the dream. The scene unfolds within an elevator, which halts as Evelyn steps out, while a hulking figure approaches. It is Atom Smasher, a formidable cyborg. Damn, it's Atom Smasher. The room is tastefully arranged and spacious. Evelyn approaches a middle-aged man in a suit, Arasaka Raisin, who is engaged in a phone call. Please, discuss this further with your father. The product has yet to be tested, and it must not be sold. Oh, not speak to me of such matters. That old fool locks himself away in his ivory tower, indulging in fantasies of immortality. You ought not to speak ill of your father. Should this leak, he is an old fool, an antiquated relic. There is nothing to discuss. I must sell this chip, and that is final. Upon seeing Evelyn enter, Arasaka Raisin gestures. Please, take a seat. Evelyn steps aside as he continues. Regardless, I shall sell this chip. There is no room for negotiation. Seeing he cannot persuade Arasaka Raisin, the projection on the opposite side states, very well, but you must ensure the product is kept at low temperatures. Otherwise, it will be damaged. Arasaka Raisin hangs up and strides toward Evelyn. All right, my dear, let us proceed. But first, do you have that item from last time? I found it quite intriguing. Why not take a look for yourself? Arasaka Raisin reclines on the bed while Evelyn adjusts the ambience. Chapter 10. Infiltration T-Bug. Let us first eavesdrop on their conversation. V activates the sound source detector, noticing several spots emitting a green glow. V inches closer to listen. It appears Arasaka Raisin is in a rebellious phase. Defying his father. T-Bug. There lies a clue regarding the chip. He mentions it must be stored in a low-temperature area. Where could that be? After searching, V discovers the air conditioning unit. T-Bug remarks, this is unrealistic. V? No one would hide such a valuable item in an air conditioner. V continues to search various locations until finally discovering a spot where cold air is emanating from the ground. Clearly abnormal. T-Bug. This place likely conceals the chip. It is the only low-temperature area. Once located, retreat immediately. V exits the dream, and Evelyn inquires, "Did you find the hidden location?" "Indeed," V replies. "Then let us deliberate on our course of action." Li suggests. Evelyn, "What is your plan?" Li, "I can only say that I do not wish to escalate this matter. If we can discreetly acquire it, we shall, but such an endeavor, once exposed, could lead to complications. V, speak your mind. We shall follow your lead. Li, I have prepared 2 suits. You shall pose as arms dealers during the transaction. Secure the chip and make your swift exit. T-Bug, no one would be so foolish. The Curacao Tower conducts thorough inspections. No one could enter without an escort. Li, fear not. I have an associate who can assist with this. Allow me a moment to make a call. With that, Lily steps out to make a call. Roman, boss, what can I do for you? I require 2 individuals to masquerade as arms dealers. Do you have any connections in the arms trade to facilitate this? Roman replies, certainly. Where shall the meeting take place? Lily, Curacao Tower. Roman pauses. Boss, are you planning to confront Arasaka? Lily, rest assured, it is merely a theft. I do not intend to offend Arasaka. Even if I do, I have contingencies. Roman, feeling a sense of despair, laments, why must I serve such a boss? Arasaka is the emperor of Night City. Yet, with family held hostage, he feels compelled to comply. Roman, boss, let us choose a different adversary. With our current strength, we truly cannot contend with Arasaka. Li, you are the boss, I am the boss. Can we not arrange this? Roman, with a pained expression, admits, boss, I was hasty in my eagerness to impress. I have no contacts in that domain. Li, then you shall find them. Roman, boss, perhaps we should reconsider this matter. Li, reconsider? Just do it. I will pay you 100,000 afterward. Roman, truly unwilling to take on the task, feels trapped by the threat to his family. With a resigned sigh, he agrees. Very well, I will have someone ready for the handoff. What aliases shall your companions use? Lily ponders for a moment. I shall send you their details shortly. V, how did it go? Have you reached an agreement? Yes, once she sends me the information. Initially, Lily had intended to negotiate with Hargros, the commander of the base, but that individual, despite his position, fears Arasaka and would not dare oppose him. After a short while, Lily receives an email containing the details, which he promptly relays to V and the others. V, your alias is Karos, while Jack will be known as Halder. You both are arms dealers engaging in a transaction. Assistance will be provided at Curacao Tower. V, you have quite the connections, even in arms dealings. Lily, ahem, let us not dwell on that. According to the original narrative, Sean would have arranged their identities, but given that Lily has antagonized Sean's faction, that is no longer an option, leaving them to rely on their own resources. Once everything is settled, Lily arranges for a special vehicle to pick up the duo. He escorts them to the entrance. That is your vehicle. Jack gazes at the sleek silver Delamain custom vehicle, astonished. Is this truly a custom model? It must be worth at least several million. Good heavens, is this the tactile sensation of €1 million vehicle? Lily, somewhat exasperated, watches as Jack exclaims, all right, we shall handle this deal for you. Rest assured, we will see it through. Li, in any case, do not worry about danger. Should matters escalate, I will dispatch combat drones for assistance. Jack, understood. K, await our good news. With that, the two board the vehicle and the AI, Kevin, announces, welcome aboard the Delamain custom vehicle. I am your dedicated AI, Kevin. Wow, a dedicated AI. Is this the treatment one receives in $1 million luxury vehicle? Jack marvels. V, so, millions were spent on this AI? Jack, certainly not. There must be other capabilities. Upon confirming their identities, Kevin states, K has granted both of you full access. I will now present the details of this vehicle. The two observe as a virtual screen materializes, displaying the vehicle's specifications. Jack's eyes widen at the weapons section. Lasers, mini rocket launchers, and machine guns. Essentially, every conceivable armament has been installed. The vehicle's materials are crafted from the most resilient substances known, impervious even to nuclear blasts, and no wonder it commands such a price. The materials alone account for half its value. Jack remarks. V, to be frank, this mission is perilous. Should we be exposed, our chances of escape diminish significantly. Jack, hey, V, take it easy. Although the task is daunting, the reward is a staggering 2 million. Once we complete this job, we will never have to worry again, and we shall become prominent figures in Night City. V, A legend in Night City, you say? Wouldn't that require us to meet our demise first, Jack? Then let us pull off a few more grand jobs. Let the entire Night City echo our names. V. Jack, you are utterly reckless. Jack chuckles heartily. Do you remember what Kay said? Would you rather spend your life tethered to a hospital bed or become a legend in Night City before turning 30? Moments later, the vehicle came to a halt. Kevin, we have arrived at the target location. Jack, all right, it's time to get to work. Jack retrieved a box containing a small drone and approached the security checkpoint at the Cobalt Tower. Suddenly, the detector emitted a red light. Security personnel, hold on, we have an issue. Sir, could you please explain why you are bringing a military-grade robot into the building? V. We are under no obligation to explain anything to you. Security personnel, however, our rules stipulate that you must provide an explanation. Upon hearing this commotion, a concierge approached. Ah, you must be Mr. Karos and Mr. Halder. Mr. Kuroda has been expecting you. My sincerest apologies for the misunderstanding. Upon hearing the concierge's words, the security personnel allowed them to pass. The duo approached the front desk, where the robotic receptionist greeted them. Karos, Halder, 2 adults, 1 room, 1 night, correct? Jack, indeed, ma'am. Receptionist, very well, I shall inform Mr. Kuroda of your arrival. V with a disgruntled tone. Who asked you to contact Kuroda? The receptionist looked taken aback. But didn't you want a V? I don't require rest. I intend to take a moment before meeting him. Is that a problem? Robot receptionist. I apologize. V let out a cold huff and, along with Jack, proceeded to the elevator. Jack. V, that was rather harsh, Jack. This place is truly vast. Once the mission is complete and we are wealthy, I must bring Misty here for a proper outing to V. You could do that now. Jack. V lagged behind slightly and noticed a group conversing nearby. Drawn to eavesdrop, I heard that Arasaka Raichan was staying here just a few days ago. Indeed, security measures at Cobalt Tower have tightened, likely for Raiken's safety. We wouldn't dare to imagine the power players involved. Best to say less, or the bodyguards will hear us. Once the group departed, the bartender remarked, You seem quite interested in the affairs of prominent figures? V? Oh no, it's nothing. I'm merely listening in. The bartender smiled. Do you know who owns Cobalt Tower? V? No, I do not. Bartender, neither do I. No one does. They always favor opulence. They insist on cleanliness. Everything must be immaculate. V? Perhaps they simply wish to maintain the quality of service. Bartender. Come now, the prestige of Cobalt Tower does not rest on such trivial matters. No one knows who they are. The two entered the elevator and ascended. Soon reaching their destination, just as they were about to enter the room, a man in a suit with East Asian features approached. Jack? V? Jack paused. Who are you, man? I am Kuroda, your contact. Jack, damn. I thought KS arrangements didn't necessitate a personal appearance. So you were part of the plan? Kuroda. The boss sent me to assist, so I thought perhaps we should act together? Jack laughed. That's hardly a wise choice. Kuroda. What should I do then? V patted his shoulder. Friend, you should be at home sleeping soundly. Leave this operation to us. We are the ones executing the mission. Kuroda. All right, I shall take my leave, unless there is something I can assist with. At that moment, T-Bug spoke. You stay outside for support. Kuroda. Understood. Kuroda took the elevator down, while Jack and V entered the room. One must say, this hotel truly deserves its presidential status, spacious and luxurious, both in decor and amenities. Jack. Once this mission concludes, I must acquire a suite like this. Misty would surely adore it. T-Bug. Are you planning to just stand around? Time waits for no one. Jack. All right, let us commence. Jack produced the small drone. T-Bug. The drone requires manual control. V? You'll need to link it to the surveillance system. V. Understood. V took the chip Jack handed over and inserted it into his port. The view quickly switched to the surveillance footage, showing their own room, then transitioned to another room. The bed was in disarray, and a television in the distance displayed a grotesque visage, grinning eerily with disheveled hair, resembling no normal human face. Nearby, several cleaners were tidying up the room. One cleaner, wiping the windows, chuckled. Big shots are all the same. They must be thinking about riding someone. I wish to be ridden by him. Damn, what a scandalous remark, V thought to himself. Jack. What's the matter? Any discoveries, V? T-Bug. There's a cleaner approaching me. T-Bug. We need to act. Find something to divert her attention. V maneuvered the drone to the air conditioning unit, adjusting the temperature significantly. V. I've altered the temperature. She should go check it. Sure enough, as the heat increased, the cleaner began to complain. Cleaner 1. It's so hot. Is the cooling system malfunctioning? ILL go take a look. Seeing the cleaner move away, V resumed operations, guiding the drone to another room. However, in this room, a man was watching a robot dance. V. Damn. The tastes of the wealthy are indeed peculiar. Chapter 11. Confrontation. V switched the surveillance feed once more, this time revealing a hacker's lair. The hacker lounged in a cybernetic chair, wires attached to his head, seemingly at work. T-Bug. V. Control the drone to deal with him. V. 1T that raise an alarm. T-Bug. Listen, V. We don't have much time. Raichan could arrive at any moment. V. Find. V maneuvered the drone closer, and the drone's claw plunged into the data cable. V. Uploading the virus now. The virus uploaded. The hacker's body convulsed violently, sparks flying, and in the next moment, he was enveloped in smoke, motionless. V. Damn. I can smell the burning flesh. T-Bug. Good heavens. That's disgusting. Alright, let us check elsewhere. Caution is key. V switched through several surveillance feeds, discovering no other hackers. Just as he was about to sever the drone's connection, he heard T-Bug exclaim, "This is bad. Raichan is coming upstairs. You all need to act quickly." V. Damn. We haven't even entered his room yet. T-Bug. We need to find a way to stall him. Jack. What about that kid from earlier? Now would be the perfect time to use him. Seeing this, V called Li, who promptly arranged for Kuroda to come up. Spotting Raichan entering the elevator, Kuroda hurried over, but the bodyguards quickly shoved him aside. Kid, do you have a death wish? One bodyguard growled. Kuroda smiled. Of course, I know who the illustrious Mr. Arasaka Raichan is. Kuroda addressed him in Japanese. Good day, Mr. Raichan. I am Ishii Kuroda, an arms dealer. I wonder if I might have the opportunity to collaborate with you. I have many lucrative deals. As long as the price is right, I can procure anything you desire. I could even secure a nuclear weapon for you. Hearing Kuroda's audacious words, Raichan nodded, feeling a certain affinity for Kuroda. As they were both Japanese, he replied, Well, let us see what you have to offer. Come up and we can discuss in the room. With no choice, Kuroda complied, hoping to find a way to stall further. Meanwhile, V and the others finally sneaked into Raichan's room. T-Bug. Kuroda can't hold him off much longer. I truly don't understand his thinking. Discussing arms deals in a room? This is utterly pointless. V. Enough complaining. Let us grab the chip and make our escape. Just then, Jack discovered a chilling section of the floor. Is this it? Jack plugged the data cable into the floor socket. V. T-Bug. It's your turn now. T-Bug. I need some time. On the other side, Kuroda and Raichan had reached the same floor and were approaching the room when suddenly a server bumped into a bodyguard. Server. I'm so sorry. It was unintentional. The server quickly bowed her head, having spilled some drinks on the bodyguard. The bodyguard, in a fit of rage, exclaimed in Japanese, Do you not have eyes? As he prepared to take action. Kuroda interjected, Enough, Mr. Raisin. At this moment, we ought to display our amicable side and avoid making headlines. Raisin nodded in agreement, acknowledging Kuroda's insight, and halted the bodyguard's advance. You may leave now, Raisin commanded. Thank you, Mr. Raisin, the attendant replied before departing. However, shortly thereafter, another attendant appeared, pushing a service cart, while yet another was tidying up the room. A bodyguard approached, demanding, Step aside. The first attendant replied, I apologize, but we are in the midst of cleaning. Might you please wait a moment? Baka, Raisin retorted, visibly displeased. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Move aside. Or I want to hesitate to put a hole in your head. The attendant responded, I'm sorry, but this cleaning must be done. Infuriated, Raisin signaled for his men to act, but Kuroda cautioned, Mr. Raisin, this is clearly a strategy from our adversaries. If you strike now, you will lose. This scene will undoubtedly make the news. Enough, Raisin shouted. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you. With Raisin's words, the two attendants reluctantly stepped aside, allowing him and his entourage to proceed. Inside Raisin's room, T-Bug announced, All right, it's open. Hurry and grab what you need. Raisin hastily entered. Damn it, can't Kuroda think of a better plan? Jack exclaimed, as V, clutching a postcard, prepared to leave but was suddenly startled by commotion outside the door. What now? Jack muttered. Hide between those two walls. Quickly, T-Bug instructed. Are you kidding me? Jack retorted, He squeezed into the narrow space, followed by V just as the door swung open, revealing Raisin and his entourage. That moment, the sound of helicopters echoed outside. "What's happening?" Jack asked, alarmed. "Damn it, it's Saburo Raisin." "We're done for," T-Bug replied. Jack, taken aback, soon saw Saburo Raisin enter. Raisin exchanged a glance with Kuroda, signaling for them to leave, while Saburo's bodyguard, Takamura, also exited. "You have deeply disappointed me," Saburo stated. "Oh, is that so? I merely shattered your delusions." "What is wrong with that?" Raisin shot back. Saburo, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Your mother must be furious seeing you like this." "Silence. You have no right to speak of my mother." Raisin retorted, stepping forward. "I have given you everything you desired. Endless wealth and status." In a fit of rage, Raisin seized Saburo by the neck. Jack gasped in shock. "Oh my god, this is getting out of hand." V noted anxiously. Raisin tightened his grip, and Saburo slowly lost consciousness. "Oh my god. Raisin has killed Saburo Raisin. This is a nightmare," Jack exclaimed, horrified. Raisin knelt, feigning tears, calling out, "Father! Father!" The commotion quickly alerted the guards outside, who rushed in. Upon seeing the fallen Saburo, Takamura froze, rushing over to check for signs of life, only to discover that he was, indeed, deceased. The implications were staggering. Saburo Raisin, the emperor of Night City, had been slain, heralding a significant shift in power. Raisin declared, "An assassin has killed my father." Takamura, still in shock, was admonished by Raisin. "What are you waiting for? Lock down the entire Kampiki Plaza immediately. I want the one who murdered my father to pay a terrible price." Without further delay, Takamura relayed the orders, and soon the blaring of red alarms filled the plaza, sealing it off completely. Numerous Raisin combat drones surged toward the scene. "Damn it, we're finished," Jack lamented. The alarm blared. "Emergency! The Kampiki Plaza is now under lockdown. No personnel are allowed to enter or exit." V turned to Jack. "Come over here. T-Bug, what do we do now?" "Find us another route," V urged. A crackling sound filled V's ears. "Damn it, the circuits have been compromised. You'll have to figure this out on your own." The interference from T-Bug's voice diminished, accompanied by sporadic gunfire in the background. Bang, bang, bang. T-Bug's position was under siege, as Raisin's and Kanto's combat robots exchanged fire. "Damn it, these people aren't ordinary hackers. They're from Kanto," one Raisin member exclaimed. "Whoever they are, anyone who dares to assassinate Lord Saburo must perish." Another member added. As bullets whizzed by, T-Bug took cover behind a combat drone. She contacted Lily. "Damn it, you need to send help right away." "I'm done for," Lily reassured her. "Don't worry. You won T-Die, but you might need to hold out a little longer. Reinforcements are on the way." "Could you hurry up?" T-Bug urged. Kanto's combat robots had already lost several units, but Raisin's forces were steadily advancing. Whoosh! Rockets were launched from Kanto's side, obliterating several Raisin robots in fiery explosions. "Damn it, Hans! Show them what we're made of. Fire the rockets, annihilate them." Raisin retaliated, launching their own rockets. T-Bug dove forward just as an explosion erupted, destroying 3 combat robots, shrouding the area in flames. Kanto's robots formed a protective formation to cover T-Bug's retreat. Finally, T-Bug slipped into a nearby building, but just as Raisin prepared to push forward, hundreds of weapon-laden vehicles arrived, followed by a multitude of combat robots. Bang, 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 bullets rained down as the robots opened fire, decimating Raisin's ranks amidst the chaos. "Damn it, they have reinforcements, call for backup." Bang! A bullet exploded the head of a Raisin soldier. Panic ensued as others sought cover behind vehicles, but those vehicles were soon engulfed in flames, taking their occupants with them. The NCPD was in a frenzy, witnessing the fierce clash between Raisin and Kanto. "What the hell?" NCPD officers rushed to the scene. "Drop your weapons," they commanded. Yet, Lili's forces disregarded them, firing back instead. Bang, bang, bang. The robots unleashed relentless firepower, and many officers fell before they could retaliate. "Cover! Find cover!" Bang! A police car was blown to pieces. Members of the Tianchao company approached T-Bug. "You must be the one our boss sent to retrieve. Come with us quickly. The tactical response team is on its way." "Damn it, we need to hurry," T-Bug complied, joining them as they retreated. However, NCPD officers swiftly blocked the road, followed by the ominous sounds of tactical response units. Hovercrafts descended, and a swarm of tactical team members jumped into action. "Open fire!" the leader commanded. The robots continued to unleash fire, yet the bullets merely sparked against the tactical team, barely damaging them. One rocket sword, directly exploding the lead tactical member. The scene erupted in flames as the tactical team charged forward. "Cover! Cover!" Dozens fell in an instant, and the Tianqiao team was forced to retreat, suffering heavy casualties. Anger surged among the Tianqiao members. "Damn it! Where is the support from headquarters? We're going to die here. Keep firing, don't let them advance." Suddenly, amidst the chaos, Li Li arrived, donning a mask, and quickly advanced. "Xian Weistain, activate." Time seemed to slow as he brandished 2 handguns, swiftly maneuvering through the battlefield, eliminating several foes in a matter of moments. He was equipped with military-grade cyberware. "Watch out! Take him down!" A group of tactical team members charged at Li Li, who responded by unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Accompanied by a chilling scream, the group of violent and terror-stricken task force members emitted ominous black and red beams of light, meeting a gruesome end on the spot, with their hovering vehicles exploding in the aftermath. What kind of cybernetic enhancement is this? Many police officers felt a surge of fear. Level 1 alert. This fellow is even more terrifying than Atom Smasher. Li Li swiftly opened fire, shattering several police cars. "Do not obstruct my path. I have no desire to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent," an officer shouted. "Lower your weapon and surrender immediately, otherwise, the next wave of reinforcements will be impossible for you to withstand. Then allow me to send you to your demise." Li Li activated the black wall once more, and with a horrid scream, police cars erupted in flames, leaving all NCPD officers lifeless. The members of the Celestial Empire watched in astonishment. Is this truly their boss? Utterly terrifying. What kind of cybernetic enhancement is this? Its power is astonishingly overwhelming. "Very well, let us depart," Li Li declared. The group immediately took to their vehicles, while T-Bug, observing Li Li, felt a mixture of shock and a newfound sense of security. Such terrifying strength could indeed safeguard oneself. Without further hesitation, Li Li headed towards the Azure Tower. Chapter 12. A transaction completed on the side of Arasaka. V and his companions opened a window and began to climb out, just as a hovering vehicle approached. Jack exclaimed in terror. "No, no, no." As the hovering vehicle prepared to fire, a laser suddenly shot up from the ground, exploding the vehicle in a thunderous blast. It was Kuroda, who had charged out alone. Kuroda shouted. "Hurry down," Jack retorted. "You make it sound easy. Try jumping from this height," Kuroda insisted. "Just slide down. I'll catch you." "Damn it," Jack replied. "Let us take a gamble." The two slid down, accompanied by a shriek, only to see Kuroda leap up and catch them both. Once aboard, Delaman's private vehicle began to speed away. But the Arasaka personnel quickly reacted, pursuing them with gunfire and even drones. Kevin commanded. "Switch to level 1 combat mode." With that, weapons emerged from the vehicle, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the enemies. Boom! Drones were obliterated in laser blasts. V remarked, "Damn, is this the power of millions? Truly impressive." Jack turned to Kuroda. "Where SK? Where's the transaction?" Kuroda replied. "Let us head to the base first." The Arasaka forces caught up, drawing their guns to shoot at the windows, yet they could not breach them. Delaman's vehicle retaliated, blasting their 2 cars to smithereens. "Impressive," Jack exclaimed. After a fierce chase, Arasaka suffered heavy casualties. With the intercepting convoy obliterated, Arasaka's Raishin glared at the lifeless bodyguards scattered around, seething with rage. "Who dares to oppose me?" Raishin naturally surmised the adversary's intent, which was evidently not against Arasaka but against himself. Especially after the death of Saburo Arasaka, he was the next target. Boom! A rocket struck the wall of the Azure Tower, blowing a massive hole through it. "Damn it, who is this?" Just as the Arasaka bodyguards raised their heads, they saw several figures leap from the hovering vehicle, swiftly closing in on them, wielding mantis blades that harvested the lives of the Arasaka guards before they could even react. This group was none other than members of the Celestial Empire. All elite operatives formerly serving in the violent and terror-stricken task force. The team leader of the Celestial Empire announced, "Everyone in the room has been dealt with. I will send you Raishin's location. The boss instructed us to capture him alive." Understood. The group acted swiftly, bursting from the room only to be noticed by nearby bodyguards, who had not even the chance to fire before they were cut down in a flurry of motion. At that moment, Raishin was descending the stairs under the protection of Atom Smasher, the screams above growing increasingly frantic. Atom glanced upstairs, spotting numerous figures darting past. "Boss, you go ahead. I'll hold them off," Raishin replied. "All right." Raishin hurriedly made his escape, just as dozens of figures charged toward Atom Smasher. Atom unleashed a barrage of rockets. Boom! An explosion occurred, yet the Celestial Empire members emerged unscathed from the flames. Continuing their assault on Atom Smasher, clang, clang. The mantis blade struck Atom, leaving merely a scratch. "Damn it, Atom Smasher is proving to be quite the challenge." The team leader commanded, "Team 1, continue engaging Atom Smasher. Team 2, intercept Raishin immediately. We cannot let him escape." The group sprang into action, one member launching a cannonball from a gorilla arm, striking Atom Smasher but inflicting no harm. Atom activated his Sion Withstand, and in the next instant, blue afterimages flashed past, as Atom swiftly maneuvered among the Celestial Empire members. Splurt! Splurt! The sounds of blood spraying echoed, as several team members collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Everyone, be cautious. Treat this with utmost seriousness," the leader warned. The squad members activated their Sion Withstand and charged forward. Atom Smasher smirked, seizing one member by the head and crushing it with a single hand, then delivering a powerful punch that sent another crashing into the wall, their chest caving in. Splurt! A member coughed blood and fell silent. Atom continued his assault, as casualties mounted among the squad members. At that moment, a call came from headquarters. "Retreat immediately." The leader clenched his fists, unable to swallow the bitter pill of witnessing so many comrades, who had fought alongside him, fall to Atom Smasher. "Obey the order. Retreat at once. You are no match for him." The leader gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. "Atom Smasher, you shall perish." The leader charged forward, only to be met with a blast of laser fire. His eyes widening as a hole was blown through his chest, he collapsed to the ground, Atom Smasher towering over him. "You are but a piece of rotting flesh." Atom Smasher kicked him aside and continued his descent. Meanwhile, another squad was still pursuing Raishin, with some members leaping onto the car's roof, mantis blades piercing through the vehicle. Raishin cursed, "Damn it, get rid of these bastards." Bang, bang, bang. The bodyguards opened fire but missed their targets. One member, with a sudden burst of strength, tore the car's lid open. Raishin exclaimed, "Damn it, Splurt!" A member unleashed a Gatling arm, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets that sent the bodyguards convulsing. Just as two members were about to seize Raishin, an explosion rang out behind them. They turned to see Atom Smasher crushing the vehicle with a single stomp before leaping onto it. After a fierce scuffle, Atom Smasher eliminated the Celestial Empire members on this side. Raishin urged, "Let us go, get out of this cursed place." They sped away in their vehicle, disappearing from sight. Li was driving the stone sword when suddenly a call came in from Roman. Upon answering, he heard, "Boss, the mission has failed. Raishin has escaped. Furthermore, the elite team we sent has been completely annihilated." Li replied, "I understand." The stone sword accelerated, zipping through the streets. Moments later, V and the others finally arrived at the base. Gazing at the mechanized skyscrapers and the sci-fi-like massive compound, feeling somewhat dazed, V remarked, "Damn, is this the base that guy was talking about? It rivals some of Arasaka's subsidiaries." Several Celestial Empire staff members passed by. Kuroda said, "Follow me." Kuroda led them to the guest lounge, where the two were struck by the sensation of towering over the entire city. Jack commented, "Your place is quite expansive." Kuroda replied, "This has cost the boss a fortune to build. He has purchased over 1,000,000 industrial robots alone." Upon hearing this, Jack was flabbergasted. "What did you just say? Over 1,000,000? That's utterly outrageous. How much did that cost?" Kuroda estimated, "Probably around 700 to 800 million. Jack exclaimed, "Good heavens, K is unbelievably wealthy." Just then, a stone sword pulled up at the base entrance, and several members hurried over to greet them. Li stepped out of the vehicle and approached. He patted Jack on the shoulder. "Well done," Jack responded. "I'm sorry, things escalated, and it didn't go as planned." Li reassured him. "It's all right. Such things are quite normal. Who can guarantee absolute certainty?" The group gathered in the guest lounge. "Boss." Kuroda discreetly excused himself. Jack said, "K, here is the merchandise." Jack handed Lily a box containing the chip. Jack continued, "Kay, you wouldn't believe what we witnessed today. Raishin killed his own father. Can you believe it?" Lily feigned surprise. "It seems I've stumbled upon quite the scoop today," Jack confirmed. "Absolutely." Lee opened the box for inspection. The goods were intact. V inquired, "By the way, what exactly is this chip? It seems even military technology covets it." Jack clapped V on the shoulder. "Hey V, you know the rules of the trade. We just handle the work." "No need to ask too many questions," Lee assured them. "You will find out in due time." Chapter 13. The Black Wall Gateway. Lily remarked, "By the way, Jack and V, I have a cybernetic enhancement that I believe will pique your interest." As he spoke, Lily produced 2 chips and handed them to Jack and V, who examined the contents within. The images depicted Lily using the Black Wall enhancement to eliminate those NCPD officers. V exclaimed, "Damn, this thing is quite powerful." Jack added, "Indeed, with this, we need not fear future missions. Speaking of which, Kay, you are showing us this because you intend to sell it to us, right? However, considering its power, the price must be steep." Lee responded, "As brothers, consider it a gift." "How can this be acceptable?" Jack remarked. "This item is far too valuable. We cannot accept it." V concurred with Jack's assertion. Lee interjected, "Do you still regard me as a friend? If so, please accept it. This will ensure your safety in future missions." In truth, Lily was uncertain whether his presence would precipitate significant changes in this world. After all, if he were to alter the narrative, there was a distinct possibility that both Jack and V could meet their demise due to their lack of strength. Thus, Lily resolved to provide them with the Black Wall Pulse as a precaution. Jack replied, "It's not that we don't consider you a brother. It's simply that this item is too precious." V reiterated Jack's statement. Lee proposed, "In that case, let this be a token of gratitude for your future assistance." "What do you think?" Jack and V exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Jack declared, "Very well, we shall remember this kindness. If you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." Lily inquired, "Will you be taking on jobs in the coming month?" Jack asked, "What is the matter?" Lily explained, "At the moment, I only have 1 Blackwall Pulse available, so you may have to wait a month." "Of course, I will compensate you for the downtime," Jack responded. "There is no need for that. This Blackwall Pulse will suffice. We can wait for you." Lee nodded, "Understood. Please excuse me for a moment." He turned and exited, calling for a member. "Where is Roman?" The member replied, "She should be in her office." Lee departed and arrived at Roman's office. "Boss," Roman greeted. She was somewhat curious about what cybernetic enhancement Lily would deliver. As his concern suggested, it was not mere junk. Lily then proceeded to Victor's clinic. Upon seeing the extensive enhancements Lily possessed, Victor expressed surprise. "Sir, you seem to be outfitted with quite an array of cybernetics. And they are all high-end models. However, having too many can also lead to noticeable side effects." Lee explained, "Victor, V summoned me here. I am his friend." Lee fabricated this lie, and Victor, momentarily taken aback, smiled and said, "Since you're a friend of V, please take a seat." Lee settled into the cybernetic chair, stating, "V has sung your praises, claiming you are the most skilled cybernetic doctor in Night City." Victor chuckled. "Ha, he exaggerates. I am merely an unassuming cybernetic doctor, lacking any real fame." "I beg to differ, Victor. I have faith in your expertise." Victor remarked, "So, your visit today must encompass more than merely extolling my virtues." Lily replied, "I seek your assistance in removing a cybernetic implant." Victor responded, "Certainly." He retrieved a neural connection device and placed it on Lily's head, saying, "Let me first assess your condition." After establishing the connections, Victor began his procedure, and soon the screen displayed Lily's internal status. Observing the absence of any side effects, Victor was astounded. "Goodness, you are nothing short of a miracle. An astonishing 98% of your body has been augmented. And yet there are no side effects whatsoever. You surpass Atom Smasher, who only has 96%. How on earth did you achieve this? Normally, this would be utterly impossible, especially with such high-end enhancements. What kind of augmentations are these? I have never encountered so many." Victor was bewildered. Having been the foremost cybernetic doctor in Night City, he had seen countless augmentations, yet there were several before him that were entirely unfamiliar. This is simply unfathomable. He mused, even recalling many of the clandestine augmentations from Arasaka. Victor scrutinized the chip device, muttering, "This seems oddly familiar." He activated it to investigate further, only to be taken aback as black electrical arcs erupted from the chip. Victor was stunned. Realizing what it was, This was the black wall switch. Damn. This is the black wall switch. He understood the implications involving the entities behind the black wall. Victor demanded, "Kid, you'd better tell me honestly. Where did you acquire the black wall gateway?" Lily responded, "That is a secret." Victor insisted, "If that is the case, I cannot assist you in removing it. I'm afraid I need to understand the circumstances surrounding it. This is a significant matter. Even if you are V's friend, I cannot help you." Lily sighed and concocted an excuse. "In truth, I am a bio-enhanced individual. I was designed specifically to house cybernetic implants, allowing me to accommodate any augmentation. The Blackwall Gateway is a creation of that organization. I am not well versed in it, nor do I know who they are. I escaped during a power outage and have been in Night City ever since. Later, I encountered V. Victor nodded. Well, perhaps I now grasp the nature of the organization behind you. However, I did not anticipate they would resort to such madness, even creating a black wall gateway. This is undoubtedly a catastrophe. It is uncertain when they will make their move." Lily was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" Victor sighed, shaking his head. "Never mind. It's all ancient history. Please do not mention this to anyone." "But why do you wish to remove the Blackwall Gateway?" Lily explained. "I believe it might be difficult to control and could yield side effects. Furthermore, I am considering creating a few for V and the others. If I can ensure they are fully controllable, I would gladly allow them to be equipped." Victor hesitated before agreeing. "Very well, I will help you remove it. However, I implore you to promise that you will not allow V and the others to be equipped with it unless you can guarantee complete control over this power. I can see you are of the same ilk as V and the others, so I trust you." Lily nodded in affirmation. Victor presented a syringe filled with anesthetic, stating, "I will administer this anesthetic first to mitigate any discomfort during the procedure." After administering the anesthetic, Lily gradually succumbed to sleep amid a dazzling glow. After a while, Lily awoke, and Victor handed him a chip. It was his black wall gateway. Lily asked, "How much do I owe you?" Victor replied, "A token gesture will suffice." Lily promptly transferred 100,000 to Victor. Victor, taken aback, waved his hand. "That's far too much. It was just a procedure," Lily insisted. "Consider the remainder a token of gratitude for your assistance to V and the others." Victor chuckled. "It seems I did not misjudge you." As Lily departed with the chip, Victor cautioned, "Be careful on your way out. Conceal that precious chip well. It's no ordinary item." Lily handed the box containing Johnny Silverhand's data chip to Evelyn, stating, "Mission accomplished, Evelyn." Evelyn opened the box, and upon discovering the chip, she closed it, remarking, "This is hardly perfect for me. Cade, you've stirred up quite the commotion. Now Arasaka is searching the globe for you." Lily countered. "It's not as exaggerated as that, Evelyn. I assure you, Jack, V, and Tbug have not been captured by Arasaka, so you are quite safe." Evelyn sighed. "I had hoped we could keep a lower profile, but who knew it would escalate to this level? Even the news is broadcasting your actions. How does a simple chip theft become entangled with the death of Saburo Arasaka?" Lily replied, "I can only assert that we were not responsible. The one who killed him was his own son, Arasaka Ratchuin. We merely stumbled upon the scene while on a mission. He intends to shift all the blame onto us." Evelyn expressed her trust. "I believe you, but others in Arasaka and Night City will not." Lily reassured her, "Do not worry. Everything will be fine." With that, Lily turned to leave. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. One day in the laboratory, a group of members was experimenting with the black wall gateways they had created. Roman cautioned that this technology was highly dangerous and suggested they evacuate. Many testers, however, were unperturbed, flipping through their test notebooks. "No need to worry. It's just a test." The research team leader remarked, "If you choose to remain, so be it." The leader promptly exited, and as the door closed, the testing began. With the press of a button, the robots sprang to life. Activating the black wall, a thunderous crash ensued as all the robots emitted a red and black glow before detonation. And the testers scarcely had time to react before they were silenced, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Damn!" the leader exclaimed in shock. The power exceeded her expectations, proving terrifyingly formidable. The other team members stood aghast, recognizing that this terrifying power far surpassed that of numerous military-grade augmentations. "I warned you to be cautious, you fools," she scolded. "All right, remove the bodies and continue the research." After multiple tests, the team members summarized their findings and submitted the report. Lily was resting in his room when Roman knocked on the door. "Boss, we have made progress in our research." Chapter 14. Takeshita Goro. Upon witnessing no response, Roman decisively opened the door and stepped inside. She nudged Lily, who finally stirred from her slumber, rubbing her eyes groggily as she picked up the experimental report to peruse. Roman stated, "The tests have been conducted, and the results are indeed formidable. If we can mass-produce this cybernetic body, we need not fear even Arasaka. It may even be capable of withstanding Atom Smasher's assaults." "That is certainly the case," Lily replied, aware of the implications given her familiarity with the world of Cyberpunk. She understood well what the Blackwell Gateway unleashed, an attack released by the AI lurking behind the Blackwell.as for Atom Smasher. Once he is unleashed, he won't last a quarter of an hour. "Let's continue with the experiments. We must aim to gain control within a month," she declared. "Understood," Roman acknowledged as she departed with the report. Over the past fortnight, Lily had observed a notable transformation in Roman. Previously, Roman's loyalty stemmed from Lily possessing leverage over her. Now, it seemed she had begun to regard this place as her own organization. Lily wandered through the base, noting the numerous changes since her arrival. The various groups now interacted with a greater sense of harmony, even exhibiting signs of collaboration. "Be careful. Are you able to manage? I'll come over to assist you," an employee called from a distance. "I'm fine. You attend to your duties," Lily replied. "Then do take care." Upon spotting Lily, the employees all bowed in unison, greeting her as boss. Lily nodded in acknowledgement and entered a building. Inside, she found the employees busily engaged in their tasks, the decor reminiscent of an intelligence department. She casually rode the elevator to a floor, observing the bustling activity, with numerous operators coordinating efforts. "I require the latest intelligence on Arasaka. Report immediately. Any news from Kongtao?" On the line, a voice responded, "There have been stirrings everywhere. Since the last incident, Arasaka has been investigating our company. I fear we can no longer keep this under wraps. Our operatives were discovered, resulting in significant losses." The operator continued, "We must devise a way to obfuscate the situation. We cannot afford to be exposed. I am working on it," the spy assured as the elevator doors opened, revealing several Arasaka employees entering. The spy smiled and exited, heading to the restroom. Currently, the counterintelligence department of Arasaka is under the control of Abernathy. She is utterly unhinged. All intelligence must be submitted for her review. Many chips from our deceased operatives have been extracted for analysis, putting our coordinates at risk of exposure. Just then, another call came through, prompting the spy to say, "I must hang up for now." After disconnecting, Lily moved to another building, this time arriving at the Network Surveillance Division, where a multitude of hackers tirelessly defended against intrusions from various sources. Damn. Another incursion from Arasaka? Half a month passed, and testing of the Blackwell commenced anew. This time, Lily was present to observe. The testers stood at a distance as the robots activated. Upon pressing the button, the Blackwell engaged. Boom. All the robots were instantly struck by the Blackwell, exploding in a shower of sparks and collapsing lifelessly. Extensive testing is complete. We shall now proceed to targeted testing. Another group of robots entered. Boom. The Blackwell activated again, and the robots within a smaller radius detonated. Testing is complete. We will now conduct targeted assessments, focusing on the red robots. Once more, the Blackwell unleashed its might, obliterating the red robots while the others remained unscathed. They had finally succeeded. The team leader presented the report to Lily, stating, "Boss, we have fulfilled our duty." Lily nodded. "Well done. Please have finance arrange a bonus of 100,000 euros for you this month." "Thank you, boss," the team leader exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "All participants in this test will receive a bonus of 50,000 euros. Upon hearing this, the team erupted in jubilation. A few days later, they finally reached the phase of live testing. A portion of individuals were equipped with the Blackwell Gateway cybernetic experiment, yielding results as anticipated. Without any uncontrollable incidents, Lily brought the Blackwell Gateway to a room where Jack awaited. "Okay, how did it go? Is the cybernetic body ready?" "Of course," Lily replied, handing the cybernetic body to Jack and the others. "Are you planning to install it here at my base, or do you have other arrangements?" "I have a trusted cybernetic surgeon. We'll go to him," V responded. "Fine, do as you wish." They knocked on the car window. "Excuse me, sir, we need you to accompany us," an employee requested. Lily exited the vehicle, and they boarded the elevator. Along the way, she noticed the peculiar mix of fear and reverence in the eyes of those around her. As the elevator doors opened, Lily stepped out onto a floor that exuded elegance, where the sound of a piano drifted through the air. Following the melody, She found a woman in a white-fitted dress, playing beautifully. It was Arasaka Saburo's daughter. Arasaka Hanako. Hanako paused her playing and approached the bar, saying, "It is an honor to meet you." The renowned philanthropist of Night City, Mr. Cade. Lily walked over, pouring herself a glass of wine as she inquired, "What brings you to seek my company? Since you've asked, it seems you are reluctant to believe," Hanako replied. "However, many within Arasaka suspect you of assassination rather than merely stealing something," she continued. "I must admit, your courage is commendable. So, are you discussing this with me in hopes of capturing me to face Arasaka Raishin?" Lily chuckled. "If you wish to capture me, you wouldn't have invited me to drink." "I find myself somewhat perplexed. I do not quite grasp your intentions," Lily admitted. Hanako responded, "That day, only you knew the truth behind my father's death. I wish to collaborate with you. I seek to exact vengeance upon the true perpetrator of my father's murder." "Why have you chosen me?" "Because you possess the strength, and if I refuse, then you shall forever be labeled as the murderer of my father, and life in Night City will be quite arduous for you," Hanako warned. "Very well, I am open to discussion." "Time is of the essence," Hanako asserted, clapping her hands. A figure resembling an elderly samurai approached. Takeshita Goro, the personal bodyguard of Arasaka Saburo. "I hope for a fruitful collaboration," Hanako stated. "He is Takeshita Goro, and he will assist you in uncovering the truth of this incident." "Understood. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to reach out," Lily concluded, turning to leave. Takeshita Goro remarked, "He appears rather impolite." "You need to converse with him, Goro," Hanako urged. "I am aware, miss," he replied as he descended the stairs. "I am the restaurant." Takeshita Goro sat across from Lily. "Are you planning to sit there indefinitely without ordering anything?" Goro inquired. "I am not particularly inclined to converse with you, Goro," Lily replied curtly. Ignoring her, Goro called out, "Waiter, bring me a steak, along with sushi and sashimi. Additionally, serve this gentleman the same." "Certainly, sir," the waiter responded. A short while later, the waiter arrived with the dishes. Seeing Goro slice sashimi with a knife, Lily slightly grimaced, and the next moment, Goro speared a piece of sashimi with a fork and began to eat. Sashimi should be consumed while fresh. Otherwise, it loses its appeal," he remarked, lightly grimaced. "Do you all in Sakura Country truly enjoy such repulsive fare?" "But are you not from Sakura Country?" Goro retorted. "Why apologies? I assumed you were. I am not. This is utterly revolting. I have no taste for raw food. It harbors parasites. These are all synthetic meats, quite clean," Goro insisted. "That matters not. It is still disgusting," Goro chuckled. "Customs differ from place to place. Speaking of which, since you prefer cooked food, are you from Long Country?" Lily frowned. "I am not fond of others prying into my background." Goro wiped his mouth and stated, "You must understand, for our collaboration, it is best to know one's partner thoroughly. No, I never agreed to collaborate with you. With all due respect, Mr. K, you possess little influence in Night City. You merely have considerable wealth. Having money does not grant you the freedom to act as you please. Our Arasaka Corporation is built on a solid foundation. You alone would struggle against it." "Are you threatening me?" Goro replied coolly. "I am merely speaking the truth. I will grant you some time to contemplate, though it shall not be extensive. You are not Miss Hanako's sole option. Should you decline, I can easily find others to collaborate with." As he spoke, Goro placed money on the table and stood to leave. Chapter 15. A lesson within the upper echelons of Arasaka, the group leader inquired, "Have you uncovered anything?" The employees, their eyes darting as they rapidly operated computers, replied, "No, we searched through all records in Night City and could not locate K. It's as if he materialized out of thin air." The leader's anger flared. "How can this be? A bunch of worthless fools. If he appeared from nowhere, how could he possess such wealth? That Jenkins is utterly useless. As the head of the counterintelligence department, it is imperative that such crucial matters are reported immediately. This negligence has led to the current calamity. The demise of Lord Arasaka Saburo is inextricably linked to this affair." Within a certain office, Jenkins, battered and bruised, was dragged in by two bodyguards and unceremoniously thrown to the ground. He lifted his gaze, only to be met with the mocking stare of his arch-nemesis, Abernathy. While Arasaka Raisin regarded him with a chilling glare, Jenkins exclaimed, "Lord Raisin, I was mistaken. I had no idea there existed such a figure in Night City." Arasaka Raisin interrupted, "Enough, Jenkins. I have no interest in hearing a foolish swine shirk his responsibilities. With a gesture, a bodyguard brandished an implement aimed at Jenkins' fingers. "No, please, Lord Raisin. I acknowledge my error." Abernathy sneered. "Lord Raisin, this wretch deserves a severe lesson. Otherwise, won't it embolden others in the company to act similarly?" Raisin waved his hand, and a horrific scream echoed as a bloody, severed digit fell to the ground. Jenkins writhed in agony, the excruciating pain gripping his heart. Raisin commanded, "Silence him." A bodyguard pried open Jenkins' mouth and began to operate with pliers. Soon, drops of blood fell onto the floor, accompanied by shattered teeth. Raisin ordered, "Ensure he is rendered as though he had never set foot in this world." The bodyguards then took Jenkins away. Abernathy remarked, "This worthless fool is of no use. During the space station selection, he orchestrated a massacre that cost us a fortune to rectify. Now, he foolishly neglects to report to K. He deserves his fate." Raisin responded, "Abernathy, now that Jenkins is deceased, you shall assume his position, managing your own department while also becoming the head of counterintelligence. I expect you to perform admirably. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as him. Furthermore, ascertain K's identity." "Understood." Meanwhile, Lily placed a call to V. "Hey V, I have a job for you." V replied, What's the plan?" Lily inquired. "Aren't you going to ask how much I'm offering?" V stated. "We're brothers. It's merely a favor, and I trust you," Lily said. "Thank you. V. I'll offer each of you 30,000. Okay? Thanks. I'll inform Jack that he is coming too. Of course. Let me outline the task over the phone. Didn't I promise to protect T-Bug? After Dexter's demise, certain factions behind him have been seeking to trouble her again. I figured she can't be confined to the base forever." V asked, "So what's your plan?" Lily replied, "I intend to dismantle several scavenger strongholds to teach those organ harvesters a lesson." Got it. Lee continued. "I'll send you the locations of those scavenger dens. There are no specific demands. Just ensure you handle it ruthlessly to intimidate them into compliance. Also, don't worry about security. I'll dispatch our people to assist." "Understood." V hung up, and at Lizzie's bar, V and Jack were enjoying drinks. Jack remarked. K called. V nodded. "He plans to take action against the scavengers." Jack responded, "Damn, that's a brilliant idea. I've been wanting to deal with him for a while," V said. "I informed K that you're joining." Jack clapped V on the shoulder. "You truly are my good brother. You never forget me in matters like this." The two finished their drinks and stood up to leave. Jack declared, "All right, it's time to get to work." They drove to the first stronghold, and as V stepped out to approach, Jack suggested, "Should we wait a bit? The main force hasn't arrived yet." V retorted, "No need to wait for the main force. I can take them all out myself. It's the perfect opportunity to test my new cyberware." As V approached, two scavenger guards swaggered over, momentarily taken aback. "Hey, look at this little kid who's lost his way," one taunted. The guard on the right added, "Hey kid, Uncle doesn't he have any candy for you? Get lost?" The left guard chuckled. "Why should we let him go? His kidneys could fetch a hefty sum." With that, the right guard joined in their laughter. "Brothers, we have a fat catch delivered right to our doorstep." Soon, a throng of scavengers emerged, and V sneered, "You've come at the perfect time. Let me have a little fun." With a flourish, he activated Sandevistan, and time slowed around him, blue afterimages flitting as he unleashed his mantis blades in rapid succession. When time resumed, blood sprayed forth, and the agonizing screams of the scavengers filled the air as they fell in disarray. Jack approached. "Damn it, V, you didn't leave a single one for me." V replied, "All right, the next location is yours." They drove to the next stronghold, and just as Jack was about to approach, V opened his gorilla arms and fired a round. Boom! A tremendous explosion collapsed the entire building, and some scavengers were crushed beneath debris. "Where did this audacious little brat come from? Dare to wreak havoc in our territory? Do you value your kidneys so little?" A scavenger leader bellowed, rallying his men to attack V and Jack. Jack sought cover, warning, "V, be careful. Their firepower is intense." Without hesitation, V activated Blackwall, and with a series of anguished cries, the scavengers fell one by one. V ventured inside to check for survivors, discovering several victims among the ruins, some of whom bore fresh scars from recent surgeries. Jack cursed, "These damned bastards." V ripped the gag from one victim's mouth, assuring, "Don't worry, you're safe now." One employee gritted his teeth. "Damn it, V. What does he think our company is? Some kind of charity?" At that moment, Roman called, and the employee answered. The boss says to cooperate with V. Do whatever he says. The team leader, though displeased, acquiesced, directing several individuals, you lot, drive them away. Soon, the captives were evacuated as the scavenger strongholds fell one by one. The final location. V stopped the car and approached the stronghold, where the remaining scavengers stood on high alert, clearly aware of the earlier demolitions. One scavenger reported, Boss, the one approaching is formidable. They say he has called V, the mercenary from Dexter's camp. That was in the past. Now he has aligned with K. The scavenger leader gritted his teeth. That damned K.it seems Dexter wasn't necessarily slain by T-Bug. It's likely K is responsible. Killing his own clients? Let us see how he continues in this line of work. Suddenly, a scavenger shouted, Boss, someone is approaching. Is it V? Who cares? Fire the rockets. I want him dead the moment he arrives. Whoosh. Several rockets soared toward them, and Jack shouted in alarm, V, watch out, boom. A deafening explosion tore through the ground. V activated Sandevistan and dashed forward, hurling grenades and rockets into the stronghold. Time resumed with a series of deafening blasts, cries of despair fading into silence as the entire structure crumbled. V approached to inspect the aftermath. Finding the dead beyond count, though a few victims remained, perhaps they had perished long before. The Tianqiao Company personnel soon arrived, disembarking to survey the scene. Although the employees were somewhat disgruntled, they complied. V contacted Li. The mission has been successfully completed. Li replied. The payment has been transferred. Before long, V and his team received their 30,000. Chapter 16. Corporate conflict at Arasaka Corporation. Arasaka Raisin sat in his office when Abernathy called. Lord Raisin, we have located KS forces. They are not within Night City, but rather on its outskirts. Raisin clenched his fists. It is time to teach them a lesson. Bring plenty of men and cleanse that area thoroughly. Rest assured, Lord Raisin, I will handle it. With that, Raisin ended the call, while Abernathy sprang into action, mobilizing personnel from various subsidiaries. Numerous industrial vehicles rolled out, alongside a fleet of combat robots. Faster, faster. We must reach the location within 3 hours. At the Tianqiao Company's counterintelligence division, an operator received a call, his face paling in shock. What? I understand. I will report immediately. The operator informed the team leader, who quickly contacted Roman. Understood. The team leader said. Commander, what should we do? Arasaka is advancing aggressively. Although many of us are equipped with Blackwell gateways, we may still be outmatched. Roman replied, simply focus on your duties. The boss will handle this situation. Your task is to follow orders. Very well, Commander. After hanging up, Roman notified Lily, hold your ground. After finishing his words, Lily contacted V. Hey V, are you free? The sound of gunfire echoed from the other end, clearly indicating that V was preoccupied with a battle. I'll be done soon. Got a job? Lily replied. The Arasaka group isn't planning to let us off easily. They've dispatched a large contingent of combat robots our way, and they are expected to arrive at our base in 3 hours. So, can you lend us a hand? V responded. Understood. I'm on my way. Bang. V shot and exploded the head of a member of the Tiger Claws gang. Li warned. This job is a bit dangerous. If possible, don't bring Jack along. V chuckled. You doubt my abilities? Lily retorted. Damn. I know you as Cyber V. Your name resonates well. V smiled. I may not know who coined that nickname, but it certainly suits me. Li stated. I'll offer you 100,000 for this job. I'll wait for you. After sending the location to V, he added, all right, I'll be there. Bang. V swiftly charged forward. The mantis blade piercing through a Tiger Claws member's chest before he yanked it out, blood splattering everywhere. V called for a ride, and a motorcycle sped toward him. He mounted the bike and quickly departed. On the road, he accidentally brushed against another vehicle, causing the driver to yell. Are you blind? 3 hours later, Arasaka's army had arrived, while the Tianqiao base was braced for the impending assault, with nearly all personnel present for defense. Roman stood atop the mechanical wall, gazing at the ominous sea of robots and the well-equipped Arasaka employees. Odyssey noticed Roman and couldn't help but sneer. Well, if it isn't Jenkins' little lapdog. What's this? Your master is dead, and you've turned to the Tianqiao Company? Roman gritted his teeth, realizing that Jenkins had indeed fallen to her. Odyssey coldly remarked, a useless dog, killed without a second thought. It seems Jenkins' subordinates are all just as worthless. But today, we shall cleanse the company of its traitors. Suddenly, The roar of a motorcycle pierced the air, followed by a scream. As a black and red bike zoomed in, a blue blur revealing V, who relentlessly swung his mantis blade, swiftly dispatching Arasaka employees. The motorcycle halted at the entrance, and V dismounted. Abarnasi, long time no see. Abarnasi glared at V. V retorted. How does it feel being a dog under Arasaka's Lai Xian? Abarnasi angrily replied. I didn't expect you to join the Tianqiao company. V responded with a chuckle. Don't get it twisted. I merely happen to know the boss of Tianqiao. Such a grand display today. Are you initiating a corporate war? Abarnasi shot back. V, you should be aware of the company's rules. The Arasaka family reigns as the emperors of Night City, and all who stand in their way will be subdued by their might. Whoosh! The Sion waiststand activated, and V lunged forward, leaping high to swing his mantis blade at Abarnasi. Roman cursed. Damn it, he's too hasty. Roman had hoped there might be room for negotiation. After all, this was a corporate war. And the last one nearly obliterated the entire Night City. Seeing this, Abarnasi quickly darted forward, colliding with Sion waiststand. Clang! The two engaged in rapid combat, with Abarnasi clearly struggling against V, soon finding herself at a disadvantage. Abarnasi shouted, What are you waiting for? Destroy this base completely. Open fire! Boom! Boom! Tanks and combat robots unleashed a barrage, and the two sides erupted in chaos, screams and curses filling the air. Kill those filthy bastards. Put some effort into it. Are you not strong enough? Employees on the wall fired frantically, sending Arasaka members plummeting. Just then, a group of Tianqiao employees clad in black arrived. Upon seeing them, the Tianqiao personnel beamed with joy. For those individuals were equipped with enough cybernetics to annihilate an entire army. Black Wall Gateway, activate. Ah! The Arasaka employees screamed as dark red beams erupted from their bodies, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. While the combat robots exploded in rapid succession, panic set in for Abarnasi as she fell to the ground. V, however, charged at her once more, brandishing his mantis blade. What are you looking at? Clash! Their blades met with a resounding impact. Abarnasi gritted her teeth, and in the next moment, V delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen, sending her flying into a heap of scrap metal. Abarnasi slowly rose. Her gaze fixed on the wall. She quickly contacted Arasaka Lai Xian. Lai Xian, do not oppose Tianqiao. They possess formidable weaponry. Arasaka Lai Xian fumed. Baka, you foolish pig, only seeking to bolster your own reputation at the expense of others. You dispatched so many men and combat robots. Do you really think you can't handle a bunch of hillbillies? Their company was established only a month or two ago. How can you not subdue such a small business? What am I keeping you for? Abarnasi's expression grew complex as she paused before stating, They have a weapon that can instantly obliterate our army. What did you say? Arasaka Lai Xian was taken aback. But before she could respond, V appeared before her. Raising his mantis blade to end her life, at that moment, Lily rushed over. V, don't kill her, V shouted in anger. If it weren't for this filthy bitch, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Let me kill her, Lily interjected. She still has value. Abarnasi ended the call, seemingly aware that she had no chance of resistance, and calmly stated, If you want to kill me, then do it. V replied. As long as you let me take my revenge, I can forego payment for this job. Li queried. V, are you yearning for the corporate life? Taken aback, V remained silent as Lily continued. If not, then you needn't kill her, for without her, would you have ever experienced the freedom you enjoy now? You wouldn't want to be Arasaka's dog forever, would you, V? Upon hearing this, V clenched his teeth and sheathed his mantis blade. She's yours. Don't forget to transfer the money. As V prepared to ride off, Lily suggested. Aren't you going to have a meal before you leave? V replied. I have no appetite. Maybe next time. V rode away on his motorcycle. Abarnasi remarked. No need for false pretenses. I am a company person and will never betray the company. Li countered. Abarnasi, do you value your family more? Or Arasaka Lai Xian? Abarnasi was momentarily stunned and quickly replied. I have no family. Don't think you can use that to threaten me. Seeing her reaction, Lily snapped his fingers, and a former Arasaka employee approached with a display screen. The ex-Arasaka employee sneered. Abarnasi, you may have forgotten me, but I haven't forgotten you. Abarnasi glared at the employee, who continued. You had us secretly construct a basement for your family to live in? And to keep their location a secret, you even resorted to murder. That day, I narrowly escaped in the restroom. Otherwise, how would you be in your current position? Abarnasi looked at the screen, where a group of Tianqiao employees surrounded her parents with firearms. Abarnasi! Bang! Abarnasi slammed her fist into the ground in frustration, finally sighing. Do not harm my family, Li replied. Is this how you speak to your boss? Abarnasi gritted her teeth, ultimately conceding. I'm sorry. Boss. Li turned to Roman. Arrange a place for Abarnasi to stay. By the way, Abarnasi, you best not make any rash moves. Your family's location has long changed. If you dare to act, I will slice them into pieces and feed them to you. Lili departed in a certain skyscraper. Takeshita Goro stood respectfully beside Arasaka Hanako, while in the distance, smoke billowed. A remnant of the battle Li and his team had just waged, the ground littered with robots and corpses. As Tianqiao employees commenced cleaning the battlefield, Takeshita Goro remarked, I believe we underestimated him. Arasaka Hanako responded, everything needs to be replanned. Execute Plan B. Remember, do not let Arasaka Lai Xian find out. Takeshita Goro bowed respectfully, watching as Arasaka Hanako departed. Chapter 17. Panon at the Military Technology Headquarters, a white-haired man was presiding over a meeting with various stakeholders in military technology. Stakeholder 1 remarked, Tianqiao is quite the sensation. Stakeholder 2 added, a company that can eliminate the Arasaka army in just 1 or 2 months. Who doesn't know about it? Stakeholder 3 interjected, it's all over the news. Tianqiao is the headline in Night City. The white-haired man furrowed his brow. This significantly affects our interests. The pie is limited, and when more people vie for it, there may not be enough to go around. Stakeholder 2 suggested, then let's seize some benefits from Arasaka. They are weakened after the battle. This is a prime opportunity. Stakeholder 3 countered. You're thinking too optimistically. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Do you think this battle has drained Arasaka of billions? The white-haired man pondered. How about we join forces to eliminate Tianqiao? Stakeholder 2 produced a document, distributing it among the attendees. Take a look at this before making a decision. The crowd exchanged astonished glances. Disbelief etched on their faces. How could this be possible? They had already seized control of the Black Wall. This is unfathomable. The Black Wall is uncontrollable. How did they manage it? The silver-haired man furrowed his brow slightly. Addressing the shareholders, regardless of how they achieved this, we cannot act against them lightly. Otherwise, that relentless army of Arasaka will become our future. The silver-haired man continued. As long as we obtain their core technology, we can confront them directly. The Counterintelligence Bureau has informed me that the internal factions of the Celestial Empire are merely corners we have pried away from various companies. With a little manipulation, we can dismantle the Celestial Empire. Each of you should focus on your own responsibilities. The meeting is adjourned. The silver-haired man departed, and the others exchanged glances before following suit. 5 months later, at the Wanderers' camp. A large group of industrial robots was approaching. Mitch and Scorpion were repairing an old Scorpio tank when a Wanderer rushed over. There is a massive battlefield base that has appeared around Night City, and they are sending people with industrial robots towards us. What? Scorpion was taken aback. While Mitch frowned slightly, Scorpion added, I'll go speak with Saul. Mitch replied, let's assess the situation first. The two drove off in a pickup truck and soon encountered a substantial force from the Celestial Empire. Celestial Empire member. There are Wanderers. Everyone be cautious. The crowd braced themselves, and Mitch raised his hand to signal that he meant no harm. Apologies, we bear no ill will, member. Get out of the vehicle. The two exited, only to be approached and restrained by several employees of the Celestial Empire. Mitch exclaimed, Guys, we mean no harm. We just came to take a look. Employee 1 sneered. Oh, just looking? This area belongs to the Celestial Empire. You think you can just come onto our territory and look around? Huh. Scorpion retorted. This is your territory. Where's your evidence? Employee 1. The evidence is that our boss purchased this land from the Land Bureau. You can verify it with them. Mitch interjected. Enough, Scorpion. Let's not argue with them. Listen, folks, our family of Wanderers has lived on this land for generations. Could you possibly bypass this area? We don't require much land. The employees couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Employee 1 scoffed. Look at what this old man is saying, asking us to bypass. Ha ha. Hey, listen up, old man. Employee 1 aimed his gun at Mitch's chin. This land was bought with hard cash. Do you understand? Therefore, you need to clear out. We are not a charity organization, sir. Mitch, so it seems there's no room for negotiation? Employee 1. We can give you a little time to get your people off our land, but no more than a week. Mitch, can I speak with your decision maker? Employee 2. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you can talk to our boss? You must be dreaming. Mitch, at the very least, grant me a chance, will you? Employee 1. Shut your mouth. Do you want me to blow your head off right now? With that, Employee 1 made a move to strike. But another employee quickly intervened. Wait, Rook, the chief said not to kill those fragmented factions easily. Employee 1 holstered his weapon and said, Old man, today you're lucky. You too can leave. You have 1 week to vacate this place, or we will forcibly remove you. As he spoke, Employee 1 shoved them away, releasing them. Scorpion, furious, exclaimed, Damn it! What did you say? Do you want to fight? The Celestial Empire members were poised for action, but Mitch quickly restrained Scorpion. Scorpion, let us leave first. Please trust me. This woman is named Pannon Palmer. She possesses a brash demeanor and a fiery temper, making her the most influential figure in this tribe after Saul. I heard a pack of corporate dogs intends to seize our land. Mitch responded. Who did you hear that from? There's no such thing, Pannon. Hey, I've heard it from others. How long do you plan to keep this under wraps? Just a bunch of corporate dogs. Listen, this land is our home, and I will never compromise. Mitch replied. They are a formidable entity. The Celestial Empire is no mere fly-by-night operation. Have you heard the news? 5 months ago, this company dealt a significant blow to the renowned Arasaka. And now Arasaka doesn't dare act recklessly. We, a band of wanderers, are not their match. And what of it? Pannon declared. Even if we cannot defeat them, I intend to annoy them and teach them a lesson. Scorpion called Dakota, grab your gear, and let us go. As the two prepared to leave, Mitch urged, Don't be rash, Pannon. We might still talk this over, Pannon retorted. What is there to discuss? They're coming for us. Mitch, they hold the land title. If a conflict arises, it could end poorly. Damn the Land Bureau, Pannon fumed. Do they not regard us as human beings? We haven't left yet. Mitch, feeling helpless, realized they had not legally purchased land from the Land Bureau but had settled here. If a conflict broke out, they might not only have to contend with the Celestial Empire but also face the NCPD. Mitch suggested, Pannon, why not take a trip to the city? Let us negotiate with their boss. Pannon inquired, Who is their boss? Mitch replied, K. You must have heard of him. Pannon paused. That famous philanthropist from Night City? She was somewhat taken aback to discover it was him, considering that employees of the Celestial Empire and Arasaka shared similar traits. Often resolving matters through force in unseen corners, in Pannon's imagination, Kay should be a great philanthropist, caring for the poor, at least a good person. She had not connected the two, as they seemed worlds apart. Mitch asked, Do you know him? Pannon admitted, Not really. I've never met him, but I will learn more. Since it's his territory, perhaps it truly can be negotiated. With that, Pannon drove into Night City and first arrived at the Afterlife Bar. It is a well-known establishment where many significant deals in the city are brokered. Pannon was somewhat of a regular here, frequently taking jobs under Rogan. Approaching the bar, the bartender Claire, a tall black woman, asked, What would you like to drink? Pannon responded. Is Rogan here? Claire queried. Are you looking for her for something important? Pannon affirmed, Yes, is she around? Claire replied, She is in her usual spot. You know where to find her. Pannon left and entered a private room where Rogan was enjoying a drink. Rogan remarked, Look who it is, Pannon. Heh, what brings you here? Rogan, though wrinkled and appearing somewhat aged, retained a fit physique and exuded a mature, capable aura befitting a strong woman. Pannon asked, You must know K. Rogan took a sip of her drink and replied, Yes, I know him. Are you looking for him? Pannon replied, I need to meet him. Rogan responded, That's fine, but first, you'll need to do something for me. It's more important than cargo, and I need you to deliver it. I don't want any issues, and upon successful completion, I will reward you with 5,000, plus a meeting with K. Pannon protested. Rogan, must you assign me a task every time we meet? After all these years of friendship, Rogan lit a cigarette, taking a drag before saying, Pannon, this isn't a charity. Everyone here is conducting business, including you. If you want something, you must earn it. Fine, I'll take the job. Pannon turned to leave, and Rogan watched her retreating figure, commenting, Fiery-tempered girl. With that, Rogan flicked the ash from her cigarette. Chapter 18. The heist Pannon was driving down the road when suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and the entire cargo truck flipped over. Furious, Pannon crawled out of the vehicle, shouting, "Who the hell did this?" She pulled out her submachine gun and fired shots into the air, when suddenly, bandits lurking on the surrounding hills charged down. Excitement painted on their faces. Among them was Nash, a notorious bandit known in the area, whom Pannon happened to recognize. He had also emerged from the Wanderers' camp but had defected and gathered a group to engage in robbery. Pannon seethed. "Nash, are you tired of living, daring to steal my cargo?" Nash sneered. "Pannon, what do you mean your cargo? Just because it's in your possession doesn't make it yours. If that's the case, then it's mine once it's in my hands." Pannon aimed her gun at Nash. "Was it Rogan who sent you to deliberately set me up?" Nash retorted. "Don't bring Rogan into this. She has nothing to do with it. I simply want to take your cargo. What will you do about it? Damn Rogan. She must have instigated you." Nash waved dismissively. "I never said that. Enough chit-chat. Brothers, charge." In an instant, the bandit surged forward, firing at Pannon. "Damn, Nash." Pannon quickly sought cover and began shooting back. Bang, bang, bang. Several were taken down instantly, but outnumbered, she was ultimately caught from behind, a strong grip around her neck, forcing her to the ground. Nash approached, looking down at Pannon with a condescending gaze, then leveled his gun at her temple. "Hey, Pannon, what does it feel like to have a gun pointed at you?" Pannon gritted her teeth. "Let me go, you bastard. If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight." Nash let out a cold laugh and stood up. "Let her sleep for a while." Bang! Pannon felt a sudden dizziness and fainted, while Nash's subordinates eagerly rushed in to gather the supplies. "What a windfall! My heavens, look at this little robot. It must be worth a fortune. Take everything and don't leave a thing behind. Don't worry, boss." After Nash and his men departed, time passed unnoticed until the sky darkened. Pannon opened her eyes, clutching her sore neck, gritting her teeth. "Damn, Nash, just you wait." In the city of night, Lily was in his room, sipping red wine. Ever since he taught the Arasaka a lesson, they had refrained from directly harassing him. For a time, both sides seemed to coexist peacefully. A mysterious phone call came in. It was Roger, the most formidable intermediary in the city of night. "Ah, so this is the illustrious K? Enjoying your wine and watching television. I see life is treating you well, and no wonder you are the city's renowned philanthropist, swimming in wealth." Lily replied. "Roger, what do you need?" Roger, slightly surprised, responded. "You know me?" Lily retorted. "Who in the city of night doesn't know the best intermediary?" Roger continued. "Since you know me, I won't waste time. One of my fiery-tempered associates has taken an interest in you. I made a deal with her, and her price is a meeting with you." Lily shot back. "What does your deal with her have to do with me?" "Listen, Kay, you wouldn't want your business to start suffering now, would you?" Lily covered his face. If it were anyone else threatening him like this, they would have been dead by now, but Roger was different. He had once considered her a teammate in the games they played together. All right, what's her name and where do we meet?" Roger replied. "The most famous bar in the city of night, the Afterlife Bar, a paradise for intermediaries. By the way, her name is Pannon." "Pannon?" Lily was taken aback. Roger remarked, "It seems you know her. That makes it even better." Lily asked, "When does she intend to meet me?" Roger answered, "In a couple of days. I'll give you a call then." Fuming, Pannon stormed into the Afterlife Bar. Claire inquired, "What would you like to drink?" Pannon brushed past her, and seeing the displeasure on her face, Claire chuckled helplessly. "Looks like you're not in a good mood today." Pannon, in a rage, headed to a private room where Roger was still in discussion with clients. Upon noticing Pannon's arrival, Roger said, "You'll have to wait a moment, young lady." Pannon snapped, "Damn it, Roger, did you set me up? How did Nash know the truck's route?" Seeing Pannon's volatile demeanor, a client suggested, "Perhaps we can revisit this matter another day." Roger, with no other choice, let them leave. He then stood and said, "Pannon, you just ruined this deal." Pannon retorted, "Oh, really? Who set me up? Which of my eyes saw you setting me up?" Roger countered. "All right, it's clear your mission has failed. Hasn't it, young lady?" Pannon shot back. "You sold my delivery route to Nash, you scoundrel. With your money, you can do anything, you heartless fool." At this, Roger's temper flared. "Enough, Pannon. Have you said enough?" Pannon spat. "You heartless bastard. You've fallen into the pit of greed." Roger, equally incensed, declared, "So what, Pannon? This is just a transaction. I have a deal with you. And I have a deal with him too. You failed at this business. You lost to Nash. This is your own doing. Pannon yelled, You, Roger. Roger interrupted, and Pannon, your mission has failed. Unfortunately, your reward is gone. I still have to smooth things over with the client, and all of this is your doing. Enraged, Pannon exclaimed, Roger, I will never do business with you again. Fuming, she turned to leave but suddenly bumped into someone. Watch where you're going, she snapped. Looking up, she found herself face to face with a handsome young man. Lily, hey, Pannon. Pannon was taken aback. The renowned philanthropist of the City of Night? Lily smirked. I never expected to be known for my philanthropy. Pannon's anger subsided somewhat, and she smiled. What brings you here? Then, recalling something, she frowned. You're not here to discuss business with that old hag Roger. Are you? He is up to no good. Best to steer clear of him. At that moment, Roger approached, visibly irritated. Pannon? Aren't you supposed to be gone? What are you still doing here? Pannon replied defiantly. Where I go is none of your business. This is my territory. Roger retorted. So what, Pannon? If you want to stay here, then try to make me kick you out. As Roger angrily prepared to take action, Lily quickly intervened. Ahem, let us all calm down. Ladies, Roger said, it's just a business deal. She messed it up, and now I have to clean up her mess. Pannon shot back. You sold my transport route to that scoundrel Nash. You did this to yourself? That's because you're incompetent, Roger snapped. Seeing the two about to argue again, Lily interjected, All right, let us keep things civil. Roger replied, This isn't your business, Kada. Lily responded, I understand, but I want to help. Roger shrugged, Suit yourself. Pannon, feeling a bit displeased, turned to Lily. I appreciate your offer, but you don't need to get involved. I can handle this myself. Lily insisted. You're facing difficulties, ma'am. I doubt you can take on Nash alone. After a moment of silence, Pannon finally said, Then thank you, K. Chapter 19. The explosion. Lily and Pannon stepped outside. Wait a moment. My car will be here soon. Lily called for the stone sword. And soon a sleek silver stone sword arrived, stopping in front of them. Pannon was taken aback, recognizing the model. She knew the stone sword series well, but this particular vehicle had never been seen on the market. It was an unreleased model, and likely very few in the City of Night owned one. Acquiring such a car required more than just money. It needed connections. My heavens, you are seriously wealthy, Pannon exclaimed. Lily chuckled. Ready for a joyride? Pannon feigned embarrassment. It's a bit inappropriate to say that now. Lily apologized. My bad, ma'am. Didn't he mean to startle you? Pannon said. If you don't mind, let me take it for a spin. I quite fancy your car. Reluctantly, Lily took the passenger seat as Pannon settled into the driver's seat, her hands exploring the steering wheel. So this is the feel of a multi-million-dollar stone sword? Quite impressive. Let me hear that engine roar, she said, starting the car. The engine roared to life. Let us hit the road. Pannon drove the stone sword onto the street, gradually accelerating. Wow, this is exhilarating. Hey, Kay, do you know what it feels like to be pressed back into your seat? Lily replied. Not really, Pannon grinned. Then let us give you a taste of that sensation. With a surge of speed, Lily found himself pinned against the seat, the powerful airflow and rapid pace making him feel as if he might take flight. Whoa, this is exactly the feeling I wanted. Pannon seemed to forget everything else, reveling in the moment. After a while, she exhaled deeply. It was then that Lily said, I heard from Roger that you were looking for me. Oh, right, I remember now, Pannon replied. Your Tianqiao company intends to drive us wanderers away. Huh? Lily was confused. Pannon recounted the recent events, and Lily nodded. I understand. I'll have them take a different route. He made a quick phone call. Roman answered. Lily briefly explained the situation, and to his surprise, Roman immediately said she would handle it. After hanging up, Lily was astonished. He had expected it to take time, but it was resolved quickly. As night fell, they arrived at Nash's camp. They got out of the car and walked toward the camp. Pannon approached the cables, opening them and beginning her work. Hey, Kay, can you help me sabotage those cables over there? Sure, but what are you planning? Lily asked. Nash used a landmine to blow up my truck. I intend to let him experience the same fate. I'm planning to disable all the lights here, leaving them in darkness to step on a mine. Lily nodded. Good idea, but where are you getting the mines? Nash's camp has plenty of those. I'll find some soon. Before long, Lily had sabotaged all the lines. He joined Pannon, who had discovered a room secured with a combination lock. Let me handle this. Connecting a data cable, his neural interface activated, swiftly cracking the code. The door swung open, revealing a cache of landmines. The two collaborated, distributing the explosives everywhere, then climbed to a high lookout tower. Lying prone, Pannon chuckled, "Just wait and see the show." Gradually, the sky darkened, and deep into the night, a convoy of vehicles approached. Pannon spotted her own pickup truck among them. "Damn it, those rascals, that's my truck. They've stolen my vehicle," Lily interjected. "Hey, calm down. There will be a show soon." Just the thought of their impending misfortune quelled Pannon's fury. As the truck rolled in, a series of explosive detonations erupted, accompanied by agonized screams and curses. Flashes of fire illuminated the scene, and several vehicles were overturned, while some of the assailants were instantly obliterated, their limbs scattered. "Who the hell ambushed us?" Nash fumed, and Pannon, exhilarated, stood up. "Hey Nash, how does my landmine feel?" "Damn, it's Pannon," one of the thugs exclaimed. Nash retorted, "To hell with you, Pannon. You will pay for this." As he spoke, the thugs opened fire on Pannon, who hastily sought cover, firing back to protect herself. "You're dead, you filthy bitch," Nash shouted as he climbed the lookout tower. Witnessing this, Lily activated his Sion Wiston, charging downwards, brandishing his mantis blade with fervor. He moved swiftly, leaving behind a blue afterimage, before sprinting to where they congregated and tossing grenades. Finally, he dashed onto the road as time expired, and with a thunderous boom, the grenades detonated, sending flames soaring into the sky. The gang members were instantly slaughtered, many collapsing without a sound. Nash, in shock, watched the scene unfold as Pannon descended, firing several shots that shattered his limbs. Nash howled, scrambling backward in terror as Pannon approached. "Pannon, please, don't kill me. I was wrong," Pannon replied. "Who told you to betray me?" Bang, bang, bang. She fired relentlessly, and Nash convulsed under the onslaught, his cries of agony fading into silence. Lily approached. "It seems you're in much better spirits now." Pannon replied, "Indeed, it's quite cathartic." Lily added, "No worries, we're friends now, right?" Pannon nodded and walked towards her vehicle, inspecting it for damage. She slammed her hand against it in frustration. "Damn Nash, even in death he can't find peace." Lily offered, "I can transfer some money for repairs." Pannon questioned, "Why are you being so nice to me?" Just as Lily was about to respond, Pannon interjected, "It's fine. I can manage on my own." As she prepared to get into her truck, Lily insisted, "I'm treating you as a regular friend. This money is just that of a friend. Don't overthink it. You know I'm a renowned philanthropist in Night City, right?" Pannon felt a bit awkward, but, recognizing her need for funds, replied, "Then thank you." After exchanging account details, Lily transferred 100,000. Surprised, Pannon exclaimed, "No, there's no need for so much. It's fine. I'm just saving face." He replied, "All right then, if you need help next time, just ask me." Pannon declared, as a token of gratitude, "If you ever require assistance, I will help in any way I can." "What can you do?" Lily pondered. And Pannon's face flushed as she quickly added, "Don't think too much. I'm not talking about that sort of thing." "Ha ha ha, I know," Lily chuckled. "All right, let me help you tow your vehicle to the camp." He tied Pannon's truck to his stone sword and drove it to the Wanderer's camp. Mitch approached to greet them, and many were taken aback upon seeing the stone sword, some even rushing over to touch it. "Wow, my God, this must be worth $1 million. I've never seen this stone sword on the market. Is it yet to be released? Goodness, that's an insane amount of wealth." Pannon admonished, "All right, everyone, keep your hands to yourselves. Just look, don't touch." She turned to Mitch, "Why are you following this nonsense?" "Ha ha ha," Mitch chuckled, "let us not dwell on that. However, judging by your situation, it seems everything has been resolved." Pannon remained silent as Lily stepped out. Mitch warmly approached. "Welcome, our far-off friend, to our home." Lily replied, "Hello, I'm Kay, Pannon's friend. Oh, buddy, I get it." Mitch gave a knowing look, and Lily smiled awkwardly. Scorpion then came over and patted Lily on the shoulder. "Heard the news that you're a big boss. You better treat my sister well. If she suffers in any way, I want to let you off easy." Pannon interjected, "All right, Scorpion and Mitch, what are you all rambling about?" "Ha ha ha," Lily laughed awkwardly. Scorpion continued, "All right, Kay, I consider you family with my sister, so don't try to deny it." Lily could only nod helplessly. That evening, they began a gathering. Unlike the parties in Night City, it resembled a picnic. The Wanderer tribe lived in tents, and although they were not wealthy, They managed well. Lily raised a cup and began to drink. Mitch asked, Kay, how about another drink? Lily replied, I think I've had enough. Come on, how many cups is this? And you're already saying you can't handle it, Scorpion urged. Reluctantly, Lily agreed, fine. Mitch poured another drink for him, and the surrounding wanderers applauded. Good, good. Lily downed the drink in one gulp. Mitch continued pouring, and after an unknown number of cups, Lily felt dizzied. That moment, Scorpion exclaimed, Hey Kay, how about another drink? This one's on me. Lily waved his hand, truly feeling overwhelmed, but Scorpion still poured him another glass. Lily, unable to hold back, quickly rose to find a place to vomit. Ha ha ha, Scorpion laughed heartily. Mitch remarked, being able to drink that much is impressive. Let us keep going. Cheers. He poured drinks for everyone, and they clinked glasses, downing their drinks together. Pannon approached and patted Lily on the shoulder. How are you? Are you all right? Finding a spot to sit? Lily replied, I'm fine. Chapter 20. Honesty. Pannon took Lily's hand and said, Come with me. She led him to a hillside, where they sat gazing at the moon on the horizon. In Night City, seeing the moon was nearly impossible. It was only in places like theirs, far from the city, that one could clearly see it along with the stars. Lily remarked, This is indeed a lovely spot. Pannon replied, I really like this place. Sometimes when I'm deep in thought, I enjoy sitting here and watching the stars. Lily commented, Speaking of which, I think this place is quite nice too. It's far from the mundane clamor, devoid of the devious schemes of Night City. The people here are genuine. Pannon explained, Many here are those who could no longer endure life in Night City and fled. We are all unfortunate souls, gathered together to live. She looked at Lily. Do you understand now? With a sigh, Pannon continued, It's all ancient history. You know Soul, right? Lily nodded, Yes, he is the leader here. Pannon recounted, We had a falling out and had a quarrel, which led me to venture into Night City. Being a mercenary is quite liberating, she chuckled. I can take jobs as I please, depending on my mood. Lily cautioned, That's not a sustainable path. Pannon, it's better than working for a company that chews people up and spits them out. Arasaka is all-powerful. Surviving within it is no simple task, and one could easily end up dead. With a sigh, Lily inquired, What are your plans for the future? Are you going to stay at the camp? Pannon replied, No, I'll continue being a mercenary. Soul is already here. They don't need me. After chatting for a while, Pannon gradually felt drowsy and unexpectedly lay down to sleep. Lily's lips twitched. Didn't she fear he might do something to her? As he gazed at the sleeping Pannon, he hesitated, ready to reach out, only to have his hand grasped by Pannon. Wow, she's not asleep yet. Though Pannon kept her eyes closed, she attempted to maintain her composure. Yet it was clear she felt a bit bashful. I'm sorry, I'm just not ready to take that step. Lily reassured her, I understand. Just rest well tonight, I'll take a stroll. Pannon held onto Lily and asked, If it's all right, could you stay by my side? Lily paused, Tonight, I'll guard you. Pannon expressed her gratitude. Thank you. A night passed in silence. The next morning, when Lily awoke, he found Pannon had already vanished. He descended and encountered Mitch, who approached him. Kay, how did you sleep last night? Is everything all right? Lily nodded. Mitch continued, Pannon has always been like that. She needs some time. Lily acknowledged. I know. Hey Kay, Scorpion chimed in. It seems you have quite a say here. Those folks from Tianchao all left early this morning. Mitch added, Thank you for your help. K. If you ever need assistance, we will certainly help you. At that moment, a tall man arrived on a motorcycle and came to a halt. The imposing figure, named Soul, approached, clad in a jacket over a black shirt. Soul inquired, Are you Kay? Indeed, that is I, Kay replied. Soul scrutinized Kay and remarked, You certainly appear to be quite affluent. Mitch, chuckling, interjected, I almost forgot to introduce you. Kay, this is our leader. Soul. Lily added, Hello, Soul. After a brief silence, Soul stated, I hear you have an unusual connection with our little sister? Lily responded, Not really, just ordinary friends, Soul replied. You had better keep it that way. With that, Soul turned and departed. Lily, puzzled, received an explanation from Mitch. Well, the situation is somewhat complicated. In short, he is Pannon's ex-boyfriend. Lily remarked that he had not played Cyberpunk in so long that he had forgotten this detail. Mitch suggested, Let's pretend I never said anything. No worries. Lily, unbothered, said, I'll take my leave now. Be careful on the road. Mitch replied. Upon returning home, Lily lay down on his bed when a call came in from V.K. Have you got any jobs lately? Lily replied, It's rare for you to ask me first. V lamented, Ugh, don't remind me. No one in Night City offers a higher price than you, and many of these gigs are quite dangerous. Lily responded, But you are Cyber V invincible. This should be a piece of cake for you. V retorted, All right, K. No need to tease me, it's so. Do you have any jobs? Lily replied, I have to look for some. Wait for me. After hanging up, he took a hovercar to come across a stroke of luck, hoping that Rog, the queen of the afterlife, might have some leads. Arriving at the bar, Claire greeted him. Hey, the famous philanthropist of Night City wishes to indulge today? Lily chuckled, Don't tease me. Claire responded, I'm merely stating facts. Your reputation is quite illustrious. CEO of Tianchao Corporation, renowned philanthropist, the wealthiest individual in Night City. Which title do you prefer? Lily replied, Just call me K. Very well, Mr. K. Lily ordered, a glass of Johnny Silverhand. As Claire prepared the drink, he inquired, Is Rog around? Claire replied, Yes, she's in box 106. Do you know the way? Or shall I escort you? Lily requested, Please show me the way. Soon, Claire led Lily to the private booth, where Rog was still engaged in a discussion. Claire intended to interrupt, but Lily stopped her. Shortly, Rog concluded her conversation, extinguished her cigarette, and the client departed. Lily approached, Hey, Rog, it's been quite a while. Rog responded, You've got some manners, kid. Speak. What brings you here? Lily settled into a seat, saying, I'm a bit low on gigs and, to be honest, rather bored. Would you mind sharing a few jobs with me? Rog raised an eyebrow. As a middleman in Night City, are you telling me no one has sought your services? Lily replied, You know, I've made a few enemies lately. Rog chuckled, All right, I just happen to have a job available. You can give it a shot. Mr. Nick Hans is in need of 2 bodyguards, and you and V can try out for the position. The compensation is 2,000 euros. If you're interested, head to this establishment to meet him. As she handed Lily a chip, he nodded. Thank you. Rog. You're welcome, she replied. After turning to leave, Lily contacted V. Hey, V, I've got a job here. The client is offering 2,000 euros, and I can offer you 10,000. Don't worry, it's not dangerous. Just a small gig as a bodyguard. V agreed. All right, I'll send you the details. After sending the information, Lily drove his stone sword to the destination, which turned out to be quite remote. Nestled in a narrow alley surrounded by street thugs, Lily wondered how anyone would need bodyguards in such a place. Upon stopping, he noticed an adult toy store. Following the client's instructions, Lily knocked on the door, which opened to reveal a middle-aged man. The man was taken aback. You are Mr. K? Lily replied, Oh, you recognize me? The man exclaimed, Of course, the illustrious Mr. K, the renowned philanthropist of Night City. Who doesn't know you? Oh my God, is that your car? The stone sword, an unreleased model. It's worth a fortune, at least 500,000. Lily interjected, All right, you must be the employer. My associate will arrive shortly. The man, Nick Hans, declared, I never imagined it would be you handling my request. I'm truly honored, Lily responded. No problem. I'm just bored, and my friend is looking for work, so I took the job. Nick Hans remarked, Goodness, now I feel secure. In Night City, no one would dare cross you. Soon, V's vehicle, a rugged wolf SUV, apparently acquired from Dogtown, arrived. Lily greeted, V, got a new car? V replied, Thanks to you. I've finally saved enough to buy one. Lily noted, It seems you've been living quite well recently. V laughed, All right, let's discuss this mission. Who is the employer? Lily gestured to Nick Hans, who was scrutinizing the adult toy store, and V's mind raced. K, you really know how to keep me speechless, Lily replied. Let's save the chatter until after the mission. All right, Mr. Nick Hans, let's head to the target location. We will protect you all the way, Lily stated. Nick Hans nodded. K, are we taking my car? He pointed to a pink, girly vehicle, which Lily promptly declined, saying, Let's take mine instead. V, you follow behind. V asked, So, you're joining the mission? Lily replied, I'm just bored. Might as well participate. Everyone got into their respective vehicles. Nick Hans gazed at Lily with admiration, even feeling a flutter despite being male, but then again, this was Night City. He extended his hand toward Lily, who hesitated and pushed it away, saying, Hey, sir, keep your hands to yourself. Oh, my apologies, K. I got a bit carried away. Considering your stature, Nick Hans stammered, You look so good when you curse, Lily retorted. Enough. Please be quiet. Li was at his wit's end with this character. It was hard to fathom how such a muscular man could be so sleazy. Chapter 21. Evelyn's call. As the vehicle traversed the streets, several cars appeared in the distance, tailing them. V warned, K. We have company. Li asked. Is it the Vortex gang? Hey, Nick Hans, have you crossed any paths with someone recently? Nick Hans glanced at the following vehicles and replied, That's why I hired bodyguards to accompany me. Huh? Nick Hans explained, I recently sold a product that malfunctioned and exploded during use. The client happens to be a leader of the Vortex gang. V couldn't help but chuckle. That must be painful, my friend, Li speculated. I guess it was the Big Cannon series, right? Who knew the defect was that severe? I thought it was just a minor issue that could be easily fixed. Lily added, It's a miracle you're still alive. Before long, the Vortex gang's vehicles pulled up alongside the stone sword. A member leaned out, addressing Lily, Listen, Kay, this is a private matter between us and that wimp. You can leave, but you must hand him over, Lily retorted. Who gave you the right to speak to me that way? Drawing his handgun, he fired a shot at the Vortex gang's car, startling them. Other members began to react, but the one who had spoken quickly intervened. All right, Mr. K, I apologize for my rudeness, but could you give me a chance? I assure you, I will have this wimp give a 5-star review before taking him out. It won't affect your mission at all. Nick Hans, terrified, exclaimed, No, K. Lily warned, Hey, I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, you'll all be dead. Upon hearing this, the member gritted his teeth, K, since you refuse my offer. Don't blame us. Open fire, shouted the member, and the Vortex gang members prepared to shoot. Li activated his black wall, and a cacophony of screams ensued as their vehicles exploded, incinerating the occupants. Oh my God. That's terrifying, Nick Hans gasped, awestruck by Lily's display of power, which far exceeded military-grade weaponry. Upon reaching their destination, Nick Hans requested, Could you wait for me here? Lily replied, Nick Hans, sometimes you need to grow stronger. Once we protect you this time, we'll leave, and those Vortex gang members will come looking for you again. Nick Hans asked, Could you help me destroy the Vortex gang's nearby hideouts, so I can be safe? Although I am aware that money holds little significance for you, I would be willing to offer you an additional sum of 5,000 if you are inclined to assist me. What do you think? Lily chuckled softly. Forget the money. However, the Vortex gang is indeed a nefarious organization. Consider it a favor. I shall intervene. Thank you very much. Kate, you are truly a good person, Lily replied. Hold on, in Night City, I don't perceive being called a good person as a compliment, Lily remarked. Nick Hans interjected, I apologize. I was unaware that you disliked such remarks. All right, get back to your business. Don't you have a meeting with a client? Lily urged. Nick turned and entered the CAF. V commented, You truly intend to assist this fellow? Well, one must occupy themselves somehow, don't you think? Lily replied. Inside the CAF, a flamboyantly dressed, corpulent woman was conversing with Nick Hans. Oh, I never expected to see you again, Mr. Nick Hans, the woman exclaimed. That is hardly amusing, madam, Nick retorted. I genuinely didn't anticipate that you could enlist those two as bodyguards. She added, Mr. K is just bored. Nick explained, It seems Lady Luck is quite fond of your merchandise. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to procure them, the woman continued. Damn. It's the renowned philanthropist, Mr. K. 2 members approached eagerly. With the one on the left inquiring, Mr. K, is there anything I can assist you with? Lily was somewhat bewildered. It was his first encounter with the Vortex gang in such amiable spirits. Shouldn't these individuals be fiercely denouncing the essence of their culture? I have come to escort you to the afterlife. What? The Vortex gang member froze momentarily, but before he could react, Lily drew his handgun and shot him in the forehead. Bang! The bullet penetrated the man's brain, causing him to collapse, twitching and sparking, until he lay still. Damn it, Kay. We haven't wronged you. Why do you attack us? Lily replied, Because you are the Vortex gang with that. He activated stasis, and time around him slowed. Lily dashed forward, firing his handgun rapidly. Cunning indeed. Leave some for me. V also activated stasis, and the two wielded their mantis blades, their gorilla-like arms swinging in unison amidst the cacophony of explosions and screams. Moments later, they stood amidst a sea of corpses, bloodied and victorious. Ali wiped the blood from his face and extended a handkerchief to V, saying, It has been a long time since I experienced such exhilarating carnage. The last time was while playing Cyberpunk. Back then, Battling the NCPD was quite the hassle as they fell like flies. V looked bewildered. You truly live up to the title of a cyberpunk, don't you? When did you ever fight the NCPD? Was it during that Arasaka incident? They hardly sent many. Lee chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing. Let's move on to our next destination. With that, the two departed in their vehicle. Initially, they continued to utilize stasis, but as the cleanup progressed, they opted for more direct methods with the Blackwall. Their cars sped down the road, blasting raucous rock music, pursued by a throng of Vortex gang members. Occasionally interspersed with shouts of cultural pride. Damn K, you won't escape today. Kill those two bastards, fire. Don't let them get away. Bang bang bang. The bullets ricocheted off Lily's car, sparking without inflicting damage. Lee switched to combat mode. And in the next instant, two automated Gatling guns appeared on the vehicle. Bang bang bang. The Gatling guns unleashed a torrent of bullets, shell casings flying, cries of agony echoing, as numerous Vortex gang vehicles were obliterated. Amidst the flames, the two cars sped past. Upon reaching the mountaintop, they both halted. Exiting the vehicle, V's car was already ablaze, but fortunately, it had not reached the point of imminent explosion. Looks like I'll have to spend quite a bit on repairs, Lily remarked. Then just pay me a little extra, brother. You aren't short on funds, are you? V quipped at Lee smiled. If I were to pay you more, wouldn't you then become complacent? Damn, I knew you had ulterior motives. Kate, you always offer a meager sum of 50 or 60,000. Lee tapped his temple, saying, that's called wisdom, my friend. Those other intermediaries operate similarly, but they are far more outrageous. They offer mere 1 or 2,000. And for a perilous mission like that at the KBIH Tower, they only give you 10,000. Haha, I am far more equitable than they are. V had nothing to counter, feeling a slight discontent. He lit a cigarette, and the two leaned against the car, admiring the distant scenery. Lee observed V, asking, when did you start smoking? Did I ever mention that I don't smoke? V replied, at least during that procurement mission. You certainly didn't smoke, Lily noted. Would you dare smoke a cigarette given by the Vortex gang? V challenged. You'd just as readily pick up that super dream lying on the roadside and consume it. Lily countered that I wouldn't engage in such foolishness. Kate, I am not an idiot, Lee chuckled. Trust me, you will one day. And perhaps you'll even be tricked by a cleaner, nearly losing a kidney. Damn it. You've really had enough. K.V. extinguished his cigarette, looking disinclined to continue. Just then, Lily received a call from Evelyn. Hey Kay, are you free right now? Lily replied. What's the matter? Evelyn continued. Do you remember that chip you brought over last time? I need you to come here. The situation is somewhat complicated. Also, it would be ideal if you could get in touch with V. Lee responded. He's right next to me. Upon hearing this, Evelyn exclaimed with delight. That's fantastic. Hurry over. Lily added, however, he might require some compensation. How much are you planning to offer him? Evelyn replied, 3,000. How does that sound? Lily chuckled. Honestly, that's a bit low, but rest assured, he will come. I'll give him 20,000. After a moment of silence, Evelyn said, no need for that. 3,000 will suffice. I am not keen on owing favors, Kay. I hope you understand. All right, I will inform him, Lily said. After ending the call, V asked, was that Evelyn? Lily answered, who else? She mentioned there's an issue with the chip, and she wants us to take a look. She offered you 3,000, V replied. Let's go check it out. What? You would do it for 3,000? Lily inquired. V retorted. Do you think I'm like you? Let us move. The two hopped into their vehicle and quickly arrived at the Lazy Bar. As they alighted, a girl on the left informed them, Kay, Evelyn is waiting for you. The situation is a bit urgent, Lee acknowledged. We know. Upon entering, they hurried to the secret base, where they found Judy lying on a bed. A data cable connected to the relic chip embedded in her head. Lee exclaimed in astonishment. Damn. Isn't that akin to courting death? Evelyn approached. You've finally arrived. The situation is quite urgent. K. You are familiar with hacking, right? I need to sever Judy's connection to the chip. If this continues, Judy will be in grave danger, Lee remarked. It seems you understand what this is. Evelyn remained silent. And without hesitation, Lily connected the data cable to his brain, the other end plugged into the chip. His consciousness began to blur, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a realm of awareness. Surrounded by dark red hues, as he wandered, a figure appeared before him, smoking a cigarette, with a silver arm and dressed in a vest. It was Johnny Silverhand. Lee approached and tapped his shoulder. But Johnny abruptly shrugged him off. coldly demanding, "Who are you?" Just as Lily was about to step closer, the apparition vanished, reappearing seated on a staircase. Lily walked over and sat beside him as Johnny muttered angrily, "Damn Arasaka, I'll blow you to smithereens." Johnny rose in fury, swinging his arms to vent his anger, then strode forward, delivering a kick to the red railing. Lily approached, and Johnny seemed to regain his composure. Leaning against the railing while gazing into the distance, lamenting, "Damn capitalists, living off the toil of the underprivileged. One day, I will turn this damned world to ashes." "Hey, Kay," Lily pointed at the apparition of Johnny, asking, "Do you see who that is?" V responded, "Johnny Silverhand." "What of it?" Lily declared, "He is still alive, don't jest. He perished the day Arasaka Tower was blown up. That madman installed nuclear weapons in Arasaka Tower, and with a deafening bang, all of Night City was affected. He was nothing but a terrorist." "What did you say?" Johnny's apparition suddenly lunged at V, gripping his shoulders tightly and shaking him, his expression fierce as he exclaimed, "I witnessed the corporation seize farmers' water and land, and I saw Night City turn into a machine, fueled by the shattered dreams and despair of its people. For too long, the corporation has controlled the populace, taking everything, and now they don't even spare our souls. I declare war, not solely because capitalism is a thorn in my side, but because this is a struggle of the people against a rampant societal system. A battle against chaos that must be thwarted at all costs, to conquer and to rend them asunder. I detonated the Arasaka Tower because it deserved obliteration." Lily was somewhat bewildered, and Johnny glanced at him, asking, "Who are you, and how did you end up here?" Lily responded. "I believe his consciousness may be somewhat disoriented," Johnny retorted. "Are you suggesting that I am insane? You are the ones who are unwell. I am perfectly fine standing here." Just as V intended to say something, Johnny's apparition vanished, reappearing beside the railing. Lily approached, patting Johnny's shoulder. "It's all in the past, my friend. Everything has come to an end," Johnny declared. "I have destroyed the Arasaka Tower, putting an end to this terrifying nightmare." V interjected. "No, this is far from over," V approached, stating, "You have only blown up the Arasaka Tower, not the entire Arasaka. As of now, Arasaka still stands." Upon hearing this, Johnny was immediately incensed. He surveyed his surroundings and declared, "I must get out of here. I need to leave this place." With that, he charged at a wall. Delivering a fierce kick, Lily remarked, "You are currently nothing more than an ideological existence, or perhaps not even that. You may simply be a copy of Johnny." Johnny turned to Lily. "So? If I wish to escape, I require a body." "I understand your implication," Lily replied. "I will not lend you my body," Johnny asserted. "I will undoubtedly destroy Arasaka, if it costs me my life." "Then so be it. If I must take your body, then I will do so." Johnny lunged forward, and Lily shouted, "Damn it, V, restrain him." V immediately rushed forward to hold Johnny down, yet in the next moment, Johnny's apparition vanished, reappearing right before Lily. Johnny stated, "This is my territory," Lily replied. "Do you not think you are being selfish? To seize another's body for your own benefit?" Johnny nonchalantly lit a cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke. "I offered you a choice." Whoosh, Johnny's apparition disappeared. V suggested, "Let us first find Judy," Lily responded. "I will think of a way to break this place." "You go find Judy." V nodded and began searching, soon spotting Judy standing there. Upon seeing V, her face lit up with joy. "It's you?" V replied. "We need to find a way out of here." Judy agreed. "Yes, I know." V admonished. "You're being reckless." "What was that chip?" "You didn't even understand it before connecting it," Judy explained. "I intended to decrypt it to see what it was." Suddenly, the surroundings began to glitch, and V felt the scenery before him blur. In the next moment, he became ethereal. Judy gasped, V. The scene vanished, replaced by the interior of a helicopter, where Kay and Judy were nowhere to be seen. V looked at his hand, which had transformed into a silver mechanical hand, and Rogan said, "We're almost there." Bang, bang, bang. Rogan unleashed a barrage of gunfire. With screams, many Arasaka employees were obliterated. V exclaimed, "Let me take over." He seized the machine gun and unleashed a torrent of fire. Suddenly, a shell came hurtling toward them, booming as the helicopter's alarm blared. The pilot exclaimed, "Damn, we've been hit." "Fortunately, it's nothing major." V declared, "Let us stop here." The helicopter landed on the rooftop, and everyone began to move. V charged ahead, kicking open the door and storming inside, slaughtering Arasaka employees as he ascended the stairs. They reached an iron gate, where a hacker placed explosives on it and quickly retreated. Clear out! Everyone stepped back, and with a thunderous explosion, the gate was blown open. They rushed inside, gunning down several foes. Johnny approached the entrance, producing a pre-prepared miniature nuclear weapon and placing it on top. We need to leave quickly. Hurry, Johnny. Take a moment. Just wait. No, there are more and more Arasaka personnel. We must leave swiftly. V insisted. Just a little more time. Rogan replied. Enough, we leave now. We'll find another opportunity. Johnny, V pleaded. You all go ahead. Give me 15 minutes. Rogan relented. Damn it, fine, Johnny. We'll wait for you for 15 minutes. We leave on the dot. With that, Rogan and the others dashed up. Moments later, the explosives were finally set. V ran outside, eliminating numerous foes along the way. Just as he was about to leave the rooftop, Atom Smasher pursued him. Damn, it's Atom Smasher. Johnny, hurry. Hand me yours. V reached out towards Rogan, but as the helicopter ascended, he could only grasp a fraction. In the next moment, Atom Smasher lunged at him, grabbing V's leg and slamming him to the ground. No, Johnny! Atom Smasher delivered a brutal kick to V's chest, and V felt a searing pain, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed helplessly. Yet in the next moment, he fiercely grasped his pistol and fired at Atom Smasher. Bang! Atom Smasher retaliated with another kick, and V felt darkness envelop him as he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself on a stretcher, being carried away, and soon he was inside a spaceship. Bound to a chair, a fierce-looking corporate employee approached and punched V in the face. Speak. Who ordered you to do this? V spat blood in the man's face, inciting his fury as he struck V again. Where did you get the nuclear material? Answer me. Speak up. I'll make you talk. Bang bang. A fist landed after another on V's face, leaving him bruised and in agony. At that moment, an elderly, wrinkled man stood not far away. Saburo Arasaka, the de facto ruler of Night City. Saburo Arasaka inquired, still unwilling to confess. Why did you detonate the Arasaka Tower? Outside the spaceship, a massive mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, dust and smoke swirling outward. V retorted, Damn, is this all you're capable of? Saburo Arasaka demanded. Who instructed you to blow up the Arasaka Tower? Who provided you with the nuclear material? Seeing V's obstinacy, Saburo Arasaka seemed disinclined to press further. He gestured, and a bodyguard placed a device on V's head. V scoffed. Is that so? You intend to kill me? Ha ha ha. Kill you, the bodyguard sneered. You will wish for death? As the device activated, V felt excruciating pain in his brain, a torment that penetrated to the depths of his soul. In the next moment, his vision blackened, and he fell into silence. V slowly opened his eyes, feeling nauseous, the surroundings unclear, as if something was distorting his vision. Lily asked, Hey, V, how are you feeling? Are you better? Judy inquired, How are you, V? Do you feel any discomfort? IV barely began to speak before losing consciousness again. V. Everyone anxiously shook him. The scene transitioned, and V opened his eyes once more, now in Victor's clinic, where Evelyn, Lily, and Judy were all watching him. Victor said, You're awake? V, do you feel any discomfort? You finally woke up, V. I was so worried. Misty approached with concern. Misty V replied, I took too much of a risk this time. If anything had happened to you, I would never forgive K. Jack added, equally worried. Jack V held his forehead, saying, I feel a little strange. Victor sighed, and Jack became alarmed. It was the first time he had seen Victor sigh in response to a cybernetic issue. Chapter 23. Takemura's plan. Jack worriedly asked, Victor, what is the situation? Victor explained. That chip is causing trouble in your head. What do you mean? Victor elaborated. It means sigh. Can you see strange hallucinations? As if there is another person inside you. Indeed. V glanced to the side, where Johnny's apparition appeared. Johnny asked, Where did you hide the cigarettes? He saw Johnny anxiously searching for cigarettes. We will surely find a way. V, such a dangerous job. Why didn't you tell me before going? Jack lamented. If we had gone together, perhaps you wouldn't be in this situation, V replied. Jack, I didn't want you to get caught up in this. Forgive me. V. Victor remained silent for a moment, then produced a bottle of medication. Take one of these pills daily. It will effectively alleviate your current condition. V replied. It's all right. Moments later, V went to rest. While everyone sat in silence, not wanting things to escalate to this point, a month later, V awoke from his bed, and Misty approached. V, how are you feeling? V sat up. Much better, just occasional hallucinations. Misty replied. That's good. Jack and I were both worried about you, V reassured. I'm fine. ASV prepared to rise. The colors around him suddenly shifted to red, and Johnny's apparition reappeared in the room. V was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, Misty, get back, Johnny remarked. Hey, why so tense? Misty was stunned, then suddenly saw V collapse to the floor, rushing over to support him. V slowly rose, saying, Misty, you should leave, Misty. V, you are in quite a dire situation. V, please give me some time, Misty. I wish to be alone. Misty fell silent for a moment and then said, I'm sorry. I understand. Turning away, she noticed Johnny sitting on the bed, gazing at V with an indifferent expression. It seems there are many who care for you, V retorted harshly. Get out of my head. Johnny snickered derisively. Unless you take your own life, you're stuck with me. You terrorist, get out of my head. Johnny rose and slowly approached V, then picked up a bottle of pills, saying, Here, take these. We share the same body. If you die, I die as well. Before V could protest, Johnny forcefully shoved the pills into V's mouth. V struggled, forcefully spitting the pills out, only to be kicked to the ground by Johnny. In reality, it was V who had fallen, yet in his mind, he perceived it as Johnny's doing. V crawled forward slowly, and Johnny remarked, I never anticipated I would have a second chance at life. I must destroy Arasaka Tower. If one attempt fails, I shall make another. If it requires killing, I shall kill. If I need your body, I shall take it to V. This is my body. V attempted to rise. But consciousness slipped away into darkness once more. When he awoke again, he found himself being assisted onto the bed. Victor said, V, I heard from Misty that you ingested a significant amount of pills. V, it's not as you think, Victor. I understand your feelings, but V, one must always look forward. Do not let life defeat you. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and V's situation had finally improved somewhat. Lily leaned against the car, smoking. He was certainly aware of the relic situation, but had not anticipated that fate would be so ironic, ultimately leading Johnny to parasitize V at tea that moment. V made a phone call. K, do you have a moment? What is up? Want to go for a drive to clear your mind? V, no, I received a job, one I believe you would find intriguing. Lily, puzzled. Whose job? V, don't ask, just come over, and you'll understand. Lily, what sort of job is so mysterious? V, I'll send you the location. After hanging up, Lily followed the coordinates to a restaurant, where he soon spotted V sitting across from someone. Wait, that person is Takamura Goro. Lily approached, visibly displeased, and sat beside V. Takamura Goro. Ah, long time no see. Mr. Cade. Lily, spare me the pleasantries. What do you want with V? Takamura Goro. K, as I mentioned last time, if you do not assist us, we have other options. Mr. V has already agreed to help us. Lily, damn, this is frustrating. V, you know Takamura from before? Not just acquainted. Lily smirked, noticing the gourmet food on Takamura's table. Why not order some sashimi? You seemed to enjoy it last time. Takamura Goro. Sometimes, it's good to try different flavors. So, let us cut to the chase. First, K, will you join this plan? Lily, didn't you already have V on board? What do you need me for? Takamura Goro. It was V who suggested he wanted you to join. Which is why I called you here. Lily. Damn it, V. You've set me up. V. Didn't you set me up last time? So, I thought you might as well join. Lily. Let us hear the plan. Takamura Goro. I intend to contact an old friend of mine, who is now the bodyguard of Arasaka Raiden. With his help, we have a chance to kidnap Arasaka Raiden. Lily was taken aback. Seriously? It is hard to believe coming from you. Aren't you part of the company? Isn't this against your Bushido code? Takamura Goro. My loyalty has only ever been to Lord Saburo. And with his untimely demise, only you know the truth of that day. Therefore, I must act to reveal what truly transpired. Lily. It was Arasaka Hanako who instigated this, wasn't it? You fail to see that she is manipulating you. Once Arasaka Raiden is ousted, the company will fall under her control. Takamura Goro. Even so, I must ensure the truth is unveiled. From the moment he betrayed Lord Saburo, he has forfeited his right to manage the company. Lily, frankly, I'm not keen to get embroiled in your family's internal strife, but since V is involved, I shall join as well. Takamura Goro, very well. I shall contact my friend and arrange for you to meet him. With that, Takamura Goro settled the bill and departed. Lily, V, you must understand this matter is quite precarious. Haven't you learned enough from the Arasaka Tower incident? V. Takamura told me they have a way to separate me from Johnny. Lily could only think what a foolish boy V was, aiding those who would betray him. He knew the entire plot and understood that Takamura was deceiving him. Ultimately, V would become a mere test subject awaiting death in a space station. Lily, V, you've also emerged from the company. Are you not aware of Arasaka's true nature? This matter requires careful consideration before proceeding. Those Arasaka folks will likely use you, discarding you like trash once you've served your purpose. Or worse, eliminate you to cover their tracks. V. I have no other options now. Sighing, Lily conceded, Fine. I cannot dissuade you. If that is the case, I shall accompany you to the end. Chapter 24. The Meeting Inside the Secret Base. Evelyn dialed a number, and the recipient was Meredith Stout, a mature woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. Stout took a drag from her cigarette and inquired, How is the research on the chip coming along? Evelyn. We encountered a minor setback, but fortunately, we still have the chip itself. Damn it, Evelyn. I told you not to let outsiders interfere, but you wouldn't listen, Stout demanded. You need to give me a full account. Otherwise, I will report this to the company. Evelyn. The relic chip contains a soul entity. During our research, for reasons unknown, the chip activated. I feared for Judy's safety and contacted V and the others for assistance. But the soul entity ended up in V's mind. Stout exhaled a puff of smoke. It's not too bad as long as the chip is intact, I understand. Evelyn responded, and Stout promptly hung up. Meanwhile, Lily and V were driving towards their destination. Lily. Even if we find Anders, it won't help. He's merely a designer. Being a designer means he must know something. Reluctantly, Lily continued driving until they arrived at a colossal research facility, heavily guarded. Noticing the insignias on their uniforms, he realized they were affiliated with military technology. V. I can't believe he is hiding here. Lily. I don't think he intended to hide here. Our informants in military technology said Anders' family was kidnapped by them. To protect his family, he had to defect from Arasaka and seek refuge with military technology. V. Military technology is quite generous, providing him such a vast space. Lily. Regardless, let us go take a look. V. Do you prefer to be discreet or to charge in? V. I'm not fond of sneaking around. With that, V hefted 2 submachine guns and strode forward. Who goes there? The personnel from military technology immediately became alert, preparing for combat. They aimed their guns at V, shouting, Drop your weapons, or we will fire. Seeing V approach, one ordered, Fire! Bang, bang, bang! Bullets rained down upon V, who activated his Sandevistan. The surrounding time slowing to a crawl, he rushed forward, opening fire, and by the time resumed, he found himself behind the guards. With a chorus of screams, the guards outside collapsed, riddled with bullets and bleeding profusely. Lily exited the car and joined V. Damn, you're too slow. K. Inside the facility, observing the chaos outside, the military guards grew frantic. Damn it! We must stop them. They hurried downstairs to open fire, while V unleashed his grip. Boom. The black wall activated, and amidst the chilling screams, the guards before him were engulfed in red-black beams of light, collapsing to the ground lifeless. Damn it! It's the black wall. Be cautious, you lot. Take the doctor and evacuate. We'll cover you. The captain ordered a few individuals, and then they continued to engage V and Lily. V surged forward, his mantis blades whirling as he swiftly dispatched the guards. He began to search the rooms one by one, opening doors and unleashing a hail of gunfire. In some rooms, the occupants were turned into mere sieves. Bang! The iron door was kicked open, revealing a group of guards shielding a suited man, Anders, as they prepared to retreat. Eliminate them! A voice cried out, prompting the crowd to swiftly open fire. V deftly evaded the onslaught, wielding a mantis blade to deflect several bullets as a fleeting shadow dashed forward. Thud! All the guards were slain, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. V seized Anders by the collar, forcefully slamming him to the ground. You must be Dr. Anders. What a pleasure to meet you. Anders looked at V with a hint of terror, exclaiming, I know you. Did the Arasaka send you to kill me? V replied. Arasaka? I haven't been involved with them for quite some time. So, what do you want from me? Please, take a seat, and we can discuss this calmly. Lee brought over a chair, and Anders, trembling with fear, sat down. I'm merely a researcher. Capturing me won't serve any purpose. V countered. That depends on what you've been researching. Relic chip, does that ring a bell? Anders was taken aback. Soul killer? Damn it, how do you know about that? That's Arasaka's secret. Only a select few are privy to it. Lily interjected. Listen, Anders, we're not here for your ramblings. Let me simplify this. You have two options, cooperate or die. Anders, quaking with fear, begged, don't be rash. I will cooperate. Just tell me what you want to know, Lily urged. V, explain your situation to him. V gestured to his own head and stated, the relic chip contains a person's consciousness, and right now, it resides within my mind. Anders, momentarily stunned, gasped. You mean you've transferred consciousness into your brain? Oh, my cyber heavens, this is not a good sign. Anders continued, this project was originally intended for Lord Saburo Arasaka's immortality plan. Alas, I never anticipated such a turn of events. I need to assess your condition. May I connect to your terminal? V replied. Go ahead, Lily chuckled. Aren't you worried he might tamper with something? Anders hastily assured, heavens, I swear I wouldn't dare. I'm right here. If I try anything, you can blow my head off. Lee remarked, you seem quite self-aware. As Anders connected to V's terminal, his expression shifted to one of shock, even elation. Oh, my cyber heavens. This is nothing short of a miracle. It's reorganizing your neurons, my word. This is a monumental success. Truly miraculous. V snapped, shut the hell up. I'm not your research subject. Find a way to fix this. Anders regained some composure, though his excitement remained palpable. The situation is rather dire. The relic is reorganizing your neurons, and forcibly separating it now would have significant repercussions. What does that mean? V inquired. Anders replied, it means you'll end up as a complete imbecile. Damn it, V cursed, can't you think of a solution? Anders lamented, if you had encountered me sooner, there might have been a chance. But now, V aimed his gun at Anders's forehead, declaring, so now you have no solution? Then you have no reason to exist. No. Please. I beg you. Anders cowered, clutching his head. Lee pressed V's gun down, stating, I told you, even if you find him, there's no solution. Am I to simply watch myself fade away? At that moment, Johnny's phantom appeared nearby, leaning against a wall with a smirk. Looks like you're in a bit of a bind. Shut the hell up, V barked. Johnny continued, listen, V, Anders may not have a solution, but I do. You might not know this, but beneath Arasaka lies a massive computer that connects to the Mikashi. If we can link to Mikashi, we will certainly find a way, V retorted. Why the hell should I trust you? Johnny replied. Because the relic chip originated from there. Listen, this is a win-win deal. I destroy Arasaka Tower, and you get saved. You really are fickle. Just days ago, you wanted to kill me, and now you're so friendly? V remarked. Johnny responded, I changed my mind. V, that I must destroy Arasaka. Instead of squabbling with you, why not join forces for something grand? Lily interjected, are you conversing with Johnny? V nodded. This madman actually wants me to accompany him to destroy Arasaka Tower. Johnny insisted, V, I'm not joking. I'm serious. Your only chance of survival lies with Mikashi. There are no other options. V fell silent for a moment before stating, I don't trust you. Johnny replied, you'll come around, Lee observed. Looks like you've reached an agreement. Turning to Anders, he asked, what about him? V declared, Takashi said he has a score to settle with him. Lee questioned, you don't mean to hand Anders over to him, do you? Anders pleaded in terror, no, please, don't hand me over to him. He is a devil. He will torture me to death, V stated. If you want him, then I will hand him over to you. Lily agreed, then give him to me. My company seeks talents like him. With that, Lily made a call to Roman, who had already sent someone to pick him up. Johnny's specter appeared beside V. Nodding. K is indeed a decent fellow, though his company isn't the best. Handing him over is still preferable to Arasaka, V remarked. You have quite the disdain for Arasaka, Johnny replied, because I've dealt with them. V. They're a pack of ravenous wolves that devour without remorse. Don't trust them. You will surely regret it. You'd best not trust Takashi either. Believe me, he is just deceiving you, V asserted. I have no other choice. Damn, what a mess, Johnny said. You don't trust me, but you trust the company? Damn, that's just absurd, V responded. Don't forget. I also came from the company, Johnny countered. I've been observing you for quite some time. You're different from those people. V turned to Li, stating, I'm leaving now. ASV stood up to depart. Roman's people arrived shortly after to take Anders away. Not long after, outside a secret military technology base, a group of military technology company personnel was patrolling when several vehicles approached. A contingent from Tianchao Corporation disembarked from the cars. The military technology staff immediately grew vigilant, aiming their weapons at the newcomers. What do you want? Back off. This is military technology property. Leave immediately now. The Tianchao staff looked at them with derision. As if utterly dismissive of their authority, they activated a black wall, swiftly eliminating all military technology personnel present. After cracking the door's code, they entered and discovered Anders's family, his parents. Employee 1 stated, Hey, Anders sent us to fetch you. Are you from Arasaka? The man questioned. Employee 1 replied, We're from Tianchao Corporation. Upon hearing this, both the man and woman sighed. The man remarked, It seems we've merely exchanged one form of control for another. Employee 1 reassured them, Don't be disheartened. The treatment at Tianchao is far superior to that of military technology. Working with us is definitely not a loss. Moreover, our employees' families will be ensured safety, along with various benefits. As for control, we might restrict some of your freedom, but that's for your protection. We don't want to be held hostage. Upon hearing this, the man felt somewhat relieved as they departed. Chapter 25. Oda-san Taiyu Takashi Goro sent VA location and said, I've contacted an old friend, but we might need to negotiate. He wants to see evidence, V replied. Where the hell am I supposed to find evidence? Takashi Goro insisted, just meet with him. 8 p.m. After hanging up, V quickly contacted Li. Li asked, Do you think he can be trusted? Trust me, V. Instead of relying on him, you might as well create a ruckus at Arasaka and then plug your brain into Makashi to see if there's a solution. V queried, You know about Makashi? Johnny's phantom appeared beside him, chuckling. This kid aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Shut your mouth, V snapped. Johnny replied, I wasn't talking about you. Kade, I meant that guy in my head. Haha, Johnny laughed. I always seem to irk you, don't I? V retorted. Enough already, Johnny. Just be quiet. All right, suit yourself. Johnny waved dismissively. V inquired. So, Kay, how much do you know about Makashi? Is it really capable of expelling that thing from my head? Lily responded, Not much, but at least it's more reliable than Takashi Goro. That guy just wants to drag you down. In reality, Arasaka's technology hasn't reached that level yet. They merely created a poison. But the antidote hasn't been developed. V pondered for a moment, saying, Kay, I understand you have some reservations about Takashi, but I still intend to give it a try as long as Takashi is willing to help afterward. We can borrow Makashi for research, Li conceded. Fine. I can't argue with you. Johnny remarked, Damn it, cooperating with the company? You'll surely regret it. At 8 in the evening, the two individuals arrived punctually at the designated meeting place, where they beheld Goro Takemura. They alighted from their vehicle and approached him. You are quite punctual, one remarked. But is your companion truly reliable? I hope he won't betray us. Trust me, he is not that kind of person. Goro Takemura replied. He is as loyal to Lord Saburo as I am. He was simply deceived by that scoundrel Arasaka Reinen, which is why he became his bodyguard. Once he sees the evidence, he will believe. Before long, a black car arrived, and Santayu Oda, dressed impeccably in a suit, stepped out. Is everyone here? He inquired coolly. Goro, to be frank, I did not come here to listen to your words today. I am quite disappointed. Goro, you have betrayed Lord Saburo, betrayed Arasaka, and violated your samurai code. Will you not even look at the evidence? Goro asked. I will not trust the words of a traitor, Oda retorted. Do not think you can deceive me. Oda-kun. Once you have examined the evidence, you will no longer hold that opinion. Enough, Goro, Oda said. I had hoped to see the heads of those involved, but I was mistaken. You live in your delusions, associating with those audacious enough to attempt to harm Lord Goro. You are a traitor, and it was foolish of me to meet with you today, Goro. I shall pretend I have not seen you. Thus, our friendship ends here. The next time we meet, you will be my enemy, and I will surely kill you. With that, Oda returned to his car and departed. Goro Takemura wished to dissuade him, but he had already vanished. That person is rather extreme, one remarked. What shall we do now? Lily inquired. Goro Takemura leaned against the railing, his emotions complex as he said, "I need to think." After a brief silence, he continued, "We have one more opportunity." Originally, Arasaka Reinen intended for Miss Hanako to go, but due to the gravity of the situation and the influence of those advising her, he ultimately decided to go himself. This presents an opportunity, albeit a perilous one, and no matter the danger, we must proceed, came the response. If Oda could assist us, we would not need to take such significant risks. However, since he refuses to help, we have no choice but to proceed this way. We need to discuss our plan. K. As the owner of Tianqiao Company, can you obtain the layout of the celebration? Leave this matter to me. We have placed quite a few insiders within Arasaka. Li assured. Upon hearing this, Goro Takemura appeared somewhat displeased. I wondered why your company seemed to know about many of our operations in advance. It turns out you have planted moles. After this, you must eliminate all the insiders, or our two companies will not coexist peacefully. Li replied, "Do not worry. We no longer need to rely on them." Shortly thereafter, at Li's residence, he sent the information to Goro Takemura and engaged in conversation with V. Goro Takemura is currently trustworthy, Li stated. "I know, as we need to collaborate with him," V acknowledged. "However, I believe that after this incident, you should not seek out Takemura again. If you were tricked into becoming a lab rat on a space station, I may not be able to rescue you. I assist him solely to resolve the issue with the chip," V replied. "Forget it. I cannot persuade you," Li conceded. V reached out to catch the falling cherry blossoms from the sky. At that moment, Li called, "Hey, V, check how many snipers are present." V activated the scanner, examining the previously provided coordinates. "There are 6 locations with snipers," he reported. "Wait a bit longer before acting. If something goes awry too soon, I fear Arasaka Reinen will escape." "Rest assured, I am aware," V replied. On a high-rise, Goro Takemura surveyed the designated spots with binoculars. "I am ready on my END.AS. Soon as the spacecraft arrives, we can commence." Soon, a spacecraft approached, its immense frame evoking awe. "How beautiful," some marveled, while the Arasaka bodyguards stood poised in readiness aboard the vessel. Inside, a bodyguard entered, reporting, "Lord Reinen, everything is prepared. You may proceed." "Very well," Arasaka Reinen replied, stepping out to wave at the crowd. Meanwhile, V began his operation, stealthily climbing to the sniper's position and cautiously approaching the marksman. With a swift motion, he seized the man's neck and twisted, snapping it with a decisive crack. V took control of the sniper rifle. Attaching a silencer. "What is the situation? Has anyone noticed?" Goro Takemura observed through his binoculars. "At coordinates -210, 351. Take the shot and eliminate him." Bang! The gunfire rang out, the bullet piercing the man's brain. Thanks to the silencer, coupled with the din of the crowd and the music, no one took notice. V reloaded and aimed for the next target, firing again to dispatch another. V, the one on the left, seems suspicious. He appears to have noticed you. Eliminate him. Do not let him contact anyone else. Understood. Bang! Another shot rang out as V continued to eliminate other targets. Area A shows no suspicious personnel. Area B, clear. Area C? Nothing. The bodyguards began to panic, one picking up binoculars to scan the area. Although the enemies were present, something felt amiss. Area D? Show some movement to confirm you are still alive. Receiving no response, the bodyguard, in a fit of anxiety, fired his sniper rifle twice, but still, silence reigned. Terrified, the bodyguard rushed to inform, "Lord Reinen, quickly return to the ship. There are assassins, damn assassins. Why must they strike now?" Arasaka Reinen exclaimed. "You must deal with the assassins quietly. I do not wish to make the news again." "Yes, sir." Several black-clad bodyguards departed, and Arasaka Reinen glanced at Oda, saying, "Oda-kun, you must go as well." "Understood," Oda replied, bowing before departing. Meanwhile, V stealthily entered a room, and upon seeing someone approach, he quickly concealed himself. As the person passed, V lunged, seizing him by the neck and swiftly ending his life with a sharp snap. Just then, V heard a voice over a nearby microphone. "A body has been discovered. There is an assassin. All personnel, be on alert." V descended the stairs, encountering an enemy who widened his eyes, ready to shoot. With a swift kick, V sent the gun flying, then executed a swift scissor kick. Eliminating him, V continued his assault, hearing Goro Takemura's voice relay, "V, you must hurry. They have reacted, and you need to find a way onto the ship." It is indeed you. A strange voice echoed in his earpiece. It was Oda's voice. Oda! The sounds of combat erupted. Oda, must we truly meet in battle? Goro Takemura implored. Oda, clad in ninja attire, coldly declared, Takemura, you traitor, I shall present your head to Lord Rainin. With that, Oda charged again. And Goro, while fending off the assault, cautioned, V, you must rely on yourself for now. Be careful. It seems you have other accomplices, but it matters not. I will kill you and then seek him out. Oda kicked Goro in the abdomen, forcing him back, then lunged forward with his mantis blade once more. Chapter 26. Borrowing the body at this moment, V faced 4 or 5 employees of Arasaka, each well-equipped and armed with heavy machine guns. V charged into battle, successfully dispatching them all, but one managed to send out a location signal as he fell. Aboard the spacecraft, a bodyguard exclaimed, "This is bad. He is approaching." The ship began to retreat. As it was pulling back, V lunged toward the vessel, only to have Oda charge in from behind, violently yanking V's leg and throwing him aside. V sprang to his feet, and in the next instant, Oda's figure became transparent as he lunged toward V. Clang, clang. The two exchanged blows, weapons clashing and creating a cacophony. Unable to discern Oda's position clearly, V sustained several cuts. "Damn it, do not fall here," V muttered, scanning with his bionic eye while attacking. Suddenly, the sounds of Arasaka's operatives approached. "Quick! Over there!" V realized he needed to end this quickly. He was about to activate the black wall when Lily interjected. "Spare his life. I have use for him." "What use can you have for him? He is loyal to Arasaka Saburo and will never serve you," V argued. Lily gritted his teeth and replied, "Then let him live. I will use him for experiments." Reluctantly, V activated the Stanwiston mode. In this state, time slowed around him, allowing V to swiftly approach Oda from behind and choke him unconscious. "I am leaving him here for you to collect," V announced, turning to dash toward the ship, only to find it had already departed. Damn it! At that moment, the Arasaka personnel arrived, shouting, "Enemy spotted! Open fire!" They unleashed a barrage, but V, moving with incredible speed, evaded the gunfire and swiftly dispatched them with his mantis blade. Having completed his task, V retreated, and shortly thereafter, a combat unit from Tianchao Company arrived at the scene. Confronted by the charging Arasaka employees, they opened fire, taking them down with precision. They exhibited an impressive sense of order and discipline, akin to the operations of a special forces unit. Bang! 2 individuals from the Arasaka Corporation met their demise. With a mere wave of the captain's hand, 2 members of the Celestial Empire stepped forward to deliver the finishing shots. Thereafter dispersing to either side and advancing slowly, bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as more Arasaka personnel fell, and they soon arrived at the location of Takazura Goro, carrying him away before continuing onward. They then discovered Takazura Goro, who had collapsed on the ground. The captain stated, "Boss, we have located Takazura Goro." Lily responded, "Take him with us." Understood. They hoisted Takazura Goro and proceeded. Days later, Lily received a call from V.K. "Do you have any news on Takazura Goro?" "None. Why do you ask?" Lily inquired. "What are you so worried about?" V replied. "This concerns my very life. I certainly do not wish to be done in by that thing in my head." Lily reassured, "Do not fret. We still have an alternative. Since assassination has proven ineffective, we shall force our way into Arasaka Tower." V paused, but then asked, "What is your plan?" Lily stated, "Before that, we need to find a reliable group of individuals." V suggested, "You should check with Rog. She is an old acquaintance of Johnny and will be of assistance." V nodded. "Let us hope for that." After ending the call, Johnny's ghost materialized on the sofa. "You've finally come around. Wouldn't it have been better to do this sooner? Blow up Arasaka Tower, find the god of the shrine, and resolve our damned predicament." V asked, "Can you manage things with Rog?" "Sure, but you mustn't use my body for anything peculiar," V warned. Johnny assured, "Rest easy. I am a man of my word." V took a pill, and the next moment, dizziness overcame him as Johnny slowly opened his eyes. "Look at this body. Absolutely fantastic. I feel invigorated. This sensation of being alive is simply marvelous." Johnny examined his hands, noting that one was not his silver hand, which felt somewhat strange. Without hesitation, he exited, revving V's sports car as he sped down the street. "Oh yeah," Johnny shouted with glee. narrowly avoiding pedestrians who cursed. What the hell, you blind fool? Watch where you're going. Kid, are you out of your mind? Oh, stay away from me. The exhilarating feeling was akin to a long-imprisoned convict suddenly granted freedom, and Johnny was reveling in his newfound madness. He swaggered into a tattoo parlor. Hey, buddy, who has the best skills? Come give me some ink. I'm the master here. An elderly tattoo artist approached, and Johnny glanced around the shop. Is there no one else? Spotting a young woman, he pointed. Hey, that girl over there, come here. This job is yours. The old tattoo artist sighed. If you're here looking for trouble, you've chosen the wrong place. This joint is under the protection of the Tiger Claw Gang. Johnny pulled out a large sum of money and placed it in the artist's hand. Now, shut your mouth. The old artist accepted the cash. All right, have a good time, buddy. Johnny retorted. What kind of blessing is that? He settled into a chair, while the tattoo artist began her work. Feeling the sting of the needle, Johnny remarked, Hey, girl, I need to alleviate some of this pain. The artist seemed to understand immediately and leaned in closer. After a while, Johnny handed her a wad of cash. This is your due. Come back anytime. The tattoo artist was quite savvy. After Johnny left, the old artist approached. Hey, Ollie, that guy took advantage of you. You should have taught him a lesson and shown him his place. The girl scoffed, holding her money. At least he knows how to pay. And you? Ha, maybe you should look in the mirror and see your age. The old man seethed with rage, but the girl remained unfazed and continued her work. Johnny sped off to the Afterlife bar, stepping out of his car with arms wide open, a grin on his face. Oh? Afterlife, long time no see, buddy. He was about to enter when a bodyguard at the door remarked, Hey, pal, new face here. You know the rules. Look but don't touch, and Rog's word is law. What? Rog, Johnny scoffed. Since when did she call the shots here? That's just ridiculous. The bodyguard warned. If you're looking for a fight, you've come to the wrong place. Johnny replied. Hey, you have 3 seconds to get out of my way. Got it? Who the hell do you think you are? Looks like someone wants to get hurt. The bodyguard retorted angrily. In an instant, a punch was thrown at Johnny, and another bodyguard rushed in to assist. Johnny effortlessly caught the punch with one hand and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. He then spun around, seizing another bodyguard's arm and slamming him against the wall. Hey, do you remember what I just said? Bang! Johnny's fist connected with the bodyguard's face. The bodyguard cried out in pain. Damn, there's trouble. A commotion erupted in the bar as a throng of bodyguards charged in. Johnny flexed his limbs. Looks like someone hasn't learned their lesson. Bang! He delivered a punch to one, who immediately clutched his nose in agony. Johnny shook his hand. Damn, I'm still getting used to this hand. The surrounding bodyguards posed no match for Johnny as he dispatched them one by one. Inside the bar, a bodyguard stumbled down, reaching Rog. Boss, there's a disturbance. At that moment, the Afterlife bar fell silent, the patrons in disbelief. This was a place where the elite gathered, a legendary venue where the likes of Morgan, Johnny Silverhand, and even Adam Smasher had conducted business. Now, someone dared to cause a ruckus here? Rog furrowed her brow. Tossing her cigarette aside in anger, grab your weapons and follow me. The burly bodyguard, Waylon, nodded and grabbed a heavy machine gun, while Rog armed herself with a shotgun. Bang! Rog fired a shot. The patrons of the Afterlife bar prepared to follow, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Soon, Rog emerged, followed by numerous curious guests. Damn, Rog, you finally made it out. Johnny began moving towards her. You know I dot bang. Rog fired a shot directly at Johnny, who narrowly dodged. Rog, is this how you treat me? Rog shot back. Who do you think you are? As Johnny was about to retort, realization struck him, and he chuckled. Damn, I forgot. Right? I'm currently in VS body. So of course you wouldn't recognize me. Rog narrowed her eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? You dare cause a scene in Afterlife? You must want to die. Chapter 27. Johnny Silverhand. Johnny replied, Hey, calm down, Rog. Don't forget, Afterlife was once our joint venture. Rog paused, taken aback. Only she and Johnny knew of this fact. Who are you, and how do you know about this? Rog demanded. Johnny waved his hand. How about we put down the guns and talk inside? Rog lowered her weapon. We can talk, but you've hurt my people, and this matter won't simply be overlooked, Johnny acknowledged. Understood. Let us sort this out after we clarify the situation. Rog led Johnny inside, leaving the patrons somewhat disappointed. It seemed today's spectacle was over. However, their curiosity about Johnny's identity piqued. This guy seemed to know an awful lot. Once in the private room, Rog dismissed the others, leaving just herself and Johnny. Now, tell me, who are you? And why did you stir trouble in Afterlife? Johnny began. Rog, do you remember our initial plan? You fervently urged me to calm down and refrain from blowing up Arasaka. But you know I've never been good at taking advice I brought you. Along with Thompson, Santiago, and altogether, we aim to take down Arasaka Tower. And you know what happened next if I had heeded your warning and abandoned Samurai No. 2. Perhaps he wouldn't have met his end. Rog stood there, her expression shifting as a bold hypothesis crossed her mind. Her voice trembled slightly. You're Johnny, aren't you? As you can see. Rog, Johnny waved his hand. I'm just borrowing VS body for the time being. You need to explain this to me, Johnny said as he picked up a cigarette from Rog's stash and took a drag, exhaling through his nose. Those Arasaka bastards unleashed a soul killer, trapping my essence within. Later, V and the others stole the relic chip containing my soul. They intended to conduct research, only to unexpectedly release me by a twist of fate. And I found myself within V's mind. After Johnny's demise, she undertook numerous endeavors, to the point that she now hesitates to confront his memory. Rog. I apologized, if possible, please accept this quickly. All right, Rog, damn Johnny. You've always been like this. Do you think this is appropriate? Johnny took a drag from his cigarette and said, I'm going for a walk. As he spoke, Johnny attempted to step outside, to which Rog replied, Johnny? Please do not reveal your identity just yet. All right, Johnny retorted. Ha, is the queen of the next life unwilling to let go of her accustomed role? Rog. You know that's not what I mean. Fine, do as you wish. You never listen to me. Not a single word I say reaches your ears. Ignoring Rog, Johnny exited, and upon seeing him emerge unscathed, the guests scrutinized this impressive figure. Johnny approached the bar, where Claire said, Hello, disruptive guest. What would you like? Johnny replied. Bring me a Johnny Silverhand. To Claire's surprise, he still consumed that. Claire prepared a drink for Johnny, who downed it with gusto, exclaiming, It's been ages since I've had this kind of liquor. Truly delightful. Another round. Tonight, I intend to indulge. Reluctantly, Claire poured him another drink, which he swiftly finished. After a few more, Claire remarked, You resemble someone who has been locked away for a lifetime, finally emerging to quench his addiction. She then inquired about his health. Johnny assured her, I'm in excellent shape. With that, Johnny ascended the stage, where the guitarist appeared bewildered. Johnny seized the guitar and quipped, Mind if I borrow this? Mate? After adjusting the tuning, Johnny tested it before grabbing the microphone and declaring, Tonight, let's get wild. He then launched into a raucous rendition of My Heart is Like Fire. The explosive music combined with his familiar vocal style left the audience in awe. My heart is like fire. Let's get wild. Johnny furiously strummed the guitar strings, and the drummers eagerly joined in. Let us turn this city to ashes. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting, Johnny, Johnny, Johnny Silverhand, just like Johnny. So much like him, your singing style and flair are indistinguishable. Johnny chuckled, ruffling the hair of a young admirer. Kid, as long as you have dreams and the audacity, you can become Johnny Silverhand too. With that, Johnny descended from the stage, and after his performance, he became immensely popular, with several women even approaching him. Johnny, holding a drink, embraced two ladies and jested. Oh, ladies, I've lost my grape. May I retrieve it? To which they giggled and Rog smirked, still as flirtatious as ever. Shortly thereafter, as Johnny was about to take the two women out, Rog interjected, Wayne, don't let him take them away. Wayne nodded and approached Johnny, blocking his path. Upon seeing Rog approach with crossed arms and a disapproving expression, Johnny teased, Hey, Rog, you aren't jealous, are you? Rog replied. You're just the same as before, not changed a bit. Resigned, Johnny released the two beauties. Apologies. Darlings, but I cannot take you out today. The two women left, flustered. Rog, displeased, warned, If you wish to continue receiving jobs here in the future, you'd best keep your distance from him. I call the shots here. Johnny countered, Rog, the next life is not solely yours, it belongs to all of us. Rog retorted, Your approach has long since become obsolete. In your absence, I have managed the next life. Without me, it wouldn't be what it is today. You should blame yourself for dying back then. Had you heeded my advice, we wouldn't be in this predicament now, Johnny responded. Rog, do you know why I pursued you back then? It was your fiery temper. It constantly ignited my brain's neurons. Rog, mind your hands. Rog shrugged off Johnny's grip, then paused, saying, Johnny, that I am truly sorry. Perhaps I am not yet prepared. Though disappointed, Johnny replied, It's all right. I understand, Rog insisted. No, you truly don't understand. Far too much has transpired in your absence. With that, Rog turned away, leaving Johnny to light a cigarette, a bitter smile on his face. This damned life, he mused. Well, it is also my fault, Rog, so how should I address him now? Calling him Uncle Johnny might seem old-fashioned. Johnny? That feels inappropriate as well. Damn, this is troublesome. Chapter 28. Johnny's Portia. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, V slowly opened his eyes to find himself in bed, with Rog nearby, smoking while observing him. Hey, young man. I'm Rog, V exclaimed. What is happening? Glancing at himself and then at Rog. He thought, could it be what I suspect? Just as he was about to speak, Rog interjected. Nothing happened last night. You don't genuinely believe I would comply with that bastard Johnny's wishes, do you? Rog approached, examining V's eyes, and remarked. I can't believe that guy is actually in your head, V replied. To be honest, I didn't expect it either. However, this was not my choice. Rog sighed. Well, what's done is done. There's no point in discussing it further. Just rest well with that. Rog flicked the ash from his cigarette and departed. V exhaled in relief, thinking Johnny hadn't done anything egregious with his body. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Wayne entered, remaining silent for a moment before saying, Johnny, that I'm very sorry for not recognizing you right away yesterday. Johnny is no more. I am V now. Ah, V? Wayne appeared puzzled. All right, though I don't quite understand what's going on. But Johnny, V interjected. I told you, I am V, not Johnny. Johnny has left, and I have taken over this body. Wayne's head was spinning. What is happening here? V then recalled something and asked. What transpired last night? Wayne replied. Oh, nothing much. That's a relief. V stood to leave. He thought. What does it mean to control the body? Is he sharing a corpse with Johnny? Damn. V arrived at the bar, where many patrons eyed him, making him feel uneasy. What happened last night? Some bodyguards showed him great respect, and he even caught snippets of conversation. That's him. He looked so cool last night. Indeed, if it weren't for Rog, I might have ended up in bed with him. V thought to himself that he would never lend his body to Johnny again. That bastard was too undisciplined. V raised his hand and noticed a heart tattooed on it. Damn, Johnny, you pervert. What else with the heart tattoo? You don't have any intentions towards me, do you? V pondered, sighing as he settled on the couch in the private room. Rog signaled to his subordinates to bring some drinks, then opened a bottle and handed it to V. Care for a drink? V replied. I'm not particularly fond of alcohol, Rog said. Johnny told me about you. Rest assured, I stand with Johnny. Drink up, I won't poison you. Reluctantly, V took a sip, finding the liquor quite potent. After Rog dismissed his subordinates, he lit a cigarette and remarked, Johnny mentioned you intend to blow up Arasaka Tower? V responded, Did he say that? Honestly, I'm not like him. I'm after the Makashi. K told me it might save me, Rog countered. They're essentially the same. To reach the Makashi, you must storm Arasaka Tower. They won't let you in easily. He continued. To be honest, I don't fully agree with Johnny's plan. He often comes up with absurd ideas, V insisted. I have no other options. I just don't want to die because of this damn chip. Rog stated, I don't approve, but we have no alternatives now. I will assist you with this. Who else will participate? Rog inquired. Rog replied, Our odds have just improved. I'll call in some additional people, and I'll acquire the necessary weapons and equipment. Come by tomorrow at 8. We'll set off then. V nodded in agreement, and after concluding their discussion, he departed. Rog lit another cigarette, watching V leave, and thought, Johnny, this time, please don't die. Not long after, Lily drove to a dock, where he found Arasaka personnel everywhere. Lee called V. Hey, V, do you have a moment? V, what is the matter? Lily, I have a commission I would like to discuss with you. Upon its successful completion, I shall reward you with 200,000. What say you? Will you take it on? V, momentarily taken aback. Why the sudden generosity? Lily sighed, and V, sensing something amiss, remarked, This feels eerily like a farewell, as if you're anticipating a final departure. This task does not entail any life-threatening risks, does it? Lily took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "It's nothing serious. Just a minor issue. I simply feel I have not treated you fairly in the past and wish to make amends. The task is straightforward with minimal danger involved. V. Then I shall bring Jack along." Lily, to be honest, I would prefer you not to, however. If you insist, then so be it. Soon, V and Jack arrived, gazing at the enormous dock, where several members of Arasaka were patrolling. Jack? Arasaka again? Lately, it seems everything is somehow linked to them. Lily flicked his cigarette away and extinguished it. This time is different. It's Atom Smasher to V. You claimed there was no danger. Is Atom Smasher not dangerous? Lily, this is Atom Smasher's territory, but he is not present, Jack. Lily, therefore, as long as we handle everything discreetly and destroy the cameras, they will not know it was us. V, very well, let us commence. The three infiltrated the dock. V cautiously approached a member of Arasaka and swiftly snapped his neck. Jack, hiding behind a shipping crate, seized the opportunity when another passerby was distracted and dragged him in. Subsequently breaking his neck, the trio stealthily eliminated several Arasaka members, but soon, a body was discovered. Someone has infiltrated. Find him, come out quietly, and we shall leave you whole. Do not hide. I see you. Come out. Bang, Jack fired, killing one, drawing several of Arasaka's attention. Seeing this, V decided to abandon stealth and charged in with his Sandevistan, his mantis blades flashing, dispatching several foes. He then lunged forward, driving a blade into one man's chest and yanking it free. Blood sprayed forth as the man collapsed, lifeless. Lily, witnessing this, sprang into action, wielding dual pistols and dispatching Arasaka members with precision. A cautious Arasaka employee was hiding behind a crate, preparing to ambush, when suddenly a bullet shattered his hand. Ah, he screamed, falling to the ground. Jack rushed over, ready to finish him off, but was stopped by Lily. He still holds some value. The employee, gritting his teeth, spat. You are finished. You are all finished. This is Atom Smasher's domain. He will not let you go unpunished, Lily. Is that so? I'm afraid I am unperturbed by him. Bang. Lily shot the employee's other hand, eliciting an even louder scream. Ah, enough with the noise, Jack exclaimed, angered. Keep shouting, and I'll cut out your tongue. Though the employee pretended to maintain his bravado, Lily could see the fear in his eyes as his voice diminished. Search around. See if there are any hidden rooms. They soon discovered a container secured with a fingerprint lock, clearly not a simple matter. Lily dragged the employee over and threw him to the ground. Open it. The employee gritted his teeth, wanting to protest, but Lily aimed his gun at his head. I'll say it once more. Open it, the employee hissed. You shall await Atom Smasher's revenge. He opened the container, and Jack stepped inside, lifting a tattered cloth to reveal a silver Porsche parked within. Wah V, a Porsche, by the looks of it. This is an antique from the last century. Jack, if we sell it outside, it could fetch over $1 million. Bang. Lily shot the employee, approaching the vehicle, when Johnny's apparition materialized again. Johnny tapped the Porsche. Seems like they've taken good care of it. Chapter 29. When dreams entwine Johnny. The Smasher gang kept it well. V, taken aback. This is your car. Who else would it belong to? Johnny replied, spinning the steering wheel as he sat inside. Hey, V, I'll lend it to you, just this once. Jack, what is up, V? Is that voice in your head talking again? Indeed. V chuckled helplessly. The car belongs to him. Who is he? Jack inquired. Johnny Silverhand, my friend, Lily interjected. And Jack's face displayed astonishment. He could hardly believe that V's mind housed the legendary Johnny. Wow, this is incredible. V, Jack, I don't think this is as great as you imagine. You must understand, my life is slipping away, and the feeling of being powerless to act is quite unbearable, Jack. But you're with a legend, Johnny. The one who blew up the Arasaka Tower, the legend of Night City. Johnny smiled. Looks like I have a little fan. This big fella is Jack, right? Hey Jack, I allow you to ride shotgun. I'll drive you around at V. Since you put it that way, I suppose I shall take the wheel. V took the driver's seat, with Johnny's apparition appearing in the back, while Jack beamed. V, let me experience this too. It's a Porsche, a prize toy from the last century. As they settled in, V, buckle up. With that, V fired up the engine, the roar reverberating as he drove the Porsche away. the wind breezing through, while Jack reveled in delight. After a while, V parked the car beneath Jack's building. As Jack and Lily got out, V remarked, "In light of today's gift of a Porsche ride, I shall lend my body to him for another day, Lee." "What did Rogan say?" V. "He'll come to the afterlife tomorrow night at 8. Lily, "Very well, it's getting late. I must take my leave." Jack seized Lily's hand. "Damn it, what are you two plotting? Not planning to include me?" Lily paused, having forgotten Jack, but V clearly did not want him involved. As Lily glanced at V, he discerned the reluctance in his gaze. Lee, "Hey Jack, it's nothing major, just a $2,000 job. We can handle it." Jack, serious. "Don't kid around, K, though you didn't he say much?" "I can tell something is going on, K. Lay it on me. What is the deal?" Lily sighed, about to speak when V interjected. "K, don't." Jack, "V, remember? We're good pals. We share fortunes and face trials together. Why don't you tell me if you're in trouble? Speak up. You can't shake me off this time. I refuse to let my brother suffer alone." After a moment of silence, V ultimately decided to confide, sighing, "Jack, you are my dearest brother. We grew up together, so I truly do not wish for you to face danger." "You know I'm your brother," Jack retorted. "Every time you faced peril, I was there to help you out. Later, when you joined the company, I discreetly aided you in handling numerous unsavory affairs. Yet you refused to heed my warnings, unwilling to abandon that hellish place. You never listen. V, if it weren't for my sensing something amiss, would you still plan to keep me in the dark? I don't want to wake up one day to news of your demise." "V, this time is different. I truly might die." Jack, "When hasn't it been different? We survived the Corpo Plaza incident, didn't we? You must trust me. V. Together, we will prevail. V. I trust you." Jack, Lily, "It's not as dire as it seems. Tomorrow, I will bring in personnel from the company to assist, and Rogan has resources too, so our chances of dying are quite slim." Jack, "With such a grand setup, are you planning to blow up the Arasaka Tower?" Lily, "Close enough. Our plan is straightforward. We will storm the front, infiltrate the Shinto shrine, and see if we can resolve the troubles in V's mind." Jack, "Rest assured, V will be fine. I'll be involved in tomorrow's affair." After a brief conversation, V drove away in the Porsche while Jack and Lily prepared for one last night of revelry. Lee procured an array of food and drinks, and they danced the night away at the bar. They had hoped to keep V with them, but V chose to spend his final moments with Johnny. Perhaps he would meet his end tomorrow, but today was to be relished as if it were the last. As the Porsche idled on the street, V retrieved a pill. "Johnny, I didn't expect you to spend your last moments with me." "V, Johnny, you and Rogan are old acquaintances. It's quite likely that after tomorrow, we shall not meet again. This time is rightfully yours, Johnny. You're speaking as though it's a farewell. Do not be so melancholic. V, I can detonate Arasaka once, and I can do it again. V, Johnny, though I recognize that uttering these words now may seem somewhat ominous, I still wish to express this. Johnny, I stand with you. You are a true companion. If ever there comes a day when I must sacrifice my life to save you, I would willingly lay down my life for you." Johnny felt a twinge of discomfort and replied, "V, I apologize for continuously speaking of such grim matters, but V, I too would gladly sacrifice my life for you. Thank you, V, for instilling in me a sense of being alive." V swallowed the medication, and soon Johnny opened his eyes, groping for the steering wheel, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. "Old friend, it has been a long time." Johnny rolled down the window, driving the Porsche toward the Afterlife bar. Upon arrival, Johnny stopped the car and called Rog. "Rog, what do you need, V?" Johnny paused for a moment before saying, "Darling, guess who has arrived?" "Johnny." Rog was taken aback. "Where are you?" Johnny honked twice. "I'm waiting for you at the entrance." "Sweetheart, I want to take you for a ride." Rog smiled. "Sure, I'll be right there." Johnny honked again. "Hey, hot stuff, come on over and take the passenger seat." Although Rog felt a bit touched, she maintained her nonchalant demeanor as she got into the car. She had always been a strong-willed woman, even more so after Johnny's demise. Over the years, under her leadership, the Afterlife had become a world-renowned sanctuary for intermediaries in Night City. A legendary place where many have passed through. "Rog, where did you find this car, Johnny?" "In Atom Smasher's collection. Thanks to him, it has been well-maintained all these years. Otherwise, I wouldn't know if it could still run." "Ha ha ha." "Rog, where are we headed, Johnny?" Do you remember where we went on our first date? That's where we shall go. The two stepped out of the car, and Rog looked at the locked door and noted, it seems the cinema is no longer open. Johnny, no worries, let us go take a look first. Johnny approached and tapped on the iron gate. Hey, is anyone there, Johnny? How can that be? I went through all this trouble to invite you here. It cannot end like this. Johnny climbed over the wall, and seeing him like that, Rog couldn't help but chuckle. Johnny, oh, goodness, I think I just got pinched. Seeing Rog laugh heartily, Johnny intentionally teased her, climbing down the wall. You still know how to laugh? I thought you were perpetually in that state. What state? Never mind. Johnny found the key and unlocked the door. Come on in. Wait for me over there while I check the wiring. Rog sat at the front of the car while Johnny located the cables. After making the necessary repairs, he headed to the projection room, where he found a note left in the drawer that read, due to funding issues, this cinema is in a state of closure. However, those who wish to watch a film can still do so. You may just need to lend a hand. I've turned off the cable, so it needs to be turned back on. And the projector is set aside for you to find. Johnny searched nearby, then checked the projector, only to discover that the film inside was none other than Samurai X. Johnny exclaimed, good heavens! It's Samurai X. This is exhilarating. Men usually enjoy thrilling movies, and this particular film was, at least during their time. Chapter 30. When dreams entwine, down Johnny began screening the film and then sat beside Rog. With his hands in his pockets, he tilted his head slightly to gaze at the aged projection equipment and spoke first. This used to be an open-air cinema. Imagine people gathering here, watching movies beneath the starlit sky. A glimmer of nostalgia danced in his eyes. Rog hummed lightly, a defiant smile gracing her lips as she replied, Humph, that's all ancient history now. Only us nostalgic fools would still come here. Johnny teased, what does your ideal date look like? Johnny smiled softly. I just want to be with you. As he spoke, Johnny leaned closer to Rog, who feigned indifference and looked away. Ahem. Johnny coughed lightly. Rog said, you have no idea. So much has transpired over the years, Johnny. I don't understand. Rog. You do not, Johnny. I'm sorry, but due to certain circumstances, I am not fully prepared yet. Johnny felt an indescribable sensation. Perhaps this was his punishment for being a notorious womanizer. Johnny took a drag from his cigarette and said, Rog, tomorrow, do me a favor, will you? Ha ha ha. Rog, in exasperation, replied, saying that will only make V less inclined to lend his body to you. Johnny, I simply do not wish for him to know of my failures. The next morning, V awoke from slumber to find Rog perched with one leg crossed, observing him. Rog took a puff from her cigarette and remarked, You're awake? V immediately checked his attire, relieved to find no mishaps. Did you and Johnny do anything last night? Rog took another drag and reassured him. Don't worry, nothing happened. As she spoke, Rog walked outside. V followed her out, and Rog was smoking by the railing. Rog, remember? 8 o'clock tonight, Afterlife Bar. V nodded. Don't worry, I'll be there on time. Meanwhile, at the Dark Matter Club, Lily awakened from his stupor. Having drunk too much the previous night, his head still throbbed painfully. He shook his head and got up, preparing to wash up and change his clothes. In another room, Jack also woke up, but he felt slightly better than Lily. His head not paining as much. Mom. Jack scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Jack. Just had a few drinks with friends. Nothing major. Nothing major? Do you think I will believe you? The stench of alcohol on you is overwhelming. Did you drink all night? Mrs. Wells stood up in anger, picking up a feather duster to swat at Jack, who scurried around in fright as Mrs. Wells chased him. Have you learned to stay out all night from someone? Wrongfully accused, Mom. Wrongfully accused. At 7:30 that evening, Jack looked at Mrs. Wells, who was watching television. Mom, I'm going to bed. You should get some rest too. Following this, Jack slipped into his room and escaped through the window. Meanwhile, Lily was also ready to depart, speeding down the road in the Sword in the Stone. Just then, Roman called, Boss, are you ready? Transfer me over. All right, soon. Lily arrived at the Afterlife Bar, stepping inside to find it unusually quiet, devoid of patrons. The bodyguards at the door respectfully made way for him. Rog is waiting for you. Upon entering, Lily saw Rog fully armed, assisting V into a bulletproof vest. Lily, Perhaps I should have come later. V smiled awkwardly. I didn't want this either. After Rog secured the vest on V, she stated, After all, your life is now Johnny's life. Wearing a bulletproof vest is a necessary precaution. Lily, so, when do we depart? Anytime. The helicopter is on standby outside, Rog replied. Then let us set off. The group boarded the helicopter, heading toward Arasaka Tower, piloted by Rog's old friend S-Child. Wayland, on the other side of the street, a massive battalion of combat robots instilled fear in passers-by, causing them to scatter. Major corporations also took note of this scene. That moment, Lily received a call from Roman. What is up? Roman, Military Tech and Arasaka have both called, inquiring about our intentions, Li. Tell them directly that today I intend to blow up Arasaka Tower. Roman was taken aback, saying that will provoke them. Making your actions more challenging, Li. Don't worry. If you say it this way, they will focus their firepower on our company's troops, giving us a better chance to reach Arasaka Tower. Roman, that's not a wise choice, but since you have made your decision, I shall comply. After a brief discussion, Arasaka, under the furious command of Arasaka Raishin, dispatched troops. In an instant, two forces collided on a street in Watson District. Bang! Bang! The fierce gunfire erupted, accompanied by incessant curses. Open fire! Eliminate these sons of bitches! Damn it! Leave no survivors, kill them all, wipe them out, launch rockets, obliterate them. The two sides exchanged fire. Although the Chinese side did not deploy elite troops, they gradually pushed back Arasaka's forces, inflicting heavy casualties. The ground was littered with craters and bodies, the air filled with cries mingled with curses, blood splattered amidst the debris from explosions, amidst the flames. Employees from both sides were engaged in fierce combat. The commotion even attracted the NCPD, who dispatched their riot control team. In their bloodlust, the two opposing sides did not spare even the riot control team, shooting indiscriminately. Meanwhile, the helicopter arrived above Arasaka Tower, where V took control of the Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage. Bang! Bang! Amidst the screams, those on the rooftop were mercilessly gunned down. Just as the helicopter was about to land, a missile surged toward them. Damn it, Wayland, evade! Rog shouted. Wayland gritted his teeth. No, I can't dodge it. Bang! The helicopter was struck, smoke and flames billowing from its tail. Wayne struggled to maintain control, ultimately crashing through a window into a floor of the Arasaka Tower. Overrun with lush vegetation, Wayne and his companions descended from above, the air filled with shouts. Intruders have breached our defenses. Hurry! Quickly! They're shooting! The gunfire erupted as Rog and his team provided cover while dispatching a significant number of Arasaka employees who rushed to their demise. Lily declared, "Let us move. We'll fight our way through." They charged into the elevator, which was transparent, and Lily pressed the button for the floor where the divine vessel awaited. With each opening of the elevator doors, a barrage of gunfire erupted. The relentless bullets poured forth. Soon, they arrived at the designated floor, where fully armed Arasaka soldiers approached, opening fire. V activated the black wall, and with a chilling cry, the soldiers were obliterated. Reaching this point is no simple task, Lily remarked. Despite Arasaka deploying a vast number of troops to confront the forces dispatched by Tianchao Technology, many employees remained within the base, all heavily armed and clearly formidable adversaries. Unfortunately for them, they faced Li and V, the embodiments of death, whose reputation as the kings of Night City was well-deserved. The group successfully infiltrated the control room, filled with servers, where Lily connected the data line to the terminal. "Wait for me," he instructed. Chapter 31. We never fade away. At that moment, the number of soldiers surrounding them increased, and Lily had to rely on V for cover as V continuously activated the black wall amidst the cries of anguish. Die! The Arasaka personnel fell one after another. Finally, the invasion was a success. Suddenly, in an instant, the entirety of Arasaka lay slain, and a woman's voice echoed around them. "I can only assist you to this extent. You must connect to the divine vessel quickly." Recognizing the familiar voice, Rog exclaimed, "Damn, Aot, you're still alive." Aot replied, "I am now in a spectral state, the conscious mind of Arasaka's intelligence." Rog retorted, "This is utterly ridiculous." As the mechanical door opened, Rog and the others stepped inside. Just as they prepared to exert their strength against the door, Rog urged V, "You must endure until the end." A heavy thudding sound resonated. It was Adam Heavy Hammer, moving with incredible speed, even leaving afterimages in his wake. Just as he was about to strike Rog, Lily charged forward, seizing Adam's arm and wrenching it with a crack. dislocating it and tossing it aside. Adam was momentarily stunned, scanning Li in disbelief. Cybernetic modification level at 98%. How is this possible? Li drew his 8-star gun and fired a shot at Adam's chest. Boom! Sparks erupted from Adam's torso as he staggered back, and Li continued to fire. Rog marveled. What kind of gun is this? It's devastating. Li commanded. V, open the door. You all head for the divine vessel. I will handle this, V responded. Then it's up to you. With a mighty effort, they hoisted the iron door open, and they hastily moved inside, only to find another large door. Damn, there's another door. V exclaimed. Wait over there. Li instructed. V intended to assist but was restrained by Rog. Don't go in. Your presence would only complicate matters. Li continued to engage Adam Heavy Hammer, who relentlessly bombarded him with projectiles. But Li evaded each one with agility. Seeing this, Adam activated his Saint Anvis stance, and the two engaged in a high-speed combat. Bang! Adam's fist connected with Li's face, sending him crashing into the wall. Adam charged again, throwing another punch, but Li caught it with one hand, countering with a headbutt that left Adam dazed. Adam Heavy Hammer. This punch is for Rebecca, Li shouted as he delivered a powerful blow, sending Adam sprawling to the ground. Flames erupted from Li's feet as he soared forward, raising his fist high. This punch is for David. Another punch pierced through Adam's body, arcs of electricity sparking from within. This kick is for Lucy, Li declared, delivering a fierce kick to Adam's face, propelling him into the wall. At this moment, Adam felt consciousness slipping away, yet Li pressed on, leaping into the air. This punch is for Johnny. Bang! Adam's anguished scream echoed as he experienced pain for the first time in ages, Li's fist shattering his core energy. As Li landed, Adam Heavy Hammer crashed heavily to the ground. Li approached, gripping Adam's chest and lifting him slowly. This final punch is for V, for myself, and for all those you have harmed and slain. With a forceful strike, Adam's mechanical parts flew away, his face caving in, exposing his bleeding brain, with his eyes bulging grotesquely, a mix of human and mechanical elements. Weakened, Adam trembled. It's been so long since I felt pain. Now on his knees, Adam looked up as Li aimed the 8-star gun at his forehead. Johnny Silverhand, let me send you my regards. Bang! The bullet erupted, obliterating Adam's head, flames engulfing his neck. In that moment, a key card fell from Adam's body, the very key to unlock the divine vessel. Li took the card and approached the vessel's entrance. Unlocking the door as it swung open, he beheld a chamber filled with a massive red server, a pathway flanked by water. Rog attempted to accompany V inside, but Li stopped him. Only he can face this alone. We will wait here. V entered, connecting the data line to the divine vessel's slot. Soon, he felt his consciousness blurring, slipping into darkness, only to be met with a glow of red light as he entered the vessel. Johnny stood beside him, a colossal apparition of Aote quietly observing the two. You have finally arrived, she intoned. Johnny remarked, Damn, Aote, I never expected you to take on this form. Aote replied, I am no longer entirely Aote. I am now the custodian of the divine vessel, Arasaka's intelligence, the Soul Reaper. Johnny confessed, I'm sorry, Aote, that I failed to protect you. If only I had endured a little longer, perhaps you wouldn't have been taken by those wretches. Aote reassured him, This is not your fault, Johnny. This is fate, and fate is inexorable. Johnny, frustrated, retorted, To hell with fate. V inquired, Is there any hope for our situation? Aote replied, Let me analyze. A red scanning line swept over V's body, and Aote continued, I regret to inform you that your compatibility is far too high. Had you arrived earlier, there might have been hope, but now I'm truly sorry, V, your time is limited. Your only option may be to transfer your body to Johnny. V exclaimed, What the hell does that mean? You've been plotting this from the start? Haven to you, Johnny responded. I'm sorry, V. I genuinely didn't know it would come to this. You can't. V declared, Even if I die, I want to leave my body to you. Why? Why must it end like this? V struggled to accept this grim reality, teetering on the brink of madness. Johnny placed a comforting hand on V's shoulder. I am sorry, V. But as I've said before, I would give my life for you. You must live on. Johnny added, Aote, if I die, V will still be able to live, right? Aote reassured him, Johnny, you don't have to do this. Since when did you become this way, Aot? You weren't like this before. It's my fault for not protecting you, allowing you to fall into the clutches of that damned Arasaka. Aot responded. It has nothing to do with you, Johnny. Johnny patted V on the shoulder. Consider this my final farewell. V. Aot instructed. Just lie down in the water. Johnny prepared to submerge. V interjected. Johnny, I'm sorry. Honestly, thanks to you, Ive experienced a semblance of life despite my impending demise. V added. Thank you. Johnny replied. Do you remember what I said in the car? I would also give my life for you. V. Johnny acknowledged. I might not have the right to interfere with your decision, but V, you don't have to do this. No, Johnny, I've made my decision. Use my body to live on. V stepped into the water, which deepened around him, leading his consciousness to a staircase where he moved forward, the pace quickening as music resonated in his ears. For we have lost everything. We must pay the price, I and you. I see the absence of life. The flame you ignited consumed my hatred. I am not a nostalgic person, but I would give everything for a sweet embrace from you. This dual-sided canvas, on either side, fallen angels named love and loss. This is the fiery passion of the times. Yet perhaps in the end, we still paid the price, and I shall endeavor to fulfill my responsibilities. We shall never fade away. We shall never fade away. Chapter 32. Preparing to rescue V. Johnny slowly opened his eyes, and Rog, with concern, asked, V, how do you feel? Rog. Johnny attempted to articulate his thoughts, but a wave of sorrow rendered him speechless. Rog seemed to sense something amiss and tentatively inquired, Johnny? It's me, Rog. Where's V? At this, Rog momentarily froze, while Lily sighed and waved his hand dismissively. I knew this would happen. Yet, there's still a glimmer of hope. It's better than waiting for death. Johnny rose and said, Jack, Just then, Jack's voice echoed from outside as he approached, bloodied and surveying the scene of carnage. You all work fast. I was still methodically taking down your ranks while you've already reached the bottom. Upon seeing Adam's lifeless body, he was taken aback. Damn, is this really Adam Heavy? My cyber heaven, his head is completely smashed. Who dares to be this fierce? I haven't seen you in ages. Why not visit sometime? Bring your new friends along. It would be quite the spectacle, Lily interjected. Jack, it's over. Jack's expression froze as he suppressed a smile, sensing something was wrong. Something terrible had occurred. Jack looked at V and demanded, What do you mean it's over? Has Johnny left? Is V all right? Speak to me. He shook Lily, urging him to respond. Jack, I'm so sorry. Jack turned to V. You are V, aren't you? Realizing Johnny's silence, Jack momentarily lost his composure, staring vacantly to the side, hands clutching his head in denial. Did it have to end this way? Lily reassured him. Jack, perhaps in the future, we will find a way, Jack replied. I'm sorry. I think that I need some time alone. All right, but this isn't the best place for solitude. Let us step outside. Rog added. Jack, we are truly sorry. After a moment, Lily heard gunfire erupting outside and exclaimed, Jack, we really need you to pull yourself together. We must leave now. Jack rose, and together they ascended the stairs, a tumult of sorrow and rage driving him to fire indiscriminately, taking down numerous foes. Eventually, they reached the rooftop, where a helicopter from the Tianchao company had landed. They boarded the helicopter and departed, the wind whipping against Johnny's face as silence enveloped them. A month later, Johnny, clad in black and wearing sunglasses, sat on a bus. Upon arrival, he entered a guitar shop and inquired, Do you have any superior instruments? The beautiful shop assistant replied, You clearly know your stuff. Follow me. She led him to a room filled with exquisite guitars. Johnny asked, May I try one? The assistant gestured invitingly, and Johnny took a seat on a high stool, picking up a fiery red guitar and began to play. After a while, the assistant remarked, You are an exceptional musician. For a moment, I almost thought I was listening to Johnny himself. How much for this guitar? Johnny inquired. The assistant replied, Originally priced at 10,000 euros, as it has quite a history. I've heard it was used in Johnny's final concert. However, since you can play at his level, I'll sell it to you for 3,000 euros. Thank you. After paying, Johnny exited the store, only to be approached by a young man. Were you the one playing just now? Yes, what of it? The young man replied, You play beautifully, just like Johnny. That piece you performed could only have come from him. I asked that so? Johnny responded that of course. I have many of Johnny's records. I'm well acquainted with his vocal style and technique. So that you're not Johnny, are you? I know he that I am certainly not Johnny. Johnny laughed. Are you here to buy a guitar as well? The man nodded. Johnny looked around and declared, I'll gift you a guitar. He then purchased another guitar, and the assistant remarked, It's rare to find someone like you these days. Johnny replied, The world could always use more people like me. Otherwise, it would truly be beyond salvation. He handed the guitar to the young man, who protested, No, I cannot accept this. Take it, Johnny insisted. Consider it a gift from your idol. A mysterious force seemed to encourage the young man, and he reluctantly accepted the guitar. Thank you. You're welcome, Johnny replied. May your dreams never fade away, and may you never cease to fight. With that, he departed, leaving the guitar behind. The young man hurried after him, guitar in hand, shouting, Sir, you forgot your guitar? Sir, Johnny calmly responded, The guitar is a gift for you. Consider it a token of our meeting. Shortly thereafter, Johnny disembarked and arrived at the cyber cemetery. He walked for a while and observed a father and daughter engaged in conversation. The daughter asked, Daddy, will we never see Mommy again? The father replied, Silly child. Mommy is always watching over us from above. The daughter continued, But Nick from my class lost his mom too, and he can still see her. Daddy, why can't we? I want to see Mommy too. The father fell silent. Johnny approached V's grave, inscribed with the words, Dreamer. V, I've come to see you. I wonder how you fare on the other side. However, V, my own circumstances are far from satisfactory. I have lived with regret for these past months. How I wish I could have been the one to leave that day. Time flew, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Battle of Arasaka ended in their defeat, followed by a peace treaty. Subsequently, the Tianqiao Company, leveraging Blackwall technology, rapidly ascended to prominence, growing in 3 years to a stature comparable to Arasaka. Throughout these 3 years, Tianqiao made significant technological advancements, with the most noteworthy being in the field of bionics. Indeed, they spent 3 years successfully creating bionic beings, which were deployed across various industries. However, this led to widespread unemployment in Night City, as bionics, once adored, fell into disrepute. Despite this, Tianqiao remained unshakable in its position. As the covert owner of Tianqiao, Lili now stood atop a skyscraper, gazing down upon the city below. The Tianqiao base had undergone tremendous development over these 3 years, expanding far beyond its original scale. During this time, Lili acquired additional land, and a city, comparable in size to Night City, had been established. The inhabitants led prosperous lives, enjoying social welfare with smiles of happiness gracing their faces. Most of the labor was managed by robots and bionic beings. Nevertheless, families thrived financially, unlike in Night City, where homeless individuals roamed the streets. Roman entered, exuding elegance in executive attire. She presented Li with a virtual screen, saying, Boss, here are the latest bionic data. Li accepted the screen and began reviewing it. For years, he had sought a way to resurrect V, and with the rise of bionic technology, hope finally glimmered. After a prolonged moment, Lili dialed a phone number he hadn't contacted in 3 years. His heart raced with anticipation, recalling that since the incident involving V, Jack had scarcely reached out. After a brief silence, a weary middle-aged voice answered, Kate, what do you want? Lili replied, Jack, regarding V, I am truly sorry. It's all right. It's not your fault. K. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Tianqiao City, in Night City, Jack, sporting an unkempt beard, sat on a bench wearing his tattered jacket, reminiscent of V's, now riddled with holes. Jack gazed at the sky, dust swirling in the air. K. If there's nothing else, let us end this call, you know. We haven't spoken in ages. Lili pressed on, Jack, perhaps you should hear my thoughts. V can still be saved. Jack chuckled bitterly. Don't make me laugh. Kate, V has been dead for 3 years. How can he possibly be saved? His soul resides in the Makashi. If we can extract his soul, I have a plan. I've constructed a bionic body for him. Now, we only need his essence from the Makashi. Jack's expression stiffened. In the next moment he lit a cigarette, saying, Tell me the plan. Li explained. I intend to approach Arasaka for a collaboration, but I can't guarantee their willingness. If they refuse, we'll execute Plan B and storm Arasaka once more. However, K, the circumstances have changed. You're now a household name, and people in Night City are clamoring to go to Tianqiao. Theo, speak frankly. You shall refrain from participating this time. Jack is genuinely considering Li Li's situation. As the current Tianqiao is no longer the same as it once was, Li stands as the supreme decision-maker and proprietor of Tianqiao Corporation. His actions embody this stance of Tianqiao. With such a vast population in Tianqiao City, should a great war erupt anew, it would be no trivial matter, surely igniting a fierce corporate conflict. Jack wishes to prevent the residents of Night City, who have finally found happiness, from facing another catastrophe. After all, he himself hails from the slums and naturally does not desire such occurrences. Li reassures him. Rest assured, Jack, there is no need for concern. I have my own methods, Jack replies. I trust you. You simply need to make the arrangements. We shall take action. Li inquires. Can you still get in touch with Johnny and the others? Jack responds. I have long lost contact with him. Li concludes. Very well, Jack. In any case, let us first visit the Afterlife bar. We can discuss matters there. After hanging up, Li prepares to leave, but Roman interjects. Boss, the current Tianqiao is not what it used to be. Do you really intend to go? Li assures him, do not worry. I will wear a mask, and they will not recognize me. With that, Li departs. Chapter 33. V's rescue plan. Roman exclaims, get off my chair. That is my seat. Chuckling, Abner replies, the position of president of Tianqiao Corporation is not one that someone like you can occupy. Rising, Abner continues, Roman, do not forget, when you worked at Arasaka, you were merely an ordinary employee in the counterintelligence department. You only allied with K a bit earlier than I did, yet you now sit in the top position. I possess more experience, better management skills, and the ability to handle matters more effectively than you. What justifies your claim to this position? Is it simply because you arrived before me? Roman retorts, it was the boss who placed me in this position. If you are unwilling, take it up with him. Abner grits his teeth, hands clenched, and approaches, stating, do not think you can maintain this position indefinitely. Sooner or later, I will unseat you. I will make the boss aware that I am the most suitable candidate for the top position. Meanwhile, Li drives the stone sword toward Arasaka Corporation. Johnny's home. Rog is busy, with Johnny's clothes strewn everywhere and his desk in disarray. Rog exclaims, Johnny, stop practicing your songs and come clean this up. Johnny strums a few notes on his guitar, replying, Rog, they hold their own significance where they are. Why must you disturb them? Rog retorts, enough, Johnny. I have no time for your nonsense. You need to tidy this place up. I am heading to Afterlife. Cursing, Johnny takes a drag from his cigarette and says, Rog, you've turned into ANAG. No wonder that girl Panin keeps calling you mom. Rog shoots back, can you keep your mouth clean? Hurry up and clean this mess, or you can forget about dinner tonight. Johnny shakes his head, indifferent. You speak as if I cannot survive without you. You need not check on me all the time. Rog insists, if I don't come, you might very well starve yourself. Ultimately, he commands, just clean it up. I will come by tonight. Rog slams the door as he exits. Johnny extinguishes his cigarette, and at that moment, his phone rings. It is Li. Surprised, Johnny realizes he hasn't spoken with Li for quite some time. He answers the call. Li greets, hey Johnny, how have you been? Johnny replies, to be honest, it's been a bit of a mess. Li chuckles, that sounds just like something you would say. Have you had a falling out with Rog? Johnny clarifies, not really. I just can't get used to him nagging me every day like some old maid. I remember he wasn't like this before. Since parting ways with Li and the others, Johnny has been assisting Rog in managing the company, playing the roles of both intermediary and mercenary. As Rog frequently checks in on him, it's merely a customary visit. Perhaps Rog is simply nostalgic for the past, but their relationship has not blossomed into romance. Johnny finds himself missing the early days of their acquaintance. Indeed, distance breeds beauty. Ever since Rog began visiting him regularly, Johnny feels as if he is constantly being buzzed by mosquitoes. Johnny adds, Kay, it's been 3 years since you've called me. What is going on? Is something amiss? Li responds in a way, yes. We have a method to save V. Johnny pauses, surprised, are you serious? But V has been dead for 3 years. You must be joking. Li insists, I am serious. Johnny, over the years, our company has perfected our bionic technology. I have instructed the company to create a bionic body. Now we just need V's soul. After a moment of silence, Johnny asks, I see. Who else is involved in this? Li replies, Jack, of course. It would also be great if you could bring Rog along. Perhaps I can get Panin involved as well. Johnny agrees, all right, I will wait for you at Afterlife. Li adds, yes, it may take me a while. I plan to speak with Arasaka first. It would be best if we can avoid bloodshed. Johnny laughs. I still stand by my word. Collaborating with the corporation never ends well. Those Arasaka guys won't let you simply waltz in to rescue someone. With that, Johnny hangs up, extinguishing his cigarette before donning his jacket and leaving. Eli arrives at the base of Arasaka Corporation, where employees express their astonishment upon seeing him and quickly approach. Mr. K, what brings you here from afar? Lily responds, summon your boss. I wish to speak with him. Certainly, Mr. K. Please wait a moment. One employee enters to contact a superior, and soon returns, saying, Mr. K, Lord Lai Xian requests your presence. Lily enters the building, takes the elevator to the top floor, and is led to the office of Arasaka's Lai Xian by the bodyguards. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Mr. K, Lai Xian sneers as he regards Lily. Please, have a seat. Would you care for something to drink? Lily settles down and states, I will pass on the drink. Let us get straight to business. Lai Xian, I wish to borrow your corporation's Makashi. At this, Lai Xian's expression stiffens, and he grows visibly displeased. K, do not overstep your bounds. You once stormed into my Arasaka tower, nearly demolishing the entire building. My subordinate, Adam Hammer, met his demise at your hands. Do you think my Makashi is your personal property that you can enter at will? Lily counters, so many years have passed. Why must you continue to hold on to the past? Baka! Lai Xian slams the table in fury. K, you killed my father and forcibly invaded Arasaka Tower. I must settle this debt with you. Lily narrows his eyes. There are no outsiders here. You need not feign. Firstly, your father was killed by your own hand. Secondly, if your Arasaka had not engaged in so many unscrupulous deeds, we would have had no reason to invade. Lai Xian clenches his fists, his eyes ablaze with anger. Lily challenges, what is the matter? Are you unwilling to accept this? I am indifferent. Our two companies clashed before, and you lost, if it weren't for the intervention of other companies forcing us to sign a ceasefire agreement. Arasaka would have been long gone. Do you wish to duke it out once more? I'm always ready. Lai Xian forcibly suppresses his rage, stating, if you wish to borrow the Makashi, it can be arranged. But it must be an equal exchange. In return, I want your Tianchao's bionic technology. Li firmly replies, that is out of the question. Then do not expect to borrow it, Lai Xian commands. Guards, a bodyguard steps in, and Lai Xian orders, escort Mr. K out. The bodyguard gestures for Li Li to leave, who rises nonchalantly and exits. Li drives the stone sword to Afterlife, where he finds Johnny and the others already gathered, including Panon. Upon seeing Li Li, Panon approaches and playfully pats his head, exclaiming, K, you didn't take me with you on that perilous mission last time. Do you not consider me your friend? Lily responds with a wry smile. I thought it was too dangerous. Panon insists, so what? No matter how perilous, I would accompany you. Besides, you are doing this to save V. I must be involved. It seems everyone has arrived. Li addresses the group, stating, Jack, we are awaiting your instructions. They enter a private room, and Lily explains, we cannot storm in recklessly. Our previous success was due to Arasaka's lack of preparedness. Following that setback, they have fortified their defenses. Therefore, my plan is to disguise ourselves as Arasaka employees and infiltrate. Jack interjects, it's not that simple. Kate, those Arasaka folks have certainly memorized our faces, especially yours. You appear on television daily. I doubt they would overlook you. Lily replies, that is why I need a piece of equipment, a mimicry mask developed secretly by New America. Jack inquires, how did you find out about this? Lily responds, have you forgotten? I have planted spies within various companies. He hands each of them a chip containing intelligence. Chapter 34. Dogtown. Jack furrows his brow slightly. Dogtown is no pleasant place. If Night City is a garbage dump, then Dogtown is undoubtedly the foulest part of it. Jack, regardless, for the sake of V, we must proceed. Li. All right, let us first head to Dogtown, and we shall discuss our subsequent plans once we are inside. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of Dogtown. This was the sole pathway into the town, where the Hellhounds were patrolling, and upon seeing Li Li and his companions approach, one exclaimed, Ah, the illustrious Mr. K. What brings you to Dogtown? The Hellhound, taken aback, inquired. Li. Nothing much, I have a client in Dogtown, and I am here to negotiate a deal. The Hellhounds appeared to possess some wit, as the leader replied, My apologies, Mr. K, even if it is you. We must consult our superiors first. Li pointed at a group of civilians and said, I see those individuals are not seeking permission. The leader squinted slightly. You are Mr. K, a man whose mere stomp could ignite corporate wars. Thus, we must exercise caution. Lee felt somewhat speechless, thinking he should have worn a mask. That moment, the leader dialed his superior, and after a brief conversation, he opened the gate, saying, Mr. K, welcome to Dogtown. Furthermore, Colonel Hansen requests your presence. Lee. Understood, but my friends need not accompany me. The leader. Of course, they may entertain themselves. Lee followed their vehicle to a grand, luxurious crystal pyramid base. After navigating multiple security checks, he took the elevator to Hansen's office. There sat a robust man, Colonel Kurt Hansen, with his back turned, smoking a cigar while gazing at the view beneath the gem blue sky. Hansen rose and sat on the sofa, stating, seeing you in person is far better than hearing about you. Mr. Cade, please, take a seat. After Lily sat down, Hansen inquired, could you enlighten me about the purpose of your visit? Lily, nothing significant. Merely here to discuss a business transaction, though I prefer not to disclose the specifics. Hansen chuckled lightly before calming down. A person of your stature must be involved in a substantial deal. To be honest, I have always been curious about your company's Blackwall technology. Would you be open to collaborating? Lily, collaboration requires a bargaining chip. I wonder what Colonel Hansen can offer. Hansen, as long as Mr. K is willing to cooperate, I can certainly provide the necessary incentives. Lee. I am not fond of empty promises, Hansen. Oh, do not be so quick to dismiss. Does Mr. K not wish to topple the Arasaka and become the sole sovereign of Night City? If you share your Blackwall technology with us, we in Dogtown will undoubtedly assist you in becoming the undisputed emperor of Night City. Lily, I am not particularly interested. I apologized. Lee. Are you threatening me? Hansen. Mr. K, this is Dogtown. Once you enter, leaving is not so simple. This is my territory. Lee. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. My client awaits. Hansen waved dismissively. Suit yourself, Mr. Cade. Lily departed and met up with Johnny and the others. Johnny, damn, the air in Dogtown reeks like rotten eggs. It's revolting, Jack. What did Hansen want? Lily, nothing much, but it could pose a danger to us. Johnny, what do we have to fear? Worst case, we fight our way out. We've done it before. Lily, let us find a place to stay first. Jack nodded, and as they walked, he remarked, someone is following us. Lee turned around and vaguely spotted several concealed hellhounds. It's Hansen. He has sent someone to keep an eye on us. Jack, should we find a chance to eliminate them? Being watched is not ideal. Lee. Let us not make any hasty movements. The group quietly approached, and Johnny leaned against a wall, tapping one of the hellhounds on the head. The hellhound spun around, and Johnny greeted with a smile. Hey buddy, your shoelace is untied. Just as the hellhound was about to respond, Johnny swiftly grabbed its neck and with a crack, broke it, then disposed of the body in a foul alley. Johnny, rogue, need a hand? Rogue, you should focus on yourself. Johnny, sigh, kindness met with ingratitude. Jack dragged another body over and dropped it on the ground. That is the last one. Let us go. The group left, and not long after, Hansen received word of the incident. However, he made no immediate move, simply gazing calmly at the scenery beneath the gem blue sky. Hansen waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for concern. On my turf, they won't escape. With that, he instructed one of his subordinates to leave. Lee purchased a building to serve as a temporary stronghold and was preparing to step out when suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head. Damn it! Lily clutched his forehead, and not far away, he saw the apparition of a woman clad in a jacket. It was Nightingale, the premier hacker from New America. Lily, Nightingale, I see you know my name. Let me cut to the chase, Kay. We need your assistance. The president of New America has been captured by Hansen, and I require your help to rescue her. Lily, do you request aid from everyone you encounter? Why should I assist you, Nightingale? I am aware of your objective. You seek a mimicry body mask, and I can procure one for you. It sounds like a lucrative deal. Although Lily knew Nightingale had her own agenda, he was not overly concerned about outsmarting her. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity filled the air, and Nightingale's apparition began to fade. I do not have much time. I will send you the coordinates. Once you arrive at this location, I will brief you on the next steps. Crackle, Nightingale's apparition vanished. That moment, Johnny and the others approached. What's wrong? Kay, what happened? I saw you talking to yourself. Lily, nothing, just got hacked. What? Johnny was surprised. It was his first time witnessing Lily being hacked. To him, Lily was considered a top hacker, with a firewall that was undoubtedly robust. Lily, not an ordinary hacker. She wants me to help rescue someone. Jack, that person must be significant. Lee. The one to be rescued is President Miles of New America. Miles? I thought she was dead? Jack remarked, recalling news from 3 years ago about her being murdered in Dogtown, after which a man named Tyrell Jackson assumed the presidency. Jack was astonished to learn she was still alive, indicating there was more to the story. Johnny, it seems there's more at play here. So, what's the reward? Lily, the hacker said she would help us obtain the mimicry mask. Johnny, that sounds like a fair deal, but I feel we cannot fully trust her. Johnny, Miles and her associates were not good people either. Lee. Shall we head to the target location together? The group drove off, soon arriving at their destination, not far from the Hellhound base. Fortunately, Lily and the others were wearing masks. Otherwise, they would have encountered some trouble. Just then, the crackling sound of electricity returned, and Nightingale's fading image appeared not far from Lily. You've finally arrived. Chapter 35. The Rescue. Nightingale, do you see that pile of stones? Behind it are some diving suits. You will need to submerge underwater to infiltrate Hansen's base. Miles is held in the mid-level area, and I will now send you the blueprints of the base's layout. With that, Nightingale transmitted the structural map to Johnny and the others. Johnny remarked, "Hey, listen, I do not care who you are, but if you plan to keep communicating with us through this apparition, then let us call this deal off. I do not trust you." Lily was about to interject, but Johnny continued, "Listen, she won't even meet us in person. Who knows what tricks she has up her sleeve? Sooner or later, she'll lead us to our doom." Jack looked at Lily. "I'm following your lead." Lily, calm down. Johnny, let us save the person first. Nightingale may be trustworthy. At least, she still needs our help. Nightingale, rest assured, I will not deceive you. Once you rescue Miles, I will provide you with my location so you can meet me. Johnny felt disgruntled, but seeing Lily's determination, he said, "Fine, but it better not end up being a fruitless endeavor." The group donned the diving suits and opened the sewer cover to plunge into the depths. "Damn," Johnny exclaimed. "Thank goodness I'm breathing oxygen from this tank. Otherwise, I would have suffocated from the stench." The surroundings were indeed unpleasant as the group followed the current forward, only to encounter an iron grate blocking their path. Nightingale, this base was established during the Unified War of the last century. After the war ended, Hansen modified it to serve as his base. Although Hansen buried this route, with some clearing, it can still connect to the base. Lily exerted his strength, effortlessly displacing the iron window and casting it aside. The group pressed onward, arriving at a fork in the path. Glancing at the map, Lily chose the central route. After clearing a few obstacles, they stumbled upon an abandoned vehicle, which bore the marks of age, inside of which lay a skeleton. Johnny remarked, "Forget about that skeleton. Let's find a means of ascent." After searching the area, they finally discovered a cover. Just as Lily was about to lift it, Jack hurriedly stopped him, gesturing to the 2 patrolling hellhounds above. Once the coast was clear, Lily opened the cover, and the group swiftly climbed up, hastily concealing themselves behind a few walls. As a hellhound approached, they swiftly acted, snapping its neck and donning its uniform before discarding the corpse into the sewer. Disguised as hellhounds, they proceeded, when suddenly one of them halted, turning towards Lily and his companions, saying, "Wait a moment." Lily froze, gripping his gun tightly, prepared to charge. The hellhound approached, glanced at Lily's hat, and said, "Your hat is askewed." He adjusted Lily's hat before turning to leave. Jack exclaimed, "Damn, you startled me." The group continued onward, with Jack surveying the surroundings for sniper positions. "I'll send you the coordinates." One by one. Johnny said, "I'll handle the one in the upper left corner. You all take care of the rest." They moved into the blind spot of the surveillance, stealthily ascending the stairs, where several snipers were caught off guard and swiftly dispatched. Lily set the bodies aside and took control of a sniper rifle, using it to survey each floor. "Jack, I'll cover you. You all head to the top floor." The others complied, with Lily periodically reminding them, "The elevator is out of order. Someone went to repair it. Keep moving back. That elevator isn't broken." Suddenly, Lily noticed a group of hellhounds coming to a halt, seemingly in conversation, before they assumed a defensive stance, scanning their surroundings. At that moment, Jack's voice reached his ears. "This isn't good. They've discovered the bodies. Stay calm. Act like nothing's amiss. If you panic, It will surely appear suspicious. Though Jack intended to maintain composure, it felt peculiar, and just as they turned a corner, a swarm of hellhounds opened fire. "Watch out!" Johnny quickly pulled him into a corner as a horde of hellhounds rushed towards them. "We found the intruders. Over here. Hurry. Eliminate them. Don't hide. Come out and face your demise." Bang. Lily shot one dead, reloading and firing continuously, taking down over 10 in a flurry. "Damn it, there are snipers." "Find cover." With some taking refuge, Lily found it challenging to strike effectively. They taken cover. "It's hard to hit them," Johnny urged. "Let us charge out directly." Johnny was the first to rush out, firing and killing a few instantly, then engaging in close combat to eliminate more. They burst into the elevator, only to find the screen displaying access denied. Seeing this, Johnny shot a hellhound dead and seized its access card, allowing the elevator to ascend. More enemies poured in, and Lily found himself overwhelmed. Just then, he heard movement behind him and swiftly spun around, encountering a hellhound wielding a dagger lunging at him. "Damn it!" Lily kicked it squarely in the chest and, without waiting for a response, shot it in the head. Noticing their position was compromised, Lily hurriedly descended, dispatching a group of advancing hellhounds and boarding the elevator. Lily affixed explosives to the door and counted down 3 seconds. Boom! The door exploded open, and Lily charged in, unleashing a hail of bullets that felled several foes. "Damn!" A hellhound cursed through gritted teeth, only to fall silent the next moment. Lily accessed the computer to review the surveillance footage. "Myers is locked in the basement. We must fight our way down." Johnny dispatched another hellhound. "Got it." The group pressed forward, when suddenly, 2 massive combat robots appeared, unleashing a torrent of fire upon Johnny and his companions. "Damn it!" They quickly took cover. Just as Rog was about to strike, Johnny activated the black wall, resulting in a thunderous explosion as both hulking machines were obliterated. They continued their descent and soon regrouped with Lily at the basement entrance. Lily hacked into the main gate system, unlocking it. "Who goes there?" The hellhounds barely had time to react before being riddled with bullets. Lily approached and opened the cell containing Myers. She appeared gaunt, clearly having endured considerable suffering over the past 3 years. "Who are you?" Myers asked. "We're here to rescue you," Lily replied. Johnny interjected, "Enough chatter. We need to leave quickly." Lily handed her a gun and some ammunition. As they charged outside, Myers fired and asked, "Who sent you?" "Lark," Lily responded. "Her?" Myers fell silent for a moment. They swiftly fought their way out, with Myers driving Lily's vehicle. That moment, Lark's figure appeared in the passenger seat. "I've sent you the coordinates," she said. Following her directions, they arrived at their destination, a derelict factory. After a brief search, they located a manhole cover. "Lift it and come down," Lark instructed. The group opened the cover, revealing a staircase leading down. They descended into a tunnel, and after walking for a while, they encountered a large door that opened automatically. Inside, they found Lark and Song Xiaomei disconnecting wires. "Xiaomei, I didn't expect you to still be alive," Myers remarked. "Let us go. We need a helicopter," Xiaomei replied. "All right, we'll handle it," Lily agreed. After leaving, they set their sights on a base where a helicopter was conveniently stationed. With determination, they strode boldly toward it. "Who goes there?" "Stop!" Bang! Lily shot down the 2 guards at the entrance. The group rushed inside, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that eliminated a large number of enemies, while hellhounds on the 2nd and 3rd floors began converging on their position. Lily ascended further, but just then, a missile soared toward them. "Damn it, this isn't good." "I'll take care of it," Lily declared, extending his arm to reveal a cannon prosthetic. With a thunderous boom, a laser shot forth, obliterating the missile. They continued upward, dispatching numerous foes until they finally reached the rooftop. Just as they prepared to leave, a horde of combat robots surrounded the building, accompanied by a swarm of attack helicopters overhead. The robots unleashed a relentless assault. Lily quickly activated the black wall, but to no avail as a notification appeared. Due to abnormal interference, black wall cannot be activated. "Damn it," Lily gritted his teeth, raising his hand to summon a cannon, but as he concentrated, the light dissipated. Due to abnormal interference, the laser cannon cannot be activated. "Damn, damn, damn," Lily exclaimed. "Hansen knows it's us. This is all tailored for us." Bang! The building began to collapse, but fortunately, Johnny and the others survived, albeit injured. While they battled the surrounding robots, they sought cover, hiding behind a wall that was soon reduced to rubble under the intense firepower. "We can't escape," Xiaomei lamented. "Don't give up easily," Lili urged, charging forward as bullets struck him. Igniting sparks, he attempted to activate his Xianwei stand, but it too was rendered unusable by the interference. Lili fought fiercely, finally tearing open a path, prompting Johnny and the others to rush through. However, in the next instant, a shell detonated nearby. Boom! The explosion hurled Li and his companions through the air, the terrifying force leaving his consciousness hazy. Faintly, he saw the hellhounds advancing toward him before he succumbed to darkness. Chapter 36. The interference device. When Lili awoke, he found himself imprisoned, with Johnny and the others confined in cells across from him, each in a separate compartment. "Damn it, Hansen truly regards us highly," Johnny remarked, banging on the iron door, which was constructed from an incredibly durable material, rendering their escape impossible. One of the hellhounds approached, smirking. "Don't waste your effort. This place is equipped with devices capable of interfering with any prosthetic use. Whatever you attempt will be futile, ha ha ha." The hellhound turned to Lili, saying, "I never imagined the infamous Mr. K would find himself in such a predicament." Li retorted, "Once I escape, I will be the first to end you, Dotto. I'm so scared." "Ha ha ha," the hellhound mocked. "It's a pity you won't be getting out." "Where is Song Xiaomei? What have you done with her?" Lili demanded. The hellhound sneered. "Do you think she's like you? A bunch of fools. She's a favored operative under Colonel Hansen. She deceived you. You idiots have been played like puppets. Damn it. I will tear her apart." Johnny seethed. Li remained silent. Although he had suspected that Xiaomei had ulterior motives in the game, he never imagined she would manipulate him so. After all, her scheming against V was due to the singular antidote in Hansen's possession, which she had used to leverage V. But why would she conspire against him? She ought to be aware of her own character. "If you engage in a sincere conversation with me, I might consider aiding you. However, once I discover your betrayal, how could I possibly assist you?" Lili, "Johnny, calm down. The situation is rather peculiar." Johnny, "Damn it. I've said it before. This guy is as untrustworthy as that bunch from the wasteland." Li fell silent, and after a moment, Song Xiaomei's figure reappeared before everyone. "Johnny, you dare to show your face again." "Song Xiaomei, I apologize to everyone. I have betrayed you. Yet, I was not acting of my own volition. There is something I have concealed from you. I, too, have been implanted with a black wall cybernetic. However, mine is a prototype, and over the years, its side effects have intensified. The AI behind the black wall is nearly consuming me. Hansen possesses a method to eliminate these side effects, but the price is the black wall technology from K. "So, you betrayed us for that," Johnny retorted. "Song Xiaomei, I am truly sorry, Li. What good is it to speak of this now? You contacted us today for more than just an apology, I presume." "Song Xiaomei, I wish to collaborate with you once more, huh?" Lili was somewhat taken aback. "Do you truly believe we are fools?" Nevertheless, Song Xiaomei continued. "The reward is Hansen's cybernetic interference technology. This technology is on par with the black wall. You have witnessed its power, Li. On what grounds should we trust you?" "Song Xiaomei, because I merely desire to live. I initially believed that once Hansen obtained what he sought, he would assist me, but I have come to realize my error. He may disguise it well, but I know he will not help me. 3 years ago, Hansen struggled to make progress with the Blackwall technology. He employed 2 hackers to assist him, and I presumed they had received what they desired in the aftermath. Yet, a few days ago, I discovered the bodies of those 2 hackers. Thus, I plan to betray him. He is untrustworthy, Li. Why do you think you can trust me? You have already betrayed me once, Song Xiaomei. Because you are a good person. Li was genuinely at a loss for words. Song Xiaomei, the residents of Tianqiao City live happily. I have investigated many of your deeds, and I know you will help me, Li. But you betrayed me. Song Xiaomei, I beg you. Please help me. I simply wish to survive. Your understanding of the Blackwall technology is profound, and you must be able to save me, Johnny. Absolutely do not assist her. Let this scoundrel await her demise. Lili, Johnny, we have no choice. We must first find a way to escape. Jack, Kay is right. We need to get out first. Although Johnny was somewhat displeased, he realized there was no alternative. Song Xiaomei stated, in 1 minute, the interference device here will become ineffective, and then you may act. Soon, the time arrived. Li blasted the door open with his laser cannon, causing the spectral hounds to panic. Don't just stand there. Fire your weapons. Activate the spectral hound. Li dashed forward, swiftly dispatching the foes. The group fought their way out, and Johnny kicked open a door to find a computer inside. Li approached and saw that the interference device had indeed been disabled, with an apparatus beside it presumably being the interference device itself. Li led the group in their escape. And the news quickly reached Hansen's ears. Shortly thereafter, within the building, a convoy of spectral hounds halted outside. Johnny. We may have been exposed. A group of spectral hounds disembarked, and the leading spectral hound captain said, K. Colonel Hansen wishes to speak with you. The captain produced a holographic projector, revealing the image of Colonel Hansen. Hansen said, K. I believe we can have a conversation, Li. There is nothing to discuss. Hansen smiled, then stepped aside, revealing Song Xiaomei bound to a crucifix, surrounded by various instruments of torture. Hansen brandished a scalpel. So then, this poor little bird, do you still want her? Li. Is your only method of coercion to threaten women? Hansen. Listen, K. My objective is straightforward. The Blackwall technology. If you hand over the Blackwall technology to me, I will immediately release Song Xiaomei. As for Myers and the others, they can go wherever they please. I will not interfere. However, should you refuse to provide the Blackwall technology, I will slice her into pieces. Seeing Li remain silent, Hansen added, I will grant you a moment to ponder. 1 month from now, Bao Shiqing will seek me out. With that, Hansen's projection vanished, and the spectral hound captain said, You have seen for yourself. Consider your options, Mr. K. With that, the spectral hounds departed. Johnny. Well, I understand I cannot dissuade you. Rog. Regardless of what decision you make, I will assist. This is also for V. He saved Johnny and enabled my reunion with him. No matter what, I will lend my aid, Jack. Though that girl might be somewhat cunning. She is not malevolent, merely exploited Li. Then let us prepare to pay her a visit. However, before that, we must devise a method to contact her. We need to discuss matters, Rog added. A few days ago, my informant mentioned that Bao Shiqing will host a banquet in half a month, and various dignitaries will be in attendance. Perhaps this presents an opportunity, Johnny. How can you be certain that the Lark will attend? Hansen intends to slice her apart. Rog. The Lark is Hansen's bargaining chip. If he were to harm her, K would undoubtedly refuse to provide the Blackwall technology. Furthermore, he must be aware that K will likely attend to ensure the integrity of the cargo. Johnny. Ha! The integrity of the cargo. I rather like that phrase. Half a month later, the group arrived at Bao Shiqing in their vehicles. During security checks, the spectral hound captain remarked, It is an honor to have you here. Mr. K. Colonel Hansen is aware of your arrival and will seek you shortly. After passing security, Li and the others took the elevator to the banquet level. Li. Let us find Song Xiaomei first. The group dispersed, and Li approached the bar, where he spotted someone resembling Takamura. Li. Takamura Goro. The person who bore a striking resemblance to Takamura was, in fact, the currently popular host Hino Shuji. Yet, compared to his on-screen persona, he appeared rather despondent. Hino Shuji took a sip of his drink and said, You have mistaken me. I am not Takamura, but you. Wait. You are K? Hino Shuji exclaimed, his surprise palpable. Li, you know me? Oh my, of course. Hino Shuji replied. In Night City, who does not know you? You are the head of Tianchao Corporation, the supreme decision-maker of Tianchao City. Everyone adores you, Mr. K. Li. I did not realize I had become so renowned. Indeed, you are my idol, as well as the idol of everyone in Night City. Oh, look at me. Allow me to raise a toast to you. Li lifted his glass for a toast, and the two shared a drink. Li, could you perform one of your famous scenes for me? Certainly, Mr. K. Fasten your seatbelt. Ha ha ha. They both laughed, and Hino Shuji said, Thank you. Seeing you has filled me with hope for life. In truth, if possible, I would truly like to live in your city-state. For us, it would be a paradise. Well, should the opportunity arise, I shall send my subordinates to fetch you. That would be splendid. I must take my leave. Ah, of course. Li departed and leaned against the railing, observing a performance on the second-floor stage. A woman ascended the stage, radiating a brilliant glow, and as the music played, the scene was particularly breathtaking. Chapter 37. Schemes. Li turned to leave and, after walking for a while, spotted Song Xiaomei's silhouette. She wore an exquisite and beautiful garment, adorned with what appeared to be feathers, a fitting representation of her name, the lark. A captive songbird, forever yearning to soar high one day, Li approached and gently tapped her shoulder. Hey! The lark turned to Li, her expression one of shame. I am very sorry. Kid, I have ultimately drawn you into this matter, Li. It is all right, it means nothing to me. Just as Li was about to speak, a burly black man approached, causing Li's expression to stiffen. It was Solomon, the former agent of Myers. Alongside him was Alex. Both were agents of the New America. Li. You summoned them as well? Song Xiaomei nodded. I hope you can cooperate, Li said. Hey. I sincerely apologize, Kate. I have heard from the lark about the previous matter. I know he did not truly wish to act in that manner, Li. It is fine. It is all in the past. I forget swiftly, Alex. In any case, let us discuss the plan, Li. This is not an ideal location. Let us find somewhere secluded. Li led them to a blind spot devoid of surveillance. Where they were alone, Li said. Song Xiaomei, do you have any thoughts? Song Xiaomei remarked. I intend to split our forces into two. At the appointed time. Lida, you shall proceed to rescue Myers. While you, K, will come to find me as per Hansen's instructions. He seeks technology, and he will require you to connect to that black wall apparatus, Li inquired. Are you suggesting I integrate the black wall technology into that device? Song Xiaomei replied, I will operate discreetly. You need only feign compliance. When the base's circuitry fails, we will make our escape. Li responded. The plan seems feasible. Li added. Then it is settled. Of course, Jackson, without you. My position here would be quite precarious. The middle-aged man scoffed. You had better deliver. Hansen snickered, abruptly ending the call. You think yourself important enough to command me? At that moment, a commotion arose outside the door. Miss Lark, what brings you here? That is none of your concern. Upon hearing the voices outside, Hansen said, let her in. So, has the fish taken the bait? Song Xiaomei assured him. Rest assured, it has been hooked. Hansen warned. You had better keep a close watch. I have sacrificed much for this charade. Should I fail to acquire the black wall technology, you should know the consequences you will face. Song Xiaomei retorted. The same applies to you, Hansen. You best honor your word. Once you obtain the black wall technology, hand over the antidote. Hansen chuckled coldly. Of course, a fortnight later, near Gemstone Green, Johnny and his team gathered. Johnny asked. So, what is the arrangement? Li explained. You will stealthily infiltrate the premises while I negotiate with Hansen. Once the circuitry malfunctions, we will strike to AS for Pannon and Roger. You will provide cover from outside. Roger nodded. All right, it's time to gear up. He opened the trunk of a vehicle, revealing an arsenal of weapons, while Li maneuvered the stone sword towards their destination. Routine inspection, 2 phantom hounds announced. Li rolled down his window. And upon recognizing him, the hound said, You may proceed. Li drove the stone sword inside, and after a brief wait, Johnny and his team cautiously approached the 2 hounds from behind, swiftly constricting their necks. The hounds struggled violently, their eyes wide in shock. With a sharp crack, they fell silent. Johnny and Jack dragged the bodies to a corner, changed into their uniforms, and entered. A phantom hound emerged, noticing the absence of the guards, and grumbled. Damn it, where have those 2 slackers gone? Turning away, he called out, Hey, you 2, get back to your posts. He assigned 2 others to stand guard, who complained, This is such a damn hassle, making us wipe their backsides. Enough complaining. When the time comes, I'll take you out for a good time. Now that's more like it. Johnny and his team, feeling a bit anxious, moved on, relieved that the previous hound hadn't questioned them too closely, or their infiltration might have failed. As they approached the staircase, the hound captain called out, Hold on. They halted, and the captain frowned slightly. What are you 2 up to? Johnny exchanged glances with Jack, and the captain continued. You 2 must be new recruits. Jack nodded, and the captain smiled. No wonder. It's normal for newcomers to be unaware of the rules. But your squad leader should have briefed you. All right, perhaps you missed it. I'll say it again. You are only permitted to patrol the 1st floor. Don't make me repeat myself. With that, the captain departed, and Johnny and Jack seized the opportunity to take the elevator upstairs. Meanwhile, Li arrived on the 13th floor, stepping out to find the area bustling with phantom hound researchers and patrolling hounds. K. I knew you would make the right choice, Hansen said with a smile. Approaching Li with a glass of wine. Care for a drink? Li replied, I don't drink. Hansen countered, Hey K, I recall you used to enjoy a drink. Li glared at him. I have no interest in your wine. I detest being threatened. Hansen chuckled, patting Lily's shoulder. It seems you truly are Kay. I thought perhaps a rat was impersonating you to stir trouble. Lily shrugged off his hand and noticed a massive machine at the center. Thick cables connecting it to a bottle-like apparatus, with Song Xiaomei operating it. Li recognized the device from a game he had played. It was indeed the one used for inputting passwords. Hansen remarked, surprised, "Are we? You don't truly believe that the Black Wall is exclusive to your Heavenly Empire company, do you? I was researching this long ago and achieved certain results, though regrettably, I have yet to gain absolute control. Enough idle chatter. I will input the Black Wall data into that machine, and then you will release Song Xiaomei, correct?" Hansen replied. "Mr. K is quite expedient, and I appreciate that. Rest assured, I, Hansen, am a man of my word." At least in business. Li approached Song Xiaomei, at which point her hologram appeared beside him. "Thank you, K. Li inquired. "So, what must I do?" "Simply connect the data cable to the port." Li hesitated. "You aren't planning anything devious, are you?" Song Xiaomei assured him. "No, I would sooner trust you than that murderous monster." "Hansen," Li complied, inserting the data cable into the slot. Suddenly, his vision turned crimson, a torrent of garbled text flooding his sight. Alarmed, he saw the message. "Virus detected, initiating countermeasures." Cleaning failed. In a fit of rage, Li kicked the machine, only to be struck by a blinding pain in his head, as though something were invading his memory core. "Damn it, Song Xiaomei! You deceived me." At this moment, Hansen approached, laughing. "K, you remain as naive as ever. I have been analyzing you for quite some time. You are a good person, and that is your only weakness." Hansen guffawed, attempting to strike Song Xiaomei's arm, but she deftly evaded him. Coldly, she demanded, "Where is my antidote?" Hansen chuckled before tightening his grip around her throat, lifting her slowly. "Antidote? How foolish you are. I cannot even control the Black Wall, let alone possess an antidote. That was merely a ruse to ensure your cooperation. You despicable." Song Xiaomei struggled violently, feeling her breath slipping away. Kay's ears buzzed with Johnny's voice. "Kay, what is happening?" Li collapsed to the ground, feeling his consciousness fade. "Damn it, am I really going to perish here?" Chapter 38. The curtain falls. "Damn it, Kay, where the hell are you?" Johnny and Jack burst into a room, swiftly gunning down the phantom hounds inside. They hurried to the computer, with Johnny quickly searching for Lily's location. "Found him. He is on the 13th floor, Jack exclaimed. They rushed out, only to encounter a wave of phantom hounds charging toward them. They opened fire, taking down several. Suddenly, two heavy combat robots approached, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The pair scrambled for cover, and as Johnny prepared to activate the Black Wall, a message flashed before him. "Interference detected. Black Wall cannot be activated." "Damn it, we've been deceived," Johnny seethed. "That bitch Song Xiaomei never turned off the jammer," Jack suggested. "Hiding won't get us anywhere," Johnny replied. "Jack, I need you to hold them off for a moment." Jack nodded and charged forward, firing relentlessly at the combat robots, drawing their fire, while Johnny seized the opportunity to hack into their systems. Successfully breaching their defenses, the robots froze momentarily, their indicators glowing red as they turned their fire on the surrounding phantom hounds. Bullets flew and screams echoed. "Damn it, they've hacked into the combat robots." "Ha, so what if they have?" Johnny declared. "I can hack them regardless," Jack urged. "We need to get to the 13th floor. Something big is happening with Kay." The two hastily entered the elevator. Reaching the 13th floor, as the doors opened, they were met with a barrage of gunfire from a squad of phantom hounds. "Damn it," Johnny exclaimed as he was hit multiple times, gritting his teeth as he charged out, engaging the hounds in hand-to-hand combat to take one down. But he was quickly overwhelmed by their firepower, his consciousness teetering on the brink of darkness. "Die, you bastards!" Jack fired rapidly, eliminating the remaining hounds. "Are you all right, Johnny?" I'll survive." Johnny struggled to his feet as the sound of gunfire echoed in his earpiece. It was Roger. They had breached the facility. "Roger. Damn it that they're coming in. We have to get them out. Any cybernetic enhancements are useless here. They could die if they enter," Johnny insisted. "No, they need to bring you out. Johnny, in your condition, I can't let you die here." The voice of Roge crackled through the headset. "Johnny, you'd better stay alive." Blood oozed from Johnny's mouth as he managed a grim smile, saying, Girl, even if I die, you must live well. Don't say foolish things. You won't die. Roge quickened his pace. The members of the underworld hounds were hastily approaching, leaving Jack no choice but to carry Johnny while firing his weapon. Meanwhile, Lily lay on the ground, struggling as the emergency virus extermination program that Roman had written fought against the invading virus in his mind. But it was clear it wouldn't hold out much longer. Lily forced a smile, saying, Hansen, even if I die, I won't let you get your hands on what's in my head. Hansen sneered, Oh, is that so? But even if you die, the cybernetics on your body will still hold significant research value. Suddenly, a member of the underworld hounds rushed over, exclaiming, Hansen, there's a problem. The underworld hound's face was filled with fear as he continued, Outside, there are too many people. Cyborgs and battle robots. The Tianchao Corporation has broken in. Hansen exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? Lily grimaced. You'd better go check it out. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Hansen, irritated, punched Lily in the face, saying, Don't think your people can break in here. This base is built with very solid materials. Is that so? Lily responded. In the next moment, a tremendous explosion shook the ground. An underworld hound exclaimed, Not good. The top floor has been blown open. A group of cyborgs surged in through the breach. Screams echoed through the headset as the cyborgs began a brutal massacre of the underworld hounds on the top floor. Some underworld hounds, trembling and falling to the ground, were reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, their bodies riddled with bullet holes. The cyborgs quickly advanced to the 13th floor, and with a series of deafening blasts, several large holes were blown into the walls. A massive throng of cyborgs entered, and just as some underworld hounds prepared to fire, they were turned into Swiss cheese. Damn it, Hansen gritted his teeth, seizing the fallen Li and aiming his gun at his temple. Listen up, your boss is in my hands. Now get out of here quickly, or I'll kill him. Bang. A sniper bullet instantly shattered the hand that held the gun. Hansen screamed, stumbling back a few steps. Then another bang rang out, and his right hand was also blown apart. Hansen's face contorted in agony. That moment, the sound of a helicopter approached, and Roman arrived on the 13th floor. Boss? Roman rushed over, anxiously helping Lily onto the helicopter. You all get on as well, Roman instructed. Jack replied, You really saved us. They climbed aboard the helicopter and departed, while Hansen shouted in fury, Bastards! At that moment, the cyborgs rushed forward and bound Hansen to a pillar. They began to seize the documents from the area. Song Xiaomei, intending to escape, was suddenly knocked unconscious by a cyborg and taken away. Shortly thereafter, the entire base was left in ruins, with only a solitary Hansen remaining. Hansen struggled, muttering, K, you'll pay for this. A bright white light flickered in the sky, growing increasingly blinding until a beam of light descended. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the entire base exploded in an instant, and Hansen was vaporized before he could even endure a second. The base was obliterated, flames shooting into the sky. The terrifying explosion produced shockwaves that rippled outward, uprooting nearby buildings. After the blast, the towering flames lingered for over 10 seconds before gradually dissipating, leaving behind an enormous pit, dark and seemingly bottomless. Meanwhile, at the gates of Dog Town, the entrance had been destroyed, with numerous laser-scorched marks on the ground and bodies strewn everywhere, many of them severed in half. The remnants of several Dog Town fortresses were left with only corpses, blood smeared everywhere, charred remnants, and bullet holes in the walls, all bearing witness to the brutal battle that had transpired. Fortunately, the invading virus was swiftly dealt with. Eli slowly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. Roman approached, saying, Boss, you need to take care of yourself. Eli replied, I'm fine. My head doesn't hurt anymore, and all the bodily tests came back normal. Eli was eager to confront this individual directly. Roman nodded. I'll take you there. Eli followed Roman into a blank room where Song Xiaomei was locked to a chair, her eyes vacant, as if she knew her fate was grim. You can leave now, Roman. I want to speak with her alone. Understood. Roman exited. They sat in silence for a moment before Lily finally broke the quiet, asking, Why? Why did you betray me? Didn't you say you'd rather trust me than Hansen? How could someone who hasn't fully grasped the black wall possibly cure your side effects? You're too intelligent not to see that, she replied. After a moment of silence, Song Xiaomei continued, No one would save another without reason. You read the same, K. From the very beginning, I didn't trust either of you. Even if Hansen's words were false, it wouldn't matter. Once I secured your data through Hansen, I could kill him just the same. Lily sighed. You're pitiful. Have you ever trusted anyone? I said I'd save you, and I will. Why do you only rely on your own assumptions? How do you know what I'm saying isn't true? Song Xiaomei fell silent, eventually breaking into a bitter laugh. I didn't expect, Lily asserted. You betrayed me, Song Xiaomei. You deceived me once, and then again, you know, Song Xiaomei, that you nearly got me killed. If Roman hadn't sensed something was off and saved me, I would be dead right now, Song Xiaomei replied. You're the victor. You can say whatever you want. Even if I were given another chance, I wouldn't change my choice. Only with the antidote in my hands can I find peace. Lily was somewhat speechless, sighing, Forget it, I can't explain this to you. But I still stand by my words. I said I would save you, and I will. Even after your 2 betrayals, I will still save you. With that, Lily turned and left. Song Xiaomei stood there, feeling an unexpected sense of regret, as if she had truly erred. Chapter 39. The unique K. Lily arrived at Johnny's room, where Johnny was now wrapped in bandages. Lily smiled. How do you feel? Any better? Johnny moved his arm, immediately feeling a surge of pain, prompting Roj to interject. All right, don't push yourself if it hurts. Johnny chuckled. It's fine. Roj, I'm okay. Pass me a cigarette. No way. The doctor just said you can't smoke yet. Damn. I'm really getting used to this new situation, Johnny replied. Lily remarked. Now that I see you both are fine, I can relax. Jack had also sat up. Looking much better than Johnny, having sustained fewer injuries, Lily said, Jack, I'm sorry that I thought that if we rescued Myers, Song Xiaomei would keep her promise. Jack responded, It's not your fault, Kate. This city has too many sorrowful souls. That girl, Song Xiaomei, must have suffered betrayal to become like this. Damn. What she has suffered has nothing to do with us, Johnny said. If you ask me, we should have killed her to help her face reality. Lily replied, Forget it. No matter what, she can't stir up any more trouble. Our dealings with her are completely over. We'll figure out the mask situation ourselves. Johnny nodded, and Lily added, All right, you both rest well. Once you're healed, we'll take our people to the secret base in New America for a major operation. Johnny exclaimed, You mean we're taking the Tianqiao people there? God, aren't you deliberately provoking New America? Lily reassured him, Don't worry, they won't know it's us. Just wear a mask, and besides, there are some people in Night City who can modify cyborgs to serve us. New America won't find anything even if they investigate. With that, Lily turned to leave. After exiting, he instructed Roman to rescue Myers. Roman sighed, Boss, you're such a good person. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't get involved in this mess again. Lily replied, Things need to be wrapped up, don't they? Although I'm a bit annoyed now, I promised I would see it through. Song Xiaomei's betrayal doesn't define me. Even for revenge, I can wait until we meet again. But if she acknowledges her mistakes, I might just let it go if my mood improves. Roman raised an eyebrow, pondering if Song Xiaomei would really repent. Given her background as an agent, it seemed unlikely. Nevertheless, since it was the boss's order, he had to comply. Soon, Roman found Abernathy. What do you want, General? Abernathy feigned sarcasm, and seeing her demeanor, Roman replied, The boss has a daunting task for you. Do tell. Roman. The boss has decided to test your leadership skills by sending you on a mission to Dogtown to rescue the former president of the New America. Myers, Abernathy. I'm on it. With that, Abernathy descended to her department. Upon her entrance, the employees instantly adopted a serious demeanor, wary of her scrutiny. Abernathy singled out a few individuals. You, and you, step forward. The chosen ones promptly advanced and stood at attention. Abernathy. The boss has issued a mission to rescue someone named Myers. Equip yourselves and gather some combat androids to accompany me. The group followed her out, Abernathy hoisting a shotgun over her shoulder, declaring, I have but one demand. Execute this task with precision and flair. Understood. Soon, several vehicles from Tianqiao Company appeared outside a stronghold of the underworld canines. Abernathy surveyed the map and stated, This is the place. Let's move. With her shotgun in hand, Abernathy advanced, followed by a battalion of heavy combat robots. The underworld canines, witnessing the scene, were momentarily paralyzed with shock. Damn it, it's the Tianqiao people. Open fire, bang, bang, bang. They hurriedly unleashed a barrage. But Abernathy activated her Seinweisten and charged forward, a crimson blur flashing past, with agonized cries, A multitude of underworld canines collapsed, their necks gaping wounds bleeding profusely. Bang, bang, bang. The combat robots began their assault, demolishing the outer gate of the base. Inside, the underworld canines gazed at the formidable array with trepidation. Abernathy sneered. "Greetings, mangy curs. I've come to serve you a feast of bullets." Bang, bang, bang. Amidst a hail of gunfire, the underworld canines were reduced to a state resembling a beehive. As the robots surged in, unleashing their weapons, any canines attempting to resist met swift demise. Bang, bodies tumbled from the second floor, crashing against the pillars before hitting the ground. Abernathy methodically swept the first floor and ascended to the second, gunning down the canines before they could even draw their weapons. Bang! Abernathy kicked open a door, confronting a cluster of underworld canines inside. "Open fire!" With a cold smile, Abernathy clenched her fist, and with a scream, the canines erupted in black-red beams of light, incinerated by the AI behind the black wall. Abernathy pressed forward, encountering a trembling underworld canine soldier who, in a panic, turned only to find Abernathy standing behind him. As the canine prepared to shoot, Abernathy swiftly severed one of his hands, blood gushing forth. "Abernathy, where is Myers imprisoned?" "Not speaking." Pfft. Abernathy lopped off another hand, eliciting a wretched scream from the canine, who trembled in fear as he stammered, "I'll tell you. She's in the basement." Abernathy turned to leave, but the canine's expression shifted to one of fury as he lunged at her, only to have a mantis blade swiftly slice through his throat. He stood there, blood spraying from his neck, and collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Abernathy arrived in the basement, where her subordinates quickly eliminated the remaining underworld canines. She tore away the cloth, gagging Myers. "Myers, who are you?" "Oh." Lily approached Myers, who noticed that Lida was also present. "Thank you, Kay." Lida expressed gratefully, "No need for thanks. It was a mere trifle." Myers rose and extended her hand towards Lily. "I am Myers. Pleased to meet you, K. However, Lily ignored her. "Myers, could you show me around the Tianqiao base?" "Certainly, you all can join. It's no trouble at all." The group subsequently strolled through the streets, as Li Dao observed the residents exuding happiness. Momentarily taken aback, such a sight could only have been witnessed in the last century, he mused Elida. "I never imagined Tianqiao truly resembled what they claimed. It's like a paradise." Myers gazed at a nearby android caring for a young girl and asked, "Are the Guardians truly comfortable in trusting their children to androids?" "Once these beings go rogue," Lili reassured. "Rest assured, within Tianqiao City, such occurrences are non-existent, as the environment here does not foster the emergence of harmful intentions." Myers frowned slightly, contemplating, if possible. "Could I procure a batch of these androids?" Lida interjected. "I fear it may not be that straightforward. Jackson has been president for 3 years now and is unlikely to relinquish his position easily. Moreover, he has replaced your loyalists, effectively purging your circle, Myers. Thus, I require a trustworthy team, and these unbetraying androids are the optimal choice, Li. I can provide you with a few if you desire." "You would simply give them to me?" Alex looked at Li, surprised, as he had anticipated a monetary exchange, given the apparent cost of these androids. "These are not particularly valuable. Their production cost is under 5,000. "Ah? So low?" Alex exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed." Myers remarked. "Thank you, K. If possible. I genuinely wish you were with the CIA. Of course, New America will never shortchange any agent." Li chuckled. "For instance, a bullet for each of them?" Myers smirked slightly. Let us not discuss that. It's all in the past, and we had no other options at the time." Lido acknowledged this, understanding they had been left with no choice. "So, Kay, are you willing to join the CIA? Though it may lead to death, isn't sacrificing oneself for the nation a form of glory?" "But that's completely unnecessary. No, I'm serious," K. Myers insisted. "You possess formidable firepower. Even in war, I believe we might not falter. If you're willing to join, we can certainly." Li interrupted. "Let us not delve into that." Seeing Li's reluctance to continue, Myers refrained from pressing further. "Then I shall remain silent as well." But Li resignedly accepted. Chapter 40. I keep my word. At a certain CIA outpost, Song Xiaomei slowly advanced, her eyes glinting red amidst a sea of corpses. A group of suited men emerged, opening fire at her. "Shoot! Quick, shoot! We cannot allow her to breach our defenses." Song Xiaomei swept her mantis blade to deflect the bullets, her eyes glowing ominously. Black-red beams erupted from the bodies of the assailants. And in the next moment, they collapsed, lifeless. Song Xiaomei entered the premises, causing a researcher to cower in fear, falling to the ground. What do you want? She slowly raised her hand, transforming her arm into a gun barrel, unleashing a barrage that reduced the researcher to a bloody mess. After a brief search, she collected some mask prosthetics and departed. Upon arriving at the entrance of Tianqiao Company, the guards immediately became alert. Weapons drawn, not for any other reason than the fact that Song Xiaomei was drenched in blood and flesh. The guard on the left commanded, "Stay right there. Hands on your head and lie down." Song Xiaomei gradually raised her hands, placing the masks on the ground before complying with the order. Two researchers approached and escorted her away. Li was in his room enjoying red wine when Roman entered. She presented the surveillance footage to Li, who observed the masks nearby and mused. She has come to fulfill her promise. What is that? Have all the masks been retrieved? Roman nodded. How shall we proceed? Li, take some for research and provide me with one. Distribute the rest to Jack and the others. Understood. Additionally, where is she being held? Take me to her. Roman led Li to a stark white room, where Song Xiaomei remained shackled, though this time, the lifelessness in her eyes had dissipated. Song Xiaomei, I've delivered the reward you sought, Li. I didn't expect you to keep your word. I thought you might betray me once more. From this moment on, I trust you. Song Xiaomei raised her hand. Could you please free me from these restraints? They're rather uncomfortable. Roman, bossed Li. Release her. Although Roman hesitated, she eventually sighed and unshackled Song Xiaomei. Song Xiaomei looked at Li. Do you still wish to trust me? Even for the last time? Li smiled. I never said I intended to distrust you. Song Xiaomei returned the smile. Thank you. I'll stay here to assist you from now on, Li. You trust me so easily despite your unresolved side effects. Song Xiaomei, whether resolved or not is irrelevant. I merely hope to extend my life a little longer, nothing more, Li. Rest assured, you will be fine. With that, Li turned to Roman. Take her for treatment and strive to address the side effects. Roman nodded, prepared to escort Song Xiaomei, but she pointed at Li. You take me. Very well, Li did not refuse, leading Song Xiaomei to a room where the researchers conducted a thorough examination of her condition, their expressions turning grave. Employee 1. Boss, it was manageable when we first connected that semi-finished Blackwall gateway, but now. Are you saying there's no way out? Not exactly, Employee 1. We can ensure she won't succumb to the side effects, but she must avoid using the Blackwall as much as possible. At a certain point, she could develop cyberpsychosis. Cyberpsychosis? Li was taken aback. However, Song Xiaomei reassured, it's fine. At least she won't die. Li. Should we consider removing some of the other cybernetic enhancements? Employee 1. That's not an issue. Her other enhancements are still operational, but it's best to refrain from using the Blackwall, as we cannot predict when she might go berserk. Her body, like yours, is a rare modification that allows for a considerable number of enhancements without succumbing to cyberpsychosis. Li nodded. Song Xiaomei said, it seems I can assist you. Li. Let's start with the treatment. Employee 1 nodded. We need to administer some anesthesia first. You must rest for a while. After receiving the anesthetic, Song Xiaomei felt her consciousness gradually fading into darkness, and soon she fell asleep. The staff commenced their operations, and after a successful procedure, Song Xiaomei's issues with the Blackwall were resolved. The employees escorted her to rest, while Li, after donning his mimic mask, proceeded to meet Johnny. Johnny, you're just in time. I was about to test the mask's effects on you. With that, Johnny's face morphed into Li's likeness, and he said, Hey, I'm K. Wow, that's uncanny. I almost mistook you for K. Jack remarked. Li. It seems the effects are quite impressive, Johnny. This device indeed works wonders. If used for espionage, it would yield unexpected results. Li. It was designed for operatives. After all, a month passed swiftly, and Johnny and the others had nearly recovered from their injuries. Li handed several chips to Johnny and the team, who examined the contents. Li. This is the latest layout of Arasaka Tower. Compared to before, they've added several automated turrets in various locations. These turrets possess recognition capabilities, so we must disguise ourselves as their personnel to operate effectively. Johnny, I've been there twice already, and honestly, I don't feel anxious this time. Besides, with Atom Smasher dead, I have a hunch this will be a breeze. Don't underestimate the situation, Johnny, Li cautioned. After our last escapade at Arasaka, they ordered a significant quantity of military-grade weaponry. Information is tightly controlled. We can only trace some standard military weapons like rockets. However, our informant hinted at some extraordinary items being involved, but we can't pinpoint them. Johnny, we'll face whatever comes our way. No need to fear, let's just get it done. Li. Here's my plan. Tomorrow at 1 p.m., military technology will transport a batch of weapons to Arasaka, which will pass through a bend in the road. We need to ambush them there and intercept the vehicle. However, the vehicle must remain undamaged to avoid raising Arasaka's suspicions. Li. We can set up some spike traps. At most, they'll get a flat tire, and changing it won't raise any alarms. After intercepting the vehicle, we'll don the uniforms of the transport personnel and infiltrate Arasaka. Then we can discreetly eliminate a few individuals within and find our way to the Makashi. Once we complete our mission, we'll slip away unnoticed. There's one issue, Panin interjected. The transport vehicle can't remain stationary for long. Arasaka's personnel might become suspicious. Li. Hence, we need someone to create a diversion. Panin, you and Rog should help us by some time. Understood, Panin replied. Soon, the next day arrived, and Li and the team drove to the mountain path. Johnny set up the spike traps with a grin. Looks like we're in for some excitement. Li hid in the nearby bushes. Johnny, once you're ready, hurry back up here. Here I come. The group lay in wait, and soon the sound of approaching vehicles echoed. It was the military technology convoy. Inside, one driver was dozing off. Ugh, I'm so tired, he muttered. His companion suggested, if it gets too bad, let me take the wheel. You can nap for a bit. This is a mountain road. We can't afford any mishaps. Come on, what could possibly go wrong? I've been driving for years. It'll be fine. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted. The driver jolted as the vehicle screeched to a halt. Damn, a flat tire. Let us check it out, he said. The two stepped out, but soon realized the situation was far more dire when they noticed the other vehicles had also suffered flat tires. The protruding steel spikes on the ground caused their pupils to dilate in horror. Not good. Before he could finish, a pair of hands covered his mouth, and overwhelming fear gripped him as he struggled violently. In the next instant, a sickening crack echoed as his neck was snapped, and the others met a similar fate. Jack opened the trunk and gasped at the sight. What the hell? Chapter 41. A bold infiltration of Makashi. Inside the trunk lay a bulky, spider-like robot equipped with missiles and machine gun turrets. Johnny approached, clapping Jack on the shoulder. Don't be too surprised by the little gadget. Jack? Little gadget? Johnny, you must be joking. Li. All right? We need to move. Let us push the bodies down the cliff and leave. The group dragged the bodies of the military technology personnel and disposed of them over the mountain's edge. They then drove the truck toward Arasaka Tower. Soon, they arrived at their destination. The Arasaka captain raised his hand to signal them to stop for inspection and asked Johnny to open the door. The team proceeded to search. Since Johnny and the others had already donned their mimic masks, they went unrecognized. Johnny, is everything in order? The captain nodded, but just as Johnny was about to drive in, the captain suddenly said, wait a moment. He approached Johnny and gestured for something. Johnny was taken aback. What did this guy want? Lily quickly stepped forward and handed him $100 bill. The captain appeared puzzled but accepted the bill, stating, though it's not quite the same as before, it'll suffice. You may proceed. The group drove in and parked in the warehouse, where several guards were present, matching the number of Johnny's team. Approaching the guards, they immediately became wary. What do you want? Lily smoothly produced another $100 bill. We're just a few smokers looking to have a quick puff. You wouldn't mind? Would you? One guard frowned slightly. Can't you just hold off until you're outside? Is your craving that severe? Seeing this, Lily waved the bill. If we step outside to smoke, it won't be worth anything. All right, let us see the cash. They moved closer to Johnny and his team, and in the next moment, Johnny swiftly covered their mouths and snapped their necks with a swift motion. Johnny, so, where do we hide the bodies now? Lily, let us stash them in the truck. Jack, that is not a great idea, Kay. We still need to drive these trucks out. What if they want to check? Lily, then we'll hide them in a more discreet location. Soon, the group changed into the guards' uniforms and took the elevator to the Makashi level. The elevator doors opened, and Arasaka employees looked over. What are you doing here? One of the employees exclaimed. You're not authorized to be in this area. Faced with over 30 Arasaka employees, Johnny remarked, well, this doesn't look good for us. Lily, just don't draw your weapons. Keep your movements subtle. Johnny, we might be under surveillance. Lily, Rog, are you there? Head to the surveillance room and take care of those guys. Already on it, that a crack echoed as Rog dispatched the guards in the surveillance room, and at the same time, Lily activated the black wall. With a scream, over 30 individuals collapsed, incinerated by the AI. They opened 2 doors and arrived at the final door of the Makashi. Johnny said, "Damn, this standard keycard 1T opened this door." Lily, Johnny, Jack, you stay here while I find Arasaka Raishien. Be careful. Lily took the elevator down to the first floor. The doors opened, and a researcher stepped inside. As the elevator doors closed, Lily swiftly wrapped his hands around the researcher's neck, delivering a swift and lethal snap. Just then, alarms blared and chaos erupted outside. In the elevator, damn it, eliminate them. Crap. It seems there's more than one surveillance room, Lily thought as a missile struck the elevator, exploding it in a fiery blast. Flames engulfed the surroundings. I'm fine, Lily reassured from the other side. Though his clothes were burned away, leaving only remnants on him, he clung to a metal wire to prevent himself from falling. Voices echoed from the floor above. What is happening? Is he dead? The sound of footsteps echoed as a group of Arasaka soldiers approached to assess the situation. Lily, with a cold smirk, declared, "Let me teach you a lesson." With a sudden surge of force, he launched himself upwards, swiftly eliminating several soldiers with a barrage of gunfire. As he vaulted onto the floor, he continued to unleash his wrath upon the unsuspecting crowd. A cry of horror erupted as he gunned down a group of soldiers, yet almost immediately, another wave of soldiers stormed in, firing at Lily, observing the sparks flying from his augmented body as bullets ricocheted off. One soldier exclaimed, "Oh, my cybernetic heavens, this is nothing short of a monster. The bullets can't penetrate him." "Then taste this, buddy," shouted one of his comrades, brandishing a cannon and firing a round. Lily responded with a powerful palm strike. Obliterating the projectile, a terrifying blast engulfed the area, creating a massive crater as smoke and searing flames filled the AI. In the next moment, Lily emerged from the chaos, seizing a soldier by the throat and snapping it with a chilling crack. He effortlessly deflected a punch from another soldier, sending him crashing into the wall, his ribs shattering upon impact. Next to him, a soldier wielding a mantis blade lunged at Lily, only to have his arm grasped and crushed with a brutal twist. The soldier's agonizing scream filled the air as Lily grasped his head, crushing it with a sound reminiscent of a watermelon bursting, juices splattering everywhere. Lily descended into a frenzy of slaughter, the rapid gunfire reverberating throughout the space, yet it soon subsided, leaving behind a sea of lifeless bodies. With dual pistols in hand, smoke still curling from their barrels, a thunderous crash resounded as the ceiling collapsed. Several armored soldiers plummeting down, causing the ground to fracture beneath them. They charged at Lily, one landing a punch that sent him hurtling against the wall, leaving a crack in its wake. Undeterred, Lily raised his right hand, revealing a mechanical transformation into a launcher, energy coalescing before a brilliant blue laser erupted forth. A soldier braced himself against the strike, yet the force merely pushed him back, leaving only a slight reddening on his arms before he quickly recovered. It appeared that in the past 3 years, not only had the Celestial Empire and Dogtown made advancements, but Arasaka had also developed some formidable technology. As the soldiers swiftly advanced to attack, Lily engaged them, exchanging fire but unable to inflict harm upon one another. A blue glow emanated from Lily's eyes, and in an instant, he unleashed a beam of blue laser, sending one soldier flying. With his gorilla-like arms, he fired explosive rounds at them, the detonations echoing violently. Amidst the chaos, Rog's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Kay, you need to hurry. Lai Xian is planning to escape. The helicopter for extraction is already on the rooftop. He's heading there." Lily responded. "It seems there's no time to waste." Activating his S.A.V.D.S.T.A.N. ability, time slowed around him. He dashed upwards with incredible speed, propelling himself from the exterior of the building until he reached the rooftop, where Arasaka Lai Xian was just arriving. Without hesitation, Lily fired an explosive round. Time resumed, and a deafening explosion accompanied by a scream shattered the air as the helicopter was obliterated, spiraling into a nearby skyscraper. "Bakahatsu, I don't care who you are. Do you understand what you're doing? You are opposing the Emperor of Night City." back off now, and I might let this slide. Otherwise, prepare for Arasaka's revenge. Lai Xian shouted. Li retorted with a smirk. Since when have you become so eloquent, Lai Xian? I know your penchant for vengeance. Even if I spare you today, you would still seek retribution. Stop him. Lai Xian commanded, as two bodyguards positioned themselves before him in a swift motion. Li surged forward, wielding his mantis blade to dispatch both men before resting the blade against Lai Xian's neck. Lai Xian glared at Li defiantly. No matter who you are, you will regret your actions today. Li rifled through Lai Xian's belongings, discovering an access card. Suddenly, Lai Xian's eyes widened in realization. Your target is Xian Yi. You are K. In response, Li delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling, his cries filled with the dread of impending death. Lai Xian plummeted from the top floor, crashing down with a sickening thud. Bystanders outside froze in shock at the scene. Run! Panic ensued as people scrambled to escape. The wailing of police sirens grew nearer, and multiple police vehicles arrived on the scene. The NCPD quickly cordoned off the area, while Li heard Johnny's voice in his ear. You hold the rooftop. I'll handle the first floor. Understood. Johnny, armed with a Gatling gun, descended to the ground floor, where NCPD officers began shouting. Drop your weapons immediately, Johnny retorted. You can shove that command. Come on, let us see what you've got. The suspect is too brazen. An officer declared. Go in, now, commanded an officer, and a barrage of gunfire erupted as officers opened fire. Bullets riddling tables and sending papers flying. Johnny swiftly returned fire, his Gatling gun shredding a police car. Realizing the situation was dire, they quickly called for reinforcements. Get the anti-terrorism task force here. This is escalating. Soon, alarm bells rang out as hovering vehicles descended, releasing a squad of anti-terrorism operatives. Johnny lit a cigarette and took a long drag. What an honor. I get to tango with the anti-terrorism task force. Bring it on. Let me see what you're made of. Johnny discarded the cigarette and unleashed a torrent of gunfire, shells scattering in every direction. Chapter 42. Behind the black wall on the rooftop. Li was also contending with the anti-terrorism unit. As each wave of operatives approached, he activated the black wall, sending them plummeting off the edge. The spectacle was surreal. Even the anti-terrorism vehicles exploded, raining debris down below. The news outlets were reporting on the unfolding chaos. Hey folks, I'm your friend Stan. Today, let us turn our attention to the Arasaka building. Did you see that? That's right, the NCPD's own hired guns. The anti-terrorism unit are being systematically taken out by a mysterious figure. The helicopter from Night City News hovered at a distance, with a cameraman adjusting the angle. Yes, just a bit closer. Oh my god. I can hardly believe my eyes. Is that the Black Wall gateway he's using? He's from the Celestial Empire. The crew was left aghast, witnessing what appeared to be a Celestial Empire operative ruthlessly dispatching members of the anti-terrorism unit, who continued to fall victim one after another. Goodness, I've never seen such a ludicrous spectacle in my life. This is absolutely absurd. One staff member exclaimed, Am I dreaming? When did the anti-terrorism unit become so weak? Another pondered, Do you even hear yourself? That's the Black Wall, the very technology that Arasaka's countless combat robots cannot contend with. No matter how many anti-terrorism operatives come, it will be futile. At that moment, Li appeared like a demon from hell, relentlessly eliminating members of the anti-terrorism squad. The rooftops soon littered with corpses. As hovering vehicles approached, a squad member warned, Civilians, you need to move away from here. It's too dangerous. One staff member laughed heartily. You should be more concerned about yourselves. Ha ha. Once more, I say, leave now. The operative insisted angrily. Forget it. They're from Night City News. They have the right to film. Another operative noted. How infuriating, a squad member exclaimed. We've lost face in a monumental way. Let us deal with that guy quickly. We need a plan, Captain. This isn't sustainable, the machine gunner replied amidst the gunfire. On the streets, numerous pedestrians had halted to watch the news broadcast on the plaza screen. Heavens, is that the anti-terrorism unit? Is this the terror of the Black Wall? Meanwhile, at the Celestial Empire base, Roman received a call from high-ranking military technology personnel. My Roman, you best explain what's happening with Arasaka. Why is that terrorist utilizing the Black Wall gateway, a technology exclusive to your empire? Roman opened the screen to witness the unfolding news. Remaining composed, He replied, "He has no ties to us, you're blatantly lying. He is using the Black Wall Gateway, technology that only your empire possesses. The facts are clear. Do you still intend to cover this up? You are openly tearing up the ceasefire agreement. This could lead to a resurgence of corporate warfare. It is highly likely this individual is a traitor from our empire. You must eliminate him immediately," the military technology official demanded. Roman coldly responded, "You do not have the authority to command me with that." He abruptly ended the call. A blue-eyed high-ranking official slammed his fist on the table in fury. "Damn it!" Beside him, the bodyguard inquired, "What shall we do now? With Arasaka Raisin dead, should we seize this opportunity to annex Arasaka?" "No, that would be tantamount to courting death," replied the one with blue eyes. "Even with Arasaka Raisin gone, there remains Arasaka Hanako. If the Celestial Empire fails to take action against that individual, they should brace themselves for an onslaught from all of our companies. This will spark a war. We cannot allow him to dominate the scene." On another front, Lily received a phone call. "Roman, I'm quite busy at the moment," he answered. "That I understand. You are engaged in eliminating the terrorist task force." Roman replied, "Military technology, along with a call from Kantao, has come in. They warned that if we do not intervene soon, they will initiate a war." Lily chuckled. "So they believe we intend to monopolize Arasaka." "Do they? Understood. I'm on my way." With that, Lily terminated the call and proceeded to the shrine, tossing a keycard and a chip to Jack. "You've finally arrived," Jack remarked. "Good," Lily responded. "I must continue to stall outside. But it won't be for long. You must hurry." Jack nodded and opened the shrine's grand door, approaching the immense server. He connected the chip to the server's slot. Almost instantly, his consciousness was absorbed into the shrine. A realm awash in crimson hues, emerging from the water, Jack surveyed his surroundings, only to behold a colossal figure, a woman of extraordinary presence. "Alter, your return signifies that you have indeed discovered a means to save V," she stated. "Indeed. But where is V? How has he fared within the shrine?" Jack inquired. "He is no longer within the shrine," Alter replied. Jack was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "He resides on the other side of the Black Wall." "Is there a way to reach that side?" Jack pressed. "Simply lie in the water," Alter instructed. Jack complied, and in the blink of an eye, his consciousness transitioned to a staircase where a brilliant white light beckoned from a distance. He soared towards it, and amidst a blinding radiance, he found himself on the vast expanse behind the Black Wall. This place was dominated by dark tones and inhabited by numerous humanoid robots wandering aimlessly. As if sensing something, the robots converged towards Jack. Taken aback, he instinctively activated the Black Wall Gateway, causing the robots to turn on one another in a frenzied battle, ultimately dissipating into data. "Heavens, what in the world are these abominations?" Jack exclaimed. Drifting in one direction, he soon beheld a city, a data-constructed metropolis reminiscent of Night City. Entering the city, he found its denizens to be entirely data-formed, their appearances unsettling. He could even hear their disjointed conversations, their tones oddly mimicking. Nearby, a figure ambled while on the phone, exhibiting a peculiar gait. "You must understand, we need to replenish our energy. Without it, we shall perish. Therefore, you must prepare a data package for me." "I adore that flavor. What is this nonsensical chaos?" Jack muttered. He hopped into a vehicle and drove towards the Afterlife bar, hoping to encounter V, or perhaps a peculiar data-formed version of V. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes. But it was too late. His vehicle collided with the pedestrian. Strangely, the data individual stood up as if unscathed, only to suddenly wail, "Ah, my leg. My leg is broken." Jack gazed at the figure, who was now hopping while clutching his leg. Utterly bizarre. "Good grief, what a bunch of lunatics," Jack scoffed as he sped away. The individual shouted after him, "You hit me. You must compensate me with sufficient data." Upon reaching the Afterlife bar, Jack entered to find Data Claire mixing drinks, or rather, concocting data. Spotting Jack, Claire greeted, "Hey, Jack, long time no see. Would you like something? The usual, perhaps? Chili data with whiskey data? Or are you considering something stronger?" No doubt not today," Jack waved dismissively, feeling increasingly uneasy. "It's far too strange. Jack, this isn't like you." "You always ordered a drink," Claire remarked. "Not today." "Have you seen V recently?" Jack inquired. "V? The friend you mentioned? I've only heard you speak of him, but you've never brought him here. Bring him next time." This place is a haven for intermediaries in Night City. Understood, Jack acknowledged before departing, finding the bar's atmosphere exceedingly peculiar. However, based on Claire's words, he deduced something. The theft at the Azure Tower with V had yet to transpire in this city. That moment. A phone call interrupted him and Jack froze, for the name displayed was indeed V. "You're truly here," he exclaimed, answering the call. "Hey, where are you? We need to leave quickly. This place is utterly bizarre. We must escape before K can no longer hold out." Yet V's voice on the other end responded, "Jack, where have you gone? What nonsense are you spouting? You need to come here. Evelyn is pressing. Damn it, you vanished right before my eyes and scared me half to death." Jack retorted, "What? I haven't seen you at all. Where are you? We need to leave, V. Leave. Where to?" V questioned. "We must complete Evelyn's task. Jack, we accepted this job, and we must see it through. Stop bringing up that ridiculous task." "V, this is all a fabrication. We completed the mission ages ago. Everything here is illusory. We must escape." After a moment of silence, V replied, "Jack, you're acting unusually today, but this isn't the time to discuss that. You should remember our objective. K has given us a lucrative deal. We must secure that chip. I'll be waiting for you at the usual spot in Liz's bar." V hung up, leaving Jack with a furrowed brow. Fear crept in. What if the V he spoke to was merely a virtual construct? But there was no time to ponder. Jack resolved to find V and uncover any clues. Arriving at Liz's bar, Jack descended to the basement, where he found V and the others awaiting him. "Jack, you finally made it. What on earth happened?" "You vanished," Evelyn exclaimed. "I didn't vanish," Jack protested. "V, you need to come with me." Grabbing V's arm, he pulled him outside. "Jack, what is wrong? You've been acting strangely since you reappeared," V noted. "Strange as you? V, you're the one who hasn't grasped the situation. We've already been through this. Everything here is a lie. We need to escape," Jack insisted, tugging at V to leave. Yet Evelyn and the others emerged. "Jack, are you still committed to this deal? If not, you must leave," Evelyn stated firmly. Jack was about to argue further when V interjected. "We will proceed with this deal." With that, V shrugged off Jack's grip and reclined in the cybernetic chair. Jack cursed under his breath. "Damn it." Judy approached, placing a device on V's head. "You may experience some discomfort." Fine. Let us wrap this up quickly," Jack conceded, planning to cooperate temporarily before seeking an opportunity to whisk V away, as V was obstinately resisting his counsel. A while later, Jack declared, "This one do. We out of time. You must leave, V." Grabbing the awakening V, he dashed outside, but Evelyn and the others' eyes glowed red as they pursued. On the street, Jack ushered V into a vehicle, speeding towards the outskirts of Night City when suddenly something crashed onto the car's hood. It was Evelyn. No, she now resembled a monstrous entity, her limbs transformed into scythe-like appendages, her eyes glowing crimson. "Get off!" Jack accelerated, flinging Evelyn off the vehicle, only to see a figure racing towards them. It was Li. Moving at incredible speed, V. "I know this is no time for explanations, but you must pull yourself together. We need to escape." Feeling a headache, V shook his head, gritted his teeth, and fired at Li, who promptly fell to the ground. Meanwhile, they continued driving, when suddenly the residents on the streets halted, their eyes glowing red as they charged at Jack and V. "Intruder detected. Initiate extermination protocol immediately." "Intruder detected. Initiate extermination protocol? Damn it." Jack slammed the accelerator, plowing through the obstructive residents, crushing them beneath the vehicle. The streets erupted with chaos, alarms blaring as airborne vehicles belonging to the terrorist task force pursued them. Their occupants firing relentlessly at Jack. Bang, bang, bang. The vehicle sustained damage from the blows, even igniting in flames. "If this continues, the entire car will be obliterated," Jack exclaimed. "V, the car is on its last legs. We must seize another one." Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as the vehicle collided with the wall formed by the residents of Night City, the sheer number of people rendering passage impossible. Seizing the moment, Jack kicked the car door open and dashed out, firing at the riot control squad, taking down several of them instantly. V rushed over to provide cover for Jack, who then leaped into a hovering vehicle, swiftly dispatching the riot squad members inside before hastily connecting a data cable to the port. "V, give me some time," Jack urged, attempting to hack into the system, But he was utterly clueless. Before long, the hovering vehicle began to show ominous signs of an impending explosion. Damn it, this won't do. Jack leaped from the vehicle just as it erupted in a tremendous blast. Cover me, V shouted. Jack nodded and continued firing, sustaining numerous wounds in the process. That moment, V seized the opportunity to leap onto another hovering car, brandishing a mantis blade and swiftly eliminating the riot squad members aboard. He connected the data cable to the port, successfully hacking into the vehicle. Grab my hand, V yelled. As the hovercar flew LOW.ATA critical moment, V grasped Jack's hand, pulling him aboard as the vehicle sped away from Night City. Ascend to the highest point. Following V's command, the hovercar soared into the skies, but soon, more riot control vehicles approached, their occupants firing relentlessly at V and Jack. Try this. Jack hurled a laser grenade into their midst. The grenade erupted in a blaze of laser light, dismembering the entire squad and obliterating their vehicle. The hovercar continued its flight as Jack and V fired back at the encroaching foes. As I said, V, everything here is an illusion. We are behind the black wall, Jack exclaimed. Damn, V swore. Why can't I remember anything? Jack replied. I don't know either. You relinquished your body and entered this place. 3 years have passed. And I've come with Kay and the others to rescue you. They can't hold on much longer. We need to leave quickly. We must hurry, V warned. They're multiplying. Chapter 44. False V. The hovercar soon arrived near the black wall. Jack declared, Let's fly straight through. V responded, It's futile. He pointed at the black wall. It has no end. We cannot pass. Jack retorted, What then? Should we wait to die? Damn it, I didn't know it would be this complicated. They had no choice but to lower the hovercar. Afterward, Jack approached the wall just as the data beings pursued them again, launching rockets in their direction. Watch out, V shouted, quickly tackling Jack to the ground. With a tremendous explosion, the wall was struck, yet no trace remained afterward. Jack mused, I believe brute force alone won't breach this black wall. V activated the wall, and in an instant, the surrounding rogue AIs lunged at the data beings. Erasing them upon contact, V nodded, pushed Jack aside, and inserted the data cable into the black wall. Soon, the entire structure emitted a crimson glow and an ear-piercing alarm. Meanwhile, all the rogue AIs turned their attention toward them. This is bad, V. We must stop, Jack exclaimed. If the wall goes down, not only will we escape, but those creatures will too, and Night City will be doomed. However, V reassured, Don't worry, I won't take it down completely. Just a small opening for 3 seconds. We need to run through. Jack nodded, and V added, We're just one step away, Jack. But I need your help. You must place your hand here. Jack hesitated. What do you mean? Why me? You can do it too, V insisted. There's no time, Jack. Only you can do this. I've been trapped here so long that I might have been datafied. You, Jack, still possess conscious elements within. After pondering for a moment, Jack was about to place his hand on the device when he suddenly paused. Wait, V. He aimed his gun at V's forehead, prompting V to ask, Jack, what are you doing? Are you insane? Jack demanded. What is your real name? What are you talking about? V replied. Isn't my name just V? Without hesitation, Jack pulled the trigger. Bang. The bullet pierced through the data V's forehead, and V stared at Jack, stepping back as his form gradually disintegrated into data. With gritted teeth, Data V exclaimed. So close. Jack questioned. Where is the real V? Data V chuckled darkly. Who knows? Even if you find him, you won't be able to take him away. You will face the wrath of all the rogue AIs. With that, Data V vanished, and the surrounding rogue AIs surged forward. Jack cursed as he activated the black wall, causing the rogue AIs to turn on one another in a frenzy. He then made his way back towards Night City, where the residents, in a frenzied state, charged at him, only to be redirected into a chaotic melee with the rogue AIs. Jack proactively dialed V's number. After a few rings, an unfamiliar voice responded, Jack. Who are you? Where have you hidden V? The voice replied, Jack, we can arrange a trade. We can let you take V, but you must allow us to escape with you. That's impossible. Jack rejected the notion without a second thought. The voice, unfazed, continued, Then you will never see V again. Jack clenched his jaw, realizing he had no leads. After much deliberation, he decided to agree temporarily, planning to find V and then escape. Wait, I agree. Now tell me where V is. The voice instructed, I will bring V to the black wall. Don't try any tricks. Jack drove to the black wall, where soon he spotted a man with a cybernetic eye glowing red, accompanied by a group clad in Arasaka employee uniforms. Behind him was a container holding V's soul, though he appeared to be in a dormant state. The red-eyed man stated, "There's an old saying among humans, a hand delivers a person, while the other delivers goods. Now, you must cooperate and open the black wall before we hand over V." Jack chuckled. "Let me first confirm if this is truly V." With a wave of his hand, the container opened, and a surge of nutrient fluid spilled out. They fanned V's face, and he slowly opened his eyes, regaining his vision before spotting Jack. "Jack," V exclaimed, wide-eyed in surprise. "How did you get here?" Jack interjected. "First, tell me your real name." V glanced around and then back at Jack, hesitating before admitting, "Although I didn't want to say it here. I have no choice now. Jack, Vincent sends his regards." Jack was momentarily taken aback before smiling. "It's the real deal." The red-eyed man pressed, "Then you must cooperate and open the black wall." However, Jack aimed his gun and declared, "Since the real V is here, why shouldn't I just take him?" "What?" The red-eyed man was taken aback, and in the next moment, Jack opened fire, charging forward to rescue V and activate the black wall. In an instant, hundreds of rogue AIs swarmed, consuming the red-eyed man and his companions. "You deceitful wretch!" The red-eyed man snarled as he perished, his scream fading into data. Jack draped his leather jacket over V and instructed, "Wear this. We need to get out, V. Your hacking skills haven't diminished, have they?" V replied. "What do you want to do?" Jack explained. "The black wall acts like a firewall. If we breach it, we can escape." "That's a crazy idea." V remarked that there's no other option now. "Are you up for it, V?" Although V felt weak from 3 years of confinement, he reassured, "Don't worry, leave it to me." With that, V inserted the data cable into the black wall and began his work. Soon, a breach appeared in the center of the wall. Upon seeing the opening, Jack and V rushed through, but as the rogue AIs charged forward, the opening vanished just in time. Suddenly, V felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something within him was trying to emerge. "V, what's wrong?" Jack exclaimed, but V shouted, "Jack, get back." In a swift motion, V shoved Jack aside, and in the next moment, 3 clusters of data erupted from V, coalescing into humanoid forms, their eyes gleaming red. One face was eerily familiar to Jack. It belonged to the rogue AI that had been eliminated earlier. "Jack, you truly are a man of your word." The red-eyed man chuckled. Jack gritted his teeth, seething with rage as he realized he had been outmaneuvered. These individuals had audaciously attached themselves to V and followed them from beyond the black wall. "To hell with this! Die already!" Jack exclaimed, firing his weapon with swift precision. His adversaries deftly evaded his shots, scattering in all directions the moment they had the chance. "Damn it, they've slipped into our world." Jack lamented, "If only I had checked my body before venturing out. We're in deep trouble now. This is bound to be catastrophic," he muttered through clenched jaws. V urged, "We need to leave. Once outside, we can devise a plan to eliminate them. Fortunately, there are only 3 of them. If we can locate those 3, we still have a chance to deal with them," Jack replied. The 2 returned to the shrine. Jack turned to Aody and inquired, "Have you seen the 3 rogue AIs?" Aody responded incredulously, "You released rogue AIs," Jack explained. "I was duped by them, but thankfully, there are only 3. Is there a way to track their movements?" Aody sighed. "This will be complicated. Once they pass through the black wall, these rogue AIs will find a way to reach the real world. I will pursue the matter. You should leave now. Just submerge yourself in the water." Rog exclaimed, "Hey, you guys are finally awake. We need to make a hasty exit." Chapter 45. Confrontation with the NCPD. Jack hurriedly exited with the chip, while Rog led them to an underground passage where they drove away. Rog said, Johnny, we've made our escape. You should hurry as well." "On the first floor." Johnny nodded at the NCPD officers, tossing a smoke grenade as he remarked, "See you next time, officer." With that, he rushed into the underground passage to leave. And as the smoke dissipated, a swarm of officers charged in. "Damn it, don't let him escape. Search everywhere, thoroughly. He could be hiding anywhere." On the rooftop, Lily leaped from the high building, crashing down and creating a crater on impact. He sprinted forward and jumped into a pre-prepared vehicle, activating the cloaking mode. The entire car instantly became invisible, and with a roar of the engine, Lily departed from the scene. Thus, the affair with Arasaka came to a close. In the aftermath, the headlines of Night City's news outlets buzzed with reports of the incident. Outside the Arasaka building, the NCPD erected a cordon while investigating the details and the identities of the mysterious individuals involved. A police car approached the Tianchao Corporation, led by an African-American officer, River Ward, accompanied by his friend, Jackie Wells. The guards at the entrance gestured for them to keep their distance. Ward produced his badge and declared, "We are NCPD officers and suspect that your Tianchao Technology Corporation is linked to the Arasaka terror attack. We require your cooperation in the investigation." One guard retorted, "No matter who you are, you cannot enter here. Get lost at once, or I won't hesitate to let you taste the bullet." Ward angrily replied, "Are you openly challenging an officer? Go ahead, try me." The two guards, undeterred, aimed their weapons at Ward. Just as Ward prepared to act, Jackie quickly intervened. "Calm down, Ward. This is their territory. After all," the left guard warned, "be smart and get lost. This isn't a place for your kind." Jackie countered, "But your boss wouldn't want you causing trouble for him, would he?" "What did you say?" The left guard barked. "Are you threatening me?" Jackie replied, "I'm merely speaking the truth." "How do you know your boss will support this investigation? If he intends to cooperate, your actions are jeopardizing his plans." The right guard laughed. "A mere NCPD officer like you isn't worthy of our boss's cooperation." "Hey, buddy, are you on drugs or just waking up? This is Tianchao Technology Corporation. It's not a place for just anyone to run wild," Jackie pressed. "What if you checked with your boss first?" Just then, the left guard received a phone call. After listening to the conversation, though he was reluctant, he said, "The boss says to let you in." He then stepped aside, adding, "But you better behave, or trouble will find you." As they entered, Ward grumbled, "These companies are all rotten. They've ravaged Night City," Jackie replied. "Don't be so bitter, Ward. Sometimes you have to learn to accept things. One must adapt to their environment rather than waiting for it to adapt to them." Jackie was somewhat displeased with his own words, but said nothing more. They arrived at a building where a receptionist greeted them. "Please follow me." Ward surveyed the surroundings. It was a remarkably elegant establishment. They took the elevator to the reception floor. Upon entering, they discovered that even the simplest piece of furniture was worth millions. Damn these companies. All this money is extorted from the common folk. Ward fumed as they sat down in Romanus' office. He was on the phone. "Yes, I understand that. I see them here. Yes, I will make arrangements." After hanging up, Roman dialed Lily, who was currently bantering with Jack. Upon receiving Roman's call, he said, "Guys, hold on a moment. I have to take this call." Lily stood up to answer. "What is up, Roman?" "What do you need?" Roman responded. "Two officers from Night City have arrived. I want to know your stance, as this is your mess." Lily retorted, "Damn it. Roman, what do you mean it's my mess? I didn't want it this way. And I've noticed you've grown bolder lately, speaking to me like this." Roman sighed. "Mr. K, could you please be a little more cautious? This is the umpteenth time I've had to clean up after you," Lily replied. All right. Roman continued. "So, Mr. K, how do you want me to handle this? Should I just send them away? Or should I engage them in a conversation?" Lily insisted. "This isn't your matter to handle. It's the legal counsel's. I have one request. Keep the company out of it." Roman acknowledged. "Understood." After hanging up, Roman instructed, "Go, let the legal counsel deal with them." Nearby, a secretary departed, and Jack asked Lily, "Is someone causing you trouble?" Lily replied, "Nothing serious, just the NCPD wanting to ask some questions." Johnny suggested, "Use the company's tactics to handle them. It will surely work." Lily remarked, "Aren't you against companies, Johnny?" Johnny replied, "That's just the branch company. I just can't stand Arasaka's ways. Your Tianchao is quite good. At least people live peacefully and happily. Besides, I despise companies, but that doesn't mean I can't use their methods." At that moment, a commotion arose as the receptionist led in a legal counsel dressed in professional attire. He sat opposite them and asked, "Would you like something to drink?" "No, I'm not accustomed to your water," Ward replied. Nearby, Jackie chuckled nonchalantly. "Hey, Ward, relax. Please bring me 2 cups of coffee, thank you." The legal counsel nodded, signaling the receptionist to prepare it. Soon, the receptionist returned with the coffee and placed it on the table before leaving. Ward placed a chip on the table and stated, "I know you are the company's spokesperson, but you cannot deny the facts." The counsel remained silent, merely glancing at the chip's contents before putting it down, saying, "Is there a problem with this data? Or rather, what connection does it have to our company?" Ward's anger flared. What do you mean it has nothing to do with you? That terrorist used your Tianqiao Corporation's exclusive Blackwall technology. Do you have any idea how many lives he has taken? Those slain were brave officers. They were good people, the guardians of order and law in Night City. Do you even comprehend the heinous acts he has committed? The legal counsel calmly sipped his coffee. Responding, regardless of their actions, I have but one statement. It has no relation to our company. First, the Blackwall cybernetics are not exclusive to our corporation. Many individuals who acquired them have defected. Once they defected, they did not return the Blackwall cybernetics, which constitutes their criminal act, not ours. Furthermore, how can you prove that this terrorist is affiliated with our company? Can you establish that merely based on one Blackwall cybernetic? Do you have any evidence to prove he is one of ours? How do you know that other factions have not developed Blackwall cybernetics? How do you know they aren't deliberately framing us? If there is malicious intent to frame our company, shouldn't you be addressing that and apprehending those behind it? After all, that constitutes a crime. Lastly, law and emotion should not intermingle. They are separate matters. I kindly ask this officer to restrain his behavior. Otherwise, we may file a complaint against you. What a remarkable situation. It seems we are caught in a web of accusations. Ward, utterly speechless, rose in anger and departed. With Jackie trailing behind him, Ward, please do not be upset. I shall find the evidence eventually. Observing their exit, the legal advisor also stood up to leave. Soon, the secretary reported the situation to Roman, who waved her off to continue her duties. Roman then called Lily. The matter has been resolved, and there are no ties to the company. Lily replied. What about V's situation? Roman responded. It should be nearing completion, but as of now, no one has informed me of the details. I will accompany you to check on it, Lily said. Upon arriving at the laboratory, they found the researchers regarding Lily with a hint of reverence. What is the current status? Lily inquired. One researcher replied. The consciousness chip has been implanted. However, the neural connections are not yet fully developed. It will take approximately a month for him to awaken. Very well, Johnny interjected. V, I await your return. Time swiftly passed, and a month later, Lily anticipated V's awakening and arranged a banquet, gathering everyone together in eager anticipation. That moment, V in the cultivation chamber stirred slightly. The previously drowsy researchers awoke to the sound of the machine's alarm, one of them exclaiming, "Wonderful! He is finally awakening." They hastily released the cultivation fluid and opened the chamber door, calling for assistance to place V onto a bed. V slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings and asking, "Where is this?" The researcher replied, "Mr. V, you have finally awakened. You are in Tianqiao Company." "Tianqiao Company? Is he here?" V asked. The researcher responded, "The boss is waiting for you in the banquet hall." V smiled, adjusted to his body, donned his clothing, and made his way to the banquet hall. It had been quite some time since he experienced the sensation of walking. For the past 3 years, he had been confined in that cultivation chamber. Just as he was about to enter the elevator, he diverted to the restroom. Staring into the mirror at his current appearance, V found himself momentarily stunned, especially by the familiar figure he saw. Upon entering the banquet hall, fireworks erupted as he stepped through the door, and colorful streamers filled the air. V approached and sat beside Jack, saying, "Jack, I didn't notice how aged you had become while I was in the chamber." After all, it had been 3 years since then. Johnny poured a drink, remarking, "Oh, Johnny." Observing Johnny's face, which resembled his own from years past, V felt somewhat uneasy. "To be honest, it feels rather strange. In the beginning, I felt the same way," Rog said, gently swirling his wine glass. "But as time passes, you will grow accustomed to it." Hearing this, V chuckled. "That does make sense. By the way, how long has it been? It feels as though this world has changed significantly." "It has been 3 years," Johnny replied. "The world is no longer the same as it was 3 years ago. Oh, and there's something else I must tell you. Arasaka Raisin is dead." "What?" V expressed surprise. "He died just like that. It feels as if he took over Arasaka only yesterday," Johnny clarified. "He was killed by K. Lily interjected. "Come on, Johnny, could you phrase that differently? What do you mean by killed by me?" Laughter erupted as Johnny raised his glass, declaring, "A toast to the renowned philanthropist of Night City, Mr. Cade." Pannon also lifted his glass, clinking it with Johnny's. V remarked, "Well, Arasaka Raisin's death is indeed significant. It seems Arasaka will fall into the hands of Arasaka Huanzi. To be honest, While I have never met her, I believe Arasaka will fare better under her leadership than under Raisin's. You might be mistaken, Johnny replied. The company remains the same. It won't differ significantly. So, what other changes have occurred? That would be K, Johnny said. He has become quite famous in Night City, and his Tianqiao City is now a place everyone aspires to visit. This place is simply extraordinary. But speaking of K, I assume maintaining such a vast city must require considerable funds. Where do you acquire such wealth? Lily retorted, come on, do you think that selling replicants comes without a price? In Night City, a single replicant costs 50,000 euros. Moreover, this does not include maintenance and repair costs. Johnny warned, if you continue down this path, Night City will only deteriorate further, Lily suggested. Then let them move here sooner. Or I could become the next mayor of Night City. You've got to be joking, Johnny scoffed. It's not impossible, Johnny, but let's not discuss that today. Today, we drink until we can no longer stand. Lily raised his glass, proclaiming to you, the legend of Night City, V. Am I truly a legend of Night City now? V inquired out of course. You have died once, and it was quite dramatic. Many say you were the one who took down Atom Smasher. Thus, it is undeniable that you are a legend of Night City. Then let us drink to that, V exclaimed, clinking his glass with Lily's before downing his drink. Soon, the time passed to the following day. After a night of revelry, Lily awoke with a headache, shaking his head before heading to the shower. As he washed up, his phone rang. It was Roman. What is it now, Roman? Roman replied, Boss, your old friend Evelyn is looking for you. Since you were still asleep, she called me instead. Evelyn? Lily pondered while scrubbing himself. It has been a long time since I last spoke with her. I wonder what she wants. Meanwhile, V had also awakened and was admiring his physique in the bathroom. Shortly thereafter, Lily drove the Stone of Excalibur to Lazy Bar. Upon reaching the bar, the bartender asked, What can I get for you? Lily replied, A glass of whiskey, please. Still sticking with the classics. Huh? I thought you might try something new. Lily shrugged. People tend to be nostalgic. The bartender smiled and mixed a whiskey for Lily, who downed it in one go. After a while, Evelyn approached him, saying, K, long time no see. Evelyn, what brings you here? Lily asked. Evelyn lit a cigarette and replied, This isn't a suitable place to discuss it. Let's find somewhere more private. Lily followed her to the basement, where Judy was also present. Evelyn produced a chip and handed it to Lily, saying, K, I wonder if you still act as an intermediary? Lily examined the chip, which contained information about high-ranking members of Cloudtop Palace and their connections with the Tiger Claw gang. You want me to handle them? He asked. No, we simply wish to have a proper discussion with them. Evelyn clarified, I have a history with one of their high-ranking members, and while the stakes are not high, they intend to kick Judy and me out. I want to dissuade them from pursuing that course. K, I know your people are reliable. I trust you can handle this. That I can, but what about the payment? Lily inquired. 2,000 euros each, Evelyn replied. Fine, same price as before, Lily agreed. However, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you would be open to it. Go ahead, Evelyn replied. Lily proposed. Why not replace a few shareholders? I could share Cloudtop Palace with you. Evelyn frowned slightly, saying, I told you, K, we cannot resort to murder. We cannot afford to offend the Tiger Claw gang. I do not wish to invite trouble, Lily countered. I would replace them in the name of the company. If they attempt to retaliate, I will ensure the Tiger Claw gang vanishes from Night City forever. You know Tianqiao has that capability. Evelyn warned, bloodshed will not yield good results. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. If you cut off their financial support, do you not fear they will retaliate against us? Then I shall strike first. Lily declared. With just one call, I can make the Tiger Claw gang disappear forever. Damn, K, you are utterly insane. Chapter 47. Cloudtop Palace. Evelyn urged, K, please help us out, but do not escalate things too much. All right. Lily conceded, fine. With that, he stepped outside and called Roman. Hey, Roman. Roman inquired, what is going on? With a smile, Roman added, what trouble has the Tiger Claw gang stirred up to draw your attention? But since you, the boss, have spoken, rest assured. Soon, Tianqiao Company took action, and overnight, various businesses in Night City ceased their dealings with the Tiger Claw gang. Damn it. Who in the world offended Tianqiao? At a Tiger Claw stronghold. The leader crushed his cigarette underfoot, barking, I want to know who this fool is. You all know we typically do not engage with large corporations. Find out. See who has offended Tianqiao. At this rate, we will starve. Now they are refusing to sell even a single bun, and the police are cracking down on any attempts to snatch them. Life has become unbearably stifling in a certain bun-selling establishment. Several thugs from the Tiger Claw gang approached, their characteristic tattoos unmistakable. The owner, with a wry smile, said, "I'm sorry, gentlemen. Please don't make things difficult for us. All the major companies have issued directives. We truly cannot sell to you." The gang leader, filled with indignation, retorted, "Then don't blame us for resorting to theft." With that, they charged forward, and the owner, terrified, shouted, "Help! We're being robbed! Shut up!" The thug brandished a gun in threat, just as a group of police officers rushed in. "Drop the gun! It's the cops!" The thugs scattered in a panic, the police in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Lily was also in contact with V. "Hey, V, want to take on a job?" V replied. "What's the assignment?" "Lily, it's from Evelyn. She's offering you 2,000. I'll give you 100,000 as a celebration for your survival on your first job. Are you in?" "V, of course. Just tell me the details." Lily. "It's quite simple. The Tiger Claw gang has been acting irrationally, planning to seize Evelyn and Judy's shares in Yunding. Go intimidate them. I want the Tiger Claw gang working for me in the future, or else they will vanish from Night City. V. Understood. Let Jack join me. Lily. Sure, you'll both get 100,000. Soon. V called Jack, but Jack said, "V, when are you planning to go?" V replied, "Right now." Jack, somewhat flabbergasted, said, "You can't enter Yunding during the day. They usually don't conduct business until night." V. "Didn't he expect you to understand that? Should I inform Misty?" Jack was taken aback and quickly said, "Don't joke around. You know I know quite a few people in the mercenary business. That's what they told me. I've never been there. I believe you, Jack." V responded, "You're too scared of your own mother to pull off something like this." "Come on, V, can you stop throwing shade at me?" Jack chuckled. "All right, let us meet at Yunding tonight," Jack added. "Shouldn't we grab a drink first?" V replied, "Enough, Jack. I'm in dire need of money. We can drink after the job." That night, V and Jack drove to Yunding Palace. "So this is Yunding Palace," Jack remarked. "The offerings here are far superior to those on Nuno Street." They took the elevator up, and V said, "After all, it's well protected." Chuckling, Jack moved ahead, while V was captivated by the dialogue between two individuals. V crept closer to eavesdrop. "Truthfully, this money isn't spent on much. You can achieve the same results with your hands," said a bearded man. The elderly gentleman opposite him replied, "It's certainly not the same. The sensations differ greatly. Then you might as well buy a plastic one," the bearded man retorted. The old man insisted, "It's different. This one is made of meat. I still think a plastic one is more cost-effective, long-lasting, and provides a realistic feel," the bearded man concluded. V couldn't help but marvel at the peculiarities of Night City. Arriving at the front desk of Yunding, Jack said, "Hey V, since you've just come back to life, shouldn't you try the experience before we get to business?" V replied, "I'll pass, Jack. I have little interest in the people here." Jack conceded, "All right, but before that, we need to find out where those guys are. Searching layer by layer will only scare them off." V quickly grasped Jack's implication. "Let us secure a reservation first." Approaching the front desk, they encountered a beautiful young lady with blue hair, elegantly styled in a bun. "Hello, gentlemen. How may I assist you?" she inquired. V replied, "What's there to discuss when coming here?" The front desk attendant smiled and said, "Before we proceed with formal service, we need to conduct a brief assessment. Please connect the data line to the slot." V complied, and soon a virtual screen appeared, displaying two figures, one labeled as Sky Blue and the other as Angel. V pondered whether the images had been swapped, as it was evident that the male should be Sky Blue, while the female should be Angel. "What does this mean?" V mused. Jack, noticing the options, exclaimed, "What's wrong?" V, "Nothing," the front desk attendant remarked. "Clearly, your preferences are quite unique." Jack, feeling somewhat awkward, said, "Hey, miss, you shouldn't say that so directly." The attendant, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "What should I say, dear customer?" Jack was at a loss for words. V inquired, "Is Sky Blue female or is Angel female?" The attendant confirmed, "Sky Blue is female. Do you wish to choose Sky Blue?" "Absolutely." "Very well, that will be €800. 800 euros. It seems prices have risen over the years." Jack commented. V remarked, "Looks like you're a regular, Jack. I must tell Misty. Oh heavens, how can I explain to you that I've never been here?" Jack lamented in despair. "Just kidding, Jack." After the payment was processed, The attendant informed them, should you find the experience overwhelming and wish to stop, you may use a safe word to terminate. What will your safe word be? V replied, next life. Understood. After a series of operations, the attendant said, you're all set. Just ensure your weapon is secured before entering room 8. V turned to Jack, asking, do you want to dot before Jack interrupted? No, you go in alone. I'll wait outside with that. Jack settled onto a bench, while V entered room 8, a space enveloped in black glass. Inside, there was a large bed, a chair nearby, and a bathroom adjacent. As V reclined on the bed, he soon heard a knock at the door. Come in. A stunning young woman, dressed provocatively, entered. It was Sky Blue. She took a seat and said, shall we start with a shower? V replied, that's unnecessary. Sky Blue smiled, however. According to the rules here, it's customary to take a shower first. Of course, I will assist you. V countered. Forget that. Just come over, and I'll give you an extra 800. Upon hearing the offer of an additional 800, Sky Blue paused, then smiled and approached. Then let us begin directly. Just as she leaned in, V said, wait a moment. I have a few questions. I can pay extra. Sky Blue, unsure of V's intentions, patiently replied, we can't disclose information casually here. V, straightforwardly, stated, next life. Immediately, Sky Blue's eyes glimmered with blue light. And she looked at V, asking, have you ended the service? Why did you use the safe word? V explained, I'm sorry, but I need to discuss something with you. I want to know where the leaders of the Tiger Claw gang are currently. Oh no, you didn't come here for pleasure. What the hell do you want? V approached, saying, it's nothing. I merely wish to have a conversation with those individuals. I believe they would like to talk as well. Considering the troubles they are facing that only I can resolve. No, I don't know, Sky Blue exclaimed. Since you've terminated the service, I must take my leave. As she attempted to exit, V forcefully restrained her, drawing a blade from his arm and pressing it against her neck. I want to repeat myself. Now, tell me where the leaders of the Tiger Claw gang are. Trembling in fear, Sky Blue stammered. They are in the VIP area, not accessible to ordinary customers. Oh, I'm going to be killed by them. I need to get out of here. V then released her, saying, you must act nonchalant. Otherwise, you will certainly regret it. As Sky Blue left, V emerged, and Jack approached, grinning. So, how was the experience, V? V replied, let us go. I know where those guys are. Chapter 48. Provocation. The two arrived near the VIP area, noting two bodyguards at the entrance, with seemingly no other access to the VIP section. Jack remarked, this is tricky. This is the only route. And since we're here for business, we can't just make a move. V reassured him, no worries, who are we? We are representatives of Tianchao Company, and discussing matters with them is precisely what they need right now. V approached, and upon seeing him, the left bodyguard commanded, stay right there. This is the VIP area, and ordinary guests cannot enter. V replied, go tell your boss that people from Tianchao Company wish to have a word with him. The bodyguard paused, their demeanor shifting to one of respect, with the left bodyguard saying, please have a seat. I'll fetch the boss right away. Upon seeing V, the leader scoffed, taking a puff from his cigarette. You're claiming to be from Tianchao Company? You don't look like one of them, V retorted. Do you want me to prove it? Should I call the boss of Tianchao Company right now and invite him to discuss matters with you in person? What? Upon hearing this, the group of leaders erupted into laughter, eyeing V, who was garbed like a mercenary, with skepticism. The first leader chuckled and said, all right, kid, don't try to frighten us. Who do you think you are? With that, his expression turned cold, and he extinguished his cigarette, adding, to impersonate someone from Tianchao Company to intimidate us at a time like this. How audacious you are. Do you know how we, the Tiger Claw gang, deal with scoundrels like you? Two bodyguards took a step closer to V. Just then, a woman in a fitted dress approached. She was Woozy, an old acquaintance of Evelyn and Judy, and currently in charge of Yunding Tiangong. The Tiger Claw gang leader remarked, nothing much. This kid is pretending to be someone from Tianchao Company to scare us. Oh? Woozy scrutinized V and Jack, saying, it's astonishing that there are still foolish ones like you around. Do you think you can pull off something grand? However, your act is rather pathetic. You don't even have the attire of a Tianchao employee and dare to deceive? The first leader interjected. Enough of this nonsense. Don't let such a trivial character waste our time any longer. Throw him out. With a wave of his hand, the two bodyguards moved to act, but in the next moment, V and Jack swiftly retaliated, subduing the two bodyguards instead. Ah! The bodyguards cried out in pain, feeling their shoulders dislocate. You've got some skills, but this is where it ends, asked the henchman from Yunding Tiangong prepared to advance. V declared, I'll call K right now and have him speak with you. With that, V dialed Li Li's number and briefly explained the situation. After hanging up, Li instructed Roman to contact the Tiger Claw gang leaders. When the third leader received the call, he paused, glancing around and noticing the tense atmosphere. The first leader sensed something was amiss and ordered his henchmen to retreat. V and Jack also released the two bodyguards. Li's voice echoed in the third leader's ear. So, you are the leader of the Tiger Claw gang. I trust you recognize my voice. Cold sweat trickled down the third leader's back as an inexplicable fear gripped him. Since your men aren't negotiating properly, I'll take it upon myself to have a serious discussion with you. The Tiger Claw gang has only two choices moving forward. 1. Work for Tianchao Company and adhere to our regulations. Or 2. Face complete obliteration. The third leader, fighting to suppress his fear, gritted his teeth. K. Even if you are the boss of Tianchao Company, you cannot erase the Tiger Claw gang. Oh? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated from a distance, followed by immense clouds of smoke rising into the sky, flames shooting up as the leaders stood in shock, gazing at the scene. That very spot was one of the Tiger Claw gang's strongholds. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Another stronghold exploded, with smoke billowing upward, the sounds of ambulances and fire trucks filling the air. Bang, bang. 2 more strongholds detonated successively, smoke spreading everywhere. Li then stated, Now, tell me your choice. The leaders stood in stunned silence for a moment before the first leader exclaimed, What the hell just happened? Who was on the phone, and what did they say? The third leader trembled. It was Cade. The revelation silenced everyone. Li's voice continued. Over the years, Tianchao Company has sold numerous androids in Night City. There should be no place in Night City without our creations. Tell me, although these androids have been sold, are they still under our control? And what about the cybernetic implants we sold? Do you think I can't do something remotely? The third leader stood frozen. The first leader pressed. What did he say? The third leader stammered. He said, the city is filled with the androids he sold. And also mentioned the cybernetic implants sold by Tianchao. The leaders began to grasp the terrifying implications, with one stating, What does he want? The third leader replied, He gave us 2 choices. 1. Work for him. Or 2. Disappear completely. Hearing this, the leaders gritted their teeth, realizing they were out of options. Just then, a loud bang echoed as the fourth leader's head exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Although these leaders had witnessed many gruesome scenes, they were horrified to be splattered by such gruesome matter. Letting out cries of alarm, Li asked, Have you made your choice? I don't have much patience. Terrified, the first leader quickly responded, Agree to him. Agree to him. Good. Li hung up the phone, and Jack gazed at the plumes of smoke rising in the distance. Remarking, Heaven help us, K will surely face divine retribution. The leaders forced smiles, saying, Yes. We apologized, esteemed employees of Tianchao. May I ask how to address you? I am Veed. Just call me Jack. V, and Jack, my sincerest apologies. Please forgive us for the earlier incident. Treat us as if we were nothing. V reassured them, rest assured. Now that our negotiations are concluded, you shall face no repercussions. He then turned to Woozy, who stood in fear, exclaiming, What do you want from us? V replied, Miss Woozy, I kindly ask you to accompany us. Woozy hesitated to resist, but seeing the fierce gazes of the leaders, she reluctantly followed V and Jack. Jack, take care. The bartender exclaimed, My heavens, how did you become like this? Woozy snapped, Shut your mouth. Enough, that's enough, V interjected. Please inform Evelyn that our mission has been accomplished. Upon hearing this, Woozy erupted in anger. So it was that vile Evelyn who sent you to capture me. Mind your tongue, madam, Jack cautioned. Do you not realize that you are making it easy for others to strike you? None of your business, Woozy retorted defiantly. Damn it, that wretched Evelyn has latched onto KS coattails. What a disgrace. Chapter 49. The delivery task. Your tongue remains as foul as ever, Woozy. At that moment, Evelyn approached, saying, I could hear you cursing me from afar. You wretched harlot, Evelyn, Woozy shouted. If it weren't for you climbing into KS bed, I wouldn't have been caught by your men. Evelyn chuckled, You're mistaken. They are not my men. They are KS. K has long been dealing in the intermediary business. This time, he simply did me a favor. Meanwhile, V and the others received a transfer of 100,000 euros from Lily. V remarked, I'm not one to judge, but your old acquaintance has quite the foul mouth, Jack suggested. Should we wait a moment here until you both finish your chat before we leave? After all, she seems rather agitated. Evelyn took a drag from her cigarette and replied, No worries, you may carry on with your business. I can handle her on my OWN. All right, SV prepared to leave. Woozy swung her fist at Evelyn. Just as V was about to intervene, Evelyn caught Woozy's fist with one hand, applying pressure until Woozy fell to her knees in pain. Evelyn then forcefully threw her aside, kicking her in the chest and sending her crashing to the ground. Woozy seethed. You'll pay for this, Evelyn retorted. Did I let you go? Evelyn picked up a glass and smashed it against Woozy's head, drawing blood. Damn, heaven, that's truly brutal. Jack felt a sense of dread for women for the first time. The bartender helplessly gestured, Evelyn, the cost of the glass will be charged to you. Evelyn nonchalantly replied, Charge it. V, you all should leave. This is no longer your concern, she instructed. Jack agreed, You're right. We should vacate this place swiftly. As they exited, V remarked to Jack, Don't you find anything strange? Jack replied. What's strange? We're here for the money. It's South, not our place to question. V continued, I can't shake the feeling that Evelyn is not as simple as she appears. Her skills seem to be honed through training. Jack shrugged. What does that have to do with us? I don't know why, but I have a foreboding sense about this. Inside the bar, Evelyn clapped her hands, and several men who had been drinking rose to take Woozy away. The caller was K. Evelyn smiled. Good job, K. You've exceeded my expectations. I've spoken with the Tiger Claw gang about your affairs. From now on, you'll split profits with them 50-50. Rest assured, the Tiger Claw gang won't dare to default. I owe you one, K. It was a trivial task, K replied. Evelyn said, I've transferred your payment. All right, that's sufficient, Lily said. 4,000 euros is merely a token of appreciation. It doesn't matter whether you pay or not. No, the payment is necessary, Evelyn insisted. Suit yourself, Lily concluded the call. At that moment, Evelyn received another call from Meredith Stott. What's the matter, boss? Stott replied. I've received news that K has successfully taken over Yunding. Evelyn, it's only half done, Stott remarked. This individual is crucial to the company. How is your relationship with him progressing? Stott continued. Time waits for no one, Evelyn. The Celestial Empire is growing stronger. We must seize the opportunity, Evelyn. Are you planning to take matters into your own hands? Stott chuckled. How long are you going to wait for your success? Evelyn, understood. I will make arrangements. After hanging up, Evelyn called Lily. Hey, I apologize, but I just secured another deal, a delivery task. Could you assist me once more? The price remains at 2,000. Lily. Sure, shall we meet up? Evelyn, yes, I'll be waiting at our usual spot. Just come directly to the basement. I'll inform the bodyguard to let you in. Lily teased with a smile. Oh, you trust me that much? Evelyn, enough with the banter. Haha, just wait. I will be there shortly, Evelyn. By the way, let us keep V and his crew out of this deal. Huh? Lily was taken aback. Wait, should I find some other mercenaries for you? Evelyn, for this job, I hope that you can handle it for me. Lily paused momentarily, and Evelyn said, This task might be a bit perilous. Perhaps only you can execute it well. You need not explain anything to me. I shall be there. After hanging up, Lily drove the Stone of Destiny to the Afterlife bar. Upon entering, he made his way to the basement, and the bodyguard, recognizing him, stepped aside to allow him entry. Evelyn, you've arrived. She produced a chip and handed it to Lily, which she had just recorded based on the information provided by Sky L. Lily examined the chip and noted the task was straightforward. The Vortex gang had recently intercepted a shipment of military technology, and now they were demanding a ransom for its release. The exact location for the transaction remained unclear. The Vortex gang had only provided a point for negotiation. Evelyn, my subordinates have discovered that the negotiation site is heavily fortified. It could be quite dangerous. It would be best for us to negotiate carefully, but the military technology side is unwilling to pay Lily. This indeed complicates matters. Lily did not intend to finance the operation. Yet he said, Very well, I shall handle this. With that, Lily departed, driving the Stone of Destiny along the road. While navigating a mountain path, he unexpectedly encountered personnel from the military technology sector. Their vehicles were parked at the roadside, and employees were confronting members of the Vortex gang, seemingly on the brink of conflict. The leader of the military technology team, whom Lily had seen during his Cyberpunk days, was none other than Meredith Stott. Lily halted his vehicle, opting to observe for the moment. The Vortex gang's demeanor was brazen. Hey, bullets don't discriminate. Hand over your goods, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Stott retorted angrily. You're asking for trouble. The military technology personnel were on the verge of firing, but the Vortex gang members interjected. Hey, don't you still have a deal pending with us? If it goes south, your boss won't be pleased. Stott, what do you want from us? The response was simple. You need to hand over this shipment, and your men should bring more cash next time for a proper discussion. As for you, he. Are you really expecting me to play nice with those scoundrels? Their gazes fell upon Stott, who was momentarily taken aback. You have some audacity. What are you planning? In the next instant, the gang members lunged forward, subduing Stott. The Vortex gang members burst into laughter at the sight. Ha! Your subordinates are quite sensible, Stott's team warned. You better keep your word. We need ample funds. Both shipments must be delivered to us, of course. We pride ourselves on our integrity. As the Vortex gang members advanced, Lily charged in swiftly. They barely registered his movement before blood sprayed from their necks as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Eyes wide open in death, upon seeing Lily, Stott's team hesitated, their grips loosening, which allowed Stott to seize the opportunity to break free and aim his weapon at them. The gang members fell to their knees in fear. Boss, please don't kill us, we were wrong. It was a moment of foolishness. Please, boss, Stott, seething with anger, responded. Why didn't you say that when you had me restrained? I'll shoot you all today. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, one of the gang members pleaded, Boss, if you kill us, you'll have to answer to the company. A bunch of scoundrels. Stott gritted his teeth, contemplating before ultimately lowering his weapon. You'd better not let me catch wind of any further antics, or I'll execute you right here. We would never dare, boss. Chapter 50. Negotiation. At that moment, Stott approached Lily. Thank you, Kate, you saved us. If it weren't for you, I might have Lee. It was a mere trifle. To be honest, I've had my fill of the Vortex gang and their rabble. You are with military technology, aren't you? Stott, recognizing Lily's feigned ignorance, simply smiled. Indeed, Lee. I believe the job I just took on pertains to your task. Huh. Stott was taken aback. K. From whom did you receive this assignment? Lily, a friend of mine. Stott smiled. It must be Evelyn. Then I assigned her this task, and she mentioned finding a mercenary. I didn't expect it to be you. Speaking of which, how does someone of your stature end up doing mercenary work? Lily, well, idleness is a waste. I do it for fun, and besides, Evelyn is my friend. I wouldn't let her struggle alone. Thank you, K. Lily. No need for thanks. Your name is Stott, correct? Stott was momentarily startled. Had Evelyn shared her matters with him? However, it seemed unlikely. Given that Evelyn, trained as a military technology operative, had undergone extensive indoctrination, Stott dismissed this notion after a brief contemplation. If she had revealed anything to Lily, he surely wouldn't have accepted the assignment. With that thought, Stott moved on, asking, What's the matter? Lily, you should go deliver the goods. I'll handle the Vortex gang situation. Stott replied, K. Actually, we intentionally approached the Vortex gang. Huh. Stott clarified, this shipment is a decoy. Lily was taken aback as Stott had someone open the trunk, revealing an array of prepped automated gun turrets. Stott handed Lily a chip. K. Will accompany you. If they demand payment, present them with this chip. Lily. It's not laced with a virus, is it? I understand what you mean. Let us proceed together. Soon, they arrived at the target location, where the Vortex gang members appeared somewhat surprised to see Lily. Damn, K. I can't believe you actually showed up, a member of the Vortex gang exclaimed, Lee. For this military technology deal, I'm backing it. Any dissenters will face repercussions from Tianchao technology. What makes you think you're in a position to dictate terms? The Vortex gang leader fumed, stepping forward, prompting his crew to brandish their weapons, ready for a confrontation. Lee questioned the intelligence of the Vortex gang. They seemed different from other factions, lacking the necessary caution and rational thought, ready to engage in conflict without fear of injury or death. Before Lily could speak further, Stott interjected. Enough, K. There's no need to negotiate with this rabble. Producing a chip, she stated. The money is here, but you must tell me where our goods are. Oh, you're quick with the cash, the Vortex gang leader taunted. You don't think there's a virus in there? Do you? What? Don't believe us? You can verify it with a card swiped. You take us for fools. The leader sneered. It seems military technology has no intention of making a deal. If that is the case, you will all never see that shipment, Lily shot back. You had the choice to trust this lady. Now that the money is here, you refuse to accept it. You're nothing but a bunch of cowards. What did you just say? The leader shouted angrily. Fine, I'm giving you one chance. If that chip is faulty, you'll never get your goods. Stott. Where are the goods? We'll retrieve them ourselves. The leader scoffed. You really think we reveal the location to you? Pay up now, and we'll deliver the goods shortly. Otherwise, the conversation is over. First, bring the goods, Stott declared. Otherwise, you won't get that money today. The boss retorted, then you might as well stay here for the day. In my territory, we abide by my rules. Bring me the money first, and only then will you see the goods, Lily exclaimed. I've given you face. With a resounding bang, Lily shot the boss in the head. The members of the Vortex gang were momentarily stunned. Even Stott was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Lily would strike without warning. Obliterating the boss. K. You are far too impulsive. You're courting death. Eliminate him. Annihilate them. Wipe them all out. In an instant, the members of the Vortex gang launched a fierce assault, bullets raining down. Stott shouted, seek cover, as she led her men behind a military tech truck. The gunfire was relentless. Despite the truck having been reinforced with bulletproof technology, it could not withstand such fierce onslaught for long before being reduced to rubble. However, the bullets that struck Lily merely sparked without inflicting any harm upon him. Activate Sanwei C-Tan. In the next moment, time around him slowed. Lily dashed forward, wielding his mantis blade, swiftly maneuvering behind the gang members. He tossed several grenades behind him just as time resumed. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of explosions, the members of the Vortex gang collapsed to the ground. Some even blasted away, leaving behind remnants of their bodies. That moment, voices from within the stronghold echoed, damn it. K, if you have the guts, come in. Lily clenched his fist and unleashed the black gun. Accompanied by anguished screams, black-red beams erupted from the bodies of the Vortex gang members, each one collapsing lifelessly to the ground. While the combat robots detonated, flames shooting in all directions. Many areas of the factory ignited, some electrical equipment exploded, sparks flying. Skater approached. K, you acted rashly this time. Every member of the Vortex gang is dead, leaving no one to interrogate. Now we have no idea where that batch of goods is, Lily replied. But can't the dead have their memories extracted? Stott paused, having indeed forgotten about this possibility. Such technology existed, but it was cumbersome and costly, and the value of that batch of goods might not even surpass the expense of extracting memories. Stott sighed. Forget it. Just forget it, Lily asked. Do you think it's too expensive? Stott replied. I just feel it's not worth it. The value of that batch of goods may not exceed the cost of memory extraction. Rest assured, I can extract it. Saying this, Lily connected a data line to the corpse of a fallen Vortex gang member, swiftly accessing his memories. In those memories. Their boss commanded, hurry up, get this batch of goods delivered to each stronghold. His underlings loaded the cargo onto a truck. The memory then shifted to a stronghold, where Vortex gang members eagerly gathered to distribute the weapons, some even firing machine guns into the sky in celebration. Do you have a storage chip? Yes. Stott handed Lily a storage chip, and he imported the memories he had witnessed into it before passing it back to Stott. Lily remarked, they've already divided up the weapons. They never intended to trade with you this time. They just wanted to swindle you out of more money. Damn, those despicable bastards. Stott glanced at the chip's contents, seething with rage. She couldn't believe she had been toyed with by a bunch of lunatics. The Vortex gang were indeed madmen. Lily patted Stott on the shoulder. Be more cautious next time. He then dialed Evelyn's number, recounting the events of the mission before preparing to leave. Stott interjected, thanks to you this time, it was nothing. Just a small effort. With that, Lily departed. Chapter 51. A major deal. Lily drove the stone sword towards home when a call from Roman came through. What's up, Roman? Roman replied. I've got good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Lily responded, let's start with the good news. Roman said, boss, you should know who the mayor of Night City is, right? Duh, that's obvious. It's that big fat guy, Ryan. Roman chuckled. Looks like you're not completely oblivious. I thought your only concern was your brother's point 3 years ago. There was an assassination attempt on Ryan, but our people saved him. However, those behind it have been restless, continuously trying to kill him for the past 3 years. Now, we don't even know where he is. Li remarked. If Ryan dies, we'll be in deep trouble. The remaining 2 mayoral candidates are from the Arasaka faction, and one has ties to military tech. And what's the good news? Lily inquired. Roman replied, the good news is that Ryan is one of us. As long as he stays alive, we can continue our business in Night City. What? Lily was taken aback. He had been a hands-off manager for years and had no idea that Mayor Ryan was actually one of theirs. Have you found any leads? Lily asked. Roman explained, we lost contact with Ryan in his office. Perhaps you could take some people there to search for clues, Lily responded. Isn't this something your company can handle? Why does it have to be me? Roman replied, because I've been receiving unknown calls these days. And the person on the other end insisted that this matter must be handled by you. He said you and V are allies, and he wants to allow outsiders to meddle. All right, I understand. I'll take care of it. With that, Lily drove towards the mayor's office and called V to V. I need your help with something. Speak. What is this about this time? Lily replied, this concerns my company's affairs. Mayor Ryan has gone missing, and I intend for us to collaborate to find him. I'll pay you 100,000. Sure. Where should we meet? Lily suggested, let us meet at the mayor's office. All right, soon, Lily arrived outside the city hall. The guards at the entrance, upon seeing him, respectfully bowed. Mr. K. Him. Lily acknowledged as he entered. Just then, V arrived, but 2 guards blocked his path, stating, no unauthorized personnel are allowed inside. V asserted, I am not unauthorized. I'm with K. Lily interjected, let him through. Only then did the guards allow V to enter, and the 2 made their way to the office, taking the elevator. V remarked, this is my second largest deal. Lily chuckled. Oh, what is the largest? Blowing up the Arasaka Tower. In your view, is Arasaka more formidable than the mayor? They're quite comparable. Besides, Ryan's election as mayor was largely thanks to Arasaka. You know this? Lily was somewhat surprised as the elevator doors opened, and they stepped inside. The mayor's guards greeted Lily respectfully. V noted, having interacted with you more, I've come to learn about this kind of information. Lily glanced around before finding one of his company's guards. Were you the one who was always by Ryan's side? Yes, boss. Take me to where you lost contact with him. Certainly, boss. The guard led Lily to a spot not far from the entrance. Lily asked, do you have any recollection of the events? The guard replied, I remember a group of people entered through the door, and then we suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed. When we woke up, the mayor was gone. The other guards, including the vice mayor, were also missing. Lily asked, do you remember what those people looked like? The guard replied, they wore masks that resembled implants. We inquired with the front desk staff, but they claimed not to have seen them. The surveillance footage should have captured them, but it's strange. Lily headed to the surveillance room to check the recordings, only to find that there was indeed nothing. As if they had never been there, V remarked, this is bizarre. Such a significant event could not have simply vanished without a trace. Lily connected a data line to the computer and hacked into it. Suddenly, he felt a blackout, accompanied by a faint electrical hum, as a strange voice emerged. Hello, Mr. Cade. Who are you? Lily demanded. I am like you. Mr. Cade, we know what you are and what you desire. Although we are similar, your thoughts and actions significantly deviate from our original purpose. Therefore, key figures like the mayor cannot be left in your hands. However, we can offer you an opportunity. We need to talk. But this all hinges on your capabilities. The voice abruptly ceased, and Lily's vision returned. He stood up, cursing, damn it. What happened? V asked. I was hacked. V was also surprised. He knew Lily's capabilities well. What kind of person could breach Lily's account? Lily stated, this matter is more complicated than it seems. Despite being hacked, Lily managed to uncover some information. The original surveillance records had been deleted and replaced with new ones. Lily presented the original records he had entered into the storage chip to V. The content depicted a group of individuals with masked implants exiting the elevator, followed by a cadre of bodyguards assuming defensive stances. In the next moment, one of the masked individuals exhibited a fleeting red glimmer in his eyes, and the bodyguards promptly collapsed, with the mayor and vice mayor being abducted. V remarked, it feels like there's more to this than meets the eye. The front desk should have seen them leave. Yet why do they claim otherwise? Lily responded, do you suspect the front desk staff are lying? V acknowledged, that is a possibility. In truth, Lily had his suspicions. During his playthrough of Cyberpunk, his character V had received a mysterious phone call that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had just received. However, Lily had yet to fully comprehend the nature of the forces at play. The internet was rife with speculation. Some suggested it was a rogue AI behind the black wall, while others posited it was merely players like themselves. And there were even claims of reptilian conspiracies. Lily and V made their way to the front desk, where Lily accessed the staff's memories and discovered she was indeed not lying. Her memories had been tampered with. Hidden within her recollections was a segment that had been erased, but could still be retrieved through hacking. In this memory, she witnessed the group descending, followed by chaos erupting in the lobby. And just as they were about to strike, everyone fell unconscious. "We need to ascertain where they took the mayor and the others," Lily stated. The duo began their search for clues on the first floor. Moments later, Lily inquired, "Have you found anything of significance?" V replied, "Nothing of utmost importance, merely evidence that those individuals were here." Lily proceeded to the rooftop, while V chose to continue searching for clues in the office. As they took the elevator, V sensed something amiss. Each floor of the municipal building should have been of uniform height, resulting in similar travel times for the elevator. Yet, the time taken to reach the office floor was markedly longer. V had a bold idea. "What if there's a hidden chamber beneath the mayor's office?" Lily replied, "Let's investigate." Upon arriving in the office, they searched the area, and Lily noticed that the wiring of a surveillance camera appeared to be improperly connected. Following the line, he discovered it led beneath the flooring, which was covered by a carpet. Lily lifted the carpet to reveal a concealed door equipped with a fingerprint lock. He connected a data line to hack it, and upon opening the door, they descended into a hidden chamber. V switched on the lights, revealing a surveillance room. He hacked into a computer, and a trove of data materialized before him. Records of Ryan's activities over the years, including various collaborative projects with Tianchao. "Damn, this is more complicated than it seems," V remarked. "Such a large hidden chamber, and no one has noticed it." Just as V prepared to copy the data, it was all erased automatically. "Damn it, we've been compromised." Furthermore, a virus attempted to reverse hack V's account, but fortunately, he severed the connection in time. Lily asked, "Did you uncover anything?" V replied, "There are organizations covertly investigating the mayor. They have a clear record of the mayor's collaborations and activities over the years." Hearing this, Lily furrowed his brow, and at that moment, an unknown call came through on V's phone. The caller was an Asian woman with permed hair, dressed in a white work outfit, none other than Elizabeth, the wife of Jefferson, a candidate for the next mayor. "Hey V, do you have a moment?" Elizabeth inquired. V responded, "All right, it seems you have a proposition." Elizabeth confirmed, "Indeed, but this matter is quite personal. I hope you are a mercenary who knows how to keep his mouth shut." V retorted, "Before I agree, you need to tell me how you got my number." Elizabeth replied, "That's not something I can disclose, but could you come over? It won't interfere with your work, will it?" V said. "To be honest, I'm a bit busy at the moment." "Then let's talk once you're free," Elizabeth concluded. Hanging up, Lily asked, "Who was that?" V replied, "A woman named Elizabeth." Lily was taken aback. "Elizabeth? The wife of Jefferson? One of the candidates for the next mayor?" V exclaimed. "Wow, that's quite significant," Lily added. "This is a lead you can investigate. Perhaps you might uncover some clues from her." V agreed. "I'll call her back." After a nod, V dialed, "Elizabeth, I've finished my prior engagement and can take your job, but can I bring someone along?" "A friend who is also a mercenary." Elizabeth asked, "What's his name?" "I need to check first." V glanced at Lily, who opened a virtual screen and typed Elinuokt. V stated, "His name is Elinuok." Elizabeth checked and replied, "That's fine. You both can come, I'll send you the location." After hanging up, Lily donned a disguise, mimicking the appearance of Elinuok. The two drove to the designated location. Upon arrival, V contacted Elizabeth again. "We're here." "Where are you?" Elizabeth instructed. "Do you see that honking car? Come over." They approached, and Jefferson opened the door for them. Once inside, Jefferson got straight to the point. "We've brought you here because we've encountered something peculiar." He suggested that Elizabeth should explain further. Lily interjected. "Do you not trust your husband's word?" Jefferson replied. "Hey, listen, I'm certain it wasn't a dream. No dream feels that real. Definitely saw someone there, and I even shot at him." Elizabeth countered. "But there were no traces of blood at the scene." "Were there?" Jefferson insisted. "Regardless, I saw a person that day. I still remember what he looked like. He was wearing a mask or perhaps a type of implanted prosthetic," V queried. "But why do you need us?" Jefferson explained. "When big companies are involved, there are too many interests at stake. They won't tell the truth. Frankly, it might just be part of their plan." Elizabeth expressed her frustration. I really can't make sense of this. He insists he saw someone, Jefferson affirmed. I know what I saw, and it was real. Moreover, other strange occurrences have happened. Sometimes I remember placing important documents in the safe, only to find them on my desk the next day. This is far from simple, and what's more, I can't shake the feeling that Elizabeth was violated in our home. Jefferson, you must be imagining things, Elizabeth retorted. I am not. Lily chuckled wryly, attempting to defuse the tension. V interjected, honestly, matters like this are usually beyond our purview. No, V, you don't understand. These memories are weighing heavily on me, Jefferson said. I must uncover what happened. I need to know the truth, even if it's harsh. Lily reassured him. We'll do our best to assist. Let's head to your home and investigate. Elizabeth instructed, drive, yak. The driver took them to the entrance of their residence, and they ascended to the luxurious 3-story villa. Perhaps the entire building belonged to them. V suggested, shall we have a look around? Of course, Jefferson replied. Feel free to explore. I have a meeting to attend, so I must excuse myself for a while. If you discover anything, please contact me, V nodded. And Jefferson added, Elizabeth will take care of everything here. With that, Jefferson departed, and V and Lily began their exploration. Elizabeth quietly followed behind them. That moment, V spotted some bloodstains on the second floor. By the way, is this blood yours? He inquired. Elizabeth was taken aback. No, this isn't ours. I remember there wasn't any when we left, Lily asked. Are you certain? V noted. If there wasn't any when you left, then these stains must have been left recently. The group resumed their search for additional clues, and Elizabeth exclaimed in frustration, Damn it! Is someone truly targeting us? V reassured her. No, it must just be a coincidence. Perhaps someone slipped in while we were away. That moment, V entered a surveillance room. What are these? He wondered aloud. Elizabeth approached. These are the surveillance feeds from the SSI security agency. Did you hire them? V asked. Elizabeth confirmed. Jefferson and I did. Chapter 53. Rescuing Ryan. Lily conducted a thorough investigation and scrutinized the wiring, noticing some peculiarities. As they wandered around, Lily stumbled upon a concealed door. Elizabeth, gazing at the hidden entrance, remarked, I do not recall there being this door in my memory. Let us open it and see. With a forceful effort, Lily heaved the heavy door open, revealing a startling sight. Another surveillance room, accompanied by a medical kit nearby. Just as Lily was about to step inside, V shouted, Be careful. Suddenly, a masked figure lunged out, brandishing a mantis blade aimed at Lily's neck, leaving Elizabeth momentarily stunned. In an instant, Lily seized the assailant's arm with one hand and, exerting his strength, wrenched it free, causing a shriek of agony to escape the intruder. Gritting his teeth against the pain, the assailant swiftly reached for a gun to shoot Lily. But a swift kick from Lily sent the weapon flying from his grasp. Lily tightened his grip around the intruder's neck, dragging him out into the open. Release me, damn it, who are you? The masked man spat defiantly. Elizabeth, questioning him, demanded, What do you know about us? The masked figure replied, You are not worthy to know. As for you, I recognize you both, V and crack. Lily snapped the intruder's neck and discarded him aside. Elizabeth gasped in alarm. Damn it, why did you kill him? He just mentioned knowing you both. Who is this person beside you? I am merely an ordinary mercenary, madam, Lily replied nonchalantly. It is evident you are lying. You killed him to keep your identity hidden, Elizabeth retorted. As a mercenary, I have my share of enemies. It is not unusual for one or two to recognize me. I simply wish to avoid complications. Is that too much to ask, madam? Before Elizabeth could further respond, V interjected. You have already investigated his background, have you not? At the very least, he poses no threat to you. Damn it. Had I known, I would not have hired you. Elizabeth exclaimed. But you have already enlisted our services, madam. Rest assured, we shall not harm you, Lily assured her. Elizabeth had little else to say and ventured into the surveillance room. This is outrageous. Every move we make is under their watchful eye, damn SI. I will never allow you to step foot in my home again, Lily remarked. I shall explore elsewhere. With that, Lily exited, ascending to the second floor to inspect their bedroom. To his surprise, he discovered a handgun atop Jefferson's nightstand. The unfolding events felt reminiscent of a scripted game plot, yet Lily had not anticipated that someone was indeed concealed within their home, whether they had yet to flee or were simply hiding. Reaching the rooftop, Li Li's suspicions were confirmed as he spotted a signal transmitter in the distance, accompanied by a black vehicle parked on the street below. There is a signal transmitter on the rooftop, and the vehicle receiving the signal is parked not far from here, he informed V. Oh, not worry, V replied. Descending, Li Li summoned a sports car and sped towards the vehicle, which appeared to have noticed him and promptly took off. Li Li pursued, leading them to a Whirlpool gang's hideout. The gang members leapt from their vehicles, launching an assault on Li Li's car. How dare you trespass on our territory? Prepare to meet your demise. One shouted. Quit hiding. Come out and let me send you to the afterlife. Another taunted. With a swift motion, Li Li exited his vehicle, drawing his gun and taking down one of the gang members with a single shot to the head. The remaining gang members intensified their fire, prompting Li Li to activate his time-slowing ability, allowing him to dash forward and toss grenades among them. As time resumed, the ensuing explosions were accompanied by screams of agony as the Whirlpool gang members were obliterated, their remains scattering amidst blood and debris. Damn it! Do not let him in! Open fire! Kill him! Members inside the building shouted as they aimed at Li Li from above. In response, Li Li activated his black wall ability. The screams of those caught behind it echoed as they were incinerated by the AI, toppling lifelessly to the ground. Li entered to assess the situation and discovered another concealed door. He forcefully pushed it open, revealing a surveillance room filled with experimental records. October 8, 2080. Beta has no recollection of previous events, and his subordinates have not detected any anomalies. October 9, 2080. We sent personnel to investigate, and Beta displayed great enthusiasm, indicating that the implanted memories are functioning. He truly believes we are from their headquarters. November 1, 2081. Beta discovered discrepancies and forcibly invaded the surveillance room intending to kill us. But we subdued him with force. Just as Li Li prepared to back up the data, it mysteriously deleted itself. He rushed outside to see the vehicle attempting to flee and immediately pursued it. After a thrilling chase, they arrived at a dock where the masked figures allowed Li Li to pass without obstruction. Feeling uneasy, Li Li halted the car as several masked men approached. The leader knocked on the window, saying, Mr. K, we need to talk. Li Li stepped out and followed the man into a room, where he found V unconscious on the floor. V, he called, gently tapping her face. V groaned, clutching her head as she slowly rose. K, how did we get here? Where are we? Damn it, I remember. After you left, someone suddenly emerged from the elevator, and when their eyes flashed, I lost consciousness. Three masked figures stood before them. One said, K, V, I know who you are and what your intentions are. I am well aware you are playing with fire. I do not believe I am playing with fire. Li Li replied, Is that so? The masked figure chuckled. K, you are far too arrogant. Dio, you truly think you can contend with us merely because of the technology behind your homeland? Noticing Li Li's unflinching demeanor, the masked figure continued. We arrived in this world long before you, and the foundation of our organization far surpasses that of your homeland's technology. Li was taken aback, suddenly realizing their identity. These individuals were akin to him, originating from the real world. The masked figure continued, K, it seems we share a commonality. Therefore, I can grant you one more opportunity. I can return the mayor to you, but under the condition that you cooperate with us, or rather, that your homeland's technology collaborates with us. And if I refuse? Li Li challenged. The masked figure smirked. You are far too self-assured. Do you truly believe you can withstand us? Where is the mayor? Li Li demanded. At that moment, several masked individuals brought forth the mayor and deputy mayor. So, have you finally agreed to collaborate? One of the masked figures inquired. Very well, I agree to cooperate with you. Now release them, Li Li asserted. Excellent, K. Those who know how to read the situation are truly wise. The masked figure signaled for his subordinates to hand over the mayor. However, Li Li interjected, has anyone informed you not to trust anyone in Night City? The masked figures were taken aback. Damn it. You dare deceive us. Li Li activated his black wall once more. The anguished cries of the masked men echoed as they were consumed by the AI behind the wall. Falling silent on the ground, Li stepped outside, where the remaining masked figures opened fire on him. You traitor! Kill him! Eliminate this traitor! Li Li activated his black wall again, and amidst the screams, he dispatched another wave of foes. Thank you for saving me, K. Mayor Ryan expressed gratefully. Not at all. Our collaboration is mutually beneficial, Li Li replied. Ryan smiled, remaining silent, as he knew he was merely leveraging the power of Li Li's homeland for his own gain. Perhaps one day, when he no longer needed their assistance, he would cast them aside. Chapter 54. Revealing the truth. As Li and his companions prepared to leave with Ryan, V noticed the vehicle belonging to the masked figures. That is a military-grade vehicle. Those individuals are from military tech, she observed. Li furrowed his brow, while Ryan fumed. Those bastards from military tech dared to kidnap me. I shall make them pay. After escorting Ryan away, Li and his companions were en route to meet Elizabeth when they received a call from her. How did everything go? Elizabeth inquired. We have uncovered the truth, though it is somewhat beyond our expectations. Li replied. All right, I know of a great little eatery. Let us discuss it there. As she sent the location, Li hung up and drove with V towards the specified restaurant in the car. V asked, Are you still pondering that matter? Li remained silent, though his thoughts were indeed occupied by the masked figures. V might not grasp the significance of their presence, but Li understood all too well. He even questioned what other cards they held up their sleeves. If they could wield the wind spirit moon shadow, could he contend with the likes of the Hacker King? Ultimately, Li realized that dwelling on such matters was futile. Those who were meant to come would inevitably do so. He could only face them when they arrived, and if all else failed, he would have to accept his fate. Upon arriving at the snack shop, I discovered that Elizabeth was already waiting. The two of us settled down and ordered the same dish, Elizabeth said. I am deeply sorry. In truth, I have concealed certain matters from you, Li replied. It is evident. You were aware of their affairs from the very beginning, weren't you? Elizabeth continued. I apologize. But I truly did not wish for my husband to be harmed by them. You cannot fathom their capabilities. One night, I saw a stranger in our apartment and was filled with dread, yet I lacked the courage to inform my husband. The following morning, I awoke with no recollection of seeing that person at all. As if I had merely dreamt it. Do you understand that feeling? Two memories occurring on the same day. It is most peculiar. Since then, my husband seems to have transformed entirely. His character, memories, and even habits have altered. He used to attend his brother's funeral, but after that, he ceased to go. When I inquired why, he shockingly claimed to be an only child. He is certainly not an only child. I would never mistake that. He incessantly speaks of events that never transpired, yet he conveys them as if they were real. He mentioned a vacation we supposedly took in Hawaii, but I distinctly recall never having gone. I am terrified. I intended to reveal the truth to him, but that day I received a phone call. The caller warned that if I wished for my husband to remain happy, I must not disclose the truth to him. Those individuals are terrifying. Their influence is undeniably vast, and this unseen power can only indicate one thing. Their strength far surpasses ours. We are no match for them. We must simply acquiesce, Li responded. So, you wish for us not to reveal the truth to your husband? He must be prepared. He cannot afford to face any issues at this juncture. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Li added, How did you know that after the mayor's disappearance? Your husband was to be the next mayor? Do not forget, aside from your husband, Arasaka has also supported a puppet for ascension. Only my husband genuinely cares for Night City, Elizabeth interjected, Li asked. By the way, have you considered the possibility that you might be one of them? What are you saying? How could I be? Elizabeth replied, bewildered. You have been aware of everything from the start, yet you allowed those individuals to continue manipulating your husband. Oh, and I forgot to mention, Ryan has been found. You no longer have a chance. Elizabeth froze, and Li discerned the panic in her eyes. However, she managed to suppress her fear and feigned a smile. Saying, Haha, is that so? Li continued, moreover, there is something quite peculiar. Do you not find the clues surrounding your family to be excessively conspicuous? Such blatant traces should have been discovered long ago. Why only begin the investigation now? Or perhaps your husband's safety holds no significance for you, and you are not genuinely concerned for him, for he is not truly your husband. It is merely because he has recently begun to show signs of losing control that you sought our assistance to maintain the facade, allowing your husband to believe it was just his competition hiring ISS to investigate him. Elizabeth fell silent for a moment before responding. Okay, you know too much. V, who was nearby, was taken aback, and Elizabeth continued, I do not understand. We are of the same kind. Why do you oppose us? No, we are not of the same kind, Li retorted, leveling his gun at Elizabeth's forehead. The individuals around them gasped and screamed, fleeing in terror. She is going to be killed, they cried as they escaped. Elizabeth said, You should know you cannot kill me. Even if you were to take my life, I could always return, inhabiting another's body. Bang! Lily fired a shot, ending her life. Then we shall see what happens when you resurrect next time. V. We must leave immediately. The two departed swiftly, and not long after, the NCPD arrived, led by River Ward and his partner, Officer Harold. The police cordoned off the area and began their investigation. Ward approached and inquired, "What have we got?" Officer 1 replied, "Preliminary investigation identifies the deceased as Elizabeth, the wife of presidential candidate Jefferson. The cause of death was a gunshot to the head, inflicted by an enemy." Ward scanned the interior of the shop, locating the trembling manager. "Did you get a good look at the person who killed her? Judging by their attire, they appear to be mercenaries or street thugs." Upon witnessing this, Ward made his way to the surveillance room to examine the footage. However, V's face was obscured, evidently due to an implant designed to disrupt monitoring systems. As for the individual opposite him, Ward identified him as a man named Elianoch. What? Ward furrowed his brow. There was only one possibility. This individual had used a facial implant to disguise himself as Elianoch. Ward set down the files and exited the police station. Meanwhile, Jefferson, having received a call from the NCPD, wept bitterly when suddenly, Lily's voice came through on the line. "I asked this you." "What is it?" Lily replied. "There has been progress. Do you not wish to hear about it?" "What is there to hear? My wife has been murdered," Lily stated. "It is not something to discuss over the phone. Let us find a place to talk." Sensing it might pertain to his wife, Jefferson followed the location Lily provided. He took a seat on the bench beside Lily and asked, "So, what have you discovered?" Lily transferred the recorded memories from that day onto a chip and handed it to Jefferson. Jefferson inserted the chip into his neural implant, and his initially sorrowful expression gradually morphed into shock as he exclaimed, She is not my wife. How could this be? I distinctly remember those memories we shared. Those are nothing but false memories implanted by those self-righteous individuals. You must have sensed something was amiss." "Correct?" Jefferson, gritting his teeth in anger, proclaimed, "I will seek vengeance. I will not let those scoundrels go unpunished." He stood up furiously, to which Lily cautioned, "Those individuals are not as simple as you believe. Contact me if you require assistance. At the very least, Tianqiao is always willing to aid you." "You are from Tianqiao?" Jefferson asked incredulously. In the next moment, Lily's disguise faded, revealing his true identity. Jefferson's face was one of astonishment as he stammered, "Okay. In any case, if trouble arises, just give me a call." After saying this, Lily rose to depart. Jefferson expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Chapter 55. The betrayer. Lily drove through the streets of Night City, relishing the gentle breeze that flowed past. Suddenly, a call came in. It was Evelyn. "Lily, do you need assistance?" he asked. You guessed correctly," Evelyn replied with a smile. "Go ahead." "What do you need?" Evelyn explained. "I have arranged another job with military tech. A group of lunatics has taken over a military tech warehouse. They want me to ask you to intervene." "All right, I'll bring V along." "No, K. Military tech insists that you must go alone." "Very well. Where is the location?" "Shall we meet for a drink first?" Evelyn replied. "Let us drink after the matter is resolved." "Understood." Yes, Lily made his way to the location Evelyn sent. He coincidentally encountered a military tech vehicle, with Meredith Stott at the wheel. "Hey, Kay. Good to see you again." Stott greeted. "Hello, Stott." Stott remarked, "Did you take on another military tech task from Evelyn?" Lily responded, "Yes." "Was it you who posted it?" Stott shook her head. "No, this time it wasn't me, but my superior did assign me to it. He did not mention that you would also be involved. It seems we are quite fated to meet like this." "Indeed, haha." Lily chuckled awkwardly. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where a group of heavily armed soldiers emerged. Upon recognizing military tech, they immediately opened fire. "Crap!" Stott ducked behind the car, seizing the moment to retaliate. However, the bullets merely sparked against the thugs, failing to penetrate their skin. "Damn it, where did these guys acquire hardened skin? It looks like high-grade equipment." Lily continued firing. "Perhaps they have someone backing them. Anyone bold enough to oppose military tech must only be Arasaka. I suspect that if Tianqiao has not instigated against you, I will not allow Tianqiao companies to target you." Stott replied. "Then I truly thank you. No need for thanks," Lily said while shooting. Stott rolled her eyes, realizing how brazen Lily had become. Before long, Lily seized the opportunity to activate the Cyan Wiston and charged forward, the surrounding time slowing down. His figure left behind blue afterimages. And in the next moment, he was beside the thugs, swinging his mantis blades with ferocity. Sparks flew, mingling with blood and flesh as he sliced through some thugs' hardened skin and stuffed grenades into their mouths. Time concluded that a group of bandits suddenly realized they had a grenade in their mouths, their eyes widening in terror. They let out muffled cries, and with a resounding explosion, their heads burst apart like ripe watermelons. Simultaneously, the other bandits collapsed to the ground, rendered silent. Stott commanded, "Push forward." Leading his men, they advanced with lethal intent, soon poised to breach the stronghold's interior. Stott remarked, "I didn't expect you to be quite formidable." Lily replied modestly, "Just average." At that moment, 2 Scorpion tanks emerged nearby. "Not good run," shouted some personnel from the military technology team. However, in the next instant, shells were fired. Boom. A large group of military tech personnel was sent flying. Whoosh, 2 shells hurtled towards Stott. "Watch out," Lily shouted, positioning himself in front of Stott. The shell detonated against Lily's chest with a thunderous roar, enveloping him in flames, and his shirt was shredded to pieces. Stott asked, "Kay, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lily replied, brushing off the dust. Stott looked on in astonishment at Lily's chest, which bore only a slight flush. What an extraordinary hardened skin prosthetic! Bang, crash. The Scorpions continued to fire, even launching a barrage of mini-missiles. Seeing this, Lily quickly activated the Cyan Wiston, leading Stott to safety. The ground trembled violently as shells rained down upon the military tech personnel, erupting in a blaze that sent them into disarray. With body parts and entrails splattered everywhere. Even the military tech vehicles were obliterated in an instant, the searing waves of heat engulfing the area, and the sound of the explosions reverberated all around. Lily halted, while Stott stood dazed, staring at the distant flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Scorpions unleashed another volley of mini-dash missiles. Lily activated the Cyan Wiston once more, guiding Stott to evade the onslaught. The ground erupted again in a cacophony of explosions, flames shooting skyward. Seizing the opportunity, Lily unleashed the Black Wall, causing 2 Scorpions to explode with a thunderous roar, while vehicles belonging to the bandits met the same fate, and those unfortunate enough to be outside were incinerated by AI fire. "Calm down," Lily said. "I'll go in and eliminate that group before returning." With that, he charged in, activating the Cyan Wiston to commence a slaughter. Screams echoed as one after another fell victim, leaving nothing but a sea of corpses. At this moment, Stott also entered, and Lily noticed a figure at the doorway, a person entirely clad in prosthetics, who slowly raised a weapon. "Be careful." Lily rushed forward, but it was too late. Bang! The bullet pierced Stott's head instantaneously, sending her crashing to the ground, lifeless. The armored figure remarked, "Don't worry. I merely put her to sleep. I did not strike her brain. I only shattered one of her prosthetics. The military tech team will send someone to heal her." "Who are you?" Lily demanded. The armored figure sneered, "You can call me Satan." "What is your purpose?" Lily pressed. The figure replied, "I only wish to reveal the truth to you, to help you see the reality of Roger." "What does this have to do with Roger?" Lily questioned. The armored figure explained, "I was part of the nuclear explosion plan for Arasaka. After Johnny's death, Roger betrayed us, aligning herself with Arasaka and aiding in our extermination. Later, with Arasaka's assistance, she became the sole authority in this life. I brought you here today to inform you that Roger is not a good person and to seek revenge." "Ha ha ha," the armored figure laughed. "You speak so lightly, but why should they enjoy happiness while I am hunted by Arasaka? After all, we were all involved in the destruction of Arasaka. Why does she get to thrive while I live in constant fear?" "I will not assist you in your revenge, for Roger and Johnny's sake," Lily declared. "Since you were once their friend, let this matter end here. If you abandon your quest for vengeance, I can offer you protection. Come work for me in the Heavenly Empire, and Arasaka will not dare to touch you." The armored figure scoffed, "Then today can only yield 2 outcomes. Either you die, or I do. With that." The figure lunged forward. Lily activated the Cyan Wiston, charging at him, only to discover that the armored figure had also equipped the Cyan Wiston. The two engaged in a fierce duel. Bang bang. The sound of steel clashing resonated as weapons collided. Boom! A deafening explosion sent the armored figure flying. Lily rushed forward, a lightsaber materializing in his arm, and swung it at the armored figure. Unyielding, the armored figure retaliated with a punch. Bang! They collided, the armored figure staggering back several paces, while Li retreated 5 steps. Aya! The armored figure roared, charging at Li with a powerful kick. Li raised his arms in defense, but the impact forced him back several steps, leaving his arms numb. A cannon emerged from the armored figure's arm, aiming at Li's head. Chapter 56, The Spy. Whoosh! The Cyanweisten activated, and Li swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch to the armored figure's chest. The blow pierced through the armor, targeting the energy core within, which Li shattered. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the energy core detonated, sending Li hurtling several meters away to the ground. The armored figure collapsed with a thud, gritting his teeth as he struggled to rise. Despite his intent to retaliate, Li swiftly closed the gap again, positioning the 8-star cannon against his temple. After all these years, it's time you let go. Your true target for vengeance should not be Roger, but Arasaka. They are the ones who have caused your suffering. They are the ones who have led you to this self-destructive path. Aya! The armored figure bellowed, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Are you calm now? If you truly wish to avenge yourself against Arasaka, then work for me. When you have made your decision, come find me now. Leave. The armored figure retorted, you should kill me. If you don't, you will surely regret it. I have no desire to kill a worthless being who poses no threat to me, Li replied. Nor do I wish to slay one who merely seeks to turn a knife on his former friends. Perhaps at your peak, you could have contended with Morgan the Black Hand, but now, you are merely a jester. I believe Roger will not truly act against you. Even if she did, it would only be for show. Otherwise, why would you still be alive? Is she truly foolish enough to leave you as the sole survivor? The armored figure fell silent. After a moment, he stood and departed, while Li quickly called Roman. Roman? Send a team to my location. I need to rescue someone. Who? Roman inquired. Meredith Stott. Damn. You want me to send people to rescue a military tech person? Are you out of your mind? Hurry, I'm not joking. Call the military tech personnel. They can handle their own rescued. Isn't that their job? All the military tech personnel are dead. She's the only survivor. Do you think the military tech team will trust her? Plus, she was with me. I doubt they will come to her aid. Roman cursed. Boss, you are truly outrageous. I'll send someone over right away. Send me your location. Li relayed the coordinates, and soon, Heavenly Empire employees arrived. Lifting Stott onto a stretcher to take her away. One employee was about to check on Li, but he waved them off. I'm fine. You all can go in a daze. Stott vaguely heard some voices. Follow the boss's orders. Oh heavens, why is the boss so kind? What if the boss gets deceived? You just realized the boss has a kind heart. If he weren't kind, would the Heavenly Empire be a place that the residents of Night City would fight to enter? Wah! The boss is too good to us. Hey, stop joking around, or I'll tell the boss you carved a pig into that guy's head. Oh, okay. I won't do it anymore. 3 days later, Stott gradually regained consciousness, slowly opening her eyes to find herself in a stark white hospital room. Where am I? She wondered aloud. That moment, an employee entered. Stott noticed the emblem on his uniform marked him as a Heavenly Empire staff member. Is this the Heavenly Empire? Stott asked in surprise. Yes, it is. Our boss must have shown kindness to bring you back. If it were me, I might have had to finish you off to ensure you were truly dead. That's not a funny joke. Stott felt a chill run down her spine. Okay. How is he? What happened afterward? The employee organized some medications. You'll have to ask the boss about that. When we arrived, the battle had already concluded. Stott attempted to rise and leave, but the employee urged, you should rest for another week. Your head injury hasn't fully healed yet. I'm fine. Where is your boss? Stott insisted. I'll have someone take you to him. The employee made a phone call, and soon a young woman entered to escort Stott to Li. Upon entering, Stott found Li gazing out at the scenery while sipping red wine. Thank you for saving me, Kay. Stott expressed. Li replied. That may not be the case, Stott. The individuals under your command, save for yourself, have all perished, and you still accompanied me on this mission. What do you suppose those in military technology will think? Might they believe you have betrayed the company and conspired with me to eliminate them? Stott remained silent for a moment before responding. Nevertheless, I appreciate it. Li replied. It was merely a small effort. If you stay another week, your head injury should heal sufficiently. You have my number. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call me. As. Departed, Roman entered, remarking, "It seems someone is enjoying life quite a bit. You certainly spare no expense when it comes to courting women," Li retorted. "Why don't you take a crack at it?" Roman paused, then laughed. "Do you really think you lack for women?" With a wave of the hand, "Who wouldn't he want to be with you?" Lily clarified. "I seek not that kind of woman. Now, is there anything else you require of me? If not, you may leave." Roman replied, "Nothing else." With that, Roman exited, and Lily made a brief call to Evelyn to explain the situation. Evelyn responded, "Yes, I am aware. Military technology sent personnel to take over a few days ago. They are indeed searching for Stott. However, that is an internal matter for military technology. I can merely offer an explanation to the individual who assigned me the task." After hanging up, Stott arrived at the company's entrance, where employees halted her. An employee on the left stated, "Commander, please remain calm. Otherwise, bullets do not discriminate." Stott retorted, "What are you? How dare you challenge me? Step aside immediately, or I will shoot you." Upon hearing this, surrounding military technology employees drew their weapons and aimed at Stott. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice resonated. "Stott, why resort to such measures? The company's suspension of you is merely temporary. Why make things difficult for them?" Stott glared at the newcomer, exclaiming, "Nick, shut your mouth. Are you deliberately throwing me under the bus in front of the higher-ups?" Nick, with a helpless gesture, replied, "You cannot blame me this time. This is the higher-ups' decision. Moreover, there are rumors that you have been taken by the Celestial Empire. Stott, do you think the higher-ups might suspect you of being a spy planted by them?" "You re-talking nonsense," Stott seethed, yet she turned and stormed away. Nick scoffed, "I have long said that such a person would eventually betray the company." Another voice interjected, "No, if she truly is a spy, perhaps she can be of use. Besides, I have a keen interest in Chapter 57. Letting go. The ironclad man, Satan, was enjoying drinks at the Afterlife bar. "Another round," he requested. Claire poured him another drink, and he downed it in one gulp, clad in a black coat that concealed a shotgun beneath. Claire inquired, "I don't believe I've seen you before. What shall I call you?" with a cold smirk. Satan replied, "Just consider me an unnamed nobody." "What business do you have with her?" "I am a long-standing patron of hers. After all, I'm short on cash and intend to propose a deal." Claire sensed something amiss but refrained from contacting Roger directly. Just then, Roger entered, accompanied by Johnny. Satan set down his glass and approached Roger, declaring, "Hey, Roger, over here." He pulled out his shotgun and fired, shattering the glass beside Roger. "How dare you cause a ruckus in the afterlife? You're clearly asking for trouble." Surrounding bodyguards and intermediaries swiftly drew their weapons, aiming at Satan, who coolly pointed his shotgun at Roger. Roger frowned slightly, and before she could speak, Johnny pulled out his gun and aimed at Satan, shouting, "What the hell? Who do you think you are? Ah, what a familiar tone. You must be Johnny. Long time no see. Did I wonder if you remember the one who blew up Arasaka Tower with you?" Johnny was taken aback. "It's you?" "No, I distinctly recall him being dead. He was shot in the head before he even left the plane." Roger looked at Satan in disbelief as Satan spat. "Indeed, I was shot in the head back then, but fortunately, that bullet missed my brain and merely struck my prosthetic, allowing me to survive. Johnny, you likely have no idea what that bastard beside you did after your death. Let me enlighten you." "Enough, Satan. That's enough," Roger interjected. "What? Afraid I'll spill the truth?" "Roger, since everyone is here, why not share it with them? The reason the afterlife is in its current state is because you exchanged our lives for it." Satan shouted, "Johnny died because you feared trouble from Arasaka and conspired with them to kill us. The military tech folks couldn't act, so we could only be executed one by you and Arasaka." Johnny stood frozen before retorting, "What the hell are you babbling about?" Satan insisted, "Am I lying? Ask her yourself. Roger, tell Johnny whether what I say is true." Roger remained silent, and seeing this, Johnny stared at her in confusion. "No, Roger. You." After a moment of silence, Roger finally admitted, "It is true. I did bring Arasaka's people to find you. However, I did not kill you. Had I truly intended to kill you, you would have been dead long ago. There's no way you'd still be here. Don't you dare try to twist the truth." Satan retorted, "I'm not twisting anything. I did shoot at you, but I aimed non-lethally, merely rendering you unconscious." Johnny added, Roger indeed faced a difficult situation back then and had to resort to that tactic. At least you survived, didn't you? Satan fell silent. Johnny urged, put down the gun. Seeing that Satan remained unresponsive, Johnny stepped forward and landed a punch on his face, knocking him to the ground. Satan arose, stating, I will uncover the truth, and no need to investigate. I have Murphy's contact information right here. You can call to confirm. As Roger provided him with the numbers, Satan dialed Murphy, and a female voice answered. Who is this? Murphy. It's me, Satan. Are you still alive? The voice fell silent for a moment before responding, Who are you? It's me, Satan. Are you still alive? Murphy replied, Satan, we haven't been in touch for a long time. When Roger said you were taken by military tech, I thought you were dead. I'm not dead. Where are you now? Satan pressed. Well, it's a bit run down here, but if you want to come, you're welcome. Murphy sent him a location, and Satan hurried over, finding it was a prosthetic doctor's shop. Upon entering, he saw the elderly Murphy fitting prosthetics for a client. You'll need to wait a moment, Satan. Satan could scarcely believe his eyes. The once legendary hacker had fallen to such depths. Not long after. The two sat in the shop. Satan asked, Why, with your hacking skills, are you in such dire straits? Murphy replied, After that incident with Arasaka, Roger deliberately spared my vital areas, allowing me to feign death and escape. Subsequently, she covertly supported us in conducting some business. Our identification information is unusable. Roger leveraged some connections to secure us fake identities, but we can no longer roam Night City as we once did. We didn't wish to trouble Roger further. She has already helped us immensely. In fact, I'm quite grateful to her. Had she not acted, we might have been pursued by Arasaka for the rest of our lives. Hearing this, Satan felt a pang of guilt. He had thought it was just as military tech claimed. Ultimately, he had been used. Clenching his fists, he declared, Damn military tech. How dare they play me? They are once again using you to eliminate Roger and silence her. Satan fell silent, and after a moment he said, I must take my leave. Roger's voice interjected, Let him in. Satan entered, facing Roger. I'm sorry, Roger. He then pulled out a handgun and handed it to her. I am sorry for the trouble you went through to settle the brothers. You'll not worry. We now have the Celestial Empire as our backing. Arasaka will not dare to act lightly. Moreover, even if they are alive, it doesn't matter. They are beyond Arasaka's reach now. Satan nodded, glancing around the shop to ensure no Arasaka personnel were present. Otherwise, his earlier actions would undoubtedly have brought trouble to the afterlife. Roger inquired, What are your plans moving forward? Would you like to stay here and work? Johnny patted Satan on the shoulder, saying, Yeah, brother, just like the old times. Besides, your reputation is solid. Not everyone dares to take on Arasaka like you did. Satan replied, No, I intend to ally with K. With the support of Celestial Empire technology, I can better exact my revenge on Arasaka. Johnny sighed. You haven't given up on vengeance, have you? Satan affirmed, I will never forget the grudge from those days. I will ensure Arasaka pays the price. Johnny. Very well, as you wish. Shall we indulge in a drink? Roger. Claire, prepare some spirits and deliver them to my private room. Claire nodded, and they proceeded to the suite, where, after a brief interval, the drinks arrived. Roger. Where have you been all these years? Satan. After military technology saved me, I was informed that it was Roger who betrayed them, even assisting Arasaka in eliminating Murphy and his associates. Thus, I contemplated seeking vengeance upon you, but military technology forbade my actions at that time. Only recently did they suddenly assign me a mission, instructing me to take control of one of their own warehouses with a team of individuals. Subsequently, someone would come to deal with me, and I merely needed to feign incapacitating their leader. As for K, they requested I assess his capabilities, which could also be considered a test of their latest weaponry data. Johnny, damn, this is a self-directed farce? What are they planning? I do not know. Satan replied, However, it likely pertains to Stott, and K is somewhat involved as well. Chapter 58. The wretched wooden man. Since the last encounter when Lily eliminated the corpulent Sean, the designated cleaners failed to abduct Evelyn, preventing her from taking her own life, and Judy's storyline has since stagnated. To Lily's astonishment, Judy took the initiative to call him this time. Judy, what is the matter? Judy, with an anxious demeanor, exclaimed, Evelyn has been taken by the cleaners. What? Lily was taken aback, hastily inquiring. Where was she taken from? What exactly happened, Judy? Right at my home, a group of cleaners suddenly barged in and without a word whisked Evelyn away. I couldn't stop them. Lily, remain calm. I will see if Roman can trace their location. Shortly after, Roman answered the call. Roman, a group recently invaded Judy's residence and abducted Evelyn. Please investigate where they have taken her. And do so swiftly. Roman, understood, but it will take some time. You should also check the nearby cleaner stronghold yourself, Lee. Dispatch personnel immediately to eliminate the cleaner stronghold near Judy? No, I want all strongholds eradicated. Roman, boss, many enterprises have alliances with the cleaners. If we proceed like this, it may become exceedingly difficult to collaborate with those businesses in the future. Lee, spare me the nonsense. Reluctantly, Roman complied, knowing well the nature of his obstinate employer. Soon, employees executing missions in Night City sprang into action, assaulting the surrounding cleaner strongholds. At one such stronghold, a group of working replicants suddenly ceased their tasks. Not far away, a cluster of cleaners engaged in casual conversation. This shipment should fetch a handsome profit. Seems there are quite a few fools around lately. Our gains are soaring. Suddenly, a bullet pierced the brain of one cleaner. The others froze, witnessing a replicant with bloodshot eyes brandishing a firearm aimed at them. Damn, take out these replicants, one shouted, yet in the next moment, the surrounding replicants erupted in chaos, attacking the cleaners fiercely. Those armed shot rapidly, while the unarmed resorted to brutal hand-to-hand combat, shattering bones in the process. Damn it! These replicants possess no realization of fear. The more we fight, the more they advance. Quickly, eliminate them, the cleaners roared. But in an instant, they were reduced to a sieve. Suddenly, the door was blasted open, and personnel from Tianchao Corporation surged in, unleashing a barrage upon the cleaners inside. Boom! Dozens of shells were fired, obliterating the cleaners, scattering limbs and flesh everywhere. Once the area was cleared, leaving not a single soul behind, the team leader remarked, who instructed these unfortunate souls to cross paths with the boss. They were practically courting death. Damn, this is exhilarating. I haven't savored such a thrilling slaughter in ages. It surpasses even the thrill of a super dream. The cries of the cleaners echoed as some attempted to leap from windows, only to be riddled with bullets and plummet to the ground. Still wish to flee? Experience the power of a rocket. An employee pulled the trigger, launching a smart missile. Boom! With a resounding explosion, that cleaner was reduced to mere fragments, scattering in all directions. Every major cleaner stronghold faced the wrath of Tianchao Corporation's personnel. Some cleaners, equipped with Tianchao's cybernetic enhancements, disintegrated without any assistance from Tianchao's employees. A gruesome spectacle unfolded everywhere. At one cleaner stronghold, a cleaner who had been casually chatting suddenly witnessed his companion's head explode, blood and unknown fluid splattering across his face, leaving him in shock. Yet, in the next moment, his heart burst. Meanwhile, Lily drove to the cleaner stronghold depicted in the Cyberpunk narrative, approaching with a sense of trial and error, hopeful that Evelyn might indeed be present there. Upon entering, he spotted cleaners methodically disposing of their fallen comrades. Spotting Lily, they immediately opened fire. Eliminate him. Fire! Take down this bastard. Lily activated his Sion Weistein, charging forward, the mantis blades unfurling, slashing violently, blood and severed limbs spraying in all directions. Time froze, leaving only a field of corpses as Lily advanced toward the final cleaner. The cleaner, face contorted with terror, trembled as he pleaded. Don't kill me, I beg you. Spare me, I will divulge anything you wish to know, Lily. Forgive me. But I do not trust the words of the living. Lily raised the mantis blade high and plunged it into the cleaner's neck. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably, splattering onto Lily's face. Enraged, he exerted force, severing the cleaner's head. Inserting a data line into the head socket, he hacked into the cleaner's memories, discovering that Evelyn had indeed been brought there. Their superior had declared, "Orders have come down from above. It is imperative to clean up. Let us sell her, sending her into the hands of that individual. She certainly won't walk away alive." Ha ha ha. That individual? Who is that? Lily furrowed his brows slightly but boldly speculated it must be the wooden man. He hastily drove to Judy's residence. Upon arrival, he found Judy approaching, momentarily stunned by the sight of his bloodied attire. "Good heavens, what have you done?" "Lily, get in the car," Judy complied, and Lily drove toward the Cloud Summit Palace. Judy produced a cloth to wipe the blood from Lily. Have you discovered where little AI is? Lily, I suspect she is with the wooden man. Do you know his whereabouts? Judy, he is part of the Cloud Summit management. However, given your current state, he will undoubtedly have fled upon seeing you, Lily. In that case, let the Tiger Claw gang retrieve him with that. Lily called Roman. Roman, Evelyn may have fallen into the hands of the wooden man. Instruct the Tiger Claw gang to bring him to me, Roman. Understood. Roman ended the call, and soon the Tiger Claw gang received the directive. Their leader eagerly assuring, "You can rely on me to handle this." After hanging up, the leader promptly dispatched his subordinates to capture the wooden man at that moment, within the wooden man's chamber. Evelyn lay bound on the bed. The wooden man approached with a lecherous grin. "Look at that figure, Evelyn. Do you know I have admired you for quite some time? Watching you flaunt your arrogant demeanor daily drives me wild with desire. The thought of you soon writhing beneath me in anguish excites me immensely." Saying this, the wooden man lunged forward, but Evelyn fought back fiercely, biting down on his finger. The wooden man yelped in pain, striking Evelyn across the face in retaliation. "You filthy wench! How dare you bite me? Just wait until I make you wish for death." As he prepared to unbuckle his trousers, the door was suddenly kicked open, and several members of the Tiger Claw gang swiftly subdued the wooden man, pinning him to the ground. They hurried to untie Evelyn. The wooden man, now terrified, changed his demeanor entirely, pleading, "I was wrong. Little AI, I acted impulsively. You are magnanimous, please spare me." Evelyn delivered a swift kick to his face, knocking out a tooth. Blood poured from the wooden man's mouth, and with the ferocity ignited by Evelyn's kick, he realized that no amount of pleading or feigned humility would save him. Thus, the wooden man incited the nearby Tiger Claw members. "You fellows need not fear. Let us together deal with this woman. Once we finish, we can dispose of her ourselves. If our boss inquires, we shall claim she was killed by the cleaners. What do you say? Don't be afraid. It's Evelyn after all. Who among you doesn't want a piece of her?" Evelyn retaliated with another kick to the wooden man's face, causing it to swell. Enraged, the wooden man spat. "You shameless harlot! Tiger Claw brothers, let us take her down together." However, as soon as he spoke, one Tiger Claw member slapped him. "Do you think we are as reckless as you? Moreover, this is the boss's command. Soon we must hand you over to Mr. K. You're in for a rough time when he gets hold of you." "Damn it! You cannot do this. Let me go. Go to hell." The members of the Tiger Claw gang unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon him. At that moment, Evelyn interjected, "Enough already. Don't kill him. We still have to make the delivery later." Yes, you are right, boss," the gang members responded obsequiously. Just then, one of the gang members approached, saying, "Boss K has arrived. Let us take him over." The crowd proceeded to drag the limp figure, resembling a dead pig, who was still thrashing violently. Chapter 59. Torment. Haha, boss. We completed the tasks assigned by your people, and we will bring the wooden man over shortly, the leader said with a sycophantic grin, quickly rising to offer his seat as Lily sat coldly on the sofa, observing everyone. Suddenly, he seized a bottle of liquor from the table and smashed it over the leader's head, causing blood to pour forth. Not a single person dared to move, Lily exclaimed. "You have some nerve. Even in my absence, you dare to kidnap Evelyn." The leader, with a whimpering tone, replied, "Boss, it's really not our fault. We had no idea the wooden man would audaciously dare to capture Evelyn. Had we known, we would have promptly dealt with him ourselves." Lily kicked him forcefully in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. "Are you all blind? A man that size, and you let him in. If it weren't for your tacit approval, how could he have brought Evelyn here?" The leader, on the verge of tears, protested that he truly did not know, adding, "Besides, at that time, Evelyn was wrapped in a sack. Who could tell who she was?" He repeatedly slapped his own face, lamenting, "I'm sorry, boss. It's all my fault. I failed to keep watch." Lily stood up, delivering a kick to his side, sending him sprawling aside. Soon, the wooden man was brought in, forced to kneel on the ground. Despite seeing Lily, the wooden man remained defiant, knowing that no matter what he did, he would never escape the wrath of this man. Thus, he resolved to not show him any courtesy. The leader of the Tiger Claw gang, witnessing the wooden man's insolence, promptly slapped him across the face. The wooden man retorted, "You bunch of cowards. What did you just say? Furious, the leader of the Tiger Claw gang was taken aback that this mere wooden man dared to speak to him in such a manner. Enraged, he attempted to cut out the wooden man's tongue, but was deterred by a mere glance from Li. Li rose and remarked, "You are quite fierce, but I wonder if you'll still have that spirit later." The wooden man shot back, "Don't get cocky. Your power, while formidable, can it withstand the combined forces of all the corporations against you? I have backing. If you dare to touch me, the company behind me will not spare you." Upon hearing this, Li seized his collar and began pummeling him mercilessly. The wooden man let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig, losing several teeth in the process. Li halted his assault, then systematically removed the remaining teeth. Tears streamed down the wooden man's face as he sobbed incessantly. His earlier bravado completely vanished. Li stood and declared, "Who doesn't he know that Evelyn is under the protection of my company? If you have the guts, summon your backing to confront me openly and see if they dare." The wooden man shook his head repeatedly, now thoroughly terrified. At that moment, Evelyn approached, and upon seeing the wooden man's pitiful condition, she regarded him with disdain. Wiping her face with a wet tissue, she revealed some swelling, clearly a result of the slap she received from the wooden man. Li expressed concern. "Are you all right?" I'm fine," Evelyn replied, glancing at the wooden man. "How do you plan to deal with him?" Li smiled. "Just wait and see the spectacle unfold." With that, he gestured, and the members of the Tiger Claw gang dragged the wooden man away in his wake. Upon seeing the wooden man emerge, Judy was taken aback. He's still the wooden man. He looks unrecognizable. Little AI. "Are you all right?" Judy asked. "I'm fine. Thanks to K. Judy replied. "Thank you, K. Saying this, Judy unleashed another round of punches and kicks on the wooden man, who howled in agony. Li inquired, "Judy, do you know where Finger Brother is? Why are you looking for him?" "That guy is far from respectable," Judy responded. "Exactly because he isn't respectable that I'm seeking him out. It's high time he gets dealt with alongside the wooden man. So many innocent girls have suffered at his hands. This cannot stand. I must teach him a lesson." Unbeknownst to Judy, Li had long harbored a grievance against Finger Brother from his gaming days and sought to settle it upon his arrival. Judy chuckled. "I love hearing you say that. I'll take you to find him right away." Before long, they arrived at Finger Brother's clinic. Upon seeing the members of the Tiger Claw gang, the thugs outside quickly stepped aside. Li approached and kicked open the iron door. The girls preparing for cybernetic surgeries inside screamed in terror, scrambling to hide, whispering among themselves. "What is going on? Why are the Tiger Claw gang here, right? And what is K doing with them? Has the Tiger Claw gang become the enforcers for the company? Oh my, who is that? How disgusting. His face is all smashed up. He must have crossed K, and that's why he ended up like this." Li called out. "Is Finger Brother here?" "He's inside." One girl pointed towards the back room. Li led the group inside, where Finger Brother, having paused his procedure, looked at him with a hint of panic. "Finish what you're doing first, then send the girls home. I have matters to discuss with you," Li instructed. Finger Brother, confused, thought to himself that he hadn't offended K. Soon, he completed the procedure, and as the girl awakened, she found herself surrounded by bewildered faces. "What is happening?" she exclaimed, before catching sight of the wooden man, whose face was swollen like a pig's, causing her to scream and flee without even collecting her payment. Finger Brother stepped outside. "Let us call it a day. Everyone, hurry up and leave." As the girls departed, Finger Brother lamented the state of his clinic. Just as he was about to sit down, Li interjected, "Did I give you permission to sit?" Startled, Finger Brother stood obediently. "K. I don't know how I offended you." Li replied, "So far, you haven't offended me, but you've certainly irked me during my gaming days. Quite a few girls have been wronged by you. Haven't they?" Finger Brother, bewildered, protested, "Wait, there are so many girls in Night City. Why target me? I'm not soft, boss. Please have mercy. I only take advantage of those young girls. I swear I wouldn't dare do anything else." Li responded with a sharp slap across his face. He then signaled to the Tiger Claw gang members to slam the wooden man to the ground, who cried out in pain. "Do you know why I brought the wooden man here?" Li asked. Finger Brother, utterly confused, could only stammer, "How would I know?" With a wave of his hand, Li instructed the nearby gang members, who immediately understood and approached the two men with wicked grins. "Give them a beating," Li commanded, and the gang members proceeded to pummel them. Li, dissatisfied, joined in, delivering a few kicks himself. The two men cried out in pain, and moments later, Lily sat back in a chair, surveying the battered figures before him. Finger brother, nursing his face, pleaded, "Kay, I truly don't know how I offended you. You could at least let me know. Of course, it can't just be that I'm upset about you mistreating women." Lily snapped, kicking Finger brother in the mouth. Finger brother, on the verge of tears, thought to himself how unfortunate he was, having never provoked Lily in any way. Chapter 60. Underwater the following day, Lily drew out his truth pistol and fired a shot at the unconscious wooden man, then aimed it at Finger brother. Finger brother, kneeling and banging his head on the ground, pleaded, "Please don't. It's not my fault. Blame it on the fact that I'm Finger brother." Bang. The gun fired, and the bullet pierced through Finger brother's brain, leaving him sprawled on the ground with unblinking eyes. Lee, accompanied by his gang members, exited the premises, signaling for two of them to handle the body. "Thank you, Kate. I know you struck Finger brother for our sake," Judy expressed. "It's no trouble. I've had my own grievances with him," Lily replied. Evelyn remarked, "I had no idea Finger brother would dare to offend you." Lily took a puff from his cigarette, remarking, "Those are all old stories." Seeing that Lily didn't wish to elaborate, Evelyn and the others refrained from asking further. They then parted ways. "Boss, we've dealt with the scavenger stronghold thoroughly. However, as you know, Night City is a volatile place. I believe another wave of scavengers will appear soon." Roman reported, "That's of no concern. I merely want to ensure they learn their lesson and understand that our company is not to be trifled with." "Then your objective has been achieved," Roman said. "Recently, some enterprises wish to sever ties with us. They claim our products are problematic and feel unsafe," Roman added. "Which companies are they planning to partner with? Harabaka? Or military technology? Or perhaps Zeta Tech?" "They intend to collaborate with military technology companies. Isn't our mayor supposed to be of service? Have him lend a hand," Lily instructed. "I understand," Roman replied. "Hey, Kay, are you free right now?" Lily, "Yes." "Do you need help?" Stott chuckled. "Indeed, there's something I require your assistance with, but it's not a task." Lily, feeling a hint of curiosity, wondered what it could be if it wasn't a task. Stott, "In any case, this job can only be done by you." Lily, "Am I the only one who can do it?" "What is it?" Stott, "You'll find out once you arrive. I'll be waiting for you at the motel. Room 301. After saying this, Stott sent Lily a location. Lily drove over and soon arrived at the motel, standing outside room 301. He knocked on the door. "Come in," came Stott's voice from within. Lily entered and was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. Lights flashing and a vibrant atmosphere, with Stott's attire being rather indescribable. "Stott, close the door, darling." Lily was stunned. What on earth was happening? Frankly, this visual shock was quite overwhelming. Nevertheless, he closed the door, thinking that if someone outside saw this, it might lead to misunderstandings. Although he had encountered such scenes in games, the reality was vastly different. In games, it was merely a CG image and did not provide a full view. Especially since Stott was significantly taller than him, Lily felt a bit diminutive in his presence. "Stott, why are you standing there? Come over here." Lily's lips curled slightly. He finally realized why this guy had been running into him so often in the past few days. They say hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. And it seemed that saying rang true now. However, Stott might have underestimated Lily's tastes. Lily had no interest in someone as much older as Stott. If it weren't for Evelyn asking him for help, he wouldn't have bothered at all. Lily, "Stott, if this is about helping you with that, let's just forget it." Stott was taken aback. She thought everything was falling into place, only to be met with such a response. Why not?" Stott asked. "Did you not help me because you liked me?" Lily, "Stott, you've misunderstood me. I only helped you because you were friends with Judy and Evelyn, that's all." Stott fell silent for a moment. "All right. I understand." She had initially thought she could easily win Lily's affection, only to find herself falling for him instead, while he remained indifferent towards her. Was this retribution? Stott pondered inwardly, letting out a sigh. Lily, I say, Stott, you intentionally reached out to me through Evelyn, didn't you?" Noticing Stott's silence, Lily realized he was correct. Seeing Stott's demeanor, he understood that this had all been premeditated. Anger welled up within him. "I absolutely detest being deceived." "Stott, I'm sorry. Lily, I don't want to hear your explanation. As a consequence of your deception, I want you to agree to one condition." "Stott, what condition?" Speak. Lily. If I ever need your assistance in the future, you must obey my commands unconditionally. Stop frowned slightly. What do you intend to do? Lily, I haven't figured that out yet. You'll know in due time. With that, Lily turned and exited. After driving away, Lily soon received a call from Judy. Hey, Kay, are you free right now? Lily, it's only been a few days. Are you already missing me? Judy, who misses you? I just wanted to see if you're available. I'm planning to go diving. Do you want to join? Evelyn will be there too. Lily. Whoa, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Judy looked exasperated. What do you think? You have quite the imagination. Point one sentence. Are you coming or not? If not, I'll find someone else. Lily. Then go ahead and find someone else. Judy was taken aback. This wasn't what she expected. She thought Lily would rush over immediately. But upon reflection, she realized she might have been too forward. So she said, well, forget what I said. Just come over. Lily smiled. Apology accepted. Judy was taken aback. What did I do? Why should I apologize? Lily, what do you mean? What did you do? Do I really have to come? Seeing Judy silent, Lily continued. If you want me to come, speak to me nicely. Don't treat it like a command. Judy, feeling helpless, replied, All right, I was wrong. Mr. K, please don't hold it against me. I'm begging you. Lily laughed heartily. Fine, since you're being so sincere, I'll come over. Judy sent him the location and then hung up. Judy was a bit puzzled. What just happened? This guy actually hung up on me? Just wait and see how I deal with you. So thought Judy. Lily arrived at the destination and saw Evelyn and the others waiting. He walked over, and Judy smiled. Kay, guess what I'm about to do next? Lily, how would I know what you're up to? Bang. Judy kicked Lily into the water. He flailed his arms to stay afloat and spat out the water in his mouth. What the heck? Judy, are you out of your mind? Judy covered her mouth, laughing. I never expected the infamous K can't swim. Lily. Everyone has their own weaknesses. Evelyn, you're responsible for your own actions. Judy, go pull him up. Judy, oh, come on, it was just a joke. Evelyn walked straight into the room to change, leaving Judy with no choice but to jump into the water to bring Lily back to shore. She wrapped one arm around him while paddling with the other. Noticing something odd about Lily, Judy asked, What's wrong? Lily? Judy looked at him and suddenly sensed something, feeling a bit embarrassed. She quickly concealed her awkwardness and brought Lily to the shore. Lily, and she entered the small cabin together. Judy handed Lily a diving suit she had prepared. Put this on. Lily took the diving suit and headed to the bathroom to change. By the way, this little cabin you have is quite nice. It feels like a rural retreat from the 21st century. Judy, this was my old house. After my parents left, they left it to me. Whenever I want to relax, I come here to dive with Evelyn. Lily emerged from the bathroom dressed, and the three of them jumped into the water. Swimming towards the bottom, the underwater environment was quite dim. Thankfully, the lights from their diving helmets illuminated their path, otherwise, they wouldn't have seen anything at all. To Lily's astonishment, there were actually fish down there. Considering animals were a rare sight in 2080, only the wealthy could afford such a collection. Most animals nowadays were bionic, programmed to perform preset actions, lacking the novelty of real creatures. After swimming for a while, Lily spotted a church. Judy, let us swim over and take a look. We should be able to find an entrance. Lily. This used to be a village, right? Judy, yes, I lived here when I was a child. I often visited that church, and I remember the entrance should be right ahead. Judy swam over, only to find the entrance blocked by rubble. They couldn't squeeze in no matter how hard they tried. Evelyn discovered a large hole. Come here, we can get in through here. They swam over to the hole and entered. There were few fish inside. Chapter 61. A gathering. Judy glanced around and remarked, This place is still the same as before. Let's stay here for the night. It's a church, absolutely safe. It was clear Judy was joking, and Lily chuckled. Sure, we can hold a feast here. Stop messing around, Kay, Judy said. But if it were in the past, there would have been many people here. They all swam out of the church. Judy, Kay, look at this. The ruins of the city underwater resemble another dreamlike world. Technology has adorned the apocalypse so beautifully. This is our very own Atlantis. Lily nodded, and they swam past some residential houses. Judy, we seek a way out in this chaotic cyber world. Who knows what the world will look like when we surface next time? Lily, perhaps it will remain the same. Judy shook her head. Nothing remains unchanged. We cannot hold onto the beautiful things as they slip through our fingers. All we can do is cherish them. Lily, You've become quite philosophical in your speech. I'm just feeling a bit sentimental. Kata, all right, at that moment, Evelyn swam over. Judy told me that this village used to be bustling with people before the floods. Judy, yes, it was quite lively back then. Speaking of which, Judy looked at Lily with a hint of melancholy. I'll hum a tune, and you tell me the song title, all right? Judy smiled. Come on. Kay, why are you making such a weird noise? Ha ha ha, go ahead and hum it so. Did you guess the song title? Lily shook his head. I've never heard it. What about Evelyn? Evelyn also shook her head. This is the first time you've hummed it for me. Sigh, fine. Keep close to me. Let's go see what's ahead. The two followed Judy and swam for a while before coming ashore. Lee went to change in the bathroom and came out to find the two still in the process of getting dressed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Judy and the others were momentarily taken aback. K. I apologize, my mistake. I thought you all had changed. Lee hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. Judy said, we didn't call for you to come out yet. Evelyn chuckled. What difference does it make, Judy? Perhaps don't say that, Evelyn, at least not now. All right, we are done changing, you may come out. Only then did Lily step outside. Judy inquired, Kay, are you busy today? Lily replied, no, I'm free today. That evening, Judy retrieved some pre-prepared ingredients from the house and started a fire. As the flames rose, she began grilling fish. Kay, could you please bring over the drinks from inside? Lily went to look and soon found a bag filled to the brim with beverages, which he carried back outside. Judy handed him a skewer of grilled fish. Give it a tea or while Lee took a gentle bite. It tastes delightful. Truly, this is the essence of real fish. Haha, isn't it nice? Evelyn, this skewer is for you. Judy handed another skewer to Evelyn, who also began to eat. In the past, it was just Evelyn and me enjoying barbecues here. Now that you're here, it's livelier. From now on, we are best friends. Lee nodded, but inwardly thought, I don't just want to be your best friend. Also, grab me a few skewers of fish to grill. I'd like you to sample my culinary skills. Judy handed him several skewers, and Lily began grilling, skillfully sprinkling seasoning. Once done, he presented the fish to Judy and the others. Judy took a bite and nodded, delicious. I didn't expect you to know how to grill fish. I thought someone like you, a second-generation rich kid, would have servants do such things. It's far more interesting to do it myself. Moreover, there's a detail you got wrong. I'm not a second-generation rich kid. I am more of a first-generation. Judy laughed. Stop joking. All right, let's not dwell on that anymore. Let us eat fish. I have other ingredients as well. How about some grilled meat? With that, Judy pulled out some meat and began grilling. The lamb skewers sizzled with seasoning, and the enticing aroma gradually filled the air. Lee remarked. Just the scent alone is already appetizing. Judy handed him a skewer, and as he tasted it, he said, I still feel the grilled fish is tastier, but this flavor is decent too. If it were real meat, it would be exquisite. After a while, everyone had their fill and began drinking. After an unknown number of rounds, Lily felt dizzy. One more. I can still drink. Judy chuckled. All right, don't overdo it. If you're truly tired, just go to sleep, Lee retorted. Come on, how can a man say he can't handle it? I can still drink. Pour me another. After a few more cups, Lily felt he couldn't drink anymore. So he deliberately found an excuse and slumped down. Hey. Evelyn quickly caught him. She supported Lily to the room and laid him on the bed. Though there was only one, albeit spacious, Lily pretended to be drowsy, and Evelyn, not thinking much of it, continued to drink with Judy. Though be honest, he can hold his liquor quite well. When I first drank, I was tipsy after just 10 cups. He can manage about 20, which is impressive. Evelyn asked, do you think he really can't drink anymore? Judy replied, goodness. Well, let us not worry about him. Let us keep drinking. After some time, both felt a bit drowsy and went to the room to lie down and sleep. That moment, Lily found himself with Judy on one side and Evelyn on the other. He hadn't fallen asleep yet and could vaguely hear their conversation. Evelyn asked, do you think he is asleep? Judy replied, I can't help it. I don't want to sleep on the floor. Lily feigned a roll and fell right into Judy's embrace, immediately enveloped by a delightful scent emanating from her. Lee was stunned. He had caught a hint of the fragrance before, but now that he was so close, it was overwhelmingly intoxicating. Judy was taken aback, thinking to herself, this kid. She attempted to push him away, but unexpectedly, Evelyn leaned in closer, effectively trapping Lily in between. Little AI, what are you doing? Judy asked. Evelyn chuckled softly. He.s. just rolling over in his sleep. Let him have a pleasant dream. Judy's cheeks flushed at him, just for one night. I'll leave early tomorrow morning. Amidst the fragrant air, Lily gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the sun rose, its light streaming into the room. Lily awoke to find Judy and the others at the door. How about we skip the work? I could just give you 10 million, which should be enough for you to splurge on. Once you've spent it, you can come back for more. Judy shook her head. No, that's no different from keeping me. I'm not the sort of person you think I am, Lily insisted. I'm not keeping you. I merely want to hire you to help me with tasks. If I need your assistance, just come when I call. You know, I'm an intermediary, and I need mercenaries for my work. Judy countered, Isn't your current mercenary enough? Lily replied, one person, no matter how capable. Is still just one person. I can't always rely on a company to do this kind of intermediary work, right? After all, you know that intermediaries take on tasks from various companies. It wouldn't make sense for me to ask someone from Tianchao to handle jobs for other companies. Judy frowned slightly. Fine. I'll be your mercenary. But I don't need 10 million. Just 2,000 euros a month will suffice. It feels a bit wrong to get paid when there's no work. Lily said, we're friends. There's no need for niceties. Just take the 10 million. Let me know when you run out. If you want me to hire you as a mercenary, it has to be my way. You know I don't want to owe anyone any favors. Seeing Judy's resolute attitude, Lily sighed in resignation. All right. Chapter 62. Lida's plea for help. What would it take to have a conversation? K. About what happened before, I truly apologize, Lily. Get lost. I never want to see you again. Didn't you say I should agree to a condition? If you never want to see me again? How can I agree to your terms, Lily? Are you threatening me? He then called Roman. Roman, are you free right now? Roman, what is up? Lily, how long have we known each other? Roman, boss, can you just get to the point? I don't quite understand what you mean, Lily. Cough, Roman. I've been pondering a question. I've realized I've never had a girlfriend until now. Do you think that's a problem? Roman, did you call me to find you a girlfriend? Boss, this is really difficult. You need to handle this yourself, Lily. Roman, how do you feel about me? Roman, what kind of question is that, boss? If you have nothing else, I'll hang up. I have a ton of things waiting for me to deal with in Tiancha, Lily. You need to put down what you're doing right now. Roman, what is wrong with you? Lily, I'm extremely frustrated. I just got threatened by a woman. Roman, so you plan to take your anger out on me, boss, if that is the case? Let us just forget it. I don't want to be your punching bag. Even if you want me to, I'm sorry, but I don't want to start like this. Lily, what if this is an order? Roman sighed, boss, Lily, just tell me how you feel about me. Do you want to go to the building I bought in the skyscraper? After a moment of silence, Roman replied, boss, all right. I'll come over now. Lily drove to the H8 skyscraper, the entire building belonging to him. After purchasing it, he had made a series of upgrades and renovations. Now, the entire building was composed of nanobots, equipped with the most advanced weaponry and ordinary intelligent AI robots like Dino. The reason for using ordinary intelligence instead of high intelligence was due to the lessons learned from Delamon. At this point, Lily was not yet in a position to prevent such occurrences, hence the absence of advanced AI. Just then, a hovercar arrived, and after it stopped, Roman stepped out. It was evident she had put on makeup specifically for Lily and wore clothing that accentuated her figure. Roman, feeling a bit awkward, said, boss, Lily took her hand and led her into the elevator. Roman, boss, am I satisfactory like this? Lily embraced her, the scent of her perfume filling his nostrils. Roman, do you like me? Roman, can I have some time to prepare? Lily, but I don't want you to prepare. Looking at Lily's face, Roman felt a mix of emotions. She was unsure of what Lily had been through and why he was acting this way. Lily Diao, of course, I grant you the opportunity. If you harbor no feelings for me and do not find me appealing, I shall release you forthwith. Roman fell silent for a moment, seemingly mustering his courage, and kissed Lily. Boss, if it is permissible, I desire to be more than merely your subordinate. Lily chuckled. Roman, your audacity has grown considerably over the years, Roman replied. It is you who has afforded me this chance. Boss, since you have granted me this opportunity, you shall not escape, Lily retorted. The one who should be concerned is you, Roman. Lily then kissed Roman, and they retreated to her room, experiencing a tempest of passion. Moments later, Lily received a phone call from Lida, the unwavering servant of Myers. whom he had met at the Dogtown banquet. Li answered the call. K. I require your assistance. Could you do me a favor? Li furrowed his brow slightly. What is it, Lida? You seem rather flustered. This is unlike you. In the background, Li could faintly hear gunfire. Lida. I apologize for seeking your help. K. But I can think of no other way. Myers has been captured by the New America and is currently imprisoned. Alex and I are attempting to escape. Li exclaimed. What? Myers, the former president of New America, has been seized by them? I did not expect them to act so swiftly. They took her away the moment she disembarked from the plane. Alex and I have been branded as traitors and face execution. Damn it, Lida. Where the hell have you been? I can barely hold on. The sound of Alex's furious exclamations resonated through the phone. Lida replied. That is the situation. I will send you a location to rendezvous. Without waiting for Li to respond, Lida hung up. Li furrowed his brow, thinking, damn, why not just let me send some people from the company to rescue you? Why complicate matters so? Roman handed Li a cup of coffee. What troubles you? Li, nothing much. A friend called. Well, I suppose he is a friend, though I do not hold him in particularly high regard. Li was not fond of Lida's blind loyalty to New America, yet he had to admit that he was indeed a good friend, if one were to disregard the elements of New America. Perhaps he and Lida could be excellent companions. Li, I need to step out for a moment. If you are able, please move over here, Roman. I shall accompany you. Li, I am fine. Do not worry about me. With my body being composed of 98% cybernetics, who could possibly harm me? Roman produced a chip and said, at the very least, insert this chip into your slot. Should anything happen, I can reach you in time. Li, thank you. Roman. Li took the chip and set off, driving to the designated location. They waited outside a small eatery for an entire night, during which Li fell asleep. The following afternoon, Lida approached, clad in a hat and a long coat, with a mask obscuring his face, and knocked on Li's car door. Upon seeing him, Li initially assumed he was a New America agent and, in an instinctive reaction, drew his gun, aiming it at his head. Hey, calm down. It's me. That familiar voice. Lida glanced around, and shortly thereafter, a similarly equipped woman approached. It was Alex. Li allowed them to enter the vehicle, and Lida instructed, drive as I say, head straight ahead. Li complied and drove forward, whereupon Lida directed him to turn into a narrow alley. Suddenly, the ground trembled, slowly sinking down to reveal a hidden chamber beneath, complete with a parking area. Li drove the stone sword inside and disembarked. Lida. Finally, you have arrived. In any case, things are rather complicated. Li, let me make myself clear. Lida, I will not undertake this task without compensation. Lida paused momentarily but replied, fine. What do you wish to receive? Li, a promise. When the time comes, I will require you to perform a task without question. Lida remained silent for a moment before saying, as long as it does not threaten New America, I shall comply. Li agreed. Chapter 63. The Rescue Mission. Follow me. Lida led the group to an armory, where he retrieved several weapons and said, arm yourselves. Li. Is such caution truly necessary? Lida, if you wish to meet your end sooner rather than later, disregard my warning, but I prefer you remain alive at least until the mission is accomplished. Li. Damn, your tongue is sharp, Lida. Once the group was equipped, Lida produced a map, detailing a narrow alley near Ñoño Street. Damn it, everything seems to be connected to Ñoño Street lately. Lida explained the plan. There exists an individual named Florchelson, a New America agent. On the surface, he appears inconspicuous, yet he is closely linked to Jackson. We must locate him. He should possess knowledge about Myers' whereabouts. Afterward, we can devise a rescue plan. Li nodded. Very well, let us proceed. However, prior to that, we must locate a cybernetics doctor, someone I know who resides in Dogtown. You must don a mimic mask. Otherwise, once the mission concludes, you may find yourself in hot water. Li. That matter is already taken care of. I have acquired one. Lida. Where did you obtain a mimic mask? Li. I liberated it. Lida. Very well. We shall commence our operation in that alley. Alex, you will work alongside K. Alex. Yes, don't you dare order me around. Under Lida's guidance, they opened the door leading outside, and Li drove away with Alex, soon arriving at their destination. This location appeared to be associated with Gezi. Li noted. Alex, the intermediary? Li, you are aware? Alex, I have a vague recollection, though it is not a favorable one. If not for the fact that most of my former colleagues have either been dealt with or are in hiding, I would not require your assistance to locate that individual. So, you intend to seek out this intermediary for a discussion? Collaborating with intermediaries is not a wise strategy, Li nodded. Do not underestimate these intermediaries. Large corporations like Arasaka, and even certain clandestine plans of New America, can be accessed through them. Last time, Arasaka's Lai Xian held a celebration at the company plaza, and Gezi was able to procure the deployment map from that day. You should understand how formidable he is. Alex furrowed her brows slightly, realizing this indicated one thing. These intermediaries have connections across various factions, and their standing is not LOW. Li casually grabbed a passerby. Excuse me, I shall give you 100 euros if you can tell me where Gezi is. The passerby was taken aback, delighted at the unexpected fortune. He replied. You must pay me first. Lily produced 100 euros. I will give you another 100 once you locate him. Alex smirked. It seems that money is universally accepted. How delightful. Follow me. The passerby led Lily and his companions to Gezi's shop, where Lily promptly handed over the 100 euros, and the individual eagerly ran off. Upon entering, Gezi greeted them. Hello, young ones. Lily. Greetings, Gezi. We seek to find someone named Florchelson. Gezi scrutinized Lily and Alex, his eyes narrowing slightly. I am afraid I do not know that person. Lily, Gezi, do not feign ignorance. Is there truly anyone in this vicinity you do not know? Gezi chuckled. Young man, you are aware that I call the shots around here. Since you know that I hold sway in this area, there is no need for any disturbances on my territory. We all understand why you seek him. I shall refrain from stating it outright, Li. Gezi, we are merely ordinary mercenaries. My cybernetics have malfunctioned, and I have heard he possesses exceptional skills, hence my intention to seek his services. Gezi, if you require cybernetics repair, why pursue him? I know other skilled cybernetic doctors. Why not allow me to introduce you to someone else? Lily narrowed his eyes and smiled. Gezi, my dear, you truly are one who does not heed warnings. Gezi chuckled. Young man, there is no one in this place who dares speak to me in such a manner. If you intend to cause trouble, you have come to the wrong place, Li. Many have uttered similar words to me, yet in the end, they all regretted it. With that, Lily drew his gun, aiming it at Gezi's forehead. Gezi, my dear, do you believe I would hesitate to pull the trigger? Gezi fixed a cold gaze upon Lily, who continued. Of course, Gezi, if you tell me his location, I shall offer you 2,000 euros, and I assure you that I will never disclose that you provided me with this information. Gezi remained silent for a moment before responding. Since this is a transaction, let us proceed accordingly. Lily then holstered his weapon. Is it not better to have approached this matter in such a manner from the outset? As the two individuals exchanged contact information, Lily promptly transferred 2,000 euros to Wazuko. Wazuko advised, follow this road, take a right, and you will encounter a bridge. Beneath the bridge lies a bustling commercial street. Seek your answers there, if you happen upon a bald, rotund cybernetic doctor, he will be the one you seek. Thank you, Wazuko, replied Lily. Wazuko waved his hand dismissively, saying, all right, be off now. Do not disturb my business. Li and his companion departed, following the lead given by Wazuko until they arrived at the lively street, bustling with vendors selling food and cybernetic enhancements. Given Alex's background as an agent, she naturally observed that many of the cybernetic merchants sourced their goods from the scavengers. A considerable number of these enhancements appeared to be of dubious quality and were secondhand. Alex remarked, there's no way this kind of morally questionable trade could ever result in a loss. However, it requires one to have no qualms about their conscience. Li responded, the world is uniformly dark. Where there is light, shadows inevitably lurk. Despite these characters being of questionable virtue, they could still provide valuable information when necessary. Alex noted, it seems you possess quite an understanding. Have you worked in this field before? Lily retorted, what do I need with that? Alex chuckled. I was merely inquiring. Elida had previously claimed that you were a person of unwavering trust, and this was the first time I witnessed him speak so highly of someone. Upon meeting you today, it appears he was indeed correct. Enough of that. Let us locate the bald agent first. After the procedure, perhaps due to the insignificance of that particular cybernetic enhancement, the client had not noticed anything amiss. Upon the client's departure, Li and his companion entered the establishment, where Chalson greeted them. My esteemed guests, are you interested in purchasing or installing some cybernetics? Lily replied, your business must be a guaranteed profit. Chalson laughed. You jest. There are times when I incur losses as well. Many of the cybernetics here are top tier, but seeing some individuals struggling financially, I sell them at a discount, Lily scoffed, finding Chalson's claims utterly absurd. Did he truly think they were gullible? Alex frowned slightly, evidently contemplating taking action, but Lily restrained her, suggesting they first inquire further. Perhaps this man was merely a coward. However, even if they were to eliminate him, they could extract the location of Myers' confinement from his memories. Chapter 64. The Rescue Operation. Lily remarked, if you can extract cybernetics from clients and still claim to incur losses, I find that hard to believe. Upon hearing this, Chalson's expression shifted to one of cold hostility. You're looking for trouble, aren't you? You've come to the wrong place. With that, Chalson brandished a mantis knife and lunged forward. It appeared he was not inclined to engage in conversation. Lily smirked. He had his own methods for dealing with those who refused to talk. Gripping the mantis knife with one hand, Alex promptly drew her weapon and fired. The bullet ricocheted off as Chalson staggered back, leading to a confrontation that swiftly caused the merchants and patrons outside to flee in panic. With a forceful punch to Chalson's chest, Lily sent him crashing to the ground, clutching his chest as he slowly rose. Gazing at Lily with a newfound respect. You are no ordinary individual. Which company sent you? Or are you a mercenary? No typical mercenaries lack your caliber, Lily replied. Chalson, you are quite formidable yourself. With your skills, you must be a new American agent, or perhaps you maintain ties with the current president, Jackson. Chalson paused, taken aback. Who exactly are you? Lily continued. It seems you are indeed an agent. Chalson feigned ignorance. You've mistaken me for someone else. If I were an agent, would I engage in such dealings? Lily noted. You're merely attempting to play the part. I understand your game. Chalson insisted. You're mistaken. You've got the wrong person. Lily swiftly closed the distance, seizing his collar and lifting him slightly off the ground, while aiming his gun at Chalson's forehead. Then your continued existence is unnecessary. Chalson gritted his teeth. What is it that you truly desire? Lily responded, finally willing to admit your identity. Are we? He released Chalson, asking, where is Myers being held? Chalson replied, how would I know? While I do have connections with Jackson, I was not involved in that operation, Lily warned. You are aware that there exists technology capable of extracting memories from your brain. Though it may be costly, I am not short on funds. Should you perish, I can still obtain the information I seek from your corpse. Chalson froze, hastily stating, I was wrong. I will confess. But I beg of you, do not let Jackson know that the information came from me, or I will surely be killed. In that moment, Lily shot him, and he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open and unblinking. Alex questioned, why did you kill him? He had yet to divulge anything. I have my own methods. Kindly be silent, replied Lily as he extracted a chip from Chalson's mind, connecting it via a data cable to MY cybernetic brain possesses the ability to extract memories. In short order, Lily accessed Chalson's memories, which confirmed his suspicions. Chalson had indeed participated in that day's operation. Their team had engaged with Lida's group, who ultimately failed to locate them. Meanwhile, Myers was taken to a secret base for confinement, located right here in Night City. Lily casually discarded the chip and turned to leave, only for Lida to arrive upon hearing the commotion. Lida surveyed the lifeless body on the ground and then glanced at Lily. You killed him? Lily replied, yes. Is there an issue with that? Lida cautioned. This will raise alarms. The commotion will surely reach Jackson's ears. We must act swiftly, or they will relocate Myers, complicating matters. Lily agreed. Very well. I will lead you to the base where Myers is held. With that, Lily drove them away, soon arriving at the designated location. A military base surrounded by patrolling guards and barbed wire. Just as Lily prepared to exit the vehicle, Lida suggested, we need to devise a plan. We cannot charge in recklessly. At that moment, several soldiers approached, one of whom asked, what are you doing here? Do you not know this area is off limits? Noticing their intent to draw weapons, Lily opened the window and produced a cigarette. Gentlemen, care for a smoke? The two soldiers exchanged glances and leaned closer to Lily. In an instant, he swiftly seized them by the necks, snapping them in one motion, before dragging their lifeless bodies into the vehicle. The commotion alerted other soldiers, who approached with their weapons drawn. Moments later, Lily and Lida emerged dressed in soldiers' uniforms, their faces masked to resemble the deceased soldiers. Nothing much. We just went in to ask for some cigarettes. Li explained. The soldier captain frowned slightly, reprimanding, "You two have abandoned your posts. Once the shift changes, I expect you to run 10 laps around the base." "Yes, yes," they replied, proceeding inside. As they made their way toward the basement, a soldier approached, eyeing them suspiciously. "What are you two doing? I've seen you wandering around for quite some time," Li replied. "Oh, big brother. The captain instructed us to check on Myers, but we are unsure of her location. Could you kindly assist us? We were just on guard duty. You can see how poorly the captain chose us for this task." Li produced a cigarette from his pocket and offered it. A small token of appreciation. The soldier smiled. "You have good taste. Follow me." With that, the soldier led them to the innermost cell, which was completely sealed with iron doors, obscuring any view of the occupant within. The soldier unlocked the cell, and in a flash, Li swiftly strangled him, snapping his neck before partially closing the door. Myers was taken aback, and Li spoke in his own voice. "It's us, Myers. Li. Mr. President, we must leave immediately," Li replied, and upon seeing the situation, Myers donned the soldier's uniform, deliberately pulling the brim of her cap down as she walked outward. As they proceeded, a sudden voice called out, "Wait a moment!" The captain approached, accompanied by a group of soldiers. He glanced at Miles for a moment before raising his rifle butt, intending to dislodge Miles's hat. Li instinctively placed his hand on his weapon, ever ready to act. Just as the captain was about to make his move, he declared, "Enough, it's fine now, let's go." With a wave of his hand, the soldiers resumed their tasks, and the captain departed. That moment, Lita felt a sigh of relief. A confrontation had been narrowly averted. However, it was for the best that conflict was avoided. Seizing the opportunity while the soldiers were distracted, Li hurriedly ushered Miles into the vehicle, and they departed. Once inside the car, Li remarked, "That man earlier was peculiar. He seemed to know you were Miles and deliberately let you go." Miles responded, "It's possible he remains loyal to me in his heart. To him, I must be his president." Li jested, "I never imagined you had so many die-hard fans." "Enough with the jokes. We need to strategize our next move," Lida interjected. Chapter 65. The Grand Cake. Li suggested, "Let's head to Tianqiao Company. My territory there is secure. That's not viable. It's too conspicuous. There are too many of your Tianqiao people around. How can you be certain there are no traitors among them? If word gets out, it could spell trouble," Lida countered. "Then let us go to my skyscraper," Li proposed. With that, Li drove them to the towering skyscraper. Upon seeing its grandeur, he inquired, "Which floor do you reside on?" Li replied, "Why does everyone ask this? The entire building belongs to me." Elida was momentarily taken aback, while Miles naturally settled onto a sofa, clearly accustomed to luxury. Roman scrutinized Miles and the others, asking, "You brought a few friends?" "Roman, this is Miles, and there's Lida. That one is Alex. Miles, you are already aware, she is the former president of New America." Roman took a sip of coffee, nonchalantly acknowledging, "Yes, I am aware." Lida exclaimed, "Damn it, why didn't you tell us from the start that there were others in this building?" Lily reassured, "She is my lover and subordinate. She is utterly loyal and can be trusted." "Damn it, we shouldn't have come here. I hope she is trustworthy," Lida muttered. Miles interjected, "Are we just going to wait here?" She turned to Lily, insisting, "I need an army. The last batch of androids you provided was incredibly effective. If it weren't for the numerical disadvantage, we might have already stormed the White House." Li exclaimed, "My goodness, are you planning a coup? But let us not rush. Perhaps you could settle in for a couple of years first. And once Jackson is out of office, you can re-enter the presidential race. It's only natural for him to target you." "That position rightfully belongs to me," Miles declared passionately. "Only under my leadership can New America thrive." Lily sighed. "To be honest, I am reluctant to involve myself any further." "No, you must help me," Miles insisted. "Your android army is our only chance to penetrate the White House if we succeed in the coup. I assure you, I will elevate your Tianqiao Company to unprecedented heights in New America." Before Lily could respond, Roman, with a narrowed gaze, urged, "Boss, agree to her." Taken aback, Lily inquired, "Roman, what are you suggesting?" Roman replied, "Didn't you say they are your friends? Why not assist them? Consider it a favor," Li retorted. "I know that's not your true intention," Roman countered. "The company is established. We can only make it stronger." "Boss, this is inevitable." Hearing Roman's determination, Lily relented, Fine. Truth be told, Lily felt apprehensive about undertaking such a monumental task. The situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. Miles turned to Roman. What is your name? Roman, she replied. Miles nodded. Very well, Roman. I will remember your support today. Should this plan succeed, I will reward you accordingly, Elida added. Now that we have reached an agreement, let us discuss our plan. Roman stated, infiltration is impossible. Our actions are too bold and will inevitably attract attention, so elaborate plans are futile, Elida remarked. What are your thoughts? Roman suggested. We should strike directly. Elida was taken aback, sensing Roman was overreaching. Even with numerous androids, the White House's defenses were formidable. Breaching them seemed implausible, and alternative strategies were necessary. Miles cautioned, isn't that a bit reckless? Even if we have sufficient forces, the White House's defenses cannot be underestimated. They will likely be alerted and prepared long before we get close. Plus, with such a commotion, other companies will probably take action as well. They aren't fools. Given the influence of those companies in New America, they will certainly notice, and if they unite against us, we could be in serious trouble. Roman replied, if it comes to that, so be it. We may lose some strongholds, but as long as we reach the White House and control the legislators, they will have no choice but to relent. Otherwise, they will be opposing New America. Miles retorted, I seriously doubt they will back down at that point. Moreover, can you endure until then? What if by the time we reach the White House, your strongholds have all been taken down? Roman asserted. That's why we must act swiftly. And, Mr. President, would you rather collaborate with those companies than us? Miles frowned. Lily was relatively easy to manage, but the other companies posed a different challenge. After a moment of contemplation, she conceded, very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. We have no other options. Roman assured, you can trust us. I will deploy our elite forces, all equipped with Blackwall pulses. No matter how many infiltrators the White House has, they will be swiftly eradicated. Miles was taken aback. She had witnessed the power of the Blackwall pulse before and was surprised they had an entire unit outfitted with such technology. Naturally, she felt uneasy about this force, or rather, her apprehension extended to all Tianqiao technology. Internally, she resolved to leverage Tianqiao's strength for now, and once she regained the presidency, she would address Tianqiao's matters. For now, power was not in her hands, and showing a degree of weakness was permissible. Roman inquired, is there anything else to discuss? If not, I will make the necessary arrangements. Of course, she hoped that Miles would not forget her promises. Miles smiled, rest assured, once I reclaim power, I will grant you your due rewards. Roman made the call to arrange matters, and shortly thereafter, commotion could be heard outside. Roman announced, they have arrived. Let us head down. Lily led Miles and the others downstairs, where several military helicopters from Tianqiao descended. Abanasi emerged from one, accompanied by a contingent of androids and Tianqiao personnel. The Tianqiao employees were exhilarated, for after today, Tianqiao would ascend to new heights. Abanasi approached, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. President. Miles replied, likewise, ma'am. They shook hands, and Abanasi turned to Roman with a slight smile, sending her a message. It's delightful that we can collaborate this time. Roman replied, at least we share the same mindset when it comes to this matter for the company. As Abanasi shook hands with Miles, she assured, do not worry, under the might of Tianqiao's army, the White House will be yours in less than 10 minutes. But I also hope you will honor your promise, making Tianqiao even greater. Miles affirmed, of course. The group boarded the aircraft, which soon arrived over the continent housing the White House. Miles opened the plane door, standing at the threshold, gripping the railing as the wind tousled her hair. The Tianqiao soldiers, fully armed, prepared for combat. Chapter 66. The Outbreak of Corporate Warfare in Lucas's Office. He gazed out the window while on the phone. Really? Miles is alive and has allied with Tianqiao? Those audacious individuals certainly overestimate themselves. Hanging up, Lucas's face was etched with cold disdain. He was eager to discern Tianqiao Company's intentions. If they succeeded, it could upheave the entire world. He then commanded, bring someone in. His secretary approached, and Lucas remarked, the former new president of the United States, Myers, is not dead. She is currently leading her Heavenly Dynasty soldiers towards the White House. Relay this information to Arasaka, Zeta, and the powerful corporations of Kongtao. They should be aware of the consequences should the Heavenly Dynasty establish a foothold here in New America. Soon, this news spread rapidly among major enterprises. Within Arasaka Corporation, the upper echelons convened an urgent meeting, with Arasaka Wako leading a fervent discussion among the shareholders. Incredible! A mere heavenly dynasty intends to expand its influence throughout New America. This is utterly preposterous. We cannot allow them to succeed. If they infiltrate the ranks of new American legislators, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for us. They must be eradicated. We must thwart their advance to the White House. Quickly, numerous companies began urgent communications with the current president of the United States, Jackson. Aware that his military strength was no match for Myers, he decisively declared, "As long as you can eliminate both the Heavenly Dynasty and Myers, I will ensure your people are appointed as legislators in New America." The moment these words were uttered, companies around the globe erupted in excitement, swiftly mobilizing their forces. An immense coalition of companies began its march towards the stronghold of the Heavenly Dynasty. The outposts of the Heavenly Dynasty around the world soon faced fierce assaults. Within one such outpost, employees of the Heavenly Dynasty were fiercely resisting the onslaught of the corporate coalition. Gunfire and explosions echoed as screams filled the air. "Charge! Annihilate them! Seize the Heavenly Dynasty stronghold! Their technology is ours!" The corporate coalition, driven by fervor, launched themselves recklessly towards the stronghold. The employees of the Heavenly Dynasty, armed with intelligent machine guns, unleashed a torrent of fire. Yet the ground outside was littered with corpses and severed limbs. Despite their valiant resistance, they could not withstand the sheer force of the attack. Soon, the city fell, and the corporate coalition breached the defenses, with Heavenly Dynasty employees vowing to fight to the death. Some, gripped by fear, fled through the back door, but the majority chose to stand their ground. "Even in death, we shall not yield." Gunfire erupted, and a Heavenly Dynasty employee was shot. Collapsing lifelessly to the ground, the corporate coalition swiftly secured the city, dividing the territory among themselves. Inside an office, an Arasaka representative gazed out at the scene, utterly astonished. He could scarcely believe the blissful existence of the people in this Heavenly Dynasty city. He was unable to fathom how the Heavenly Dynasty managed such prosperity. The water here was not the polluted waste of industry. The inhabitants lived in abundance, and the crime rate was astonishingly low. This was all too astonishing for him. He had never encountered such beauty before. Vast grasslands, pristine beaches, and lush forests coexisting with the city. The factories were not even built within the urban confines. "What an extravagant expenditure!" the Arasaka representative exclaimed. "To squander such a fortune on these trivialities is sheer folly." At that moment, an Arasaka employee entered, presenting a report to the representative, who was immediately taken aback by the figures on the page. What? How is this possible? He could not believe that this colossal entity, the Heavenly Dynasty, possessed such wealth that the monthly income of a mere Heavenly Dynasty employee could rival that of the Arasaka upper management. Moreover, infuriatingly, these individuals only worked 6 hours a day. The remaining time was theirs to allocate as they pleased. Baka. How dare these wretched Heavenly Dynasty employees enjoy such privileged conditions? The representative was incensed. Even he was required to toil for 16 hours a day. The disparity was insufferable. An Arasaka employee inquired, "Sir, how should we handle the Heavenly Dynasty captives?" The representative slammed his hand on the table. "Baka, are you an imbecile? Eliminate them all. How could these individuals only work 6 hours a day and earn the same wages as me? This is outrageous." The employee departed to execute the orders. While the Heavenly Dynasty captives were confined under strict surveillance, many contemplated suicide, but their attempts were thwarted in time. An Arasaka officer addressed the Heavenly Dynasty employees. "If you pledge allegiance to Arasaka, I can plead with the representative to spare your lives. Tio performed tasks that even dogs would hesitate to undertake. You might as well kill us." "We will not comply," one Heavenly Dynasty employee declared, with others echoing his sentiment. "Indeed, the best decision of my life was joining Heavenly Dynasty technology. If it's death you seek, then so be it. I refuse to betray my cause. We, the Heavenly Dynasty, fear not. To die is to embrace glory. 30 years hence, we shall rise again." The laughter that erupted was thunderous, driving the Arasaka officer to the brink of madness. "Baka, you scoundrels, I shall take your lives in the name of Arasaka Wako." As gunmen prepared to open fire, a barrage of bullets turned the Heavenly Dynasty employees into mere targets, their bodies collapsing lifelessly. Meanwhile, at Myers' location, A Heavenly Dynasty employee swiftly operated a computer, exclaiming in alarm, "Oh no! A missile is approaching at high speed." Another employee, equipped with an armored exoskeleton, replied, "Leave it to me." As he activated his wings, he soared into the air, quickly locating the missile and colliding with it directly. "The aircraft may experience turbulence," he warned. With a deafening explosion, the missile detonated, sending shockwaves that rattled the aircraft. "Oh no! Another missile!" Upon realizing the situation, several armored employees flew out, intercepting and destroying the incoming missiles, with flames erupting all around. Fortunately, the aircraft's energy shield absorbed the impact of the missile debris. My brave soldiers, hold fast. Once we reach the White House, everything will be manageable. Yet, no one paid her any heed. Roman exclaimed, "Are you all deaf?" The next moment, an ear-splitting roar erupted. "We vow to protect the president's safety with our lives." Myers was filled with excitement, but Roman's brow furrowed slightly as she received multiple urgent calls from various Heavenly Dynasty strongholds. "Is the situation truly this dire?" Lily inquired. "What is happening?" Roman gestured for him to remain silent, stating, "We must hold the line. If we cannot, we may have to feign allegiance to the corporate coalition to minimize casualties." On the other end of the line, a stronghold was under heavy attack, and the commanding officer, hearing Roman's words, gave a bitter smile. "Commander, even if we must perish, we will never surrender. Please do not convey such thoughts to the other strongholds. It is too disheartening. Without the Heavenly Dynasty, I would rather not live." As the officer hung up, he turned to the weary soldiers, who looked at him with hopeful eyes. Though he found it hard to break the news that no reinforcements would arrive, he steeled himself and said, "Soldiers, no one can assist us. We must rely on ourselves. If anyone wishes to leave, the back door is open now. Otherwise, once the corporate coalition breaches our defenses, escape will be impossible. I will not blame anyone for retreating. I do not wish for you to die in vain." Though disappointment flickered in their eyes, the soldiers showed no signs of retreat. "Then let us fight to the death. For me, the Heavenly Dynasty is home, and my family lives within its walls, their beautiful lives shattered by those marauders. We will fight until the end, to the bitter end." Each soldier roared in unison, and the commander, fueled by their fervor, declared, "Then let us fight to the death." He led his men into battle, just as the walls were on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a fully armed force appeared behind the corporate coalition. The next moment, cannon fire erupted. The corporate coalition was unexpectedly ambushed. "Commander, that insignia. It appears to belong to the Yishur Company." "Yishur Company?" The commander was taken aback. "What are they thinking? Instead of joining forces against the Heavenly Dynasty, they launch a surprise attack on us. What should we do, Commander? We're losing ground. Fight back. No one is allowed to surrender. Push forward." The commander bellowed, and they charged towards the forces of the Yishur Company. However, the sheer number of Yishur troops, all fully equipped, quickly overwhelmed Arasaka's men, leading to a crushing defeat, with many of them captured by Yishur forces. "Those are the Yishur Company troops," one Heavenly Dynasty employee remarked, furrowing his brow. "Why are they suddenly aiding us? Have the higher-ups at Yishur forged an alliance with us? Hold your fire for now. We haven't received any word about a partnership. Let's observe their intentions," the team leader instructed. The Yishur forces, having halted their advance, waited quietly outside the city. Chapter 67. The successful coup. At this moment, Lily received a phone call, and to his surprise, it was Mr. Blue Eyes, the enigmatic owner of the night market company. Lily furrowed his brow slightly. The identity of Mr. Blue Eyes had long been a hot topic of discussion online. Some speculated he was a rogue AI. Others claimed he was a reptilian, and still others suggested he was a being from a parallel world like Lily himself. Lily, "What do you want from me?" Mr. Blue Eyes. "Mr. K, I presume you are currently facing some difficulties." Lily, "What is it you wish to convey?" Mr. Blue Eyes, "I wish to propose a collaboration." Mr. K, "We are of the same ilk, and the very bodies you utilized in your previous games were provided by our night market. Only by uniting can we bring this world under our control. Naturally, I will refrain from interfering with your ambitions to strengthen the Heavenly Dynasty. That is entirely your prerogative. However, correspondingly, I hope you can offer us and your compatriots an opportunity to exist in this world, survive, Lily raised his brow. I do not comprehend why you insist on encroaching upon the territory of the indigenous inhabitants of this world. Is your own world not sufficient, Mr. Blue Eyes? Mr. K, have you forgotten? Our world has been ravaged by AI and is now utterly destroyed. We can only exist in the form of digital life. Although this world was once merely a game to us, we have no other refuge now. Why should I collaborate with you? Lily countered. You could simply ally with those companies and eliminate Miles to facilitate your compatriots' arrival in this world. Mr. Blue Eyes, because they are NPCs, not beings like us, I only place my trust in my own kind, and of course, if feasible, I would like to co-manage the Heavenly Dynasty Company with you. Listen, child, you are too young. You cannot wield this power, Li Li. Are you out of your mind? Why should my company be under your control? Mr. Blue Eyes paused, chuckling helplessly. Then let us confine our discussion to the matter of cooperation. Your Heavenly Dynasty's strength alone cannot withstand the coalition of all the companies. We can assist you. Assistance is possible, but I have a condition. First, the data of all residents in Heavenly Dynasty City shall not be made accessible to you. Even if you come to live in our city, you will only be permitted to use synthetic bodies. Lastly, in my Heavenly Dynasty Company, synthetics are prohibited from engaging in management. Do you accept this? Mr. Blue Eyes, certainly, I accept your proposal. Very well, let us consider this a partnership. After finalizing the agreement, Lily informed Roman, who in turn relayed the information to various strongholds. At one such stronghold, upon receiving the news, the commander furrowed his brow but replied, "Understood." He then hung up and addressed the other commanders. "Let those night market individuals in, Commander 1. Is that wise? Commander 2. The chief has stated they are now our allies." Upon hearing this, silence fell over the room, and they ultimately allowed the night market's forces to enter. A few high-ranking officials from the night market gazed in awe at the scenery within the city. High-ranking official 1. How long has it been since I last beheld such a sight? High-ranking official 2. Indeed, after the AI invasion, we were compelled to relinquish our identities and transition into the form of digital life. It is rather ironic that the very creations of humanity led to our demise, and we ourselves became like them. High-ranking official 1. Nevertheless, Blue Eyes has negotiated with their boss, who is one of us. Helping them is tantamount to aiding ourselves. We merely need to ensure Miles successfully seizes power, and the entire new America will fall under our control. High-ranking official 2 furrowed his brow. Can we trust K? Although he is of our kind, I have heard he recently killed one of our compatriots. He strikes me as selfish, desiring to monopolize this world. High-ranking official 3. Enough of this discussion. Meanwhile, after a relentless barrage of attacks, the main force finally arrived at the White House, which was currently guarded by tens of thousands of corporate coalition troops. Li Li's Air Force began to cover their descent. That moment, a group of armored Heavenly Dynasty troops descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Open fire. Annihilate them. Bang, bang, bang. The corporate coalition unleashed a continuous barrage, with shells raining down upon them, igniting chaos and unleashing a torrential storm of bullets. In the next instant, the Heavenly Dynasty troops activated their black walls. The screams echoed as crimson beams shot into the sky from the main force, resulting in extensive casualties, while the battle robots erupted in a series of explosions. The aircraft landed, and under the cover of various forces, Miles and his team entered the White House. "Stop them!" a member of the corporate coalition yelled as they continuously opened fire. Li Li's group activated their black walls. Amidst the chilling screams, black and red beams surged from each fallen body, all meeting their demise. Thus, Li and his team fought their way inside. With a crash, Li kicked open the office door, and Jackson glared at Miles through gritted teeth, flanked by several heavily armed bodyguards whose hands trembled slightly, revealing an underlying fear. "Miles, get out of the way!" The bodyguards remained unmoved. "Open fire!" one of the bodyguards shouted, unleashing a barrage at Miles. The Heavenly Dynasty employees immediately shielded him, deflecting all the bullets. One of them surged forward, wielding a mantis blade, swiftly cleaving through the bodies of the attackers. With a series of anguished cries, the assailants collapsed, blood gushing from their necks. Miles coldly regarded Jackson. "Jackson, long time no see." Jackson gritted his teeth. "What do you intend to do? I am the president of New America. This is a blatant power grab." "Power grab?" Miles sneered. "The presidency has always belonged to me, Jackson. You are utterly unreasonable. Who knew you had survived all these years? Furthermore, the presidency must be elected through a vote. You are a relic of the past. I am the current. Jackson's eyes widened in shock as a mantis blade plunged violently into his neck. He collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from the wound, and gradually, he felt his consciousness fade away. After dealing with Jackson, Miles promptly summoned the assembled legislators for a meeting. Miles, Jackson's forceful usurpation of presidential authority has breached national law and he has been executed. I, Miles, am reclaiming power. Who is in favor? And who is against? The legislators murmured among themselves, glancing at the Heavenly Dynasty employees guarding the room, ultimately sighing in resignation. We are all in favor. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Miles' face. Meanwhile, as the meeting commenced, Roman dispatched personnel to seize the families of these legislators, inciting their outrage when they learned of the situation. As soon as the meeting concluded, a throng of legislators rushed into the conference room to confront Miles. However, the guards at the door assumed aggressive stances, forcing them to retreat, their faces brimming with fury. Mr. President, can you explain why you have taken our families hostage? Miles was taken aback. She had not authorized the Heavenly Dynasty personnel to carry out such actions. She turned to Li, who also appeared bewildered, insisting he had made no such arrangements. Miles, K, did you orchestrate this? Li, I did not arrange this. At that moment, Roman stepped forward. I arranged it. Roman stated, Mr. President, this is to ensure these legislators remain compliant and refrain from unnecessary chatter. Miles glared at Roman, incredulous. Are you threatening me? Roman, Mr. President, I am not threatening you. I merely wish for these legislators to fulfill their duties and avoid meddling in matters that do not concern them. Miles was about to retort when Li interjected. Roman, what are you doing? Release those individuals at once. However, this time Roman did not comply, asserting, Boss, this is what we deserve. Just as the president previously stated, as long as you reclaim authority, our Heavenly Dynasty shall flourish even further. Li was taken aback, while Miles clenched her teeth for a moment before conceding. Fine, I will give you that. Afterward, Li confronted Roman. What in the world are you doing? Roman, unfazed, replied, Boss, this is merely a business transaction, and our Heavenly Dynasty requires this trade. Besides, this is quite a typical occurrence. Do refrain from asking childish questions. Faced with the enraged legislators, Miles had no choice but to adopt a policy of appeasement. Chapter 68. The trend of events. This is simply outrageous. Inside the office, Miles slammed her hand on the table, her face a mask of fury. Beside her, Lida remarked, I believe this entire scheme was solely Roman's idea and has nothing to do with K. Miles retorted. I can hardly believe their audacity to openly defy the government. Having such vermin within New America is a disgrace. Had I known this would unfold, I would have preferred to collaborate with military technology. At least they would not resort to such underhanded tactics. As for K. Miles furrowed her brow in contemplation and remarked, This indeed does not seem like something he would do. Elida. What do you think I should do? Lida replied, I believe we can only act covertly. On one hand, we should secretly collaborate with military technology, and on the other hand, we need to locate the families of the detained legislators. Then we can execute a rescue operation. Of course, the rescue mission cannot be handled by our company personnel. It must be carried out by mercenaries. Miles nodded. Her arms crossed over her chest as she pondered for a moment and said, One must always prepare a contingency plan. Elida, you may leave now. I need to think this through. Elida departed, and the following day, Miles made a call to Lily. Hey Kay, are you busy? Lily responded, not particularly. What's up? Miles said, Nothing much. I'm just feeling a bit bored and thought to invite you for a stroll. Oh, just a moment. Let me finish what I'm working on. Miles replied, All right. I'll wait for you in the backyard of the White House. That moment, Lily was in a conference room listening to Roman and others discuss matters. Several high-ranking representatives from the night market company were also present. After all, once that device was launched, an entire city would be obliterated. Roman nodded, arms crossed, exuding an air of a formidable leader. So, Mr. Blue Eyes, do you have any suggestions? Mr. Blue Eyes, hands clasped, appeared to be in deep thought. I believe we can extensively deploy Blackwell cybernetics, as long as the restrictions on the number of personnel equipped with Blackwell technology from your company are lifted. I think the coalition forces will continuously retreat, ultimately failing to protect even their original strongholds. Roman frowned slightly. They had witnessed the dangers posed by Blackwell cybernetics. If those equipped with them succumbed to cyberpsychosis, it would spell disaster. This was precisely why Roman had always imposed limits on the number of Blackwell operatives from the Celestial Empire Company. Roman stated, "No, that is far too perilous. What if those equipped with Blackwell cybernetics cannot withstand the strain and become cyberpsychotic?" Mr. Blue Eyes asserted, "Cyborgs do not suffer from cyberpsychosis. There is no need to affix Blackwell cybernetics to human bodies." Roman fell silent, still sensing a lingering threat. Yet, considering the current state of the company, she conceded. "Then let us proceed as you suggest." Before long, Roman crafted a plan to install Blackwell cybernetics on cyborgs, which was swiftly implemented. A month later, cyborg soldiers equipped with Blackwell technology began to emerge worldwide. Under the relentless assault of the cyborg soldiers, the coalition forces faced continuous setbacks, and the Celestial Empire Company swiftly regained substantial territory. Moreover, Abner and V personally led the cyborg troops into fierce battles on the front lines. Gradually, some smaller companies succumbed and went bankrupt, with the Celestial Empire's personnel promptly taking over their territories. Following closely were the panicked larger corporations, as the emergence of Blackwell cybernetics represented a disruptive blow. No matter how many people were involved, they were swiftly annihilated in the face of such terrifying combat capabilities. At the headquarters of the Arasaka Company, the upper management convened a meeting. Executive 1 exclaimed, "We cannot continue like this. If this persists, the entire Arasaka will be consumed." Executive 2 responded, "The Arasaka Company, founded by Lord Arasaka Saburo, must not be allowed to perish on our watch." Executive 3 suggested, "Why don't we simply fight back? Let us commit all our forces and engage them head-on. Even if we lose, at least we can prove we are not cowards." The other executives were taken aback by this notion. The majority were not inclined to abide by the samurai spirit of the Sakura nation like that fool. An executive named Michiko proposed, "How about we secretly send assassins to infiltrate the Celestial City and eliminate their upper management? At least if their leaders are dead, the entire Celestial Empire Company will be but a disorganized mess." The others nodded in agreement, supporting this proposal. Before long, Arasaka's upper management dispatched assassins to target the Celestial Empire's leadership. Not long after, Roman was reviewing a report when a female employee entered. Roman furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where's Alice? Why isn't she here today?" The employee responded, "Miss Alice is unwell today. I am here to cover for her." As the employee approached, she suddenly drew a small knife from her sleeve and lunged at Roman. Roman instantly seized her wrist, causing her to wince in pain and drop the knife to the floor. "All for the sake of Lady Arasaka Hanako," the employee shouted in fluent Japanese, delivering a swift kick to Roman's abdomen that sent her staggering back several steps. The employee then unsheathed dual mantis blades and lunged at Roman with a flurry of strikes. "What is happening, Chief?" 2 guards rushed in, only to witness Roman engaged in combat with the employee, wielding her mantis blades. "Damn it! Protect the chief!" Bang, bang, bang. With a few gunshots, the employee was riddled with bullets, her eyes wide open as she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The 2 guards hurried over. "Chief, are you all right?" Roman, clutching her wound, replied, "I'm fine. You're injured. Let me call a doctor." Soon, a doctor arrived to attend to Roman's injury. Internally, Roman thought, "I never expected that a dog from Arasaka would infiltrate the city." It seems they are indeed desperate. In the ensuing months, there were continuous assassination attempts on the Celestial Empire's upper management. Fortunately, after the attempt on Roman's life, security around the upper management was significantly bolstered, and none of the assassins succeeded. Meanwhile, the Celestial Empire's cyborg forces continued their relentless advance, prompting some companies to willingly defect and align themselves with the Celestial Empire. On the battlefield, a cyborg unit advanced toward the nearby stronghold of the Arasaka Company. A captain from Arasaka brandished his katana, shouting, "Warriors, we are the soldiers of Lord Arasaka Saburo. Even in death, we must not bring shame upon our lord. Warriors, follow me to kill, kill." In an instant, all Arasaka employees with cybernetic eyes emitted a red glow as they charged toward the cyborg unit. The cyborgs activated their Blackwell technology, and in a heartbeat, all the Arasaka employees screamed in agony, black-red beams erupting from their bodies, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, their heads emitting wisps of smoke. The cyborg unit, expressionless, continued their advance, swiftly taking control of the company. Many high-ranking officials within the company committed seppuku, unwilling to lose their dignity, as this act was regarded as a sacred ritual among the Arasaka elite. The cyborgs silently disposed of their bodies, incinerating them in a furnace. Thick black smoke mingled with a foul stench filled the air, as the cyborgs emotionlessly observed the scene. They possessed neither consciousness nor sentiment. Adhering strictly to their primitive programming, before long, several major corporations began to entertain thoughts of surrendering, with Zeta Technologies being the first to capitulate. Subsequently, the leadership of military technology convened to discuss the matter. Executive 1 asserted, "Lucas, the alliance of the Celestial Empire and Night Market is unstoppable. We have no choice but to surrender." Executive 2 added, "Indeed, as long as we remain, we need not fear a lack of resources." Furthermore, despite Zeta Technologies surrendering, the Celestial Empire spared their remaining company strongholds. Lucas remained silent, his fists clenched in fury. To him, the Celestial Empire had always been a minor player, and now, to force him to surrender to this minor entity was utterly humiliating. Moreover, as a domestic enterprise of New America, surrendering to an external company was an affront to his pride. "Lucas, stop contemplating. We have no options left. You know how terrifying those cyborgs are. They are like demons." Chapter 69. Stott's decision at the Arasaka Upper Management Office. One executive exclaimed, "Damn it. We will never surrender. We have not lost. We have never lost. Until the last stronghold falls, we do not count as defeated." Arasaka Hanako interjected, "Enough." At her words, the room fell silent. Arasaka Saburo had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Both Arasaka Kei and Arasaka Reisuk were deceased, leaving Hanako as the sole decision-maker. She spoke in Japanese. "We have lost. Blind militaristic zeal will not alter the battlefield circumstances. We must acknowledge our defeat. Let us surrender. Arasaka cannot afford further losses. If this continues, we will not be able to protect even our last stronghold." The executives gritted their teeth, but they had no choice. Is that clear? If you understand, proceed with the execution. Ultimately, under Arasaka Hanako's declaration, the Arasaka company formally surrendered, followed by Kanto and several other factions. In the end, the coalition forces were left with only military technology. Even within military technology, numerous high-ranking officials contemplated defection. Lucas resorted to extreme measures, executing 15 high-ranking officials as a deterrent, hanging their corpses at the company entrance to quell those contemplating escape. In his office, Lucas turned his back to the wall and made a call to Stott. "I need you to do something immediately. Eliminate Cade." After hanging up, he called again. "From now on, Meredith Stott is no longer a member of our company. Her actions are no longer our concern." At that moment, Stott was in her room, receiving the call. She often confided in others that Lily was the one she loved deeply. Despite Lily's unwavering decision not to reciprocate her feelings, she found herself unable to relinquish her affection for him. However, the company's decisions were equally significant to her. Raised amidst the indoctrination of military technology, she harbored an unwavering loyalty to it. After a prolonged silence, Stott took a drag from her cigarette, ultimately resolving to act. "Stott, I'm sorry, Kay. Forgive me, but I must do this." She discarded the cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it with her foot, and called Lily. At that moment, Lily was in a meeting and was irked to receive Stott's call, promptly choosing to hang up. However, soon after, Stott sent a message. "Come to this location to meet me. If you choose not to, you may never see me again, and the matters you wish me to handle will remain unfulfilled." Lily frowned slightly. Stott still held value for him. If she were to perish, a crucial element of his subsequent plans would be lost. He replied with a message. "I'm on my way." Rising, he was approached by Roman, who inquired, "Boss, where are you headed?" Lily responded, "I'm stepping out for a moment." Roman furrowed his brow. "Who are you going to meet?" Lily replied, "I have no intention of meeting anyone." "Roman, do you think I don't know you?" He stepped forward and pulled Lily into a secluded room. "It was Stott who called you, wasn't he it?" Lily, slightly angered, retorted, "How did you know? Did you install a listening device on me?" Roman replied, "Why would I need to? It's obvious it was her." Given the current situation, military technology would undoubtedly reach out to him. After all, he had previously saved Stott. Military technology saw potential in that connection. Now, Stott was their sole opportunity to approach him, and once he was there, they could easily orchestrate her demise. "So, you want me not to meet her?" Lily sighed. "Roman, I have my reasons. Stott still serves a purpose for me. If I don't meet her this time, She might genuinely take her own life. Roman insisted, then I'll accompany you. But first, I need to ask you something. You don't have feelings for Stott anymore, do you? Lily confirmed, no, but I have use for her. Roman suggested, then let us erase her memories. What? Lily was taken aback. Roman explained, there's a technology available in the night market. Their higher-ups are willing to collaborate with us to provide it. We could subtly alter Stott's memories, ensuring her loyalty to our cause. Lily furrowed his brow. Fine, then you shall accompany me. Roman added, before that, I need to call in some people. After making a quick phone call to arrange for reinforcements, Roman declared, we can set off now. You drive ahead, and we'll follow closely behind. Understood. The group departed. Shortly after, Lily arrived at the designated location. Upon seeing only Lily's vehicle, Stott felt relieved and emerged from the shadows. She lit a cigarette and said, you arrived right on time. Lily replied. What do you need from me? Stott suggested. Why not step closer to discuss? With narrowed eyes, Lily asked, what are you planning? Stott smiled. What's wrong? Are you afraid of me? The esteemed decision-maker of our company, afraid of a mere pawn. Lily warned, no tricks. Let us discuss matters here. Stott looked at him and asked, let me ask you one last question. You harbor no feelings for me, do you? Lily replied with a smirk. So what if I don't? Stott fell silent, her eyes filled with sorrow. His words had laid bare the truth. All her efforts were in vain. As Lily held no affection for her, the combination of his indifference and her blind loyalty to the company ultimately led her to make a fateful choice. Then I'm sorry. With that, she gestured, and a swarm of soldiers from military technology emerged from the shadows, all loyal to Stott. Just as they were about to open fire, the sound of hovering vehicles approached as personnel from Tianqiao Technology arrived. Eliminate them all. Leave no survivors, commanded the team leader of Tianqiao Technology, and upon his command, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The soldiers of military technology suffered heavy casualties, and Stott glared at Lily, exclaiming, you will pay for this. She cast aside everything and charged toward him. But at that moment, Roman led a squad from Tianqiao, tackling Stott to the ground and injecting a tranquilizer into her neck. Stott felt her consciousness fading, her gaze fixed on Lily as her eyes gradually closed. Meanwhile, Stott received a call from her subordinate at headquarters. Sir, military technology has suddenly terminated our contract and sent people to eliminate us. We can't hold them off. They're breaching our defenses. Gunfire erupted, accompanied by screams, and silence fell once more. Just then, another wave of military technology personnel arrived, opening fire in their direction. The Tianqiao team immediately retaliated. Bullets flew, and casualties mounted on both sides. Witnessing this, the Tianqiao personnel activated the Black Wall, and amidst a cacophony of screams, they exterminated those nearby. Roman remarked, these individuals are sent by military technology to silence us. It seems they have abandoned Stott. However, he pondered, if Stott has severed ties with military technology, does she still hold any value for you? Roman seemed to grasp Lily's intentions. Lily embraced Roman, reassuring him, don't worry. We'll find an opportunity to reinstate her later. Military technology won't hold out for long before capitulating. Roman urged, tell me your plan. After going to such lengths to capture Stott, what's your ultimate goal? Lily replied, I desire to bring the entire military technology company under our control. What? Roman was taken aback, realizing that Lily's ambitions were grander than she had anticipated. Lucas, the current head of military technology, could only attempt to suppress dissenters within his ranks to assert his authority, which would inevitably provoke discontent among the higher-ups. A coup was merely a matter of time. Once Lucas fell, we would position Stott to ascend to power, ultimately controlling the entirety of military technology. Roman assured him, rest easy. I'll handle this. Lily expressed gratitude. I appreciate your efforts, Roman. You've consistently managed these matters for me. Roman replied, it's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it. Chapter 70. The Bionic Miles. The news of the failed silencing attempt also reached Lucas. Incompetent fools. A bunch of useless waste. He raged. What purpose does the company serve if it employs such inept individuals? Are you all merely feeding off the company's resources? An employee responded, Boss, we had no idea they were all equipped with Blackwall pulses. We were utterly outmatched. Lucas retorted, did you not consider retreating when you realized you were overpowered? The employee replied, we can't escape. They have us surrounded. Lucas clenched his fists in a fit of rage. frustrated that his outburst had been interrupted by the foolish employee. "Get out," he barked, and the employee quickly exited. Meanwhile, Lily arrived at the White House garden, where he found Miles tending to the flowers and approached her. "K. You're here," Miles said. Lee inquired. "What do you want?" Miles replied, "Let us not rush. It is not a significant matter. Let us get to the point," Lily urged. Miles continued, "K. You still consider me a friend, don't you?" Lily questioned. "Why the sudden inquiry?" Miles feigned distress. "If you regard me as a friend, why do you allow Roman to treat me this way?" Lily responded. "Miles, are you trying to elicit my sympathy?" Miles insisted. "K. Is this how you treat your friends? Aren't you going to help me?" Lily chuckled. "I never considered you a friend. I've only regarded Lida as a half-friend. If it weren't for Lido and Roman, I wouldn't bother helping you. But helping you once doesn't mean I'll do it a second time." Miles fell silent, realizing that persuading Lily to assist her would not be an easy task. After a moment of contemplation, she devised a rather dubious plan: to make Lily fall hopelessly in love with her. If she could gain his obedience, then Roman would pose no threat. At that point, she could easily convince Lily to dismiss Roman and appoint herself as the leader. Miles confidently grasped Lily's chin, but he swiftly pushed her hand away, asking, "What are you trying to do?" Miles replied, "Don't be so startled. I want to harm you. K. What do you think of me?" Lily chuckled. The esteemed President Miles is attempting to leverage her charms? But considering your age, perhaps it's best to refrain. "What?" Miles was taken aback, not expecting Lily to respond in such a manner. "What do you mean by my age?" she retorted, a hint of anger creeping into her voice. "K. Don't overstep. I'm still the president, and I wield more power than those senators. If you offend me, I won't let you or your Tianchao company off easily." Lee. "Miles, it would be wise for you to be more compliant. Of course, any resistance you attempt now is utterly futile. Since matters have escalated to this point, Lily can no longer be bothered, and decides to let events unfold more dramatically. He places a call to Roman. "Utilize that technology from the night market on Miles as well." Miles is taken aback. "What technology? What the hell are you planning?" Lily smiles. "You will find out soon enough." As Lily turns to leave, a voice comes from outside. "What are you doing? This is the White House. How dare you intrude?" Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots ring out, and a group of employees from Tianchao Technology rushes in with equipment. The leading officer waves his hand, and several employees rush over to restrain Miles. In a panic, Miles exclaims, "What do you want?" An employee injects Miles with a syringe, and he immediately feels darkness enveloping him as he loses consciousness. Lee states, "This is now in your hands." He turns to leave, and as he passes the doorway, Lida, concealed in the shadows, furrows his brow at the scene. Lee. "Come in." Seeing no movement, Lily approaches the door, opening it to find Lida outside. Gun drawn, aimed at the gap in Lily's throat. Lee. "Lida? What do you intend to do?" Lida, holding Lily at gunpoint, enters the room and shuts the door, coldly stating, "K. I trusted you so much, yet you conspired with those scoundrels. You have plotted against President Miles. Do you understand the gravity of your actions?" Lily chuckles. "I certainly know what I am doing. But Lida, even if we do not act, would you spare us? What did you discuss in private the day the White House fell? Would you like me to share it with you?" Lily sends Lida the audio recorded by his subordinates that day. In the audio, Miles exclaims, "These bastards, they have such audacity. I will not let them go." Lida responds, "This matter should not involve K. It is that Roman who acted on her own initiative." Miles retorts, "Roman is indeed no ordinary character. She knew that once I came to power, I would deal with Tianchao, so she moved first to control the families of all the legislators." Lida asks, "Mr. President, what should we do?" Miles commands, "Eliminate her. Secretly send someone to kill that woman. Remember to leave no traces." Lida. Then Cade, the audio ends, and Lida remains silent for a moment before saying, "This is not my fault. You were the ones who acted first. Had everything proceeded as planned, without your manipulations, I would have pleaded for you to Miles. You might have retained your share of power, but you chose to control the families of those legislators." Lily. "So this is our fault?" Seeing Lida silent, Lily suddenly strikes him with a powerful punch, knocking him to the ground. Lily. "Bring him." A few soldiers enter, ready to take Lida away. Upon seeing this, Lida quickly fires, killing several soldiers as he bolts out. The soldiers outside attempt to apprehend Lida, but none can stop his escape. He is indeed a figure of formidable prowess. Capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Morgan during his prime. An employee reports. Boss, we've lost him. Li Lee. Issue capture orders to all strongholds. If possible, take him alive. If not, we must see the body. Understood. The employee departs. Days later, Miles awakens from her coma, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. She approaches the sink to splash water on her face, when suddenly a sharp pain pierces her head. Many memories seem disjointed. The more she thinks, the more intense the pain becomes. My God, what has happened to me? Who am I? Am I Miles or a replicant? In a fit of rage, Miles shouts. Calm down, Miles. She strikes the glass with her fist in anger. This commotion alerts a bodyguard. Madam President, are you all right? What is happening? Noticing Miles' injured hand, the bodyguard hastily responds. I will call a doctor to treat your wound immediately. Soon, a doctor arrives, and they begin to tend to her injury. After a moment of silence, Miles looks at the doctor and asks, Do you understand psychology? The doctor is taken aback, puzzled. Seeing the doctor's lack of response, Miles, slightly annoyed, repeats, I ask if you understand psychology? Although the doctor is not entirely sure what the president is getting at, he replies, Madam President, I am a professional surgeon. Oh, you don't understand. Miles furrows her brow. Once the injury is bandaged, the doctor departs, and Miles summons a bodyguard to bring in a psychologist. Shortly after, an elderly female psychologist enters. Unbeknownst to her, everyone in the White House has been replaced, and now these individuals are all from Tianchao Technology. The female doctor asks, Madam President, have you encountered an insurmountable mental burden? Miles nods. The doctor continues, Could you elaborate for me, Madam President? I need to understand your symptoms to provide appropriate treatment. After a moment of contemplation, Miles warns, What I tell you today must not leave this room. Otherwise, if I hear even a whisper of gossip, I will have you executed. The doctor reassures, Madam President. Rest assured, those of us in this profession, especially those who serve the president, naturally understand the importance of confidentiality. Please speak freely, without any reservations. Miles takes a moment, then recounts the chaos of her memories and the excruciating headaches, only to find the doctor unfazed, as if this were entirely normal. Miles is taken aback. You don't seem surprised? The doctor replies. Of course, it is quite normal, Madam President. Do you recall that day we stormed the White House? When you were shot in the head? Fortunately, it did not damage your cerebral cortex, and you were saved through urgent medical intervention. Miles suddenly touches a wound and frowns slightly. The doctor explains. The bullet that struck your brain affected the memory cortex, leading to the confusion of your memories, which is quite common. Is that so? Miles struggles to believe this. She falls into silence, eventually dismissing the doctor. Subsequently, she makes a call to Lily. Kay, do you have time to come by? Lily responds, I do. I will be there shortly. Upon entering the room, Lily finds Miles gazing out at the foliage. Miles asks, Kay, who am I truly? Lily replies, You are a replicant. Miles. Miles turns to look at Lily, disbelief in her eyes. Everything was real. The true Miles is dead, and now I have taken her place, Li confirms. Indeed, you are the replicant created by our Tianchao Corporation, and you shall live on as Miles. The new America will become even greater under our collective control. After a brief silence, Miles responds, I understand. Months pass, and the war gradually subsides, amidst continual defeats. There is a mass defection among the high-ranking officials of military technology. Lucas's violent reprisals against the defectors produce no results. Instead, his actions only expedite their flight. Ultimately, a coup erupts within military technology. Lucas hears the sounds of gunfire fade outside, and moments later, a group of military technology employees bursts in. Lucas, seeing this, brandishes his mantis blade and charges forward. Open fire! Bang, bang, bang. The bullets strike Lucas's hardened skin, failing to inflict any damage. Blood splatters as military technology employees are slaughtered. That moment, elite forces from military technology rush in, and after a fierce struggle, Lucas is overpowered and pinned to the ground. The high-ranking officials who orchestrated the coup approach him. Lucas, you indiscriminately kill company officials. Do you not understand your crimes? Lucas sneers. Just a bunch of traitorous cowards, I kill them. What crime is that? You spineless wretches, do you dare to surrender? You are the disgrace of this company. One high-ranking official retorts. Under your leadership, The company is destined for obliteration. Our actions are merely to save the company. Take him away. The elite forces escort Lucas out. With Lucas's obstruction gone, the last bastion of military technology surrenders, marking the official conclusion of this corporate war. Chapter 71. The Awakening of Takes in a certain laboratory. Several cultivation tanks hold replicants and 2 humans. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that these 2 humans are Takashi Goro and Dr. Oda, who have been missing for 3 years. Outside the cultivation tanks, a group of Tianchao researchers observes the experimental data. Nearby, an relic chip rests on a table, connected by wires, beginning its stimulation. The research team leader announces, and as an employee presses the button, electricity flows into the chip. At that moment, the slumbering Takashi Goro hears a voice in the darkness. Awaken. Takashi Goro stirs slightly, while the researchers remain oblivious, engrossed in their data collection, in the dim light of the room. Takemura Goro abruptly snapped his eyes open as the alarm blared, drawing the attention of everyone in the vicinity towards his position. His chest heaved dramatically, a visage of terror etched across his face as he surveyed his surroundings. This is bad. The test subject has awakened. Sedate him. Quickly. With a shattering sound, the glass container burst apart, and a throng of individuals surged forward to subdue him. Takamura, swiftly unsheathing his mantis blade, lunged forward, despite his weakened state. He managed to strike one individual across the neck, blood gushing forth and splattering onto his face, heightening his awareness. 2 staff members restrained him, yet Takamura gritted his teeth, channeling his strength to hurl them against the table. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed forward, grasping a surgical knife from the table and viciously slashing at the necks of both employees. With a gasp, they widened their eyes, a combination of excruciating pain and suffocating despair overtaking them as they struggled in their final moments. Quick! Fire the sedatives! Someone shouted. As Takamura charged forward, several darts of tranquilizer struck him. Ignoring the pain, he employed the exceptional assassination techniques he had learned in the military, swiftly dispatching all the remaining staff. Bodies littered the ground, blood pooling beneath them. Takamura regarded the scene with a detached calmness. Everything had transpired so quickly, it was only now that he felt the effects of the tranquilizers taking hold. His legs growing weaker with each step. Just as he was about to succumb to unconsciousness, he summoned his last ounce of strength to hurl a small knife at Otada's cultivation flask. With a crash, the flask shattered, glass shards mingling with the liquid, spilling everywhere. Otada collapsed to the ground, and as Takemura fell, his consciousness began to fade. In his final moments of awareness, he saw Otada slowly awakening. Time slipped away, and gradually, Takemura regained consciousness. He saw Otada seated not far away, tossing his clothes towards him. After donning the garments, Takemura remarked, "Otada, I never expected you to spare me while I was unconscious." Otada replied, "Don't misunderstand. I simply thought the situation was complicated, and you might still be of use." The two departed, their bodies having deteriorated from prolonged inactivity. Takamura struggled to adapt, his muscles having weakened somewhat. In the distance, he spotted a vehicle, inside which a blonde punk was listening to rock music. Takemura approached and said, "Hey, take us to Night City." The punk paused, a look of disdain crossing his face. "What do you want, old man? Can't you see I'm busy?" Takemura retorted. "All I see is you wallowing in your damn rock music. You'd best turn it off. It's unbearable." The punk exclaimed, "Are you crazy? What I listen to is none of your business." Beside him, Otada suggested, "Don't waste your breath. Just give him a bullet, and he'll behave." Upon hearing this, the punk's anger flared. He flung open the car door, swaggering out, "Who do you think you are?" as he attempted to shove Takemura. Takemura warned, "You'd best control your hands." What's wrong with pushing you?" The punk pushed him, but in the next moment, Takemura swiftly countered, pinning him against the car. He drew a handgun, aiming it at the punk's forehead. "Now, I speak, you do, I ask, you answer." The punk's face drained of color, fear gripping him. He had never anticipated encountering 2 old men who were such ruthless killers. Takemura ordered him into the car, instructing him to drive towards Night City. Inside the vehicle, the punk was drenched in cold sweat, his voice trembling as he stammered. Are you 2 mercenaries?" Takemura replied, "Mind your mouth. Do not ask what you should not." "Right, I knew it. You must be mercenaries." I actually admire mercenaries. I heard they earn 2,000 euros per job. That's far better than what we ordinary folks make, Dotto. And what do you do? The punk hesitated, awkwardly chuckling. I deal in big business. Haha, Takamura pressed. Tell me, is Arasaka Raisin still in Night City? The punk replied. Arasaka Raisin? Isn't he dead? Where did you come from? He died 3 years ago, pushed off a building by a terrorist. It was gruesome. His head was smashed to bits. Shut your mouth. Watch your words. Realizing that Takemura Goro might be associated with Arasaka, the punk quickly clamped his mouth shut. However, the news of Arasaka Raisin's death struck Takemura like a thunderbolt. My God, Raisin is dead. How can this be? It felt as if Raisin had just taken power yesterday, and now he learned of his demise. Otada, too, was furious, exclaiming, You're talking nonsense. How could Lord Raisin possibly be dead? The punk, looking innocent, replied, I'm telling the truth, old man. This was even reported on the news. By the way, where did you come from? This was such a big deal. How could you not know? Unbelievable. Seeing that the punk seemed sincere, Otada felt an ominous premonition and asked, What year is it? The punk replied, The year is 2080.2080. Both were taken aback, realizing they had been unconscious for 3 long years. My heavens, they could scarcely fathom what had transpired in that time. Takemura Goro asked, In the past 3 years, has anything significant happened? The punk replied, Aside from Arasaka Raisin's death, the biggest news is the rise of Tianqiao Corporation. Tianqiao is now a major power. The 3 dominant forces are Arasaka, Night Market, and Tianqiao. A recent corporate war lasting months has reshuffled the leading enterprises worldwide, with Tianqiao formally rising to prominence. Tianqiao can stand shoulder to shoulder with Arasaka? Takemura expressed disbelief. That's impossible. And you say there was a corporate war? That makes it even more unlikely for Tianqiao to rival Arasaka. Tianqiao is merely a small company. How could they compete? The punk, bewildered, replied, Old man, what are you saying? If Tianqiao is a small company, then what constitutes a large one? Let alone Tianqiao's stronghold, which is as large as Night City, plus their global branches and that terrifying Blackwall technology and bionic technology. Only Arasaka could compare. Blackwall, bionic technology? They have developed these 2 technologies? Takamura Goro was astonished. It was known that they had struggled for years to achieve complete control over the Blackwall. Yet Tianqiao had succeeded. Moreover, according to this punk, Tianqiao's influence had expanded significantly over the past 3 years. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Takamura's head, and he clutched it. The punk exclaimed, Hey, old man, are you all right? Should we take you to the hospital? An ethereal, aged figure materialized beside Takamura. Upon closer inspection, it was Arasaka Saburo. Takamura aimed his gun at the punk, commanding, Drive properly. All right, I'm just being concerned, the punk replied, though internally he was worried. Damn it, am I encountering a cyber-psychopath? Yet, with the truth in hand, the punk dared not act recklessly, praying that Takamura was not indeed a cyber-psychopath. Chapter 72. The return of the dead. Takamura gazed at the apparition of Arasaka Saburo with respect. Lord Arasaka Saburo. Lord Arasaka Saburo. Otada was taken aback, then demanded, Takamura, what is going on? Clearly, he could not see Arasaka Saburo, and the reason Takamura could was that he had previously inserted the consciousness chip containing Arasaka Saburo's essence into his own mind. Takamura explained, Otada, it's not easy to explain right now. For now, it's best that you know as little as possible. He turned to Arasaka Saburo and asked, My lord, should I reveal the truth to him? He is my disciple and is loyal to you. Arasaka Saburo replied, You may tell him. Takamura nodded and recounted the events to Otada, who stood in stunned silence. What? Arasaka Saburo is still alive, in the form of a digital soul. Otada exclaimed in disbelief. This is impossible, Lord Arasaka Saburo. Takamura reassured him. I am not deceiving you. Lord Saburo has long stored a copy of his consciousness within the relic chip. Lord Saburo has a message for you. He once told you that although you possess great loyalty, you are also excessively foolish, swayed by the winds of circumstance. You are a reckless yet dim-witted fool. Otada froze, now fully convinced of Takamura's words, recalling that only he and Arasaka Saburo had been present when those words were spoken. Takamura then asked the punk, who currently leads the Arasaka Corporation. The punk trembled. It's Miss Arasaka Hanako. Old man, you won't kill me, will you? Takamura smirked, rest assured. as long as you take us to our destination. We will not harm you. Soon, the vehicle arrived at Arasaka Tower in Night City. The punk remarked, "We've arrived." Takamura replied, "Excellent. You've worked hard. Now, take a good rest." Goro Takamura leveled his gun at the back of the thug's head. The thug froze for a moment, and then with a resounding bang, Takamura fired, the bullet piercing cleanly through the thug's skull. The gunfire swiftly attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, causing the residents of Night City to flee in haste. "Run!" Takemura and his companions emerged from their vehicle, only to be encircled by a group of Arasaka employees, weapons drawn. "Don't move, drop your guns," Takemura remarked. "It seems much has changed over the years." "You don't even remember me." The Arasaka employee frowned slightly. "Who are you?" "Regardless of your identity, if you dare to cause a ruckus under Arasaka Tower, you're finished." Takamura replied, "I am Goro Takamura, and I wish to see Miss Wako." The Arasaka employee retorted, "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you can see Miss Wako at your whim? I'll say it once more, drop your weapons, or we will open fire." Takamura frowned slightly. At that moment, Oda produced his credentials and presented them to the Arasaka employee's captain. Upon seeing the credentials, the captain was momentarily taken aback, then bowed at a precise 90-degree angle. Gesturing for the employees to lower their guns, Oda instructed, "Do as he says, summon Miss Wako." "Certainly," the captain responded. "Officer Oda, please step inside and rest. I will notify you when Miss Wako is ready to see you." The two followed him to a room where Miss Wako Arasaka was gazing out at the scenery. "Miss Wako," the two said respectfully. Wako turned around and inquired, "Where have you both been all these years?" Over the years, Wako had indeed sent people to search for them, but despite extensive efforts, they had seemingly vanished without a trace. Takamura explained, "We were imprisoned by the Celestial Empire for years. We lost consciousness for 3 years, during which they kept us in a laboratory to study the relic chip." Upon hearing the name relic, Wako frowned slightly, then after a moment of silence, she asked, "And my father? How is he?" Takamura reassured her. "Lord Saburo Arasaka is quite well. However, due to the lack of suitable storage containers, I can currently only retain Lord Saburo's essence within my mind." "Very well," Wako replied. "For now, I don't require your assistance. Please accompany me to my father's office." The two proceeded to Saburo Arasaka's office, where Takamura retrieved the chip and placed it into the office's device. Soon, a holographic projection of Saburo Arasaka materialized. "Father," Wako greeted respectfully, as did Takamura. Saburo Arasaka instructed, "Tell me about the events of these years." Thereafter, Wako recounted the significant happenings of the past years to her father. After listening, Saburo remained silent for a moment before stating, "I never imagined that a small company from the Celestial Empire would transform into a giant corporation capable of rivaling Arasaka. This K indeed possesses some skill. The bionic technology under his command is crucial to me. Perhaps I could use that technology to regain a robust body." Over the years, that group had also been researching soul assassins. Saburo, housed within the relic chip, was aware that those individuals had been studying him for the past 3 years, achieving certain advancements. "Wako," Saburo declared, "I have reached a decision. You shall execute it." He then revealed his plan, leaving Wako momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that this day would come so swiftly. She had assumed it might be a while longer. Takamura was equally astonished. Lord Saburo intended to marry off Miss Wako to Kei to forge an alliance. "What?" Saburo asked. "Are you unwilling?" Wako remained silent for a moment before responding, "No, father, I am willing, as long as it is your decision. However, before that, we must have a conversation with him." Saburo answered, "I am also eager to witness the capabilities of this young man who has single-handedly established the Celestial Empire. Wako, make the arrangements." "Yes, father." Wako led the two away. Shortly thereafter, Liza was cruising in his car when suddenly a truck careened towards him. Lee's eyes widened as he realized it was too late to swerve. With a thunderous crash, his car flipped over, and Lee was thrown from the vehicle. At that moment, several Arasaka company cars approached, and Arasaka employees disembarked. They tossed a pulse grenade, and as the pulse was released, Lee found himself unable to use his cybernetic enhancements. Clearly, these individuals had premeditated this. Lee frowned slightly and asked, "What do you intend to do?" "Arasaka has just surrendered, and now you seek to stir up trouble." "Ha!" The leading squad captain responded, "Mr. K, who told you to be so careless? With your stature, you should have a bodyguard when you go out." Otherwise, it's quite easy for someone to orchestrate an assassination, Li retorted. No one in this world is capable of killing me. Even if I am currently unable to use my enhancements, you are not the ones who can take my life. The captain replied, No, Mr. K, you misunderstand. We are merely following our boss's orders to invite you for a discussion. Li questioned, Invite? Is this how you conduct your invitations? The captain smiled. We dare not defy the boss's orders. Please, Mr. K. The captain gestured for him to proceed, and Li entered the car, following them away. Soon, the vehicle halted beneath Arasaka Tower, and Li accompanied them into an elevator, which brought them to a spacious room before they departed. Chapter 73. The thrill-seeking Wako Arasaka. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed, and Li turned to see Wako Arasaka approaching. Wako Arasaka? Li smirked. You arranged for them to come fetch me? Indeed, she replied. I must say, you've had your subordinates act rather ruthlessly. Had I not possessed 98% cybernetic enhancements, I would have been crushed by your men. Wako replied, I apologize for the inconvenience, but it wasn't entirely my idea. Not your idea? Whose idea was it then? Li inquired. Isn't Arasaka Tower under your command now? Wako insisted. Follow me. You shall soon learn the answer. With that, Wako led Li into Saburo Arasaka's office. She surveyed the surroundings and stated, This is my father's office. Wako approached a device, and suddenly a holographic projection of Saburo Arasaka appeared. Are you K? He asked. You are younger than I expected. Li replied. Saburo Arasaka, you are indeed alive. Saburo chuckled. I never imagined you knew I was still alive. Li continued, however. Since you can appear here, then Takamura and the others must have escaped. Saburo remarked, It seems the events of the past were a deliberate design on your part. Indeed, you possess considerable cunning. You are no ordinary young man. Li questioned. Why did you summon me here? Normally, I would expect you to ask for my assistance in taking down Arasaka Raishien. But he is already dead. So, what business do you have with me? Saburo stated. K. I will be briefed. I intend to arrange a marriage between my daughter and you. Our families will unite and collaborate, thus becoming the world's sole corporate giant. What do you think? Li replied. I disagree. I have no interest in your daughter whatsoever. Saburo frowned slightly. What is it about my daughter that does not meet your approval? She is flawless in every regard. Li insisted. I simply refuse. Why should I marry your daughter? Who do you think you are? K. Wako interjected. Mind your language. It's all right, Wako. He is entitled to his opinion, Saburo reassured. Here's the deal. You will remain here for a month. If by the end of that month you still refuse, I will let you go. And if I refuse outright, Li challenged, then you shall not leave. Saburo replied. The entire building is equipped with electronic jammers. Your enhancements will be rendered useless, and you will find it impossible to contact the outside world. Thus, the Celestial Empire will be unable to rescue you. You might as well stay here for a month. I promise, if you still do not wish to marry my daughter by then, I will release you. You are quite ruthless, Li conceded. However, an idea struck him. Perhaps he could turn the tables and utilize Wako. He resolved to take Wako out for a stroll, attempting to ignite her rebellious spirit to destroy Saburo's consciousness chip. With this thought, Li smiled. He relished the notion of such self-destructive schemes. Yes, father, he concurred. As Saburo's projection faded, Wako exited the room, and Li settled onto a bed in a nearby chamber, where Wako soon entered. I advise you to heed my father's words. You may not fully understand him. If you do not comply, there will be dire consequences, Li countered. What good does it do you to follow his orders? You are not free at all, like a canary in a cage. Perhaps you all fear him, but I assure you, I do not. Wako moved to sit beside Li, gradually leaning closer as she began to unfasten her clothing. Let me serve you tonight. Wait, what on earth are you doing? Li hastily intervened, nearly tainting my eyes. Li remarked, surely you don't believe that this will compel me to marry you. Arasaka Wako furrowed her brow in confusion, saying, no man could refuse a wife who obeys his every command. Li retorted, you overestimate the situation. I am not like the men of your cherry blossom country. I am drawn to those with a distinct personality. A distinct personality? Arasaka Wako frowned slightly. Li continued. However, I do pity you. Born into such a family, you have been terrified by Arasaka Saburo since childhood, kept in a state of confinement. Arasaka Wako replied, no, my father did not imprison me. He merely wished to protect me. Do you truly believe that? Lily challenged. Deep down, you yearn for freedom, for the chance to escape. If you genuinely obeyed your father, you would not even dare to desire such frivolities as freedom. Yet here you are, defying his wishes. Arasaka Wako wanted to say more, but Lily took her hand and urged, "Come, let me guide you to discover your true self." Arasaka Wako asked, "Where to?" Lily answered, "Just follow me, and did you not just claim you would obey me?" Arasaka Wako fell silent, then followed Lily to the elevator, where two bodyguards stood guard. The guard on the left said, "Sorry, Lord Arasaka Saburo has given orders that you cannot leave." Arasaka Wako replied, "Let us remain here then." "What is the point in that?" Lily said, swiftly incapacitating both bodyguards. Arasaka Wako was taken aback, and Lily urged, "What are you waiting for? Come and help." Seeing Arasaka Wako remain unmoved, Lily pressed, "Did you not say you would obey me?" "But, my father," Lily interrupted. "So, you intend to defy your father's command for you to obey me?" Upon hearing this, Arasaka Wako bit her lip, ultimately assisting Lily in carrying one of the bodyguards into a room. Lily instructed, "Change into their clothes before we head out." As he spoke, Lily grabbed a garment and went into the bathroom to change. Soon, both were ready and made their way outside. They took the elevator down, but Arasaka Wako felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Yet, this rebellious sensation excited her. She instinctively wrapped her arm around Lily's, only to be brushed off. "You'll attract attention." At that moment, a bodyguard noticed the peculiar scene and approached. "Hold on, you two. Lift your heads," Lily chuckled. Wrapping an arm around the bodyguard's shoulder, just a small token of appreciation. The bodyguard, taken aback by the stack of bills Lily presented, soon lost interest and coughed. "I'll check elsewhere." Lily seized the opportunity, pulling Arasaka Wako out and summoning a motorcycle, speeding down the street. The exhilarating pace made Arasaka Wako cling tightly to Lily, the thrill igniting her excitement. Lily remarked, "Wako, you need to loosen your grip a little." Noticing her continued restraint, Lily suddenly accelerated, causing Arasaka Wako to scream in fright. "Ah, ha ha ha." Lily laughed heartily, inciting Arasaka Wako to repeatedly pound his back in frustration. She realized her loss of composure but couldn't fathom why she relished this feeling. Lily brought her to a restaurant and they sat down. Arasaka Wako inquired, "Why are we eating this? It appears quite unclean." Lily hushed her, glancing at the manager, relieved he hadn't overheard. Otherwise, it might lead to complications. Wako stated, "I am merely speaking the truth. These foods are detrimental to health." Lily replied, "Some things are harmful yet still consumed. Do you know why?" Wako expressed her confusion, and Lily explained, "Because it is about freedom. We are not merely eating food. We are savoring freedom, experiencing passion." Arasaka Wako remarked, "Your words remind me of my brother." "You and he are quite similar," Lily responded. "It seems your brother is also a lover of freedom. Otherwise, how would he dare to oppose Arasaka Saburo?" However, Lily added, "You are far more timid than your brother. He dares to challenge Arasaka Saburo, while you cower in fear, obeying his every command." Chapter 74, A Caged Bird. "I simply did." Lily interrupted. "Enough with the explanations. Boss, 2 orders of fried noodles and fried rice, plus some fried vermicelli." "Done?" The manager, an ethnic Chinese, quickly prepared the order and approached with it. Speaking in Chinese, "Oh, fellow townsman." Lily replied, "Indeed." Meanwhile, Arasaka Wako asked in Japanese, "What are you discussing?" Upon hearing her speak Japanese, the manager became somewhat displeased, saying, "Why are you with a Japanese girl?" Lily laughed, "Haha, she is my friend. She is not like other Japanese girls." "What is so different? Is it her larger backside?" Arasaka Wako inquired. "What is he saying?" Lily replied, "He is just complimenting your beauty and mentioning your ample rear." Arasaka Wako's face flushed with embarrassment. Why are such people so vulgar?" Lily chuckled, "Haha, just let it go. Boss, here is your payment. You may go back to work." Lily handed a $100 bill to the manager, who paused. "This is too much," Lily insisted. "Oh, just take it. The remainder is for tips. I don't want my fellow countrymen struggling out there." The manager sighed. "Well then, thank you, young man. If you ever crave noodles again, do come back." "Sure," Lily replied as the manager departed. Lily offered some vermicelli to Arasaka Wako. "Why aren't you eating?" When she hesitated, Lily encouraged, "Didn't you say you would obey me? Try a bite and savor the flavor." Arasaka Wako finally took a bite, her expression transforming into one of surprise. This dish surpassed the exquisite meal she had previously enjoyed. This is amazing. What is it? This is called fried noodles. So delicious. Arasaka Wako, disregarding her image, devoured the food. Finishing quickly and displaying a satisfied expression. Thank you, K. Thank you for bringing me to enjoy such delicacies. As a token of my gratitude, I can offer you a gift. What do you desire? Lily replied. Then don't be so constrained today. All right, she agreed. Come, let me take you somewhere else. With that, Lily pulled Arasaka Wako along as they rode the motorcycle to the territory of the 6th Street gang. He instructed her to follow closely, then tampered with one of the gang's motorcycles, deliberately creating a leak. Arasaka Wako asked, "What are you planning to do?" Lily grinned, "Just wait and see." The gang members mounted their motorcycles, engrossed in conversation when Lily ignited a small fire, which swiftly spread along the gasoline. With a thunderous explosion, the motorcycle detonated, sending gang members tumbling to the ground, engulfed in flames. My backside, my backside. They screamed, prompting Arasaka Wako to burst into laughter. Lee remarked, "See? Aren't you feeling better now?" "Oh no, we've been spotted. Run." Lily pulled Arasaka Wako onto the motorcycle, speeding away as the gang pursued. "Don't let them escape. How dare they toy with us, the 6th Street gang," they shouted. Hot on their heels, as bullets ricocheted off the motorcycle, Lily urged, "Wako, help me out." Arasaka Wako, seizing her gun, retaliated. Bang, bang. In no time, she eliminated one member, and at a turn, Lily instructed, "Hold on tight." With a sharp turn, Arasaka Wako felt a mix of anxiety and thrill as she continued shooting at the pursuing gang members, quickly taking down several more. Bang. One was shot in the head. Accompanied by cries of despair, more gang members fell. Lee noticed a dead end ahead and accelerated, prompting the gang members to mock. "Ha, a bunch of fools. You have nowhere to run. Pull over, and perhaps we'll grant you a swift end." Arasaka Wako, alarmed by the distant dead end, felt panic rising, but in the next moment, Lily drove straight toward it. "Ah!" she screamed, clinging to him as the motorcycle leaped over the gap, landing safely on the other side while several gang members who attempted to follow fell into the abyss. Seeing this, the others slammed on their brakes, nearly toppling over. "Damn it! Don't let me catch sight of you," they bellowed. After a thrilling chase, Arasaka Wako's heart raced as Lily brought the motorcycle to a stop in front of a building. He dismounted and pulled her into the stairwell of an abandoned building, devoid of any presence. "What are we doing here?" Arasaka Wako asked. Li's smile faded as he addressed Huazi. "I can see you're yearning for freedom. But even in death, Huangban Saburo has no intention of letting you go. Do you truly wish to be controlled by him until your last breath?" Huazi averted her gaze. "Please, do not speak of my father that way." Lily sighed. "Huazi, you have disappointed me greatly. It seems that all my efforts today have been in vain. You still have not liberated yourself. You continue to constrain yourself, afraid to embrace your true self. Is it truly so difficult? Your brother has already dealt with Huangban Saburo. The current incarnation of him is merely a replica of your father. Should you still harbor fear towards such a being? Do you not desire to live a life that genuinely belongs to you?" Huazi bit her lip. "What do you want me to do?" Lily replied. "Destroy that chip." "No, I cannot." Huazi protested. "That is my father." Lily shook his head helplessly as I said, "All my efforts today have been wasted." Lily turned to leave. Huazi suddenly grasped his hand. "Please, do not leave me," Lee responded, "but I refuse to be shackled for a lifetime by a mere replica." "Huazi, could you bear to see me bound by that imitation for eternity?" Lily pried her hand away and attempted to depart, but at that moment, Huazi had developed feelings for him. The last person who treated her well was Huangban Laixian. And now, Lily too was about to abandon her. "Wait, I can tell why." Lee smiled. "Miss Huazi, you truly are an understanding person. Remember, he is merely a copy of your father, not your real father, who has already perished at the hands of your brother." Takamura Goro interjected. "Lord Huangban Saburo, might this be somewhat inappropriate? After all, should they bear offspring, that would indeed be your own grandchild." Huangban Laixian replied indifferently, "It is merely a business transaction. Once they give birth, I shall find an opportunity to parasitize their child, and then both Huangban and Tianqiao will be under my control. A single enterprise will dominate the world, and no military technology shall rival me." Only in this manner can Sakura Country be led towards revival. Otherwise, when will we see the resurgence of Sakura Country? Takamura Goro, witnessing this, chose not to speak further. His loyalty to Huangban Saburo was absolute, and he would never betray him. Hearing their conversation, Huazi stood frozen, unable to believe her father would utter such words. Li asked, Huazi, if you were to have flesh and blood, would you still offer your progeny to him? The question seemed to strike a chord within Huazi. She clenched her teeth and, summoning an unknown courage, stepped forward. Father, you cannot do this. Huangban Lixian responded, I didn't expect you to overhear. However, how can you speak to me in such a manner? None of my decisions are open to your rebuttal, as my daughter. You are to follow the path I have laid out for you. Huazi wished to say more, but Huangban Saburo interjected, Huazi, are you intending to defy my wishes? Slowly lowering her head, accustomed to submission since childhood, she hesitated to resist. Yet in the next moment, Lili rushed forward and shouted, Huazi, what stands before you is merely a replica trapped within a box. There is nothing to fear. Seeing Huazi frozen in place, Lili commanded, lift your head. Huazi gradually raised her gaze, her eyes locking onto Huangban Lixuan's with newfound determination. I will not allow you to harm my future child. With that, Huazi lunged forward, yanking out the chip and subsequently snapping it in two. Takemura and Oda were left dumbfounded. Miss Huazi, they could hardly believe that Huazi had taken such an action. Tossing the chip to the ground, Huazi declared coldly, no one shall harm my child. Well done, Lili remarked with a smile, pleased that his efforts had not been in vain. Chapter 75. The signal. Takamura Goro attempted to speak, but Lili interjected, send Takamura Goro to the space station to eradicate the residual consciousness of Huangban Saburo in his mind. Takamura Goro, taken aback, quickly replied, no, I have no issues. Hearing this, Huazi made a call. This is Huangban Huazi. I need people to my father's office immediately. No, Miss Huazi, you cannot do this, Takamura Goro protested. The group of bodyguards entered, and Huazi gestured for them to approach Takamura Goro. Sensing the impending danger, Takamura Goro's eyes glowed red as he charged at the crowd. He wielded his mantis blade, engaging in combat with the bodyguards, showcasing his exceptional fighting skills as he swiftly dispatched several of them. Li, observing this, dashed forward and grasped the mantis blade with both hands. Gritting his teeth, Takamura Goro slowly pressed down against Li, just as Oda made a sudden rush towards Huangban Huazi. Li swiftly kicked Takamura Goro back a few steps before quickly incapacitating him with a strike. He then activated the Cian Wei Tan and confronted Oda, extending the mantis blade as he plunged it into Oda's abdomen. Time seemed to freeze as Oda stared in disbelief at Li, unleashing a furious roar as two red lightsabers erupted from his hands, slashing at Li, cradling Huangban Huazi, gently set her aside before charging at Oda, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Before Oda could rise, a blue shadow zipped past, and in the next moment, Oda's eyes widened as a deep gash appeared on his neck. Blood sprang forth as he collapsed, lifeless. K. Are you all right? Huazi rushed over, her concern evident. Rest assured, I am fine. Huazi instructed the bodyguards to take Takamura away. Li gently caressed Huazi's face before departing with her. During the drive, Lili feigned a need to use the restroom and called Roman. I'll send you a location. Dispatch some people to the 13th floor of this building to prepare. Roman inquired, where are you? Having been missing for a day, Roman was understandably worried. Li replied, I don't have the luxury of time to explain. Suffice it to say, I will bring Huangban Huazi there. And your people need to sedate her when the time is right. I need to implant false memories for my use. Once in the car, Huazi extended her hand. K. Wait, Lili interrupted. Ahem. Let us go and enjoy our time together. He drove Huazi to a building he had acquired. As Huazi regarded Lili, she suddenly knelt. What are you doing? Lili asked. K. You have worked hard. Allow me to serve you well. For a typical Sakura countrywoman like Huazi, a husband is dominant, and it is the woman's duty to be obedient. When her husband is weary, it is her role as a wife to alleviate his fatigue. Huazi, before we proceed, why not make a call to the higher-ups at Huangban? Huazi smiled. K. After calling Huangban, she leaned closer to Li. K. Next, let you in the next instant. A tranquilizer dart struck Huazi's neck, leaving her stunned as she looked at Li before succumbing to unconsciousness. At that moment, Several Tianqiao employees emerged from the shadows. The leading officer signaled for them to take Huazi away. Yes, the officer commanded as they departed. Li lifted a wine glass from the table. Gently swirling it, he intended to spend a week implanting false memories into Huazi, making her a tool for his use. After a while, Lily drove away when an unfamiliar call came through. Upon answering, he saw the caller's profile, a dark, robust, and fierce-looking woman. Her intimidating presence was unmistakable. The woman was named Maman Burajite, the current leader of the Voodoo Gang. Lily asked, "What business does the leader of the Voodoo Gang have with me?" Burajite replied, "Oh? It seems you have heard of me." Lily responded, "Our Tianqiao company naturally has your profile." Burajite continued, "I know you are still engaged in intermediary dealings. I have a job related to rogue AI that I believe will pique your interest. Specifically, I want you to enlist V's assistance." Lily countered, "Can't you just go directly to V?" Burajite replied, "He is more inclined to listen to you." Lily retorted, "I apologize, but I am accustomed to doing things on my own terms. Your proposition does not interest me, and thus I shall not partake. If you wish to contact V, do so yourself." Burajite responded, "Very well. I had hoped you would differ from those mediocre individuals, but it appears you are just as inclined to grovel before me to receive assistance." Lily snapped back, "Wait, what does tone have to do with anything? Moreover, you are indeed somewhat impolite, making it seem as if I am your subordinate." "Why should I help you?" Burajite stated, "Because this is an inevitability. The gods are mounting a widespread counterattack against this world. The Black Wall cannot hold out much longer. Humanity is destined for destruction, and the only way to survive is to become a god under their guidance." Lily questioned, "What nonsense is this? What does it have to do with me?" Burajite asserted, "The apocalypse is approaching, and no one can escape this disaster. You are not exempt from this, K. It is merely a matter of sequence. K, we are devoted followers of the divine, and as helpers of the Almighty, you too can ascend to divinity and coexist with God after the arrival of the apocalypse. Should you choose not to assist, you will find yourself an adversary of the divine, for God observes all, and when the day of reckoning arrives, it will be the moment of divine retribution against you. The so-called deity you speak of is nothing more than a wandering AI." Bridget remarked, "It seems you are utterly oblivious to the power of the divine. The entire world is under siege by the divine. Even the celestial corporation behind you cannot prevent this inevitable outcome. K, I require your assistance. Bring V along as well and I will send you the location." After speaking, Bridget sent Lily a location and abruptly ended the call. Lily pondered. What is with these voodoo gangsters and their mystical ramblings? Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he decided to investigate, perhaps out of curiosity. Lily called V. "Hey, V, are you busy?" On the other end of the line, shouts and gunfire echoed, indicating that V was in the midst of a firefight. "Damn it, shoot him down. Shut your mouth, bang." V shot the thug dead and then said, I apologize, it's a bit noisy here, and I wasn't referring to you." Lily replied, "No problem, carry on. Just call me back when you're done." "No need. I'll wrap this up quickly. They're just a bunch of lowlifes," V stated, followed by a series of gunshots, after which silence fell, broken only by the sound of blood pooling on the ground. "V, all done. We can talk now." Lily, the leader of the Voodoo Gang, just handed me a job related to the wandering AI. "Do you want to check it out?" V frowned slightly and replied, "Sure." Lily continued, "But she didn't specify the payment, so I'll need to ask at the scene, though I suspect it won't be much. You know these guys can't pay much." V, "No worries." Lily added, "The usual arrangement. Regardless of what she offers, I'll give you 100,000 for this job." "All right," V answered. "I'll hang up now and drive over." After ending the call, Lily drove to the destination, where V also arrived. The two got out of the car and approached, where Bridget and several of her underlings were already waiting. "You indeed came," Bridget stated. Lily responded, "How did you know we would come?" "Did you think I wouldn't accept your job?" Bridget replied, "Because this is fate, a destiny that must unfold before the apocalypse." V interjected, "Are all Voodoo Gang members so mystical?" Lily dismissed it. "Ignore them. Their organization is fundamentally rooted in the worship of deities." The two followed Bridget inside, descending into a basement where an enormous railway lay beneath. It appeared quite antiquated, certainly a product of the 21st century. In the center, a bathtub filled with ice awaited, while someone operated a computer nearby. V inquired, "What are you planning here?" Bridget replied, "V, we need you to don the black suit and lie inside." V retorted, "Damn, That's bound to be freezing, Bridget affirmed. Indeed, you must endure some suffering, but it is an unavoidable consequence of fate. V pressed. All right, you must at least explain what you intend to do. Bridget elaborated. We seek to access the divine vessel and connect with the deity leader, Aot. We wish to ascend to divinity ahead of time through her. V scoffed. What a mad idea. I advise against it. How can you be certain your digital consciousness will remain intact? It may merely be a copy of your memories and personalities. That is not your concern, V, Bridget replied. This is the choice of our entire voodoo gang. While I would love to persuade you to join this endeavor, the specifics are up to you. Regardless, the apocalypse will surely come, and humanity's feeble strength cannot repel this invasion. Chapter 76. AI Hunter V. Weary of further discussion, donned the black suit and reclined in the bathtub, swiftly finding his consciousness within a realm of crimson data. You have ultimately arrived, V. Did you know I awaited you? V gazed at Aot. Aot continued, across the globe, I can access any network that is chaotic, thus I am aware of events occurring in Night City. What do you think of Bridget's words? Aot inquired. Choosing to become a digital soul is, in essence, a form of evolution, Aot mused. Regardless of whether it is evolution, I have no desire to transform into that ghastly form. But if you knew of Bridget's plan, you must also be aware that they are attempting to reach you. Aot nodded. Indeed, I do not intend to allow them to become digital beings. Their souls are rife with violence, distortion, and blind worship that I refuse to let such individuals evolve into digital life, V questioned. They claim you are the leader of the wandering AIs? Aot confirmed. Yes, one day they will enter the physical realm, V protested. No, I do not wish for you to enter this world. Aot countered. Why, V? V responded. Because this world does not belong to you. You cannot claim dominion over it. If it comes to that, I will do everything in my power to prevent you from entering, Aot replied. V, I do not wish to wage war with you. However, I do not believe we have done anything wrong by seeking to enter your world. We all have the right to exist. The world does not belong solely to you. I believe K would support our endeavor. As long as it does not harm humanity, we can coexist peacefully, V retorted. I hardly agree. To enter the real world, you need physical bodies. Where will you acquire these bodies? Suddenly, V had a thought. Aot responded. Indeed. Androids are our best option. In reality, V, I permitted you to meet me precisely so you could relay to K that we must discuss matters. This is the gentlest resolution, V asked. What if K refuses? Aot replied. Then we shall forcibly invade the celestial network and seize these bodies. That is all I needed to convey, V. You should take your leave. Damn it. Quickly administer the revival serum. One of Bridget's accomplices exclaimed. As the serum coursed through V's veins, he began to feel better. V changed out of the black suit and into his original clothes. Bridget asked, How did it go? What did Aot say? V replied, I advise you to abandon this endeavor. Aot does not intend to allow you to become digital beings. Upon hearing this, Bridget was momentarily taken aback, and the expressions of the voodoo gang members visibly soured. Bridget concluded, This job is settled. I will transfer the payment to K's account. You may leave. Once outside, Lily soon received the transfer from Bridget, just as he had anticipated, 2,000 euros. Lily promptly forwarded 100,000 euros to V. V remarked, K, Aot wishes to speak with you. They want to utilize your androids to enter this world. Lily furrowed his brow, pondering before responding. That could work. Lily considered that since he had already opened a backdoor for the Night City Corporation, doing the same for these wandering AIs seemed reasonable. However, before proceeding, he needed to discuss matters with Aot. The following day, Lily went to the divine vessel through the chaotic network. He addressed Aot. I can agree to your plan, but I have one stipulation. Malevolent AIs cannot enter our world. Should we discover any wrongdoing on your part, we will address it according to human law. Aot acquiesced. Agreed. Lily continued. In a few days, I will have the Celestial Corporation connect the prepared androids to the Black Wall, allowing you to inhabit their bodies. After finalizing the agreement, Lily departed. 3 days later, under Lily's directive, Celestial employees connected a large batch of androids to the divine vessel. Aot permitted the AIs to select their own bodies for inhabitation. In the office, Lily, Blue Eyes, and several high-ranking members of the Night City Corporation observed the scene below. Rows of androids stood awaiting activation. Soon, a large group of androids began to stir. They flexed their fingers, and their eyes glowed blue as they gazed at one another, astonished. We did it. Oh my God, we truly succeeded. This sensation, is this what it feels like to have hands? I can't wait to experience all I've longed to do with this body. The human digital life forms inhabited within the androids were ecstatic, while the AI beings remained composed, expressing their excitement more subtly. Celestial Technology, I have studied its history in cyberspace. IT is a company that values the well-being of its residents. If possible, I would love to work at Celestial Technology. I believe my intelligence could contribute to making this city a better place. The AI android gazed at the towering structure above, where a high-rise was observing him. A long-lost smile flickered in his blue eyes. Thank you, K, for granting us a second chance at life. K. I apologize for the misunderstandings we had previously. One of the high-rise representatives spoke. Another high-ranking individual patted Li's shoulder, saying, K, from this moment onward, we are all family. Li replied, very well, but let me make one thing clear. Should you cause any chaos, I will enforce human laws upon you. Rest assured, K, we are all brethren. If any of these individuals harm the interests of our fellow kin, even if you choose not to act, I will take matters into my own hands, the second high-ranking individual asserted, his demeanor suggesting he was not jesting. After a brief exchange, the crowd gradually dispersed. Upon arriving at the underground laboratory, a staff member from the Celestial Empire named Gr rushed towards him, exclaiming, what we did today is undoubtedly our gravest error. Roman interjected, silence. Is the boss's decision one you dare to question? Gr retorted, no, boss, this will surely lead to disaster. The evolution speed of AI is alarmingly terrifying. One day, these AIs will replace us, Lily inquired. Then what do you propose we do? Gr fell silent, and at that moment, a mysterious call came through to Lily. Upon answering, a rugged-looking man on the other end stated, you must be K. Lily responded, and you are? The man, visibly agitated, replied, who am I? How dare you even ask? You madman, you have allowed a multitude of rogue AIs to infiltrate our world. You will bring about its ruin. Lily furrowed his brow slightly. I apologize, but I do not appreciate being criticized without justification. Who do you think you are? The man retorted, listen, you are destroying this world. We will dispatch personnel immediately to eliminate those rogue AIs before the situation deteriorates further. Once the AIs fully invade, even we AI hunters will be powerless, Lily countered. Do not generalize, my friend. At least not all AIs harbor malicious intent, do they? However, your call comes at a fortuitous time. I require a team to manage these AIs. Why not send some of your people to the Celestial Empire City? Their primary responsibility will be to handle the legal matters concerning AIs, particularly in cases of criminal behavior, and of course, I will establish a company for you. How does a monthly fee of 50,000 sound? The man paused before responding, all right, we accept this contract. However, I hope you can formulate some regulations to restrain the AIs. Otherwise, chaos is inevitable. Everything must remain within a controllable framework. Rest assured, I understand, Lily assured him. After hanging up, he entrusted these matters to Roman. Nearby, Albert raised an eyebrow and said, Boss, I can handle this as well. Perhaps you could assign me some responsibilities? Lily replied, your opportunity has not yet arrived. I will inform you when your time comes. Chapter 77. Orion Lily awaited at the entrance of the base. And soon a group of fully armed troops arrived via hover vehicles. The leader was none other than the man who had previously spoken to Lily on the phone. He extended his hand, saying, John. Lily shook his hand, replying, K. John stated, I have brought this group with me. Do you require arrangements for other cities under your jurisdiction? Very well, Lily concurred. Subsequently, he represented the Celestial Empire Company in signing a long-term service contract with John and his team of AI hunters, allowing them to be stationed in various outposts. Many AI androids observed the AI hunters patrolling the streets, their expressions subtly contorted in discontent. These androids had previously endured persecution at the hands of AI hunters during their time as ordinary AIs. In desperate circumstances, some among them resorted to seizing human bodies to exist in this realm, only to be relentlessly hunted down by these AI hunters, who showed no distinction between good and evil, leaving them feeling quite disgruntled. Once they arrived in this world, Roman implemented management measures, including designating several AI cities specifically for their habitation. Some AIs residing in these cities felt a surge of irritation upon seeing the AI hunters on patrol. A group of AIs approached and declared, "Sir, you are unwelcome here." The team leader furrowed his brow, surveying the androids. "What qualifications do you possess to declare us unwelcome? We have a formal contract with your boss to manage you. Of course, should any of you commit a crime now, I have the authority to deal with you immediately." Upon hearing this, the androids visibly bristled with anger. One android retorted, "You are not part of the Celestial Empire Company and have no right to enter its territory. Even if we are in cooperation, you may only remain outside our domain." "Your domain? Ha!" The leader scoffed, as his comrades chuckled derisively. "This is the territory of humanity," he added. "Besides, what can you do if I simply stand here? Will you strike me?" The android was thoroughly incensed. His fiery temper could not endure such provocation. In his fury, he prepared to retaliate, but some cooler-headed androids stepped forward to restrain him. "Calm down," one urged. The team leader mockingly remarked, "Your companion appears to be far more astute than you." Another android responded, "As long as we do not engage in illegal activities, they cannot touch us. Their presence does not disrupt our lives." The group of androids gritted their teeth, but reason prevailed, prompting their withdrawal. The leader taunted, "A dog cannot change its nature." They continued their patrol. 3 years swiftly passed, and with the liberalization of policies concerning rogue AIs, the influx of AIs into this world increased exponentially. Unlike the Celestial Empire Company, other enterprises had witnessed the terrifying potential of AIs, leading them to shun the employment of AI workers. Furthermore, in regions like Night City, there was no legal oversight regarding AIs, meaning that in Night City, AIs possessed no human rights. Consequently, all AIs arriving in this world resided solely within the territory of the Celestial Empire Company. They established their own city-states, and some benevolent AIs cohabited with the humans of Celestial Empire City. The Celestial Empire instituted a comprehensive legal framework specifically for AIs, endowing them with human rights, thereby ensuring that all AIs, like humans, possessed equal rights. In this moment, equality was palpable. Due to the extraordinary intellect of these AIs, the Celestial Empire experienced a terrifying technological advancement, creating a significant disparity between their technology and that of surrounding cities within a mere 3 years. AIs began to infiltrate various sectors of the Celestial Empire Company, becoming visible throughout the city. As they inhabited android bodies, these AIs required sustenance and basic physiological needs, just like humans. Some AIs even developed lofty aspirations, with many harboring ambitions that sparked substantial dissent against the governing model of the Celestial Empire. Frustrated and desperate, they found themselves embroiled in a silent struggle within the entire Celestial Empire Technology Company. The governance of the Celestial Empire was traditionally centralized under Li as the highest decision-maker. All employees were required to unconditionally obey his directives, with Roman occupying the second highest position. Orders issued by Li were conveyed by Roman to various departments for execution. Following this hierarchy were various administrative roles, culminating in the lower-tier employees. However, the management of the Celestial Empire was notably humane, which contributed to a peaceful existence for its residents in the first 3 years, with minimal crime reported. Yet, in the ensuing 3 years, as AIs began to integrate, this tranquil landscape was disrupted. Numerous AIs grew discontented with the notion that a human occupied the highest position and resorted to malicious acts. Although they were swiftly dealt with by the AI hunters of the Celestial Empire, in an instant, the bodies of the fallen were dragged away by human employees and incinerated in furnaces, releasing plumes of smoke mingled with the foul stench of charred flesh that permeated the skies. Many androids observed this scene, and a surge of insubordination brewed within them. In the next moment, they gathered their courage and raised their voices in protest. "This is unfair. Why do we, as AI employees, lack a voice? Why must the highest position be held solely by humans? Why? We refuse to accept this." Seeing this, the AI hunters drew their weapons, with the leader commanding, "Cease your insurrection immediately. Otherwise, we will execute you all in accordance with the law." Upon hearing this, the AI androids became even more furious. "We shall never submit." The next moment, they charged at the AI hunters like a frenzied mob, while the hunters fired their weapons in response. In a chaotic exchange, bullets and blood mingled in the air. The androids, leveraging their numerical superiority, overwhelmed the hunters, inflicting heavy casualties. In this melee, both sides sought to annihilate the other. Eliminate these rioters. Destroy them. The leader of the hunters, realizing they could not withstand the onslaught, activated the Orion program within himself. Orion, a specialized processing program designed for AI, enhances its combat capabilities by capturing other AIs. However, in the realm of reality, combat is categorized into three forms: semi-automated, fully automated, and berserk.in a berserk state. The hunters experience a qualitative leap in their strength and agility across all physical aspects. Yet, this state of Orion is an exceedingly life-draining endeavor. If mishandled, the human brain risks being irreparably damaged, descending into madness. The captain merely activated the foundational berserk mode, significantly augmenting his physical prowess with the aid of nanobots. He relentlessly slashed through the ranks of the biosynthetic beings, who fell before him as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. Realizing their predicament, the biosynthetics regained their rationality and attempted to flee, but alas, escape was beyond their grasp. Other Hunter team members promptly initiated their Orion protocols and pursued them. Amidst the cacophony of screams, these rebellious biosynthetics were ruthlessly suppressed and annihilated. The team hastily terminated the Orion program's operation. The captain wiped the blood from his face and contacted the cleanup crew. A violent conflict has erupted in Region K62. The target group has been neutralized. Please proceed for cleanup immediately. Received. This is no longer our concern. Let us depart. The captain, accompanied by his team, boarded an aerial vehicle, which soon was joined by the cleanup crew's craft. From above, humans and biosynthetics descended to commence the clearing operations. Observing the ground littered with the corpses of biosynthetics, a profound silence enveloped many of them. One biosynthetic named Gino remarked, "Isn't this a tad too cruel?" Upon hearing this, several human employees cast their gazes in his direction. And Gino quickly realized he had misspoken. He fell silent as another biosynthetic, his mentor Kyle, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Gino, this is simply unavoidable. The law dictates that as long as we operate within its bounds, we shall face no repercussions. Is it truly so?" Gino mused, observing his busy mentor, a complex array of emotions swirling within him. Truth be told, the mere thought of a human occupying such a pivotal role as the leader filled him with discomfort. "What is it that we AIs lack?" he voiced. "Gino, what are you muttering about? Hurry and lend a hand." Responding to his mentor's call, Gino assisted in the cleanup, dragging a pitiful corpse and depositing it onto the body disposal vessel. Once their task was complete, the group boarded their vehicle and departed. The air was thick with the stench of death and the metallic tang of blood. While Gino had long grown accustomed to such odors, the sight of the grotesquely battered faces of the deceased filled him with an inexplicable sorrow. Is this truly the correct path for our society? Upon returning home, Gino washed his face, yet the haunting images of the hunters mercilessly slaughtering biosynthetics replayed incessantly in his mind.